Wealth and grandeur? It's not certain. Didn't you hear the Jean family's envoy mention that Shitting has already married into the Jean family? Had Shima's mother still been alive, he would never have dared send someone to bring Shermu back. Indeed, young master, your father is quite unwell and may not last much longer. Hence, the lady has sent this old servant to bring you to him, so you might have the chance to see him one last time, the old man replies with a smile. The lady? After abandoning my mother for so many years, why would she now wish to acknowledge me as her son? Go back, I refuse to accompany you to the Jean family, the youth retorts, his expression darkening. Ahem, young master, you may have misunderstood your father's situation. The reason he hasn't returned to the village all these years is grounded in complexities. I am certain that if you were to meet your father face to face, all misunderstandings could be resolved, the old man says with a gentle cough before continuing. Upon hearing this, the old man finally furrows his brow. After a closer examination of the youth, he resolutely continues, Young master, you must have noticed the unusually low prices of herbs you have acquired in town these past few years. Moreover, the fees charged by Coach Lee at the county's martial arts hall have been considerably less for you than for other students. Additionally, when you catch fish and shrimp at sea, don't they get snatched up as soon as you reach the town, with hardly anyone bothering to haggle? Are you implying that these matters were orchestrated by him? The youth's expression shifts. I cannot say whether it was arranged by your father personally, but indeed, these were directives from the lady herself, the old man replies with a smile. Upon hearing this, Shima's expression fluctuates, caught in hesitation. By the way, haven't you been diligently practicing body tempering techniques? I imagine you wish to become a true martial artist. Before I came, the lady instructed me that if you agree to meet your father, she would ensure you have an opportunity to enter the Kaiyuan Martial Institute. However, whether you are truly accepted will depend on your own capability. The old man finally divulges the main purpose of his visit. The Kaiyuan Martial Institute? The youth's interest is piqued. Since you are a practitioner, you must understand that our nation's major martial institutes only recruit once every 5 years. To be eligible for their entrance assessment, one must be under 15 years old and have completed the body tempering stage while also grasping the aura perception. After all, only those who comprehend the aura can refine true energy and unblock their meridians to become true martial artists. However, to grasp the aura, one must take the Qiling pills for guidance, which are so expensive that even the Jean family can acquire no more than 10 each time. If you rely solely on your own means, it may not be achievable in this lifetime. The old man continues in a composed manner. Shermu lapses into silence, and after a long moment, he coolly responds, Return in 3 days, I will give you my answer then. Very well, I shall await your favorable response in 3 days, the blue-robed old man says, recognizing that the youth's mind is made up and refraining from further persuasion. He bows slightly and takes his leave. Chung, are we really just returning like this? Instead of wasting time, we might as well force him away. One brawny knight cannot help but suggest as the entourage departs the fishing village. What nonsense! Though Shermu is not the legitimate heir of the Jean family, he is nonetheless the blood of our Lord. Our task here is to safely bring him back. We cannot display any sign of contempt or negligence. If the lady finds out, she wouldn't let us off easily. The blue-robed elder's countenance darkens, and he admonishes sternly. Yes, I was foolish, the hefty knight stutters, shaken. Just then, a figure rushes out from the side of the road. Another knight in black, similarly garbed, bows to the elder and hastily reports, Chung, my brothers have discovered the Biao brothers of Fifth Master nearby. What shall we do? It seems that Fifth Master hasn't given up his plans. The Biao brothers are merely in the early stages of tempering. It falls to me to deal with them. You wait here, and guide me. I'll handle this personally, the blue-robed elder declares decisively after furrowing his brow. Yes. The knight swiftly turns and dashes back the way they came. With a swish, the blue-robed elder leaps down from his horse and follows the knight at great speed, his form remarkably light, seemingly devoid of weight, until he vanishes into the nearby thicket. The remaining brawny knights linger, standing guard around the carriage, firmly rooted in place. As evening falls, on an unnamed hillock about a mile from the fishing village, Shermu kneels alone before a slightly raised grave, which bears a pale yellow stone tablet inscribed with the words, Grave of the Wang family of Sherman. Mother, you never could have imagined that father was still alive, having remarried elsewhere. Yet worry not, I shall fulfill the promise I made to you. Father left you under the pretense of pursuing his dreams of becoming a martial artist. I too shall become a true martial artist, the strongest in the world, so you may rest in peace beneath the 9 springs. Shermu murmurs at the grave, before rising and stretching his limbs. unexpectedly launching into punches before the tombstone. With each crack of bone reverberating, his movements transform from slow to swift, his form akin to that of a tiger. Within a short time, the air around him is filled with swirling shadows of fists, stirring up a cloud of yellow dust that completely engulfs him. Whoosh! A figure bursts forth from the morning mist, delivering a powerful punch to a nearby tree as a thunderous crash resonates. The tree quivers violently, and countless leaves cascade down, revealing a half-inch deep imprint where the punch struck the trunk. Shermu studies the imprint on the tree, his brows arching slightly. This set of punches is the sole technique he learned at the town's martial arts hall, the most widely practiced body tempering technique in Chi. According to the hall's coach, being able to leave such a deep mark on the trunk indicates that he has reached the 7th level of body tempering and is only 2 levels short of achieving the reputed aura perception, which is the key to true mastery. This, after all, was a process that took him a full 4 years. It is worth noting that the saying wealth in letters, strength in arms is not without merit. Since he decided to pursue martial arts, he had to save for 5 to 6 months just to cover the 30 taels of silver entrance fee for the martial arts hall, a cost he negotiated down significantly compared to other students. Moreover, the numerous herbal baths he underwent to aid his body tempering consumed all his fishing earnings over the years, leaving him perpetually broke, with his family living in utter poverty. Even so, achieving such a remarkable level of body tempering has left the hall's practitioners astonished, and the coaches continually marvel at his innate talent for martial arts. During this time, although he occasionally asked the hall's apothecary to concoct elixirs for him, the little funds he had couldn't purchase any rare herbs from town, relying instead on common varieties with negligible effects. Reflecting on this, Shermu lets out a resigned sigh. He is acutely aware that his foundation is rather mediocre. It is perhaps due to an extraordinary opportunity 2 years prior that he has emerged with such progress in just a few short years. This is also part of the reason he initially hesitated to agree to accompany the blue-robed elder to the Jean family. With these thoughts in mind, the youth gazes up at the moonlit sky before turning and sprinting down the hill. 15 minutes later, Shermu arrives at a rocky seafront and, with a splash, plunges into the water. He swiftly moves his arms and twists his body, gliding through the depths like a fish. Before long, he reaches an impressive depth of 30 to 40 feet. An astonishing scene unfolds. Beneath the previously dark waters, faint glimmers of white light begin to emerge, increasing in number and brightness, illuminating the surrounding water. Shermu remains unperturbed, holding his breath as he accelerates further down, suddenly flipping over to plant his feet on the sandy seabed, arriving at an area blanketed with fine, white sand. Here he can see clearly that the white glowing objects scattered around the seabed are actually dozens of palm's eye shells, surrounding a massive rock formation towering 7 to 8 feet high, flickering on and off in a mesmerizing dance. Chapter 2. The pearl gifted by the clam maiden. Shermu paid no heed to the luminous shells swiftly swimming to the colossal reef. With a single arm movement, he struck the surface multiple times with a resounding thud. A puff echoed as a mist of blood erupted from beneath the reef, swirling around the young man in a lively dance before silently merging into his body. Upon inhaling the blood mist, Shermu felt invigorated, and after exhaling deeply in the seawater, he astonishingly found himself able to breathe freely. Like a fish, he then swiftly maneuvered to the rear of the reef, excavating a rusted iron drill and chisel from the sandy seabed. Diligently chiseling away at the base of the reef, in the soft glow of white light, it became apparent that a clam the size of a water barrel lay trapped beneath the massive rock. Its body as white as jade, devoid of any blemish. However, this colossal creature was mostly pinned down by the immense reef, unable to move, with only the occasional flicker of silver light from its surface. After an incense stick's worth of time, Shermu, who had been tirelessly chiseling, began to feel weary. He held his breath once more, paused his actions, and turned to face the front of the reef. Lightly tapping the stone wall 3 times, upon hearing the sound, the clam's surface shimmered, reluctantly parting slightly to release another burst of blood mist. The earlier scene immediately replayed itself. After inhaling the blood mist, Shermu resumed his normal breathing, returned to his previous position with his hammer and chisel, and continued his arduous work. The white giant clam beneath the reef was something Shermu had discovered 2 years prior at the seabed. After unintentionally spraying it with a puff of blood mist, he had immediately gained the ability to breathe freely underwater. Realizing the clam's extraordinary nature in his astonishment, he retrieved his tools from home and returned to the seabed to gradually chip away at the base of the reef. Intending to rescue the giant clam, The clam appeared to possess a spirit of its own, seemingly aware of Shermu's efforts to save it. Whenever he struggled to breathe, it would expel a burst of blood mist, allowing him to breathe freely once more. However, the reef was overwhelmingly large, and even though Shermu could breathe freely in the water, his strength was still limited at the seabed, and the rock was incredibly hard. Thus, it had taken him nearly 2 years of persistent chiseling to approach success. During this time, Shermu discovered that the clam's blood mist was far more miraculous than he initially anticipated. Over the past 2 years, as he absorbed more of it, the once brief duration of the blood mist had extended to an ample time of a full incense stick. Moreover, Shermu also realized that the blood mist not only enhanced his aquatic abilities, but also proved beneficial to his body. His physical cultivation, which had stagnated due to a lack of medicinal assistance, had surged from the 4th level to the 7th level in one go. Additionally, many previously incomprehensible thoughts in his mind had suddenly become clear, suggesting a certain enlightening effect on his understanding, which had also made him significantly more mature than his peers. Otherwise, how could a mere teenager exhibit such composure in front of the elderly figure in the green robe? After laboring for nearly half the night, Shermu, thoroughly exhausted, finally left the seabed and returned to his dwelling in the fishing village. According to his usual routine, he would typically rest for several days to regain his strength before diving again. But under the current circumstances, he could not afford such luxury. The following night, the youth once again plunged into the sea. On the 3rd night, deep beneath the ocean, with a resounding crash, several fragments of stone cascaded down as the original reef trembled violently, beginning to tilt precariously toward the hollowed side. The giant clam, which had been firmly trapped beneath the massive stone, suddenly glimmered with silver light and struggled desperately to break free. Shermu, witnessing this, felt a surge of joy. He swiftly swam to the other side of the reef to avoid being crushed. The deafening noise continued as the reef tilted significantly, appearing on the verge of complete collapse, allowing the clam to barely escape from below. However, at that moment, an unknown undercurrent surged toward the direction of the collapsing stone. After a series of thunderous roars, the once tilted reef bizarrely returned to its original position, once again pinning the clam that had just begun to break free. Realizing the imminent danger, Shermu instinctively shouted, plunging his waist down, his feet sinking half a foot into the sand. With a vigorous shake of his arms, he unleashed 2 powerful punches against the reef. The muffled thuds echoed as his fists struck the stone wall, causing the surrounding water to churn violently. The massive reef trembled slightly, momentarily halting its oppressive descent. Seizing the opportunity, the clam flashed with brilliant white light, blurred momentarily, and inexplicably vanished from its original spot. Shermu, however, was propelled backwards several steps, his hands bloodied and bruised, as he coughed out a mouthful of blood and fell into unconsciousness. At that moment, the waters nearby stirred, and the clam re-emerged amidst the swirling white light, its shells gradually parting to reveal a miniature girl clutching a blood-colored orb. The girl appeared to be 6 or 7 years old. Standing only 3 inches tall, clad in a diaphanous garment, her skin as white as snow, with exquisitely delicate features. Her star-like black eyes scrutinized the unconscious youth and his bloodied hands, and a profound expression of gratitude crossed her small face. With arms resembling lotus stems, she raised the blood-colored orb high, releasing waves of silver light that radiated outward. In the next instant, a flurry of sounds erupted as countless shells of various sizes surged from the seabed, swiftly gathering beneath the young man's body to lift him upward. Before long, the surface of the sea parted, and the youth floated to the top. The multitude of shells then scattered in a frenzy. Plunging back into the depths, with a flash of silver, the giant shell reappeared beside the youth, its 2 halves wide open, and the miniature girl emerged once more, after glancing at the still unconscious boy. She looked at the blood-colored orb in her hand, her small face showing a hint of hesitation. Ultimately, with a determined expression, she bit her lip and hurled the orb toward the boy as the orb spun above him. A loud puff echoed, and a torrent of blood mist erupted forth. Days later, the girl appeared on the surface of the sea, thousands of miles away, now resembling a typical child, accompanied by a middle-aged beauty clad in blue palace attire. They traversed the ocean swiftly atop a giant black tortoise the size of a house, with waves crashing on either side. The beauty held the girl's hand, gazing at her with affection while continuously speaking. Child, had you not encountered me first, you might have faced dire consequences. TSK, the clam spirit maiden, a natural water sorceress. Such a phenomenon occurs only once in 10,000 years in the history of the East Sea. It seems our East Sea aquatic race is destined for great prosperity. By the way, child, what is your name? Why have I not seen your spirit orb? According to legend, all clam spirit maidens should possess a companion spirit orb, which is an excellent material for crafting protective artifacts. You say your name is Xiangzhu, and you gifted your spirit orb to your savior. It is indeed commendable to be grateful. What? He is a human. And a male at that? Child, remember this. Human males are the most unreliable of all. Next time you see one, feel free to strike him down. Now, let us go back and retrieve the orb from him. What? You say the spirit orb was defiled by some unknown monstrous blood long ago and has lost its efficacy? Oh, in that case, let it be. Consider it a favor to that human boy. But from now on, you must not meet him again. As the woman's voice faded, the giant tortoise carried them farther out to sea, eventually shrinking into a mere black until it vanished completely. In a daze, Shermu felt an intense heat enveloping him, as though his blood was boiling, and he was extraordinarily parched. With a sudden roar, he bolted upright. It was then that he realized he was seated on the sandy beach, surrounded by an eerie silence, devoid of any presence. The youth was stunned for a moment, then instinctively lowered his head, gasping in astonishment. To his shock, the backs of his hands, which should have been bloodied and bruised, were now smooth and unblemished. Shermu stared blankly at his hands, flipping them repeatedly, and upon sensing the unusual state of his blood within, a look of confusion washed over his face. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly recalled something and began to search his body. Moments later, he retrieved a thumb-sized, crystal-clear orb from the front of his garment. The youth felt perplexed, yet he was certain that this object had not been with him before. Shermu, unaware that the blood mist previously expelled by the clam contained the foreign blood from the orb, had only absorbed a fraction of it. Now, in order to heal his injuries, the girl had forced out the remaining foreign blood, restoring his condition to its original state. However, the orb itself had lost its spiritual essence due to the girl no longer suppressing the tainted blood. It had transformed into a rare night pearl. Otherwise, the girl would never have parted with it. After toying with the orb for a moment, Shermu felt its smoothness and recognized its considerable value, promptly concealing it carefully against his body. In the ensuing time, he once again plunged into the ocean, searching diligently at the collapsed reef's seabed. Once he confirmed that the giant clam had truly departed, he resurfaced with a sense of melancholy and returned to his home in the fishing village. 3 days later, in the morning, the elderly man clad in green appeared within the fishing village. Shortly thereafter, a black carriage, escorted by several knights, swiftly exited the village, heading towards Fengcheng. Chapter 3. Aunt Jean. The Great Qi Kingdom is situated on the eastern peninsula of the eastern continent, sharing its region with the Yin and Huang nations, all of which are backed by the vast East Sea and face the barbarian wastelands to the west. Thus, for centuries, they have formed a mutual alliance, often advancing and retreating together. Great Qi occupies the central position of the peninsula, flanked by the other two nations, yet boasts the strongest national power, claiming to maintain a standing army of 1 million. Huang follows in strength, while Yin is the weakest. Aside from the directly governed capital region, Great Qi is divided into 9 prefectures and 36 states, each state overseeing several to dozens of cities, with countless towns and villages beyond count. Fengcheng is the largest city within Quanzhou and serves as the state capital, ranking among the top 5 cities in the entire Kaiyuan prefecture. The Jin family is one of the prominent families in Quanzhou, owning extensive lands and estates outside the city, engaging in the trade of herbs and minerals, with influence that nearly extends over a substantial portion of Quanzhou. All of this was relayed to Shermu by the elderly man in green, who introduced himself as Jin Cheng, an external affairs steward of the Jin family, seemingly holding a significant status among the servants, as the few knights from the Jin family displayed great respect towards him. The group traveled for nearly a month, passing through 2 cities, before finally arriving at Fengcheng, directly crossing the city gates and heading towards the northwest corner of the city. Shermu sat by the window of the carriage, observing the bustling streets on either side. Having grown up in the fishing village, he had seldom ventured far, with the largest city he had previously visited being the nearby county town. Fengcheng, as the largest city in Chuanzhou, was adorned with towering structures of various kinds along the streets, and the throngs of pedestrians gave it an air of remarkable liveliness. Despite the city's vastness and vibrancy, Shermu felt an unexpected tranquility within, devoid of any emotional turbulence. As the group slowed their pace, the carriage took nearly half an hour to stop before an unassuming courtyard. Shermu alighted from the carriage and, glancing at the white banner raised beside the main gate, his expression subtly shifted. He then followed the elderly man in green through the gate, while a few knights remained dutifully by the carriage. After a brief interval, Shermu found himself in a hall adorned with white cloth for memorial purposes, where he encountered a woman clad in mourning attire and a girl of about 10 years. The woman appeared to be in her late 20s, exuding an air of elegance and grace. Upon seeing Shermu, she spoke with an undeniable authority. "You are late. Your father passed away a few days ago. I do not know what thoughts you hold regarding him, but you are his flesh and blood. So come and pay your respects first. We can discuss other matters later." The girl beside her had slightly swollen eyes, but regarded this unfamiliar brother with curiosity. Shermu turned his gaze towards the black coffin placed in the center of the hall, his expression complex. Noticing his demeanor, the woman made no effort to hasten him. The elderly man in green seized the opportunity to step forward, murmuring a few words to the woman before silently retreating. After a considerable time, Shermu finally moved, slowly approaching the coffin and calmly stating, "Open the lid. I wish to see him one last time." "Very well," the woman replied, clapping her hands twice. Immediately, two burly men emerged from either side of the hall, pushing the coffin lid open to reveal the still figure of a man lying within. Shermu lowered his head to gaze at the face of the man, who bore a striking resemblance to him. His complexion pale. After a moment, he retrieved an ordinary-looking bronze mirror from his waist and silently placed it beside the man's body. "This is..." The woman furrowed her brow slightly. "I do not know why my father chose to abandon us for so many years, but my mother had a last wish before her death, to bury this relic alongside him," Shermu said slowly. He then turned to the incense burner before the coffin, lit a stick of incense, and knelt 3 times on the ground, each bow resonating heavily. The woman was momentarily taken aback, seemingly surprised, yet she did not intervene. Shermu stood once more, staring blankly at the coffin in silence. At that moment, the woman gestured, and the 2 men replaced the coffin lid. "Follow me. This is not a place for conversation. Your father had matters to pass on to you," the woman said, leading the girl towards a side chamber. Shermu raised an eyebrow, but followed without hesitation. "Since you are willing to bow, it is not in vain that I had Steward Chung bring you here. I do not require you to call me mother. If you wish, you may address me as Aunt Jean. This is your half-sister, Yuhuan. Yuhuan, come and greet your brother." The woman turned immediately upon entering the side chamber. "Greetings, Brother Mu," Shi Yuhuan said, her large eyes curving into crescent moons, her petite nose and mouth lending her a charmingly mischievous air. Upon hearing her mother's words, she promptly greeted him, her voice clear and melodious. Shermu nodded at the girl, managing a faint smile. "Your father, though he became a member of the Jean family through marriage, nonetheless acquired a fortune during his lifetime, including the estate outside the city. As his eldest son, it is only natural that you inherit it. Yuhuan and I only require this residence in the city. After all, I am a member of the Jean family and do not lack for wealth. Furthermore, your father achieved great merit for the Jean family, which is also the reason for his untimely demise. This merit he never utilized. Therefore, I can now offer you 2 choices." The woman paused for effect. Shermu looked at her, taken aback. Point 1, as Steward Chung mentioned, "I can use this merit to exchange for a chi spirit pill from the Jean family, granting you the opportunity to enter the Kaiyuan Martial Academy in the future. The second option is to leverage the Jean family's power to secure you a low-ranking noble title in Great Qi, ensuring that you will never go hungry and could even secure wealth for your descendants." The woman continued earnestly, her gaze fixed on the youth. "Noble titles with real power?" Shermu furrowed his brow at the mention. "Indeed. The titles in Great Qi are classified as Duke, Marquis, Earl, Baron, and Knight, each corresponding to specific status and authority. Without delving into the higher ranks, given this merit and our Jean family's influence, acquiring a knighthood should be feasible. And it could also pave the way for you to obtain certain official positions later on," The woman explained, "No, I want the chi spirit pill," Shermu declared without hesitation after hearing her. "You should think carefully before making a decision. If I were in your position, I would choose the latter," the woman remarked, an unusual expression crossing her face. "What does that mean?" The youth sensed an underlying implication in her words. "How much do you understand about the comprehension of chi and the realm of martial artists?" The woman countered. From Aunt Jean's tone, "Could it be that you are also a martial artist?" Shermu inquired slowly, momentarily taken aback. This time, the woman did not respond immediately. Instead, she suddenly moved to the wall. Raising her arm, a decorative long sword with a golden hilt appeared in her grasp. The sound of slicing through the air echoed as she wielded the sword, creating multiple shadows around her body. Then, with a flash of cold light and a clarion ring, the sword transformed into a dazzling streak and embedded itself into the wall, leaving only the hilt trembling slightly outside. This scene left Shermu utterly astounded. "Do not be deceived by my appearance. I am actually one of the 3 late-stage martial artists of the Jin family. Otherwise, how could I request a chi spirit pill from the Jin family? After all, the chi spirit pill is worth its weight in gold and often difficult to obtain. Once a person dies, even if your father had achieved monumental merit in his lifetime, to certain individuals within the Jin family, it may not be deemed worthy of such a precious pill. This is also one of the reasons I advise you to reconsider. If you seek the chi spirit pill, it will surely displease some within the Jin family. I can protect you for a time, but I cannot safeguard you for a lifetime, and no matter the obstacles. I must become a true martial artist," Shermu replied resolutely. "Since you are so determined, I shall not press further. Let us first discuss what you know about the classification of martial artists' realms." Aunt Jean sighed, beginning her explanation. "Isn't it simply divided into body refinement, formal martial artists, and national guardians?" Shermu replied, "I have heard that once one becomes the most formidable national guardian, they can stand on equal footing with nobles and ministers. You learned these things from the martial arts halls in town, did you not? That terminology is not entirely incorrect. However, the instructors in those halls are likely only at the initial stage of late-stage martial artists. How could they possibly convey the true classification of martial artists' realms to you ordinary disciples?" Aunt Jean revealed a knowing expression. "I hope Aunt Jean can enlighten me. The terms body refinement, formal martial artists, and national guardians are merely colloquial expressions among common folk. The real classifications of martial artists on the Eastern continent should be referred to as martial apprentices, late-stage martial artists, and innate martial artists. They correspond to the previously mentioned categories of body refinement, formal martial artists, and national guardians. In the martial apprentice stage, anyone can cultivate the body refinement techniques, but those with inferior bone structure may never achieve greatness in their lifetime. Late-stage martial artists, however, are those who, after comprehending chi, can cultivate true energy. With the assistance of true energy, these martial artists can often face fully armed soldiers and emerge victorious, representing the true martial artists in the eyes of the common populace. Innate martial artists, on the other hand, are those whose true energy has reached a certain level and have successfully opened their chi house in their dantian, allowing them to cultivate innate true energy within their bodies. The innate martial artist is the true embodiment of a martial arts master. If one were to assert that a dozen or so fully cultivated martial disciples could band together to slay an acquired martial artist, it would often fall short of the truth. For even 100 acquired martial artists united may find themselves utterly powerless against an innate warrior. Upon reaching such a level, the innate martial artist possesses the ability to wield their vital energy externally, capable of striking down foes from afar. Under ordinary circumstances, an acquired martial artist would be utterly unable to approach. However, the path to becoming an innate warrior is not something that the average person can fathom. To my knowledge, there are but 7 or 8 innate warriors throughout the entire Dachi kingdom, Aunt Jean recounted meticulously to the young man. Only 7 or 8 innate warriors? Shermu was genuinely astonished. That number is not insignificant, she continued. Each innate warrior requires an astronomical investment of resources to cultivate. Furthermore, even with such an investment, the likelihood of a perfected acquired martial artist advancing to the innate realm remains exceedingly slim. Aunt Jean sighed, her expression tinged with a bitter smile. The young man fell into a profound silence. Very well, the innate realm is still too distant for you. If that day were to truly come, you would instantaneously ascend to the pinnacle of Dachi, where even the emperor would treat you with utmost deference, striving to curry your favor. This is the origin of the term guardian martial artist. For now, let me share with you some insights regarding body refinement and the perception of vital energy. How many levels of body refinement have you achieved? The woman continued to inquire. 7 levels, Shermu responded. His spirits lifting, indeed, for him at this moment. Grasping the concept of vital energy and joining the Kaiyuan Martial Academy was of paramount importance. However, 7 levels may be somewhat lacking, she remarked. The Kaiyuan Martial Academy will commence enrollment in a year. Do you believe you can achieve the 9th level of body refinement within that time? Initially uncertain, Shermu now felt a newfound confidence. If I apply myself, I should be able to, he asserted. Even if you reach the 9th level of body refinement and comprehend the concept of vital energy, it will merely meet the basic criteria for admission to the Kaiyuan Martial Academy. There will still be fierce competition, Aunt Jun commented, her tone slightly bemused. Shermu listened intently. To my knowledge, this year's cohort of martial disciples aspiring to enter the Kaiyuan Martial Academy boasts a considerable number of prodigies, with many having reached the 9th or even 10th levels of body refinement at a young age. After all, the higher the level of body refinement, the greater the assistance in comprehending vital energy. Traditionally, even with the aid of chi spirit pills, the chances of individuals your age comprehending vital energy is often less than 1 in 10. Many martial disciples only manage to grasp the concept in their 30s or 40s after consuming multiple chi spirit pills. This is why the Kaiyuan Martial Academy only admits disciples aged 10 and above, as those under 10 have yet to solidify their innate potential and cannot practice body refinement techniques. Conversely, those over 15 lack the potential to attain the perfected acquired realm and are deemed unworthy of cultivation. While there may be numerous acquired martial artists in the Duchy Kingdom, the number of those with a genuine chance to challenge the innate realm remains fewer than 100. Our Jin family boasts an ancestral figure who has reached the perfected acquired realm, which is a primary reason for our family's prominence in Chuanzhou. As she concluded, a proud expression graced Aunt Jean's face. The higher the level of body refinement, the greater the probability of comprehending vital energy. Less than 1 in 10? Shermu inhaled deeply. Although he had anticipated that not every individual consuming chi spirit pills would succeed in grasping the concept, he had not fathomed the odds would be so dismal. If you have any regrets, the alternative path I previously promised still stands, Aunt Jin said, fixing her gaze upon the young man with a sudden smile. No need for that. I have made up my mind. Shermu replied, shaking his head. Very well, I shall transfer the deed and other documents for the estate outside the city to you shortly. You may reside there for the time being, and I will arrange for Jin Chung to accompany you. Should you require anything in the future, you may contact him directly. When the chi spirit pills reserved by the Jin family arrive in a year, I will inform you. As a reminder, during this period, aside from focusing on body refinement, it would be wise to learn several practical martial techniques that will be useful for the Academy's entrance examination. After Aunt Jin nodded and issued her final reminder, Shermu expressed his gratitude, his words imbued with genuine appreciation. A quarter of an hour later, accompanied by Jin Chung, Shermu exited the estate, holding a wooden box, his expression tinged with surprise. The box contained the inheritance left to him by his father, which not only included a sizable estate on the outskirts of the city, but also several hundred acres of fertile farmland, a well-situated tavern within the city, and 3,000 taels in silver notes. In a single day, he had transformed into a man of considerable wealth. Unbeknownst to Shermu, shortly after his departure, a middle-aged man visited the estate and confronted Aunt Zhen with a furious expression. Seventh sister, are you truly unwilling to reserve that chi spirit pill for your own nephew, opting instead to give it to an outsider? This matter was a promise made by our father. Do you have any objections? Of course, I have objections. I shall not even mention the matters concerning the Biao brothers. That lad's surname is Sure, not Jin. Why should the chi spirit pill, which our Jin family procured with great effort, be given to an outsider? If you reconsider, our father will surely have no objections. You know very well that your nephew has failed to comprehend vital energy in the past. This year, he has finally gained some assurance. And since it is also the year the Kaiyuan Martial Academy is recruiting, if he misses this opportunity, he will surely regret it for a lifetime. The middle-aged man, whose face bore a somewhat elongated shape, glared furiously. Humph! Why should I? Simply because my husband has only this one son, who previously salvaged nearly half of the Jin family's wealth. Is this statement satisfactory to you, fifth brother? Aunt Zhen retorted curtly. Very well, That lad has no blood relation to you, yet you still choose to favor him. If that is the case, let us not speak of familial ties in the future. I will not plead with you. Even if I have to exhaust my entire fortune, I will procure another cheese spirit pill for your nephew." With that, the middle-aged man stormed off in anger. "Mother, are you truly allowing fifth uncle to leave just like that?" As soon as the man exited the hall, Shi Yuhuan emerged from somewhere, blinking innocently. "It is nothing. You know well that your fifth uncle's son lacks the aptitude for martial arts, even after expending significant resources on medicinal baths. He barely achieved the perfected acquired level. Even if he were to receive the chi spirit pill, his chances of comprehending vital energy would not significantly increase. Indeed, it seems Jin Tian's aptitude may not even match that of my brother. Even if he manages to grasp the concept of vital energy, his chances of succeeding in the martial academy are quite low," Shi Yuhuan remarked, clapping her hands in amusement. "Heh, it seems you have quickly turned your allegiance to your own brother. But I do not hold much hope for Shi either. However, the extent of my assistance for your brother can only go so far. If I were to involve myself further, the other members of the Jin family would surely be displeased. Although this is our first meeting, I must say I find him to be quite likable, far superior to those empty-headed fools in the Jin family," Jan Yuhuan replied with a cheerful smile. "In truth, your maternal grandfather's willingness to readily part with a chi spirit pill is largely due to his regard for you. After all, you comprehended vital energy at the tender age of 12, and have also cultivated body refinement to the 10th level. Your grandfather has high hopes for you," Anshin said, suddenly smiling. "Rest assured, I will master that sword technique within a year and gain admission to the Kaiyuan Martial Academy without any issues." "I will not disappoint my grandfather," the girl declared confidently. Aunt Jin nodded, her gaze filled with affection as she looked at her daughter. Outside Fengcheng, within a certain estate, Shi stood in a spacious courtyard surrounded by buildings, surveying his surroundings with a satisfied expression. The estate spanned an impressive 4 to 5 acres, with over 20 rooms, and the size of the courtyard delighted him beyond measure. Turning his gaze to the young men and women servants and tenants standing before him, he promptly inquired who was previously responsible for managing this estate and the surrounding fields. "Young Master Shi, I was in charge." A gray-haired middle-aged man stepped forward, responding respectfully. "What is your name, and are you a local?" Shi scrutinized the man for a moment, noting his honest demeanor, before inquiring gently, "My name is Zhang Suwa. I have lived in Fengcheng for 7 or 8 generations," the middle-aged man replied with deference. "Excellent. I shall entrust the management of this estate and the adjacent fields to you. The work arrangements and rent for the fields shall remain unchanged. Additionally, please inform the tavern manager to come here and meet me tomorrow." Shi instructed swiftly after a moment's contemplation. "Yes, young master," Zhang Suwa replied, his face lighting up with joy. The other servants and tenants breathed a sigh of relief as they bowed in agreement. "Is my handling of this matter satisfactory, Chengguan?" Shi turned to the elderly man in the green robe after everyone had left the courtyard. "You handled it quite well, young Master Shi. I must admit, it is hard to believe that you hail from a fishing village," the elderly man replied with a smile. "I, too, am somewhat surprised, but this feeling of being able to command others is rather gratifying. Furthermore, I have another matter I would like to entrust to you," Shi said, a hint of shyness in his voice. "Oh? Please feel free to ask, young Master Shi. Anything within my capabilities, I will not refuse," the elderly man replied, albeit somewhat surprised, but immediately acquiesced. "I wish to invite a truly skilled martial arts instructor to the estate for one-on-one training in my cultivation. Do you have anyone to recommend?" "Oh, when it comes to martial arts schools, the 4 renowned martial arts academies in Fengcheng are quite famous, and within them, the instructors also aspire to master another style of martial arts. If we are discussing blade techniques and fist arts, I recommend you seek out Master Li Songhai from the Lufeng Martial Arts Academy. He possesses extraordinary skills. However, I am uncertain what type of martial arts young Master Shi wishes to learn." The elderly man in the green robe pondered for a moment before responding. "I have previously chopped firewood in the village and found the blade quite manageable, and I have heard that the Fengqi 13 blades and the Shattered Stone Fist are exceptionally renowned. Yet, if it is a one-on-one instruction, that individual charges quite a hefty fee." Upon hearing this, the elderly man in the green robe merely contemplated for a brief moment before slowly speaking. "No matter. As long as he possesses genuine skill, spending a bit more money is inconsequential." Shi, with 3,000 taels of silver notes in his possession, felt rather affluent. "Very well then, I shall arrange for Master Li to come tomorrow." The elderly man in the green robe replied with a smile. Chapter 5. Li Songhai 3 months later, in the courtyard of a manor on the outskirts of the city. Shermu stood under the blazing sun, wielding a 3-foot-long azure blade, creating fleeting shadows of the blade within a radius of several paces. Surrounding the courtyard were several wooden stakes and a few straw figures, along with some heavy stone locks and a long rack displaying commonly used weapons such as swords and spears. "Halt!" a gruff voice suddenly called out. Shermu paused, retracting the blade's shadows and coming to a stop, holding the blade with one hand. "Indeed, you have finally grasped the fundamentals of the Fengqi 13 blades. However, your current level can only be described as rudimentary. You still have a long way to go before reaching a level capable of engaging in combat." The speaker was a lean man on the edge of the courtyard. Arms crossed and eyes gleaming, his bronze skin giving off an air of sharp wit and strength. This was none other than Li Songhai, the renowned instructor of the Lufeng Martial Arts Academy. A practitioner of the mid-stage acquired realm point 3 months ago, he had come to the manor and, after demonstrating an astonishing blade technique, immediately earned Shermu's respect, leading to daily 2-hour training sessions in martial arts. Although this Fengqi blade technique is classified as a martial disciple level skill, with the right subsequent training and corresponding techniques, it can still be employed in combat even at the acquired realm. Its main principle relies on the force of the wind, each strike faster than the last, and the moves themselves are not overly complicated. I once used this blade technique to slay 2 opponents of the same tier in mere moments. The most intricate martial arts at the martial disciple level is probably the Zaya's Hushin sword technique, which consists of 306 forms, and many individuals may devote their entire lives to mastering it without success. Li Songhai slowly explained. Master Li has mentioned that martial arts, are actually divided into martial techniques and cultivation methods. Martial techniques focus on the path of defeating enemies and life and death struggles, while cultivation methods pertain to refining one's energy and body. The two complement each other and are indispensable, but if one had to distinguish which is more significant, which would Master Li consider more worthy of emphasis? Shermu pondered before inquiring. "Heh, you little rascal certainly think deeply. However, this question has been posed by countless individuals throughout history. Every martial arts expert may have differing views. But for me, one who solely practices martial techniques cannot even enter the acquired realm. That would be akin to being top-heavy with an unstable foundation. Conversely, one who only practices cultivation methods, regardless of how profound their energy may be, could still be easily defeated by someone of a lower tier. However, I have heard that once a martial artist enters the innate realm, they can use their true energy to protect their body, rendering them impervious to ordinary blades and swords even while standing still, and can even obliterate those of significantly lower cultivation with a mere wave of their energy. Furthermore, while ordinary individuals may consider living to 100 years a mark of longevity, a martial artist who enters the innate realm can expect their lifespan to double. Li Songhai chuckled lightly. "It seems Master Li indeed believes that cultivation methods hold slightly more importance," Shermu remarked with a smile. Many profound martial arts inherently encompass both cultivation methods and martial techniques. Once cultivation methods reach a certain level, corresponding martial techniques will naturally accompany them. They are inseparable. For you martial disciples, however, it is naturally essential to cultivate martial techniques at this stage to enhance your strength. Otherwise, even if an unparalleled cultivation method were presented before you, without the comprehension of energy perception, you would be unable to practice it. Additionally, most advanced martial arts have levels suited for practitioners, and attempting to cultivate beyond 1's tier can result in stagnation or even backlash from 1's energy, rendering the effort counterproductive. Li Songhai appeared unfazed by this. "I understand. However, Master Li, may I request to see you demonstrate the Fengqi 13 blades once more?" Shermu nodded and asked. "Demonstrating the Fengqi 13 blades is quite taxing, and I still need to begin teaching you the shattered stone fist. Today, I can only perform it once more," Li Songhai replied with a furrowed brow before reluctantly agreeing. Shermu naturally responded eagerly. In the next moment, Li Songhai stepped into the center of the courtyard, took the blade from Shermu, and after a low shout, began to move swiftly. In an instant, the air was filled with the sound of slicing. And around the lean man, it appeared as if a white ribbon was dancing wildly, growing ever faster, blurring into a cold light that carried the sound of howling winds. Shermu watched intently without blinking. After a brief moment, The cold light began to move toward a wooden stake at the edge of the courtyard. With a loud shout, Li Songhai directed the cold light, accompanied by a gust of wind, towards the wooden stake, and just as the wind ceased, the cold light vanished simultaneously. With several cracking sounds, the stake was sliced diagonally into 7 pieces, rolling away onto the ground. This seemingly ordinary strike by Li Songhai resulted in 6 cuts in the blink of an eye. 6 cuts in one breath, and this was without the use of true energy. Master's mastery of this Fengqi blade technique is indeed remarkable. Shermu exhaled deeply, applauding in admiration. If I were to utilize true energy, I could achieve 9 cuts in a single breath. When this blade technique reaches its pinnacle, one could accomplish 13 cuts in a single breath. However, alas, I am still far from that. Additionally, there is a rumor surrounding this blade technique. Some say that the Fengqi 13 blades is actually a single innate blade technique, merely dissected into 13 forms, which is why it has been reduced to the martial disciple level, losing much of its power. Of course, you need not take this too seriously. If the Fengqi blade technique were truly a single innate technique, it would not be so easily circulated, as countless strong practitioners would have restored it by now. Li Songhai chuckled lightly. 13 cuts in a single breath. Could such a feat be possible? If one were to unleash such a strike, who could withstand it? Shermu was utterly astonished. If you could truly achieve 13 cuts in a single breath, not to mention innate martial artists, you could at least dominate the entire acquired realm. Enough of these thoughts. Let us proceed with the final explanation of the essence of this Fengqi blade technique. After which I will teach you the Shattered Stone Fist. This blade technique appears to consist of 13 forms, yet once unleashed, the techniques flow seamlessly, primarily leveraging the power of the raging winds to accelerate the blade's momentum. Ultimately becoming unstoppable, Li Songhai earnestly conveyed this, while Shermu listened intently, committing every word to memory. Very well, the instruction for the Fengqi blade technique ends here. We shall now commence with the Shattered Stone Fist. This fist technique, unlike the Fengqi blade technique, is a purely external martial skill, with exceedingly simple moves, relying entirely on the strength of one's fists to exert power. As its name suggests, the Shattered Stone Fist, when mastered, can indeed fracture stone and split rock. As he spoke, Li Songhai approached a stone lock the size of a basin, took a deep breath, and with a swift motion of his leg, kicked out like a whirlwind. With a resounding bang, despite his lean frame, Li Songhai managed to kick the massive stone lock high into the air. With a sudden surge, he thrust his fist into the air, and his slender figure seemed to swell with might, exuding an imposing presence akin to a lion. With a thunderous crash, the descending stone lock shattered upon impact with his fist, sending countless fragments scattering. Shermu's eyes lit up at this spectacle. Listen closely. Regardless of whether you practice blade or sword techniques in the future, there may be times when you find yourself without a weapon. In such moments, the only thing you can rely on is your own pair of fists. Though this Shattered Stone Fist is simple, it is sufficient for martial disciples, and if truly mastered, it lays a solid foundation for the future cultivation of higher-tier fist and leg techniques. However, despite its renown at the martial disciple level, few truly practice it, as this technique requires external force to enhance one's fists, making the path to mastery quite arduous. Furthermore, this fist technique places great emphasis on strength. If the practitioner possesses innate strength, they can achieve results with half the effort. And just now, I did not utilize any true energy, Li Songhai explained expressionlessly. But may I ask, Master Li, how much strength do you currently possess? Shermu inquired. I can easily lift a 500-pound stone lock without utilizing true energy, Li Songhai replied, striding over to a stone lock nearly the size of a person. This stone lock appeared immensely heavy. With a sharp shout, he squatted down, grasped it with both arms, and with a sudden exertion of strength, he lifted the stone lock high above his head. Shermu watched in astonishment, repeatedly expressing his admiration. A hint of pride appeared on the lean man's face. Indeed, to lift such a heavy stone lock using only physical strength is something few acquired martial artists in Fengchun can achieve. Half an hour later, Li Songhai departed from the manor, leaving Shermu alone in the square, now holding a thumb-sized vial and a pale-colored book. The vial contained a unique concoction created by Li Songhai to assist in the training of the Shattering Stone Fist. While the book served as its classic manual, after appraising the vial for a moment, Shermu uncorked it and inhaled its scent before stowing it away. He then seated himself on the grass nearby and began to peruse the book intently. It is worth mentioning that, had it not been for the old scholar from the private school near the fishing village, who recognized him as an orphan and generously allowed him to study for several years without charge, he might have remained illiterate. After swiftly finishing the book, Shermu glanced again at the vial in his hand, and a peculiar expression crossed his face. "Is more strength truly better?" the young man murmured, tucking the book away before turning his attention to the nearby stone locks, making his way toward the largest one. This stone lock was as large as a tabletop, nearly twice the size of the one previously lifted by Li Songhai. Weighing at least 1,000 pounds, crouching down, he moved his right arm and astonishingly seized the handle of the stone lock. With a resounding thud, Shermu lifted the colossal object effortlessly above his head with one hand. Chapter 6. Transformation. It feels a bit light. I should be able to lift something heavier. Shermu mused to himself, raising his hand and, with a thundering crash, hurled the stone lock onto the ground nearby. The entire square trembled slightly. Only then did Shermu raise both hands to examine them closely. His palms were long and sturdy, yet, no matter how one looked at them, they did not seem capable of exerting 1,000 pounds of force. After a moment of contemplation, he approached the wooden frame and again retrieved the long blade. Moments later, a flurry of blade shadows erupted in the square, reminiscent of flying sand and stones, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea. With a swift whoosh, a white streak surged forth, engulfing a nearby wooden post. With several sharp cracks, the post was instantly sliced into 7 segments, tumbling away. 6 strikes in a single breath. His speed with the blade had already surpassed Li Songhai's earlier demonstration. As the blade shadows dissipated, Shermu stood holding the long knife in reverse, gazing at the wooden post with a contemplative expression. As evening fell, within a sparsely furnished large room, a heavy wooden door was locked from the inside. Shermu lay on the large bed in the center of the room, his eyes tightly shut. At this moment, his skin was flushed, drenched in sweat, and he curled up tightly, intermittently emitting muffled groans. His limbs twitching incessantly, his entire being caught in a state of semi-consciousness. After an indeterminate period, his pain sounds gradually ceased, his limbs slowly stretching out, his skin returning to its normal hue as he opened his weary eyes. Taking several deep breaths, he got off the bed to stretch his arms and legs. With a sudden motion, he grasped the edge of the bed, tightening his grip. With a sharp crack, the seemingly solid wooden edge splintered apart. My strength has increased a bit more, but it is no longer as astonishing as before. It has been a month since the last occurrence, and it only lasted a quarter of an hour. It seems unlikely that I will see significant improvement in the future. After a quarter of an hour, Shermu suddenly let out a loud roar, and with a powerful punch, he struck deep into the water vat, penetrating over a foot and nearly burying half of his arm in the yellow beans. "Stop! Did I not instruct you to refrain from using excessive force at the outset? Let me see if your hand is injured." Li Songhai, witnessing this scene, turned pale and barked sternly, swiftly retrieving a vial of medicine from his pocket. "Masterly, it's nothing," Shermu grinned, pulling his arm out of the yellow beans. "Humph, whether it's nothing or not is for me to decide." "Take off your gloves," Li Songhai snorted, speaking without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Shermu could only shake his arm once more before methodically removing the layers of the leather glove from his fist, casually moving his slightly reddened fingers before Li Songhai. "It seems you really are unscathed. Oddly enough, based on my years of teaching experience, exerting such force in one go should normally leave your fingers drenched in blood. Come here and strike this wooden post with your fist, and this time, use all your strength." Li Songhai scrutinized Shermu's palm, revealing an expression of surprise. After some contemplation, he pointed to a nearby sturdy wooden post. Upon hearing this, Shermu took a deep breath and approached the wooden post, slowly circling around it. With a resounding crash, Shermu shifted his shoulder and unleashed a fierce punch, astonishingly breaking the thick wooden post in two. The upper half of the post flew off with a whoosh, crashing heavily against the outer wall of a nearby building, causing the entire structure to shake slightly. His retracted fist was, astonishingly, completely unharmed. Chapter 7. Bloodline warriors. I have never encountered someone capable of achieving such a feat so early in their training of the stone-breaking fist. Could it be that you have awakened some form of bloodline? Li Songhai was taken aback by the sight, his expression one of disbelief. "Bloodline?" Shermu was momentarily stunned by the term. Heh, perhaps I am overthinking it. Bloodline warriors are exceedingly rare. You are likely just naturally tough-skinned and resilient. That being said, you are indeed an excellent candidate for practicing external martial arts. Seems I made the right choice in teaching you the stone-breaking fist. Elite Song Hai chuckled softly, shaking his head. Masterly, what exactly is a bloodline warrior? Shermu inquired with curiosity. How should I explain? Bloodline warriors, among us martial artists, refer to those who have awakened a certain bloodline within them, granting them unique talents that ordinary people lack. However, those who can awaken their bloodline are exceedingly scarce, almost 1 in 10,000. Your level of ability does not seem to suggest such a possibility. If you truly wish to understand more about bloodline warriors, you will find someone to explain it to you once you enter the Kaiyuan Martial Academy. Just know this, bloodline warriors are almost always prodigious beings, capable of overwhelming others of the same rank. If you encounter one, it's best to steer clear. However, bloodline warriors are often targets of envy. If they do not belong to a powerful faction, many without backing face plots and assassination before they can even grow. By the way, there are many renowned geniuses among the applicants for the Kaiyuan Martial Academy, and there is a significant possibility that some may be bloodline warriors. Elite Song Hai clearly did not intend to elaborate further, dismissively waving his hand. Shermu could only nod in acknowledgement, refraining from further inquiries, but in his heart, he could not help but associate the matter of bloodline warriors with his own bodily transformations he had experienced over the past several times, firmly imprinting it in his mind. However, your talent in practicing the stone-breaking fist is indeed far beyond that of ordinary individuals. How about this? I will directly accelerate your training pace. Otherwise, it would be ineffective for you at this stage. Elite Song Hai observed Shermu for a moment before smiling again. Naturally, Shermu had no objections to this. During the ensuing time, Li Song Hai had someone replace the surface of the water vat with seemingly sharp fragments of stone while removing a layer of leather from Shermu's hands, allowing him to resume striking. This time, after a series of punches, Shermu soon began to feel a soreness in his hands. After a meal's worth of time, he felt a stabbing pain across the surface of his fists, as if countless fine needles were hidden within the fragments. Noticing that Li Song Hai showed no intention of stopping him, Shermu gritted his teeth and continued to pummel the fragments in the vat with unrelenting speed. Remember, the practice of the stone-breaking fist is exceedingly domineering, making it easy to injure your tendons and bones. Even with your decent talent and my superior ointment for healing, you will not be able to train again for 3 or 4 days after each session. Therefore, during this period, you can continue to practice body tempering techniques, and only when your hands have fully recovered can you resume training the stone-breaking fist. If you can persist through this, it is highly likely you will achieve a minor success in the stone-breaking fist within half a year, Elite Song Hai instructed. Understood, Shermu replied resolutely, delivering a heavy punch into the fragments. Causing the entire vat to shudder slightly as evening approached, Shermu sat in a wooden chair within the room, his arms resting on the table before him. His gloves had been removed, yet his 10 fingers were already swollen to an alarming size. Resembling radishes, more than twice their normal girth, and even the skin appeared almost translucent. Shermu gazed at the peculiar shape of his hands, a bitter smile etched across his face. According to Li Song Hai, it was only when his hands had taken on such a form that it indicated the effectiveness of his daytime training. However, with his hands now swollen to this extent, applying medicine would be quite the challenge. As he grimaced and retrieved the vial of ointment given to him by Li Song Hai, he opened the cap and began to apply it to his palms with his inflamed fingers, soon breaking out into a sweat from the pain. The following morning, upon awakening, Shermu instinctively raised his hands to take a look, and he was instantly stunned. His once highly swollen hands had returned to their original state. Had it not been for the faint reddish bruises still present on the back of his hands, he would have almost believed himself to be dreaming. "How is this possible?" Shermu exclaimed, shaking his wrist and quickly moving his 10 fingers. Everything felt normal, devoid of any pain or discomfort, as if yesterday's training had never occurred. Still in disbelief, Shermu blinked at his hands before suddenly grasping the bedpost. Exerting force with his fingers, with a sharp crack, a sizable piece of wood was instantly crushed into splinters. Indeed, I am unscathed. Could it be that I truly awakened some form of bloodline talent? If so, it must be related to the enormous clam I saved. Could it be that the blood mist it released transformed me into a bloodline warrior? However, recalling Li Songhai's words from yesterday, it was not necessarily a good thing to let others know he was a bloodline warrior. Yet, now that he possessed such remarkable recovery abilities, could he not train the stone-breaking fist daily, exponentially increasing his training speed? With this thought, Shermu felt a mix of astonishment and joy, yet his expression shifted between contemplation and indecision. By noon, Shermu had his hands tightly wrapped in white cloth strips, with sandbags bound around his waist and legs. As he dashed around the square before long, he was drenched in sweat. Songhai, standing nearby, observed this scene with a satisfied expression on his face. In the afternoon, within a securely closed room in the manor, muffled thuds echoed in the spacious room. The white cloth strips around Shermu's hands had long since vanished. He had donned thin fishskin gloves and was relentlessly pounding the fragments in the water vat. Shermu kept his mouth shut, ignoring the intense pain in his fists, and continued to strike fiercely at the vat. Late at night, the young man lay in bed, soundly asleep, his face showing signs of exhaustion. His arms were sprawled open at the edge of the bed, both fists swollen again, coated with a thick layer of white ointment. Suddenly, one of Shermu's fingers twitched involuntarily, and a hint of pain crossed his face. Yet he remained deeply asleep. "What, you wish to learn the iron refinement method from me?" Li Songhai exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise as he asked the young man before him. "Indeed, I recall Master Li mentioning that you possess a unique body tempering method. With a training speed several times that of ordinary methods, if I practice this method, there is a significant chance I could reach the 11th layer of body tempering before the Academy's enrollment. And then, upon taking the Qi Spirit Pill, I would have a good chance of comprehending the sense of Qi." Shermu, his hands still wrapped in thick cloth, replied calmly, "I did mention that before. But do you understand that while the iron refinement method is astonishingly effective, it requires a vast amount of resources and the training process is extremely dangerous, even potentially life-threatening?" Li Songhai said gravely. "As long as I can advance to the 11th layer of body tempering within half a year, I am willing to take any risks and spend any amount of money. Master Li, please teach me." Shermu responded decisively. "I have already explained the weight of this decision to you. If you insist on learning, I have no reason not to teach you. However, the initial stages of this method require assistance from others, so you will need to come to the martial hall for training from now on. Is that acceptable?" "Absolutely. To avoid the hassle of back and forth, I might as well stay in the city for a while. Once my training reaches a certain point, I will return here." Upon hearing this, Shermu immediately had other thoughts. "It would be even better if you could stay near the martial hall. Bring 1,000 taels of silver to the martial hall tomorrow. I must return to prepare some items, and I can officially teach you the iron refinement method." Then Li Songhai instructed. This money is not given for free. As the name suggests, this body tempering method involves treating the body as iron and stone, continuously hammering and refining it to forcibly enhance one's physique. During this period, you must not only endure pain that is unbearable for ordinary people, but also adhere to the regimen of daily medicinal baths as prescribed. Without fail. Otherwise, your mortal frame will surely succumb. If you can indeed persist, I will have nothing more to teach you at the martial apprentice stage." After a sinister chuckle, Li Songhai nodded non-committally. Shermu repeatedly affirmed with eagerness. In the ensuing time, Li Songhai imparted some techniques for the shattered stone fist to Shermu before taking his leave. Subsequently, Shermu summoned the steward Zhang Suo, instructing him to immediately seek a quiet dwelling to rent in the city, as he intended to reside in Fengcheng for a while. Naturally, Zhang Suo did not dare to refuse and hurriedly departed with some silver. Chapter 8. Encountering corpses in the ancient temple half a year later. On a secluded mountain path amidst the desolate hills outside Fengcheng, a torrential downpour commenced, with raindrops the size of beans crashing to the ground, while ominous thunder rumbled intermittently in the dark clouds, and flashes of lightning danced wildly across the sky. A figure raced through the deluge like a leopard, each stride covering a distance equivalent to 5 or 6 steps of an ordinary person, swiftly cresting a nearby hill and plunging into a dense thicket adjacent to the summit. Moments later, a chilling glint flickered around the figure. With a resounding crash, several large trees were cleaved in half and toppled after the figure darted past. At that moment, a colossal flash of lightning illuminated the scene, revealing a person adorned in a straw hat and a rain cloak. As the trees swayed, This individual abruptly vanished into the darkness. An hour later, the door of a seemingly dilapidated mountain temple was forcefully flung open with a resounding bang, followed by heavy footsteps. A figure, bearing a massive object upon their shoulder, entered, bringing with them a gust of wind and rain. The two individuals gathered around a bonfire in the temple's main hall stared in astonishment at the newcomer. "We have a guest. Have you used my firewood?" Upon discarding the burden from their shoulder onto the ground and shaking off the rain from their cloak, the newcomer inquired nonchalantly. The two individuals were a man in his 40s, whose refined appearance was marred by the traces of hardship, and a girl of around 14 or 15, whose fair and delicate features were marred by a sizable birthmark on her forehead, detracting from her otherwise lovely visage. So the firewood in the temple belongs to you. Young sir, I was unaware and thought it was unclaimed, and having soaked my clothes earlier, I, along with the young lady, took the liberty of using it. However, rest assured, I shall compensate you for the firewood," the middle-aged man said as he rose to offer his apologies, though his gaze involuntarily flickered toward the enormous object cast upon the ground. Revealing a hint of trepidation, it was a wild boar, weighing nearly 100 pounds. Its eyes rolled back, blood at the corners of its mouth, and its two exposed tusks broken, indicating it had been dead for some time. Since this firewood has been cut down, it is meant for use. There is no need to discuss compensation. The figure stepped forward, illuminated by the bonfire, revealing a young man with thick eyebrows and large eyes, bearing a single-edged sword on his back, none other than Shermu. "I have no words to express my gratitude, young sir," the middle-aged man exhaled with relief, a broad smile spreading across his face as he returned to the bonfire, murmuring reassurances to the girl beside him. The girl, clad in a blue dress, secretly glanced at Shermu a couple of times but remained silent, exuding an air of quietude. At that moment, Shermu removed his sword, and as he shed his rain cloak, he revealed a thick black armor that encased his upper body snugly, exposing only his neck and arms. "Is that black armor?" the middle-aged man exclaimed in surprise upon noticing the half-armor adorning Shermu. "Are you familiar with this armor?" Shermu inquired, somewhat taken aback. "Not to hide anything from you, young sir, I once witnessed a blacksmith create such armor and thus recognized it at first glance." "May I ask how much it weighs?" the middle-aged man responded with a smile. "I have heard from that blacksmith that although this black armor can be worn, it is exceedingly fragile and offers little defensive capability. Its sole purpose is to provide weight for martial practitioners to strengthen their bodies, and why armor does not weigh much. If it were any heavier, I would be unable to don it," Shermu replied vaguely, then suddenly exerted pressure on one side of the black armor with his fingers. With a cracking sound, the armor split into two pieces, which Shermu casually tossed to the ground. With a thunderous crash, the ground shuddered slightly, causing the middle-aged man to blink in surprise. That weight must be over 500 or 600 pounds. Could it be that this youth is a humanoid beast? Otherwise, how could he wear such a thing and still move with ease? It was evident to him that despite the youth's tender age, his physique was extraordinarily formidable, indicating that his body refinement techniques were undoubtedly impressive. Having freed himself from the constraints of the black armor, Shermu seemed to relax, swiftly retrieving his sword and, in a few deft motions, severing the two front legs of the wild boar. With a flick of his wrist, a cold glimmer enveloped one of the legs. Swiftly stripping it of its skin and fur, he then produced a small vial from his pocket, poured some white powder over the pig leg, and took a few steps toward the bonfire to commence the roasting process. Moments later, an aromatic scent of meat wafted throughout the temple. The father and daughter across the fire had already taken out a package of dried food to share, but upon catching a whiff of the roasted meat, the girl glanced at the sizzling pig leg, unable to suppress a swallow. However, she quickly recognized the impropriety of her actions, her face flushing as she lowered her head. Noticing this, Shermu smiled slightly and unexpectedly offered the nearly half-roasted pig leg across the fire. "How could we accept this? We have already used your firewood. To share this roasted meat would be..." The middle-aged man exclaimed joyfully, yet humbly, but he accepted the roasted meat without hesitation. "Dad." The girl beside him chided him playfully, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Did you not see that there is plenty more roasted meat? This young sir is clearly capable and likely does not mind this small portion," the middle-aged man replied with a grin. "Father, you really..." The girl blushed anew but hesitated for a moment before thanking Shermu shyly. "It is of no concern. The wild boar I hunted is substantial. I could not possibly finish it all." Shermu chuckled as he returned after skinning another leg. "By the way, young sir, we must be nearing Fengcheng, correct? My daughter and I have come from Yingqing to visit relatives, but we did not anticipate encountering such heavy rain and losing our way in the mountains," the middle-aged man said, hurriedly tearing a piece of roasted meat and handing it to his daughter. "Indeed, it is quite close. From this temple, heading east along the mountain path for about 10 li will bring you to the west gate of Fengcheng," Shermu replied, coming to a realization. "Splendid. Xiu'er, did you hear that? Tomorrow we shall arrive in Fengcheng, and you will soon become a bride of the Wu family," the middle-aged man exclaimed jubilantly, addressing the girl. "Father, what are you saying? Given our current circumstances and my appearance, whether they will acknowledge this marriage is uncertain." The girl blushed deeply at her father's mention of her betrothal. "My daughter is by no means unattractive. In my eyes, she has always been exceptionally bright. As for our family's plight, it has some connection with the Wu family. Xiu'er, you need not worry. When the time comes, I will discuss this matter with the Wu family." The middle-aged man dismissed her concerns. Shermu, upon hearing this, felt a stirring within. The Wu family? Could it be the one in Fengcheng that ranks just below the Jin family? However, this father and daughter seemed too frail. "Likely not martial practitioners," asked the middle-aged man, and his daughter conversed in hushed tones. Shermu continued to roast the meat in silence when suddenly, a chilling howl echoed from afar, followed by a series of thunderous sounds, rapidly approaching as though some enormous entity was barreling toward the dilapidated temple. "What is that? Is it a beast from the mountains?" the middle-aged man exclaimed in alarm, immediately rising and producing a gleaming short sword. Positioning himself protectively in front of the girl, though his trembling legs betrayed his lack of strength. "Be cautious. That is definitely not a beast, at least not one from this mountain. Otherwise, I would not be unfamiliar with such a howl," Shermu declared, leaping toward the bonfire to grasp his sword firmly, his aura brimming with ferocity as he fixed his gaze on the entrance. Having spent the last 6 months hunting various beasts in this area, he had not done so for mere amusement. It served both to refine his body and to gain practical experience in combat techniques. While the creatures in this mountain may not be particularly formidable, the number of wolves and wild boars that had perished at his hands exceeded 100, granting him ample experience in real combat, far surpassing that of an unblooded martial apprentice. Although the middle-aged man lacked martial prowess, he possessed some discernment. Seeing Shermu's calm demeanor afforded him a measure of reassurance, though he continued to shield the girl behind him. With a resounding crash, the ground shook once more. The once dilapidated temple doors suddenly burst open from the outside, splintering into countless shards of wood, as a pitch-black humanoid monstrosity charged into the grand hall amidst the chaos. "Zombie. Good heavens, how could such a ghastly creature appear here? What on earth is the army of Fengcheng doing? It's over. We're doomed." As the middle-aged man discerned the visage of the creature, he nearly fainted on the spot. "A zombie?" Shermu's scalp prickled as he stared at the grotesque being before him. The abomination towered at least 2 zhang in height, its facial features a gruesome blur, with only 2 gaping blood holes where its eyes should have been. Its body was covered in coarse, dark hair, from which droplets of green liquid fell periodically, emanating a nauseating stench. Chapter 9. Slaying the corpse. Just as Shermu was engulfed in astonishment, the creature emitted a low growl and lunged toward him with a foul wind. Taking a deep breath, Shermu cast aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, and without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward. With a flick of his wrist, his single blade transformed into a sweeping shadow of cold steel. A series of sharp sounds echoed as the blade sliced through the creature's chest, leaving behind merely a few shallow cuts from which faint green blood seeped, but it seemed hardly affected. In retaliation, the creature extended its arms and lunged at Shermu with ferocious intent. Shermu's heart raced, but the time spent training in heavy armor amidst the mountains had honed his reflexes. Although he had yet to practice any light-footed techniques, he managed to pivot on the spot, narrowly evading the powerful grasp of the creature's massive arms. In an instant, he reappeared behind it, delivering another series of shallow cuts to its waist. Though the creature sustained little damage, it was clearly enraged. It twisted its body in a bizarre 180-degree turn, its arms swinging like bludgeons aimed directly at Shermu. The force of this attack caught him off guard, and there was no time to dodge. He could only cross his arms in front of him, bracing for impact as he was sent hurtling backward like a ragdoll. Shermu's back slammed against a thick stone pillar, causing him to stagger before he regained his footing, though his vision blurred momentarily. The humanoid monstrosity was relentless, propelling itself toward him once more with a foul wind. In a desperate growl, Shermu did not retreat. Instead, he flicked his wrist, unleashing 6 blade shadows that struck the creature with precision. With a muffled thud, the young man felt a surge of heat in his fingers, causing the blade to slip from his grasp and soar upward. Embedding itself in a beam of the grand hall, Shermu stumbled back, while the creature emitted a chilling howl, staggering under the force of the blade strikes. New gashes appeared on its arms, and 2 long cuts marred its face, from which torrents of green blood gushed forth. "Brother! The zombie's head is its weak point. Strike there!" The middle-aged man finally called out, panic lacing his voice. Yet, this cry drew the creature's attention, which, realizing Shermu was a formidable opponent, turned in fury towards the campfire. The middle-aged man, witnessing this dreadful turn, was paralyzed with fear. However, his daughter stood behind him, leaving him no time to flee. With a grim resolve, he hurled his short sword at the zombie and then spun around, shielding his daughter with his own body. In a swift motion, the creature brushed aside the short sword with one arm, while its other claw-like hand plunged into the man's back, tearing through fabric and flesh. The man let out a horrified scream, blood gushing forth. The young girl, held tightly by her father, turned pale and screamed in terror. In that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. The creature, poised to bite into the man's neck, shuddered as it heard the girl's scream, releasing a tortured wail as it withdrew its arm and staggered back in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Shermu dashed behind the creature with astounding speed, leaping nearly a zhang high, his fists clenched and aimed at the sides of the creature's head. With a resounding crash, Shermu's fists struck like iron hammers, producing a deafening explosion that shattered the creature's skull, sending green blood splattering everywhere. Shermu swiftly planted one foot on the ground, propelling himself several steps back to avoid the deluge of blood. The headless corpse of the monster swayed before collapsing heavily to the ground. Shermu steadied himself, inhaling deeply, though his complexion remained pale. The encounter had lasted but a fleeting moment, yet the terror of the zombie far surpassed that of the beasts he had previously slain. Had it not been for the unexpected distraction caused by the girl's scream, he would never have landed such a decisive blow. "Father!" The anguished cry of the girl pierced the air. Shermu turned to see her half collapsed over her father's body, desperately attempting to staunch the gaping wound in his chest with her hands, but blood continued to pour forth relentlessly. "Brother, don't speak. I'll fetch a doctor to stop the bleeding," the girl pleaded through her tears. "It's futile. Show her. I possess some knowledge of medicine, but my lifeblood has already ceased. I fear I have but moments left. I have lived my life to the fullest, and even as I depart, I harbor no regrets." "Save for your future," the middle-aged man replied, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he cast a longing glance at Shermu. The girl, upon hearing this, was consumed by sorrow. "Uncle Zhong, do you have any final words for me?" she asked, her voice trembling. Shermu sighed and approached the dying man, kneeling beside him. Though he sensed trouble looming, he could not turn a blind eye to such a situation. "Brother, the fact that you and my father's daughter can meet here is indeed a remarkable fate. As I prepare to depart, I cannot leave Shoer alone in this world. I entrust her to you." The middle-aged man gasped, his breaths growing labored. "Entrust her to me? Is that truly necessary? Your daughter seems to have an engagement with the Wu family. I can see her safely delivered to them," Shermu replied, taken aback. "The Wu family have, if I were still alive, I could surely ensure their acceptance. But now they will never acknowledge this union. If you take her to them, it will only lead to despair," the man lamented. "If that is the case, I could also send Shoer to other relatives," Shermu interrupted, furrowing his brow. "Since the Zhong family has fallen, there are no relatives left. Shoer, listen well, your engagement with the Wu family is hereby annulled. Brother, I do not expect you to marry my daughter formally. I only ask that you allow her to be a concubine. Ensuring her future is secure. If you ever wrong her, I, Zhong Ming, will not let you rest even in death." The middle-aged man spoke rapidly, pulling a small wooden box from his robes and thrusting it into Shermu's hands before letting out a final, anguished cry, his life extinguished. "Father!" The girl, initially stunned into silence by her father's words, was now overwhelmed with grief, collapsing over the lifeless body and wailing loudly. Shermu stood beside her, holding the wooden box, utterly dumbfounded. "This young master, my father likely spoke in delirium at the end. You need not take his words to heart. When we reach Fengcheng, please take me to the Wu family." The girl finally managed to speak, her eyes swollen and red. "Miss Zhong, I believe Uncle Zhong's final words were somewhat inappropriate. You should keep this item," Shermu said, exhaling a sigh of relief and awkwardly returning the wooden box to her. "I have never seen this before, but since it was given to me by my father, I shall not take it back. Moreover, had it not been for your hand in slaying this monster, I would not have survived," she replied, shaking her head. "Miss Zhong, please refrain from calling me young master. My surname is Shi, and my name is Mu. Let us proceed. It seems the rain has ceased outside. I shall help you bury your father." "Lest the beasts of the mountain be drawn to his remains," Shermu suggested after a moment's hesitation. "Thank you, Shi de Gu. Please, from now on, just call me Zhong Xiu'er," she replied, her demeanor seemingly strengthened after the outpouring of tears. A quarter of an hour later, on the hillside behind the ancient temple, a young girl knelt before a grave, suppressing her inner anguish as she bowed 3 times with a heavy heart before reluctantly following Shermu. Glancing back every few steps, upon their return to the temple, the corpse of the previous humanoid monster still lay in the same spot, yet its surface began to rot at an astonishing pace, while a greenish liquid seeped out, filling the grand hall with a foul odor. Upon witnessing this, Zhong Xiu dared not approach any closer, but Shermu furrowed his brow and remarked, "Such an eerie entity cannot simply be left here." "Miss Zhong, please wait a moment. I shall take care of this." The girl nodded in agreement. Shermu then turned and exited the grand hall, returning shortly with several thick, enormous leaves resembling banana fronds. Striding purposefully to the monster's corpse, he bent down and swiftly wrapped the remains, lifting them to carry outside. With a sudden thud, an object fell from the leaves. Shermu's eyes widened in surprise as he stared at the item on the ground, a dark iron plate. Its surface adorned with intricate patterns that resembled letters, none of which he recognized. "Miss Zhong, do you recognize this?" he inquired, unable to contain his curiosity as he picked up the plate and inspected it from various angles. "I have never seen such a thing. It must belong to the zombie itself," she replied, shaking her head after a brief glance at the plate. Shermu nodded, hesitating for a moment before placing the plate into his pocket, continuing to support the leaves that wrapped the corpse as he exited the temple. Before long, the two found themselves walking along the mountain path back to the city. Along the way, Shermu could not resist asking Zhong Xiu about the earlier screams that had tormented the zombie, but the girl wore a look of confusion, clearly unaware of the matter. Recognizing this, Shermu refrained from pressing further questions. As night fell, and with the west gate of Feng City closed, he decided to take the girl directly to his estate on the outskirts of the city. Later that night, Shermu sat in his bedroom, toying with the iron plate in his hands. At first glance, it appeared to be a common piece of black iron, yet it was surprisingly heavy and cold to the touch. Upon closer inspection, the intricate patterns revealed an ancient and mysterious quality. Although Shermu could not discern the origin of the plate, it was evident that it was no ordinary object. After examining it for a while without any further insights, he set it aside and retrieved the wooden box that Zhong Ming had forcefully given him just before his death. The Zhong family seemed to have some background. Since this item was referred to as a family heirloom, it must hold considerable value. Upon opening the box, he discovered a thick, yellowed tome, its cover embossed with the words Zhong Gong's secret manual in red. Shermu was taken aback and began to flip through the pages, each one filled with densely packed black text, accompanied by vivid illustrations. After perusing just a few pages, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. A quarter of an hour later, he had hurriedly flipped through the entire manual, gasping as he stared blankly at the tome in his hands. The Zhonggong's secret manual was divided into 2 parts. The first half detailed various unconventional weapon crafting methods, while the latter contained instructions for creating intricate tools, mechanisms, and recipes for hundreds of poisons. The bizarre and unfathomable nature of the information exceeded anything Shermu had previously imagined. For instance, one weapon, known as the Black Stone Poison Heart Sword, appeared to be an ordinary black iron longsword. But its blade was hollow and filled with a substantial amount of poison. If a warrior wielded this sword against an opponent, it would shatter after just a few strikes, releasing the poison to ensure the opponent's demise. Another device, referred to as the bowing crossbow, was particularly insidious. It was designed to be concealed on the user's back, allowing them to fire 3 crossbow bolts from beneath their sleeves while bowing in greeting, catching opponents completely off guard. The poison recipes range from those that rendered a person unconscious on the spot to those that took days to manifest, each more lethal than the last. What exactly was the Zhong family involved in to possess such items? Given the tome's worn condition, it was likely a relic passed down from their ancestors, Shermu mused to himself. The contents of this manual truly opened his eyes. If he could master its teachings, he would be better prepared to defend against similar threats in the future. Additionally, several items mentioned piqued his interest. Shermu quickly flipped through the pages again, soon returning to an illustration depicting 2 weapons, one large and one small, arranged vertically. The larger weapon was a slightly curved single-edged sword with an elongated hilt, almost suitable for two-handed use, while the hilt featured a faint black line connecting to a ring. The smaller weapon appeared to be a short blade, sharp yet exceptionally diminutive. The young man studied the illustration and accompanying annotations intently, becoming completely absorbed in thought. The following morning, Shermu, dressed in a blue outfit, accompanied the still red-eyed Zhong Xiu to a certain street in Feng City. On one side of the street stood a prominent estate covering nearly 100 acres. After glancing at the azure gate and the large character Wu emblazoned on the golden plaque above, he stepped forward and rapped heavily on the door's substantial brass knocker. "Who is it? Who knocks at such an early hour?" The door finally swung open to reveal a man dressed in servant's attire, who glanced at them with irritation. "This is Miss Zhong, a relative of your esteemed household. Please announce our arrival," Shermu said, taking the jade pendant offered by the girl and presenting it to the servant. "Relative? Just a moment," the man replied, momentarily taken aback, as he accepted the pendant with a hint of disbelief before closing the door again. Before long, the door reopened, revealing 2 figures, a white-faced man with a long beard and a youth who appeared to be around Shermu's age, bearing a striking resemblance to the elder but with an air of arrogance. "My niece has arrived, splendid. Since receiving the news, I have awaited your arrival for several days," exclaimed the bearded man, his face beaming with joy. "Wait, where is Zhong Xian, and who is this?" "This is young Master Shi. My father was murdered on the road, and it is thanks to young Master Shi that I have arrived here," Zhong Xiu said, gracefully bowing to the bearded man, her eyes glistening with tears. Upon noticing the blue birthmark on the girl's forehead, the young man's expression shifted to one of disdain. "What? Wu Xiong was murdered? What on earth happened? This is not the place for such discussions. Niece, let us enter the estate and discuss it further," the bearded man said, clearly shocked. The girl nodded in agreement. "Oh, young brother, thank you for bringing Zhong Xiu here. Please accept this small token of gratitude." The bearded man glanced at Shermu again, furrowing his brow slightly before producing a silver coin from his sleeve and offering it to him. "I do not require any silver. Delivering Miss Xiu here is reward enough," Shermu replied, shaking his head as he turned to leave. "Humph, what an ungrateful fellow, father. I've seen many like him. They refuse money on the surface but likely scheme to profit in secret." The young man scoffed. "Shirdagu is not that kind of person," Zhong Xiu softly defended him. The bearded man merely smiled, leading the 2 inside the estate. Shermu did not leave Feng City, but rather turned down several streets before unexpectedly stepping into a building adorned with a sign for the Lu Feng Martial Arts Academy. Upon entering, he found himself in a training yard paved with blue stone tiles, where a dozen or so youths were practicing with swords and spears. "Shermu, you're here." As soon as he appeared, 2 young men rushed over, one appearing to be in his early 20s and the other around 16 or 17. "Fenggu, Gaogu, you are here as well," Shermu replied, somewhat surprised as he clasped his hands in greeting. "We heard that the Academy has procured a batch of inexpensive body-tempering elixirs, so we came to see if we could buy some," the older of the 2 explained with a smile. "Indeed, Shi brother need not come here with eager eyes. You have already achieved great success in body tempering and likely have no use for these elixirs," the more mature-looking youth remarked. "I heard from Instructor Lee that you are on the verge of breaking through to the 10th layer of body tempering. Is that true?" The younger one, whose face bore a deep scar, asked skeptically. Both were friends Mu had made after arriving at the academy. The older was named Fengli, while the younger was Gao Yuan. I am indeed close to breaking through to the 10th layer, but I did not come for the elixirs. Rather, I encountered some issues in my training and need to consult Instructor Li. Mu replied with a smile. Oh, the rumors are true. It seems brother is young, but possesses a significant chance of comprehending the essence of qi. Truly, he is a genius as Instructor Li has described, Fengli exclaimed, his voice filled with admiration. By the way, we should gather at your family's tavern sometime. Certainly. I would be delighted to share a few drinks with you both then, Mu agreed wholeheartedly, exchanging pleasantries with him for a short time before taking his leave. However, at the very moment when Mu and Fengli brushed past each other, the latter unexpectedly cast a glance in his direction. Mu's expression shifted slightly, but he quickly composed himself and walked away casually. Moments later, Mu found himself in a secluded courtyard behind the martial arts training ground, where Li Songhai reclined in a grand armchair at the center of the yard. His eyes slightly narrowed as if deep in thought. Upon noticing Mu's entrance, a faint smile graced his lips as he greeted, "You've arrived," before rising from his seat. "Master Li, will you be seeking the assistance of those senior brothers again this time?" Mu inquired respectfully after bowing to "No need." Li Songhai replied nonchalantly, "You are now at a critical juncture in breaking through to the 11th level of body tempering. It must be done under my direct guidance. By the way, you haven't mentioned your impending breakthrough to others, have you? Rest assured, Master Li, I have followed your instructions diligently. The others at the dojo believe my body tempering is merely at the 9th level." Fully accomplished, Mu smiled as he responded, "Excellent. If that is the case, your participation in the competition among the 4 major martial arts schools in half a month's time will surely astonish many. Elevating the influence of our Flowing Wind Martial Arts School to new heights," Li Songhai said, his smile deepening. "Master Li, I have no objections to participating in this competition, but will you truly be willing to impart the releasing blade technique to me afterward?" Mu nodded and asked, "This technique, the releasing blade, is something I have painstakingly grasped after over 20 years of devoted practice of the wind-chasing blade art. I believe it rivals the martial skills treasured by noble families. Originally, I intended to keep it as my trump card, but if you can indeed secure significant benefits for the Flowing Wind Martial Arts School, what harm is there in passing it on to you?" Li Songhai chuckled. "Do not worry, I will give it my all during the competition," Mu replied with a smile. "Your speed in cultivating the body tempering technique is astonishing, and the iron refinement method seems particularly suited to you. However, do not underestimate this upcoming martial arts competition. Although it is limited to disciples under the age of 18, the other 3 schools have formidable disciples as well. I am aware of several who have reached the 10th level of body tempering. However, if you can advance to the 11th level before the competition, it should not pose too much of a problem," Li Songhai said earnestly. "In that case, I shall devote myself to training immediately." Mu replied without hesitation, "You need not say it. I will also expedite your advancement in a short period," Li Songhai said, his eyes gleaming with determination as he led Mu towards a large building at the back of the courtyard. Securing the door behind them, upon entering, Mu promptly shed his outer garments and, with a loud thud, removed a heavy sandbag that resembled a belt from his waist, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath it. This sandbag was something he never left behind, except when sleeping or bathing. The last time he encountered that zombie in the temple, he had been caught off guard and couldn't untie the sandbag in time. Otherwise, his speed and reaction could have easily been heightened. "The iron sand inside seems a bit light for you. Starting tomorrow, I will add an additional 20 pounds, Li Songhai remarked, observing the scene with slightly widened eyes. He then picked up a stout yellow wooden stick from a nearby rack, both ends wrapped in thick leather padding. Mu nodded in acknowledgement, then suddenly stomped his feet, firmly establishing a stable horse stance. Inhaling deeply before clenching his fists and holding his breath, Li Songhai approached, and with a swift motion of his arm, the wooden stick transformed into a flurry of blows targeting Mu's upper body and acupoints. After a short incense stick's worth of time, Mu emerged from the large room, having donned his clothes once more. His previously nimble steps now showed signs of staggering, and he left the courtyard with a grimace. Inside the large room, Li Songhai was drenched in sweat, his face adorned with a wry smile. "This little fellow's physique is truly extraordinary. He nearly exhausted me, a practitioner at the mid-level of the postnatal realm. Yet, it makes sense. Without such a robust body, he could hardly have completed the iron refinement method in just half a year. This upcoming martial arts competition is indeed something to look forward to. However, he mused, even with his training in the iron refinement method, Shi Mu's consecutive advancements in body tempering within 6 months still seemed quite incredible. Could he truly be a bloodline warrior? Li Songhai found himself lost in contemplation. Unbeknownst to him, Shi Mu had not adhered to his advice of resting well after their training sessions at the dojo. Instead, he relied on his remarkable recovery ability and continued to hone his martial skills in the wilderness. Hunting various beasts while still donning the heavy armor and sandbag it was this dedication that allowed him to reach such astonishing heights in body tempering within a short span of time. After leaving the dojo, Shi Mu walked down a street until he arrived at a small courtyard composed of 3 rooms, boldly pushing the door open. This rather secluded residence served as his temporary abode in the city. Before long, the air inside one of the rooms was filled with the rich aroma of medicinal herbs, and steam billowed out from the window. How delightful! Shi Mu lay naked in a large wooden basin filled with scalding hot water. Floating atop which were various herbal concoctions. His upper body emerged from the surface, marred by numerous bruises, yet his face bore an expression of utter relaxation, quickly succumbing to slumber with soft snores. After an indeterminate amount of time, when Shi Mu slowly opened his eyes, he found the medicinal water in the basin had grown cold, and the outside world had darkened significantly. Rising to his feet, he inspected his body. The once alarming bruises had faded to nearly invisible marks. The specially formulated medicinal bath of the Flowing Wind Martial Arts School proved to be exceptional, perfectly complementing his extraordinary recovery ability. Otherwise, after enduring such inhumane training for 6 months, he would not have been able to persevere. After all, not everyone could withstand being mercilessly beaten with sticks every few days, only to run through the mountains in the evening while burdened with heavy armor and sandbags, and remain unscathed. After 6 months of grueling practice, Shi Mu had grown significantly taller. Apart from a hint of youthful innocence on his face, he now appeared almost indistinguishable from an adult in both demeanor and physique. He used a towel beside the basin to dry himself, donned his clothing and the sandbag from the floor, and then exited the room. Half an hour later, Shi Mu arrived on a street in the northern part of the city. With a swift movement, he entered an unremarkable small house where 2 men were seated at a square table, waiting for him. Feng Li and Gao Yuan. "Brother Shi, you finally made it," Feng Li exclaimed, immediately rising from his seat, his face brimming with joy. Gao Yuan also stood up, equally delighted to greet him. "Since Brother Feng gave me a signal, it seems there is business to attend to for my younger brother." Shi Mu replied with a slight smile. "You are not mistaken, Brother Shi. This time, we will likely need your assistance again. Our opponent is the Chaos Water Gang from near Huangtian. The Black Fox Society has already arranged a meeting with them for tonight at the 3rd Watch to settle the territorial disputes over 5 streets near the North Temple. However, I have received word that the Chaos Water Gang has enlisted several skilled fighters for this confrontation, so Brother Shi must be cautious," Feng Li explained attentively. "Skilled fighters? Surely they cannot afford postnatal warriors?" Shi Mu's eyes flickered as he inquired. "Rest assured, small gangs like our Black Fox Society and the Chaos Water Gang would never be able to afford postnatal warriors. At most, they could hire skilled disciples from other martial arts schools. Given the assistance you provided us in previous encounters, our influence has grown considerably, so the Chaos Water Gang will not act recklessly," Gao Yuan said dismissively. "Indeed. Although there are no formal restrictions, conflicts among gangs at our level rarely attract the attention of postnatal warriors. Moreover, even if the Chaos Water Gang knew of any postnatal warriors, they could never afford their services. The cost of hiring a postnatal warrior could bankrupt them," Feng Li added with a laugh. "As long as there are no postnatal warriors involved, then it's as per the usual agreement. 300 taels of silver, and my identity must remain undisclosed to outsiders," Shi Mu said, finally feeling at ease and responding with practiced ease. "Very well, it is settled. Your share has already been prepared. We can depart shortly," Feng Li replied enthusiastically, producing a small package from his person and handing it over. Shi Mu opened the package on the table, revealing a pair of black gloves, a long black robe, and a silver mask, which he donned with remarkable efficiency. Instantly, he transformed into a mysterious figure clad in black with a silver mask. "Every time I see Brother Shi in this guise, it makes me feel as if our second brother never truly passed away," Gao Yuan remarked, a complex expression crossing his face as he observed Shirmu's transformation. Ahem, I owe much to Brother Shur. Since our second brother's untimely death, if it weren't for Brother Shur stepping into his shoes and consistently defeating powerful foes, the Black Fox Society would not only have failed to expand its influence in these past 6 months, but might have even lost its original territory. Aside from the two of us, no one else knows that our society's top fighter has already changed. Feng Li sighed, I am merely a hired hand. It is your rewards that allow me to persist in the medicinal baths, came a low voice from within the mask, distinctly different from Shirmu's original tone. Besides, compared to the other nearby gangs, the Black Fox Society has a bit of conscience. If you were truly eliminated, the ordinary folk in the vicinity would suffer greatly. Indeed, it is a mutually beneficial arrangement. The time is nearly upon us. Let us depart, Feng Li said with a clap of his hands and a smile. Shirmu naturally had no objections. Thus, the three of them exited the house, swiftly disappearing into the dimly lit end of the street. On an exceptionally remote and dilapidated street in Fengcheng, two groups of robust men, clad in distinct attire, were engaged in a fierce brawl. On one side, a cohort of approximately 40 individuals dressed in black, with Feng Li and the two Shur brothers standing behind, arms crossed in observation. Opposing them was a larger group, all garbed in blue, belonging to the notorious Luanshui gang, with 5 men stationed motionless at the rear. In a short span, the fewer black-clad members of the Heihu Association found themselves at a distinct disadvantage, many sustaining grievous injuries and retreating from the fray. Shur brothers, let us intervene, Feng Li declared, a grim expression settling on his face. Shirmu nodded, shaking his arms as he sprang into action without a moment's hesitation. With 2 resounding thuds, 2 blue-clad men crumpled to the ground. The moment Shirmu, transformed into the fearsome silver-masked man, made his entrance, a chorus of terrified gasps erupted from the crowd. Yet, 2 other towering blue-clad men, brandishing clubs, charged at Shirmu from behind, with a swift pivot. Shirmu unleashed a flurry of punches, shattering the clubs in 2 with a single blow. Before the stunned attackers could retreat, he swiftly closed the distance to one of them, landing a powerful strike that sent the man tumbling 2 yards away, crashing heavily to the ground. With a firm push against the earth, he propelled himself toward another opponent, delivering a gale force kick that sent the blue-clad man soaring. In mere moments, Shirmu had dispatched 7 or 8 adversaries amidst the chaos, compelling the remaining members of the Luanshui gang to flee in fear. Meanwhile, Feng Li and Gao Yuan each wielded iron rods, joining the fray and valiantly toppling 5 or 6 more foes. Observing from the rear, the few remaining members of the Luanshui gang could no longer afford to remain passive. The middle-aged leader, with a fierce roar, charged at Shirmu alongside 2 others, while the remaining 2 engaged Feng Li and Gao Yuan in combat. Feng Li and Gao Yuan, wielding their 4 iron rods, exhibited strikingly similar techniques, clearly employing the same martial arts style. Their opponents brandished flat, white iron rulers, one with a heavy and forceful style, the other light and unpredictable, resulting in an evenly matched clash. Meanwhile, Shirmu faced 3 formidable blue-clad men, each exhibiting prowess beyond that of ordinary gang members. Without a word, he deftly kicked up a nearby wooden stick, which landed securely in his grasp. The foremost middle-aged man, wielding 2 seemingly sharp green bamboo blades, approached Shirmu with lethal intent. As he neared, he crossed the blades and viciously aimed for Shirmu's chest. The sharpness of those blades, even lacking iron, could result in a grievous wound if they struck true. Upon seeing this, a glint of cold light flashed in Shirmu's eyes as he flicked his wrist, unleashing a flurry of 6 striking shadows from his stick. The middle-aged man was taken aback, hastily retracting his bamboo blades to defend against the onslaught. The sounds of 2 sharp impacts echoed as the man's palms shook, his blades splintering into 4 pieces. Almost simultaneously, a sharp pain surged through his chest, and he staggered backward, nearly collapsing to the ground. That moment, the other 2 blue-clad men rushed in. Alarmed by the scene, one thrust a wooden spear with a piercing whistle, while the other brandished a whip that lashed out like a serpent. Shirmu let out a fierce roar, swinging his arm as he hurled his wooden stick like a javelin toward the spear-wielding man. The impact was thunderous. The man could barely react as his spear shattered upon collision, causing him to drop it, bloodied and numb. Simultaneously, Shermu's other arm blurred as he seized the approaching whip with his gloved hand. The whip wielder's face paled as he desperately pulled back, but Shermu yanked the whip toward him with a grunt, causing the man to stumble forward uncontrollably. Not good. The whip wielder's alarmed realization came too late. In an instant, the silver-masked man closed the distance, delivering a powerful punch that sent him crashing to the ground, writhing in pain. Shermu showed no signs of relenting, lifting into the air like a whirlwind, his legs sweeping horizontally toward the whip wielder. The man's face drained of color. The force behind Shermu's strike was such that if it connected, it would surely spell disaster for him. Yet, he remained unable to evade due to the lingering effects of Shermu's previous assault. "Stop! We concede," a panicked voice suddenly rang out from the side. The leg strike hesitated momentarily, passing just above the whip wielder's head and stirring a gust that made his scalp tingle with fear. Upon landing, Shermu turned to gaze toward the source of the voice through the hole in his mask. The speaker was the middle-aged leader of the Luanshui gang, who, upon confirming the safety of the whip wielder, visibly relaxed, he clasped his hands in salute to Shermu, offering a wry smile. "Your fearsome reputation is indeed well-deserved. With your skills, you surely rank among the elite martial artists of Fengqing. Why involve yourself in our petty squabbles?" Shermu remained impassive, his gaze icy, showing no inclination to respond. Instead, Feng Li stepped forward, unceremoniously stating, "Enough of this chatter. Following this confrontation, your Luanshui gang must withdraw from those 5 streets. Given that we are no match for Fearsome Fist, we shall naturally retreat." The Luanshui gang leader replied, decisively gesturing for his men to withdraw. In an instant, the area was left with only the members of the Heihu Association, who erupted into cheers, each filled with exuberance. Feng Li and Gao Yuan, brimming with enthusiasm, began to direct their subordinates to address the affairs of their newly acquired territory. Meanwhile, Shermu, the incarnation of the Fearsome Fist, vanished from sight without a trace. Days later, clad in a newly reinforced dark armor weighing several dozen pounds, Shermu returned to the manor on the outskirts of the city. Upon entering the courtyard, he was taken aback by the sight of a graceful young woman standing before him. "Master, Miss Zhong returned 2 days ago. Unable to reach you, I had no choice but to let her stay here," reported Zhang Suo, the anxious steward. He was acutely aware that despite Shermu's youth, his capabilities were formidable. He wondered if keeping the girl here might breach the sensibilities of his master. "It's quite all right. You may leave. I wish to speak with Miss Zhong privately." Shermu finally regained his composure and waved Zhang Suo away. The girl remained silent, her head bowed. Once Zhang Suo departed, Shermu gestured for her to follow him to his private quarters. "Miss Zhong, what brings you back here? Surely, you have something to discuss with me." Shermu inquired with a serious tone. "Master Shi, there is no need for further inquiries. If you are in need of help, I would be willing to serve as a maid." Zhong Xiu finally lifted her head. Her lips pressed tightly together as she spoke. "A maid? Miss Zhong, you jest. I am unaware of the circumstances you faced at the Wu family, but they seemed quite cordial during our last encounter. If you cannot provide clarity on the matter, it would be difficult for me to assist," Shermu replied, furrowing his brow. "What could an ugly maid like me have encountered? They initially welcomed me, thinking I still retained some family wealth from the Zhong family. Once they learned we were destitute, they naturally withdrew their previous promises. If I did not leave voluntarily, would I wait for them to evict me?" Tears shimmered in Zhong Xiu's eyes as her voice quivered. Having suffered the loss of her father and now facing rejection from her presumed family, the composure of the young girl had finally begun to crumble. "I see. This aligns with what your father predicted. Very well, Miss Xiu, do not worry about being a maid. Just stay here for now. Though I am not of great wealth, I can certainly accommodate another person at the table. You need not address me as master. Simply call me Shi Degu. Should you ever wish to leave, just let me know." Shermu observed the faint stubbornness on the girl's face, reminiscent of a cherished relative, stirring something deep within him. "Thank you, Shi Degu," she exclaimed, astonished and overjoyed, bowing deeply in gratitude. In the ensuing moments, Shermu summoned Zhang Suo once more to arrange a clean, independent room for Zhong Xiu. Meanwhile, within the opulent Wu family residence in Fengqing, several members of the Wu clan, including a fair-skinned man, were convening in the grand hall to deliberate on matters concerning Zhong Xiu. "Second brother, are you certain that Zhong Ming did not divulge our affairs to his daughter? If there is any error in this, our Wu family stands to incur significant losses," inquired a stern-looking elder in his 50s, whose features bore a striking resemblance to the fair-skinned man, but exuded a far more commanding presence. He was none other than Wu Yang, the current head of the Wu family and the eldest among the three Wu brothers, also the only one to have attained the pinnacle of the acquired realm in martial arts. Brother, if you do not trust me, surely you do not doubt that object? The fact that it elicited no reaction from that young girl indicates she has not awakened her bloodline in that case. A mere penniless girl has no qualifications to become the daughter-in-law of our Wu family. Besides, although the Zhong family has bestowed the item upon us, if it were not for our repeated assistance, they would have long since perished. What does it matter if they wish to break the engagement? Retorted the fair-skinned man, Wu Feng, with a dismissive tone. Indeed, uncle, I would rather not marry such an unattractive girl. My eye is set on Jin Jia's Jin Yuzhen, interjected a haughty youth nearby, his face contorted with disdain. Silence, Huar. Is this a matter for you to speak on? The fair-skinned man rebuked, his expression darkening. The arrogant youth could do little but sulk into silence. Huar. This is not a matter of personal preference. Even if that girl has not awakened her bloodline, should she become the daughter-in-law of the Wu family, there remains a sliver of possibility for our descendants to become bloodline warriors. For this reason alone, I do not believe second brother should allow Zhongxiu to depart, Wu Liang continued, maintaining his composed demeanor. If Huar finds the girl unattractive, my brother Wu Sun would not mind accepting her. There would be no need to drive her away, remarked the third Wu brother, Wu Tong, a middle-aged man dressed in fine garments. His features younger than Wu Feng's. Wu Sun, who was born simple-minded and physically impaired, may appear unappealing, but Zhongxiu possesses an arrogant heart and would undoubtedly refuse, Wu Feng stated, shaking his head. Unwilling? Ha! Since this girl has arrived at our Wu family, can we simply let her be? If entrusted to me, I would ensure she submits obediently, Wu Tong replied with a sinister grin. You think I have not considered using force? However, at that time, Zhongxiu did not come alone. Another individual accompanied her. Afterward, I had someone investigate, and it turned out this person is quite young yet has some connection with the Jin family, Wu Feng sighed. What? Connected to the Jin family? If that is the case, we shall drop this matter and pay no heed to her. Should this be revealed and we provoke the Jin family, we might even lose that object. Wu Yang's demeanor shifted dramatically, leading him to make a new decision. Wu Feng naturally had no objections, and although the clothed man seemed somewhat reluctant, he nodded in agreement. After discussing a few other matters, the men dispersed from the conference hall. Father, what is the name of the boy who came with the ugly girl? And what is his connection to the Jin family? The haughty youth asked as he followed the fair-skinned man back to another room. Oh, you mean the lad named Shirmu? He actually has no direct blood relation to the Jin family. He is merely a distant relative. However, his nominal mother is a formidable figure, and it would be wise to avoid provoking her, the fair-skinned man replied. Nominal mother? The arrogant youth was somewhat perplexed. Indeed, her name is Jin Zhan. Differing by just one character from the Jin girl you fancy, yet she is her aunt, possessing powers that far surpass your uncle's. Although little is known about her, she oversees all medicinal affairs for the Jin family. Wielding considerable influence, he elaborated. Why, Huar, are you so concerned about Shirmu? I have heard that after the ugly girl left, she returned to Shirmu's side. Although I have no interest in her, she was once nominally betrothed to me. Now that she has gone to another man, if word gets out, I will be utterly humiliated. Father, I wish to teach him a lesson. The haughty youth, Wu Hua, huffed in response. Ha, silly son. It seems you have forgotten the lessons I imparted. Did you not cultivate connections with the Jin family's offspring to pursue Jin Yuzhen? Although our Wu family is not in a position to act against this boy, if a member of the Jin family were to intervene, it would be of no concern to us, the fair-skinned man remarked, his face softening with paternal affection. Thank you, father. I understand what to do now, Wu Hua replied, invigorated by the conversation. You two have been defeated by a mere minion of a small gang in mere moments. A youth clad in white inquired coldly, glaring at two young men in their 20s before him. One wielded a spear, while the other was coiled with a whip, both now drenched in sweat and visibly intimidated. These were the two masters of the Chaos Water Gang who had recently been vanquished by Shirmu in a flash during the fierce battle against the Black Fox Society. Wang Shidi, how did you come to know of this? Stammered the spear-wielding youth. Humph. Were it not for overhearing others in the martial arts hall discussing this, Were you two planning to conceal this matter and allow the reputation of the Jean gang to be tarnished? The youth in white replied frostily that of course not. We merely suffered a crushing defeat this time. We intended to hone our skills with a few instructors before challenging that fearsome fist again. The youth with the whip interjected, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Oh, so you truly lost to that person in such a short time. Do tell me about the circumstances of your confrontation. The youth in white said, his interest piqued. Indeed, Wang Shidi, it was like this. The first to engage with fearsome fist was not us, but the leader of the Chaos Water Gang at that moment. The two young men quickly recounted their account. Relieved to be granted a reprieve, in the end, at a crucial moment, it was still Elder Yu who conceded, allowing me to evade disaster. Otherwise, had that leg landed squarely, I might not have been able to stand again. One of them concluded, this fearsome fist can shatter your spear with a wooden stick and pull your brotherly over with ease. It seems he has either cultivated the body refinement technique to an advanced level or possesses innate strength. No wonder you two were no match for him, the youth in white remarked, his expression softening slightly. Indeed, Shidi. The fearsome fist has always been elusive, rising to prominence as the top master of the Black Fox Society and boasting numerous victories against formidable foes. However, it appears he has become even more formidable in the past 6 months. Just recently, even the renowned Feng Jun from the Tianlu Martial Arts Hall was brutally injured, having several ribs broken and still bedridden. Brotherly chimed in, Feng Jun was defeated by the fearsome fist? Despite narrowly missing out on being recruited by the Kaiyuan Martial Institute back in the day, he has since cultivated the body refinement technique to the 10th layer and practices the tyrannical external martial art. Iron-bodied, Tob injured in a direct confrontation is truly intriguing. I am keen to learn more about this elusive character, the youth in white replied, a smile creeping onto his face. Wang Shidi. Do you mean that the two young men exchanged glances, one of them cautiously inquiring, I do not care what means you employ. Bring that man to me, I wish to spar with him, and see if he can withstand my blazing fire spear technique. The youth in white proclaimed without hesitation, very well, we shall do our utmost to bring him forth. The spear-wielding youth hesitated, while Brotherly nodded resolutely in agreement. The youth in white left with satisfaction. Brotherly, are we truly going to summon that fearsome fist? The spear-wielding youth queried with a hint of discontent, once the youth had walked away. You know Wang Shidi's temperament. If we do not comply, he may very well turn on us in a fit of rage. Let us merely send word to the Black Fox Society. Whether that fearsome fist responds is beyond our concern, Brotherly replied with a cunning glint in his eye. Indeed, I was foolish to forget. If that fearsome fist declines, Wang Shidi will undoubtedly seek him out himself among the Black Fox Society, which would allow us to settle the score. With Wang Shidi's abilities, that fearsome fist, no matter how strong, could never be his equal, the spear-wielding youth said, realization dawning upon him. Precisely, the blazing fire spear technique is a formidable martial skill that can yield immense power even at the martial apprentice level. The fearsome fist could not possibly withstand it, Brotherly added with a cold chuckle. With that, the two departed the martial arts hall in high spirits. Unbeknownst to Shermu, his alter ego, the fearsome fist, had once again caught the attention of others. However, even if he were to receive news of this, he would likely not pay it much mind, for such occurrences had transpired multiple times since he donned the silver mask 6 months ago. The renowned Feng Jun of the Tianlu Martial Arts Pavilion was incited by a minor faction to issue a challenge, only to be met with utter disregard as he was struck down by the formidable Shattered Stone Fist, which shattered his protective martial arts defenses, leaving him bedridden for over half a month. The origin of his transformation into the Fierce Fist is quite simple. Shortly after his arrival at the Lufeng Martial Arts Pavilion, he inadvertently attracted the attention of Feng Li and Gao Yuan, fellow practitioners in the dojo, who were amazed to witness his nearly perfected Shattered Stone Fist. They eagerly approached him for conversation and ultimately reached an agreement that he would replace the recently deceased top expert of the Black Fox Society, known as Fierce Fist, thereby preventing the society from being extinguished by rival factions. As a result, Shermu received a substantial sum of silver, replenishing his previously depleted finances due to extensive medicinal baths. At this moment, he re-entered Feng City, presenting himself in his true form on a dilapidated street under the jurisdiction of the Black Fox Society. This street was merely 30-odd yards long, with only a handful of shops lining either side. Yet, Shermu made his way to a particular establishment marked by a sign of a hammer, where he gazed expectantly at a robust man with bronze skin, bare-chested, who was intently studying a blueprint. However, after a moment, the man's brow furrowed in concern. Could it be that even Master Ma cannot forge this pair of weapons? Shermu could not help but inquire. The design of these weapons was intricately clever. While crafting them would indeed require considerable effort, given enough time, Master Ma believed he could gradually produce them. The only obstacle was the exorbitant cost of the cold iron materials required. He had but a small piece on hand. Was it possible to substitute with other materials? Upon hearing this, the robust man finally shifted his gaze from the blueprint and pondered before responding. No, this pair of sun and moon blades holds significant importance for me, even if they cannot be forged to sever gold or jade. I absolutely cannot afford to have them shatter at the slightest touch of other weapons. We cannot economize on materials. He then added, I will offer you an additional 500 taels of silver. You must gather the necessary cold iron materials from other blacksmiths and ensure they are fully refined for meat. As for the time frame, it must not exceed 1 month. Shermu replied resolutely, with the silver provided, a month is more than sufficient. You may come to collect the weapons then. The robust man readily agreed without hesitation. Then I shall trouble Master Ma. Here is the deposit. A smile graced Shermu's face as he produced a bulging pouch of silver from his waist and tossed it over. This Master Ma was, apart from Feng Li and Gao Yuan, the only individual within the Black Fox Society aware of his identity as Fierce Fist. It was said that he was a distant relative of Gao Yuan, possessing not only mastery in the art of iron forging but also skills in sword and blade crafting that rivaled the so-called masters of Feng City. The silver mask originally used by the true Fierce Fist was crafted by his hand. Thus, Shermu felt confident in prepaying the sum. However, this transaction left his purse once again empty, indicating he would need to devise another means of acquiring silver. Over the past 6 months, his income had primarily derived from the well-positioned Yuanxiang Tavern under his name. Since he had begun delivering game from the nearby mountains, business had flourished, providing over 100 taels of silver monthly. The other significant portion of his income stemmed from the rewards he received from his exploits as Fierce Fist. As for the farmland on the outskirts of the city, the revenue merely sufficed to cover the estate's basic expenses. It seemed the time to act on that matter had arrived sooner than planned. Fortunately, just a few days prior, he had successfully cultivated the wind-chasing blade technique to the level of 7 strikes in a breath, which should be adequate for the task at hand. It was worth noting that the enhancement of his physical abilities had concluded 6 months earlier, after which he realized how remarkable it had been to achieve 6 strikes in a single breath so effortlessly. He had diligently practiced the wind-chasing blade technique daily, barely managing to increase his striking speed by 1 additional strike. Nevertheless, this was sufficient to elevate him above the average martial apprentice. Considering even Li Songhai could only manage 9 strikes in a breath while utilizing his true energy, as Shermu contemplated this, he gradually exited the blacksmith's shop, spending a portion of the day visiting several other general stores in the city to procure various items before returning to his residence. Upon entering his abode, his gaze casually swept toward the window, and his expression instantly shifted. He approached swiftly, reaching beneath the half-open window, and retrieved a crumpled piece of paper. Expertly unfolding the note, he quickly scanned its contents and chuckled. It appeared someone was about to deliver silver to him. Once more with that thought, he tucked the paper into his pocket and reclined onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber. It was not until dusk that Shermu arose, invigorated, and retrieved a package from beneath his bed before departing once more from his dwelling. An hour later, in the courtyard of the somewhat renowned Tianwang Temple in Feng City, a multitude of Black Fox Society members lay sprawled on the ground, their mouths emitting pained groans, surrounded by a scattering of sticks, swords, and blades. Yet none dared to rise again. Even Feng Li and Gao Yuan, the 2 leaders of the Black Fox Society, found themselves bloodied and covered in dust. Collapsed on the ground, however, they gazed in horror at the youth wielding a spear standing before them. Although they had heard of each other's reputations as prodigies, they had never anticipated the sheer strength the other possessed to such an extent. The 2 of them, both accomplished martial artists with well-honed bodies, alongside the dozen or so robust subordinates in the courtyard, had been unable to withstand even a moment against their opponent. Wang Tianhao, we have only just received your challenge letter, and you have already come to our doorstep. Is this not a bit excessive? Gao Yuan, despite the excruciating pain coursing through his body, could not help but shout. "Imph, a useless fool. What are you shouting for?" The white-clad youth replied expressionlessly, raising his foot and, with a resounding thud, he crushed Gao Yuan's head into the ground, leaving it partially embedded in the earth. Gao Yuan, filled with both fear and rage, attempted to struggle but found himself utterly powerless, resorting to curses instead. The white-clad youth, unfazed, applied pressure with his foot, rendering Gao Yuan unable to utter another word. Seeing this, Feng Li, equally filled with shock and anger, was about to rise and fight back when suddenly, a dark object shot toward the white-clad youth with a whoosh. The youth raised an eyebrow. Casually positioning his spear in front of him, with a resounding explosion, the dark object shattered against the spear shaft, sending countless fragments flying, revealing that the spear he wielded was forged from fine iron. While the dark object was merely a stone the size of a bowl, the white-clad youth staggered back a step, his head tilting as a shard of stone grazed his cheek, leaving a shallow wound. The fierce-fist youth paid no mind to the blood trickling from his cheek. Instead, he fixated intently on the newly emerged figure clad in black with a silver mask, his eyes ablaze with fervor. "Are you the one who has challenged me?" Shermu inquired, peering through his mask at the scene in the courtyard. "You don't know who I am," the white-clad youth responded with a hint of surprise. "Should I know who you are?" Shermu observed the iron spear in the youth's hand, stepping forward into the courtyard, deftly picking up an unattended iron knife from the ground. "Be careful, second brother. This Wang Tianhao is reputed to be the #1 martial artist in Feng City. A descendant of the Bloodline Wang family," Feng Li shouted as a warning. "#1 martial artist in Feng City. Bloodline Wang family." Shermu's pupils contracted upon hearing this. The title of the #1 martial artist is not self-proclaimed. It is a title earned through defeating all who would contest it. As for the Bloodline Wang family, I may be a scion, but I have yet to awaken my bloodline and become a true bloodline martial artist." The white-clad youth replied with a chuckle. "Since you hold such a distinguished title, why trouble yourself with a mere small faction like ours?" Shermu inquired with genuine gravity. "Ha ha, is there a need for a reason to challenge the strong? You have come here, so I can hardly be bothered with these weaklings any longer. Take my spear." Wang Tianhao laughed heartily, suddenly lunging forward, gripping his spear tightly as he aimed directly at Shermu. In an instant, Shermu's vision blurred as 5 gleaming spearheads appeared before him, thrusting fiercely toward his chest. With a cold huff, Shermu's arm moved, and his iron knife blurred into 5 shadowy blades that sliced through the air. With a series of muffled sounds, the 5 spearheads shattered upon contact with the knife's shadow. Yet, at that moment, a glimmer of cold light flashed, and a 6th spearhead emerged, darting toward Shermu's face like a venomous snake. The speed and angle of this attack caught Shermu off guard. It was too late to block with his iron knife. He could only let out a powerful shout, discarding the knife and retreating, his arms transforming into phantoms as they crossed defensively before him. The sound of a dull thud echoed, leaving the white-clad youth momentarily stunned. Shermu's gloved hands had managed to clamp down on the spearhead. Pinning it just half a foot away from his body, however, the white-clad youth soon sneered. If the fierce fist believed he could stop his thrust with just his palms, he was gravely mistaken. Before Shermu could change his approach, the youth twisted the spear's shaft and violently yanked it backward. With a resounding hum, the confrontation was far from over. The iron gun barrel, forged from solid steel, suddenly trembled violently. However, the gun tip, firmly grasped by Shermu with both hands, remained utterly unmoved. The youth in white felt an intense and searing pain in his palm, causing him to instinctively inhale sharply. It was evident that he had exerted himself too forcefully, resulting in a painful abrasion on his hand. At that moment, Shermu abruptly spread his fingers apart. One hand still tightly gripped the gun tip, while the other formed a fist that came crashing down upon the gun barrel. A resounding crack echoed as the iron barrel, measuring nearly a length of a zhong, buckled inwards. Simultaneously, an immense force surged along the barrel, rushing towards the arm of the youth in white. This is bad, this monster. Despite the youth's prior knowledge of Shermu's formidable strength, he had never anticipated it would reach the level of being able to bend iron with bare hands. Cursing under his breath, he swiftly stomped one foot against the ground and hurriedly released his grip on part of the barrel, propelling himself backward. With a thunderous crash, the barrel struck the ground, creating a crater the size of a basin. Before rebounding back up, the youth in white regained his footing and witnessed this spectacle. His expression turned exceedingly grim. With a resounding thud, Shermu finally discarded the now-bent iron gun, resembling a colossal bow, to the ground and strode toward his opponent. "No more fighting. Your strength is too overwhelming, and I am left without a suitable weapon. It is only now that I comprehend what my elders often spoke of regarding overwhelming strength. Encountering someone as muscular as you, even if I were to unleash all the techniques of the firearm fist, I would not stand a chance. However, in 2 or 3 months, that may not be the case." The youth in white suddenly burst into laughter and waved his hand dismissively. "You say we fight when you wish and cease when you desire. Is there such a fortune in this world?" Shermu, however, coldly replied in a low voice, shaking his shoulder before preparing to teach his opponent a harsh lesson with his fists. "I will compensate you." "What did you say?" Shermu nearly stumbled, convinced he had misheard. "Compensation? I have a small pouch of gold beans here, sufficient to cover your medical expenses. Nevertheless, let me be clear. I am not truly afraid of your ferocious fists. I simply believe that engaging with you now would not lead to a decisive victory. If we were to fight until both of us were drenched in sweat, it would severely tarnish my reputation as the foremost martial artist in Fengcheng." Upon finishing his words, the youth in white raised his hand and tossed a small cloth pouch, roughly the size of a palm. Shermu stood momentarily dumbfounded. He had never encountered someone so egotistical before. At that moment, the youth in white suddenly turned and fled, and as he dashed away, he stomped his foot, effortlessly soaring over a 2-zhong-high wall, his voice drifting back from the other side. "Ha ha! Remember this, ferocious fist. My name is Wang Tianhao, and I shall be the one to defeat you personally in the future." After that, silence fell from the other side of the wall. Chapter 15. Golden and precious gem. As Feng Li hurriedly assisted Gao Yuan to his feet, Shermu had already picked up the cloth pouch from the ground. After loosening the opening and glancing inside, a satisfied expression appeared on his face. "Old second, we truly owe you a debt of gratitude for your timely arrival. Otherwise, our brothers would have undoubtedly faced humiliation at the hands of Wang Tianhao." Feng Li forced a smile, baring his teeth to Shermu. "Indeed, it is fortunate that the second leader arrived in time." Despite Wang Tianhao's arrogance, he could not withstand even 2 moves before begging for mercy. Exactly, the title of Fengcheng's foremost martial artist clearly belongs to the second leader. The other members of the Black Fox Society, despite their numerous injuries, eagerly flattered Shermu, their excitement palpable, as if they had been invigorated by a potent stimulant. After all, they had just heard that their society's most enigmatic second leader had defeated someone who claimed to be the foremost martial artist in Fengcheng. Did this not imply that as long as no acquired martial artists intervened, the Black Fox Society could dominate among the many smaller factions? "All right, I have matters to attend to. We shall connect again later." Shermu ignored the other members, casually stashing the pouch into his clothing before waving his hand in farewell. "Wait, old second, old third, and I have something to discuss with you." Feng Li urgently called after Shermu. "Speak. Very well, I shall stay a little longer." Shermu tilted his head thoughtfully before responding noncommittally. "You all go and tend to your injuries." Feng Li, feeling pleased, then instructed the other members of the society. Seeing this, the other members of the Black Fox Society quickly understood that the 3 leaders had important matters to deliberate and promptly exited. Yet, their expressions of excitement suggested that the scene of Shermu defeating Wang Tianhao would be deeply etched in their memories and swiftly relayed to other members. "This time, you were rather inconsiderate. The opponent was so powerful, yet you did not inform me in advance. Were you afraid I would decline upon learning the truth?" After the others left, Shermu questioned without reservation. "Brother Sher, please do not take offense. This time, it is indeed our fault, and we will certainly compensate you generously." Feng Li responded, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. "Please do not hold it against us, Brother Sher. The reason we failed to inform you of the details was twofold. Firstly, we genuinely did not know that the visitor was Wang Tianhao. We were merely told by the Jingang Martial Arts School that someone else wanted to challenge the ferocious fist. Secondly, Wang Tianhao arrived far too quickly, and we did not have time to send someone to investigate." Gao Yuan hurriedly explained from the side. "In that case, it is somewhat excusable. Otherwise, I would truly have to consider whether to continue cooperating with the 2 of you." Shermu nodded, his expression softening slightly. "Thank you for your understanding. Brother Shi, have you considered becoming a true leader of the Black Fox Society? Feng Li, having exhaled in relief, asked with a serious demeanor. You wish for me to become the true ferocious fist? The second leader of the Black Fox Society? Shermu was not surprised. Rather, he asked calmly. Not the second leader, but the leader. If Brother Shi agrees, I will immediately gather the brothers and hand over the position of the great leader to you. And Old Third and I will fully support you. Feng Li spoke without hesitation. Old Third, this is not what we discussed, Gao Yuan exclaimed in shock upon hearing Feng Li's words. Old Third, do you not see? The Black Fox Society can still exist without you and me, but without Brother Shi, it is likely to be unable to maintain its footing in Fengqing in less than a month. Feng Li replied with a bitter smile. Your talents are limited, and the territory of the Black Fox Society has nearly expanded 3 to 4 times in just a few months. The two of us simply cannot support such a vast enterprise. Gao Yuan, though feeling somewhat resentful, fell silent. I'm sorry. While I find our collaboration agreeable, I have no intention of truly involving myself in the society. Brother Feng, you should be well aware of my aspirations. Aside from the path of becoming a powerful martial artist, I will not squander my time on any other matters. After pondering for a moment, Shermu resolutely declined. Brother Shi, will you not reconsider? Feng Li pleaded. Though a sense of disappointment flickered across his face, I understand your ambitions are grand, but the path of a martial artist is far from easy. Yet, if you simply agree, you could instantly become the leader of over 100 people. Would that not entice you? Feng Li continued to persuade, his disappointment evident. If that is all you have to say, then there is no need for further discussion. My collaboration with you is limited to the period before I grasp the essence of qi. If there are no other matters, I shall take my leave. Shermu shook his head and turned to depart. Feng Li opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from saying anything further. Gao Yuan fell silent as well. Shermu did not return home directly. Instead, he removed the attire and mask associated with the ferocious fist, packed them neatly, and made his way to the Lufeng Martial Arts School. After enduring another round of rigorous training under Li Songhai's iron-fisted methods, he left the school with bruises all over his body, gritting his teeth as he headed toward his residence in the city. As he passed by a resplendent and towering restaurant, he was unaware that 2 young women on the 3rd floor were pointing and whispering about him. Yu Huan, is this the brother you claim to have in name only? Why does he look so disheveled? Has he been bullied at the martial arts school? A girl in a yellow dress, strikingly beautiful, inquired of another girl seated opposite her, dressed in luxurious garments and of similar age. What do you mean by in name only? Since he is my father's biological son, he is indeed my brother, albeit with a different mother. The girl in the luxurious attire was none other than Shermu's sister, Shi Yuhuan. Upon hearing her companion's words, she averted her gaze from Shermu below, her expression slightly displeased. I speak only the truth. Aside from the 7th aunt and you, the Jin family has no one else who acknowledges his connection to us. Moreover, judging by his current appearance, he seems truly incapable. The girl in yellow remarked with a knowing tone. Humph, I see now, Jan Yuzhen. Your kind invitation for me to dine here was merely a ploy to act as a messenger for 5th uncle. Shi Yuhuan scoffed at the words of the girl in yellow. Yuhuan, you have misjudged this time. It was not 5th uncle who invited me, but Jan Tian himself. He stated that if you could persuade Shermu to voluntarily relinquish the Qi spirit pill, your mother would undoubtedly face no issues. As for your brother, he would offer a handsome compensation. Upon hearing this, the girl in yellow clapped her hands in laughter. I have only met Shermu once, yet I can sense he is not one to be easily swayed. Moreover, my mother still feels some guilt towards him and his mother for past events, and she would never allow others from the Jin family to harass them. You might as well tell Jin Tian to abandon this idea, Shi Yuhuan replied without reservation. Certainly. Here is the refined and improved translation of your text. Very well, I too am one who serves for remuneration. What you have said will certainly be conveyed to Jin Tian, the girl in the yellow dress remarked with a casual wave of her hand. Given your character, I fear that today's meal may have resulted in quite a financial loss for Jin Tian. Shi Yuan commented, glancing at the dishes laid out on the table, her lips curling in disdain. Indeed, who else could I rely on but you, my closest friend? Jin Yuzhen replied nonchalantly, before eagerly producing a delicately crafted jade hairpin from her sleeve. Upon seeing the hairpin, Shi Yuan's expression shifted to one of curiosity. How peculiar. If my memory serves me right, you seldom indulge in jewelry, often priding yourself on your natural beauty, she observed. What is so strange about it? A woman adorns herself for the one she wishes to please, Jin Yuzhen replied with a light laugh. The one you wish to please. Are you referring to that fellow Wu Hua? Xu Wan's eyes widened in surprise. Wu Hua, that pesky sycophant. How could that be? I speak of Wang Tianhao from the Jingguang Martial Arts School, a direct descendant of the Wang family. Jin Yuzhen replied without hesitation. Wang Tianhao, the one who, like you, has reached the 10th level of body refinement and is renowned as the foremost martial disciple of Fengqing with his wolf fire gun technique? Is he coming to visit the Jin family? Upon hearing this, Xu Wan's eyes sparkled with interest. Ah, Xu Wan, Wang Tianhao is a prospect I have my sights set on first. You must not compete with me. Jin Yuzhen felt a twinge of insecurity at her companion's fervor. What nonsense are you conjuring? I merely wish to witness if the wolf fire gun technique is truly as formidable as the rumors suggest. Besides, his current reputation is merely due to the lack of challengers from the prominent families of Fengqing. Otherwise, how could he easily claim the title of the foremost martial disciple? Xu Wan retorted dismissively after shooting an unimpressed glance at the girl across from her. You wild girl. Regardless, Wang Tianhao is indeed remarkable. And as a descendant of the Wang lineage, our ancestors have personally invited him, likely with matrimonial intentions in mind. Remember, you must not compete with me, Jin Yuzhen warned. By the way, are you certain that helping your dear brother will yield results? I doubt Jin Tian will so easily relent. Jin Yuzhen beamed with joy. Relay this message to Jin Tian. Even if Shermu's aptitude is lacking, he is still my brother by blood. If he resorts to underhanded tactics, I shall break his legs the day before the Kaiyuan competition. Upon hearing this, Xu Wan's face turned ashen. Jin Yuzhen, noticing Xu Wan's fierce defense of Shermu, couldn't help but stick out her tongue playfully. Unbeknownst to Shermu, his reputation had significantly diminished in the eyes of his younger sister. Upon returning to his residence, he immersed himself in a steaming herbal bath. After tossing a hot towel over his face, he leaned against the wooden basin, eyes closed, yet his mind was in turmoil as he meticulously reconsidered a long-planned strategy. Golden Silkworm Rat, Shermu murmured softly. Chapter 16. Golden Silkworm Rat 3 days later. At dawn, Shermu arrived alone at the sprawling mountains, carrying a massive bundle nearly half his height. After traversing several peaks, he finally reached the edge of an exceptionally lush bamboo grove. He spent half an hour circling the 100-acre bamboo forest before discovering some traces. He gently placed the large bundle down in a certain direction of the grove and quickly retrieved a small iron spade, beginning to dig a trap in the ground. Oddly enough, Shermu was exceedingly cautious in his digging. As if afraid of making too much noise, by the time he completed a pit the size of a water tank and nearly 10 feet deep, the sun was already high in the sky. He then took out various bottles and jars from his bundle, pouring unknown powders and liquids into the bottom of the pit. Next, he covered the pit with slender branches and laid bamboo leaves on top, sprinkling some dust over it. Thus, a cleverly devised trap was set. Shermu surveyed his handiwork, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The method of trap setting and the substances used were learned from the secret techniques of Master Zhong. Otherwise, even with his skill in the blade technique reaching 7 strikes in a breath, his chances of success would have been significantly diminished. After checking the position of the sun to gauge the time, he unwrapped a paper pouch from his pocket, revealing a golden dough. He then poured a mysterious liquid from a small vial onto the dough. Instantly, an indescribable aroma wafted from the dough. I hope the bait recipe I obtained from the old hunter in town proves effective. Otherwise, I have spent 30 taels of silver on mere ingredients. Shermu mused, shaking his wrist as the golden dough floated gently into the center of the trap. Next, he retrieved a dark wooden knife and a notably oversized green cloak, draping it around himself. After tossing the bundle behind a nearby boulder, he crouched beside the trap, remaining perfectly still from a distance. The trap appeared empty and devoid of any anomaly. At that moment, Shermu held his breath, the warm air from his nostrils barely visible, his gaze fixed intently on the bamboo grove, his mind again flooded with relevant information. The golden silkworm rat, also known as the medicinal mouse. It is a unique beast native to Chuanzhou, a mutated variant of the common spotted field mouse. Upon birth, it will kill its siblings and, after 3 months, grows golden fur, enabling it to seek out and consume various medicinal herbs. After a year, when the golden silkworm rat is entirely golden, It reaches full maturity and can effortlessly locate rare herbs. Thus, if tamed, it would be akin to acquiring a natural herbalist, highly sought after in the market, often fetching tens of thousands of taels, yet rarely available for sale. Shermu had serendipitously discovered this renowned golden silkworm rat while chasing a wild fox near the bamboo grove and was filled with mixed emotions. However, he had refrained from acting rashly. Although the golden silkworm rat is not a spiritual beast, it is naturally timid and cautious, capable of swift movements that create illusions to confuse pursuers. Unless one possesses extraordinary agility, the chances of capturing it after a misstrike are slim. Over the past few weeks, every time Shermu visited this mountain to train, he had dedicated time to studying the golden silkworm rat's habits. Now that he had mastered the wind blade technique to 7 strikes in a breath and acquired trap-setting techniques from the secret techniques of Master Zhong, he resolved to take action today. Just as Shermu was setting the trap in preparation to capture the golden silkworm rat, in a certain hall of the Fengqing Jingguang martial arts school, an elderly man with graying hair was scolding Wang Tianhao. "What nonsense are you up to? I sent you to the Jin family to see if there are any suitable women, not to injure several of their direct descendants. Uncle Su, how can this be my fault? They insisted on asking me for guidance on martial arts. I simply lost control for a moment. But truth be told, aside from one Shi Yuhuan who was somewhat decent, the rest are utterly useless." Unable to withstand a single blow from me, wasting my half a day, Wang Tianhao replied, yawning into his hand, appearing utterly unconcerned. "You little rascal. The Jin family is our Wang family's ally in Chuanzhou. This time, you were sent for matchmaking. How dare you resort to violence? Now I have to clean up your mess and personally apologize to the Jin family's elder." Uncle Su glared at Wang Tianhao, exasperated. "From today onwards, you shall remain here and not leave the martial arts school until you have mastered the mixed heaven style of the wolf fire gun technique." Uncle Su glowered at Wang Tianhao, who merely shrugged. "I don't mind. After all, the competition among the 4 major martial arts schools is in half a month. I need to conserve my energy." "Humph. Given your nonchalant attitude, I have little confidence in your performance in the upcoming competition," Uncle Su retorted. "Oh? Are there any formidable opponents emerging from other martial arts schools?" Wang Tianhao inquired, suddenly alert. "You truly are a martial arts enthusiast. If I don't tell you this, you might lose sleep over it." Uncle Su replied, half amused. "Heh, you know me well, Uncle Su," Wang Tianhao said with a hint of flattery. "From what I gather, the Feihong Martial Arts School has apparently enlisted an extraordinary talent from elsewhere to change their previous lackluster results. Although he is not of noble blood, he possesses a natural thick earth body," Uncle Su stated earnestly. "The thick earth body? Is that the physique renowned for its defensive capabilities?" Wang Tianhao finally displayed a hint of surprise. "Heh, just knowing about the thick earth body is sufficient. Given your current mastery of the wolf fire gun technique, I doubt you can breach their defenses," Uncle Su chuckled. "Perhaps I cannot overcome the defenses of a martial disciple with the thick earth body, but I am aware of a certain martial disciple from Fengqing who definitely can. If he participates in this martial arts competition, it will surely be quite spectacular," Wang Tianhao mused, a smile creeping onto his face after a moment of contemplation. "Oh, are you referring to the fierce fist mentioned a few days ago?" Uncle Su's eyes sparkled with interest upon hearing this. "Indeed, I have personally witnessed the formidable prowess of this individual. Their strength undoubtedly exceeds 1,000 pounds. For otherwise, they could not achieve the feat of bending iron with bare hands," Wang Tianhao proclaimed without a moment's hesitation. "Well, by your account, this fearsome fist, imbued with brute force, can indeed counter the might of the thick earth body to some extent. However, it is unfortunate that this contest is limited to martial apprentices under the age of 18. Given that this fearsome fist is the leader of a minor gang, it is highly likely that their age surpasses this threshold." Su Shu remarked noncommittally. "Indeed, were it not for this reason, I would not have retreated so easily at that time. If this fearsome fist were of the same age as I would certainly engage in a fierce battle to defend my title as the foremost martial apprentice of Fengqing." Wang Tianhao asserted with pride after a nod that Su Shu, upon hearing this, fell into a contemplative silence. His esteemed nephew was admirable in many respects, yet he exhibited an inclination to boast excessively. Whoosh! 7 black blades sliced through the air, shattering several faint yellow phantoms, ultimately striking a tangible object. With a shrill cry, a golden-haired creature, roughly the size of a fist, plummeted from the air, landing squarely in the now visible gaping pit below. Nearby, Shermu, who had launched a surprise attack with his blade, was elated at this turn of events. He hastily tossed aside his wooden sword, swiftly reached into his sleeve with one hand, and then thrust forward, releasing a massive silk net that perfectly covered the top of the pit once more. Bang! The golden creature suddenly surged from the depths of the pit, colliding with the freshly laid silk net, only to tumble back down. After several more failed attempts to escape, the creature's strength waned, and soon the pit fell silent. Only then did Shermu cautiously approach the edge, casting a glance into the pit. To his relief, he found the golden creature motionless within a colorful pool of slime at the bottom. Feeling reassured, he turned to a nearby boulder, quickly rummaged through his pack, and retrieved a small iron cage. His excitement mounting as he prepared to rush back to the pit. However, as he turned, his expression changed drastically. He noticed a figure draped in a green robe, sword at their back, had appeared at the edge of the once empty pit, now inspecting the struggling golden creature in their grasp, the very golden rat that had been unconscious moments before. "Who are you, Senior? That golden rat should belong to me." Shermu's heart raced as he gazed at the creature in the stranger's hand. Yet he took a deep breath and inquired, "What, young one? Do you believe that I have claimed your prey?" The figure in the green robe turned to face Shermu, coldly retorting. Only then did Shermu discern that the individual appeared to be a Taoist of around 30 years of age, their brows thick and eyes sharp, exuding an aura of menacing intensity. "Senior, you clearly possess great skill, but I assure you, that golden rat was captured through considerable effort on my part," Shermu stammered, but was abruptly taken aback by a wave of frigid air that enveloped him, rendering his body nearly immobile, as if he had fallen into an ice cavern. This seemingly enigmatic figure wasted no time in launching an attack against Shermu. Ah, the infamous Cold Abyss sword would dare harbor thoughts of seizing treasure and committing murder against a mere martial apprentice. If I were to spread word of this, who would believe it? Just as Shermu found himself frozen, almost losing consciousness, a melodious voice rang out. Chapter 17. The enigmatic maiden of the dark sky. The sound of rustling leaves heralded the arrival of a fairy-like maiden clad in white, who appeared no older than 15 or 16. Her figure was graceful and alluring, her skin as pale as snow, and her long black hair cascaded down to her waist. Her eyes sparkled with a captivating allure that left men utterly entranced. "Dark Sky Maiden, you audacious temptress, you dare to follow me? Do you truly believe my Cold Abyss sword fears your beguiling charms?" The middle-aged Taoist's demeanor shifted upon seeing the barefooted maiden, recoiling as if confronted by a venomous serpent. Swiftly grasping the hilt of his sword, "Cold Abyss sword, you are surely aware of why I seek you. It is a pity that my disciple, Lan Yun, harbors such feelings for you, yet you would leave her alone in the depths below." The maiden's gaze, as soft as flowing water, drew closer to the Taoist. "You temptress, I have reiterated countless times that Lan Yun's demise bears no relation to me. She merely overheard the location of our rendezvous and was subsequently ambushed." The middle-aged Taoist's face twisted in rage as he unsheathed a long sword that shimmered with a greenish light, bellowing in anger, "Bomi, it matters not whether you acted out of intent or negligence. Since you once vowed to share life and death with her, I am here merely to help you fulfill that promise. There is no need for excessive gratitude." The barefooted maiden chuckled lightly, raising her sleeve to reveal a short, pure white ruler. This ruler, measuring no more than half a foot in length and 2 inches in width, was enveloped in swirling mist, exuding an air of mystery. "The Shinbing ruler, is it not the treasured artifact of your dark sky sect? You madwoman, to risk such a precious item for a deceased person. Do you not fear your sect's enforcers will strip you of your powers?" The Taoist, who had initially planned to confront the maiden with his sword, stuttered in shock upon seeing the ruler. "Ah, you need not fret about that. However, I believe it is time to send you on your way." The barefooted maiden replied with a light laugh, gently shaking the ruler in her hand. Instantly, the air around them rippled, conjuring clusters of white mist that swiftly transformed into blossoms the size of bowls. "To kill me? Dream on." With a swift motion, the middle-aged Taoist hurled the small creature in his grasp toward her, propelling himself backward with a surge of power, twisting in midair as he evaded into a nearby grove of dark trees. "Temptress, once I return, I shall reveal the matter of the Shinbing ruler." Let us see how you will justify this to your sect." His voice echoed from the trees, fading into the distance. "Fool, a mere replica has sent you fleeing." The barefooted maiden scoffed. "With the soul-chasing incense, you cannot escape, no matter how far you run, though. This golden rat has awakened its spiritual eyes." She gracefully lifted the golden rat, which was now in her possession, her expression turning to one of surprise. "I had presumed that with the Cold Abyss sword's reputation, it would not stoop to claiming an ordinary golden rat. It appears, however, that this one is on the cusp of evolving into a spiritual beast." The maiden tucked the jade ruler away, cradling the golden creature in her arms, her delight palpable as she caressed it. The creature, resembling a golden mouse, had bright green eyes that twinkled under her delicate touch. Too intimidated to move. But there is yet another little fellow here. After playing with the golden rat for a while, the maiden finally noticed Shermu, who remained nearly frozen in place at this moment. Shermu stood still, yet a thin layer of white frost had formed on his body, his eyes fixated on the barefooted maiden. With a soft laugh, she approached him slowly, as Shermu's gaze followed her moving figure. He found himself unable to look away. "How intriguing," the maiden mused, her expression shifting to one of genuine curiosity as she began to sway playfully. Shermu remained motionless, yet his eyes darted back and forth, creating a rather comical scene. "How amusing," the maiden halted before Shermu, bending slightly as she laughed heartily, as though her stomach pained her. After a prolonged fit of laughter, she straightened, waved her sleeve, and a cloud of white mist surged forth, enveloping Shermu. In an astonishing turn of events, the frost on his body began to dissolve at an observable rate. With a thud, Shermu suddenly collapsed forward, landing heavily in the mud, utterly drained of strength. Barely managing to lift his head, to his astonishment, he noticed a pair of delicate feet before him, their toes painted a vivid red, reminiscent of alluring petals. "Theo, you find my feet beautiful?" the maiden inquired languidly. Upon hearing this, Shermu's face flushed crimson, an unexpected surge of strength coursing through him, enabling him to slowly rise from the ground, his gaze fixated on the maiden's exquisite visage. "Little one, do you realize that had you been a few years older and regarded me in such a manner, I would have plucked out your eyes?" the barefooted maiden remarked, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "What is your name?" Shermu finally managed to speak, his voice somewhat hoarse, yet surprisingly steady, catching the maiden off guard. "Do you think I would divulge such information?" The barefooted maiden hesitated before responding with a playful grin. "I must ascertain your name first, as I intend to formally propose to your family." Shermu's gaze intensified as he felt an unexplainable warmth creeping into his cheeks. "What did you say?" "I did not quite catch that." The maiden feigned confusion, her eyes widening in surprise. "I wish for you to be my wife." "I shall marry you," Shermu declared without a second thought, his expression earnest. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you know my age and status, to dare utter such words?" The barefoot maiden, despite her merciless and unpredictable demeanor, found herself momentarily stunned by the words of the youth before her. "Have you been promised to another, or are you already in your 40s? Shermu inquired with a furrowed brow. "Not at all. I am merely in my 20s. Why should I answer that?" "You," the barefoot maiden instinctively retorted, only to realize her indignation moments later. Being in one's 20s and unbetrothed is certainly a good thing. Regardless of the lady's background, from the very moment I laid eyes on you, I was utterly smitten, and thus I shall surely take you as my wife," Shermu declared earnestly, breathing a sigh of relief. Giggling, "You think your affection grants you the right to marry me. Do not deceive yourself. Even if you were to reach the innate level, it would be a stretch. But enough of this chatter. To be frank, I have long since resolved never to wed any man," the barefoot maiden replied, her laughter returning her to a semblance of composure, though her gaze faltered under the heat of Shermu's ardent eyes. "My mother once told me that if one encounters a woman they truly admire, they must express their feelings without delay, lest they miss their chance at a splendid union. Shermu, vow here that I shall take this lady as my wife. Should I falter in this promise, may I be pierced by 1,000 arrows and meet a grim demise," Shermu proclaimed, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the barefoot maiden as he raised his hand to swear an oath. Coincidentally, at the very moment Shermu's words left his lips, a sudden, thunderous clap resonated through the sky. The barefoot maiden gasped, her red lips parting and her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment, rendering her speechless. After a moment, she erupted into laughter. How amusing! I, the heavenly enchantress, actually have someone proposing to me, and a mere boy at that. Very well, don't say I haven't given you a chance. Should you achieve the innate level before turning 30, you may come to Wanlong Mountain's heavenly enchantment sect to find me, at which point I shall reveal my true name. Consider this a reward akin to that of the spirit-eye beast. With that, the barefoot maiden straightened, tossing Shermu a small vial before shattering something hidden within her sleeve. With a whoosh, a tempest arose, and clouds formed, lifting her form high into the sky as she soared away. Leaving behind a lingering voice, and let me inform you, the spirit beast you encountered earlier was merely feigning unconsciousness. Had it not been for the swift action of the cold abyss sword, you might have returned empty-handed. The swift departure of the barefoot maiden, from tossing the vial to whisking away the small beast, conveyed an unmistakable sense of hurried escape. She actually flew away, the heavenly enchantress. Shermu stood there, clutching the vial, staring blankly in the direction of her disappearance, momentarily dumbfounded, before murmuring to himself. After a while, he finally regained his composure and glanced at the vial in his hand. Then at the trap he had set earlier, a bitter smile spreading across his face. This time, aside from losing several hundred taels of silver in this object, it seemed he had indeed suffered a loss without any gain. Curiosity about the contents of the vial piqued within him. After all, this mysterious girl surely didn't part with just any ordinary item. Without further hesitation, Shermu uncapped the vial and poured its contents into his palm. Revealing a thumb-sized, milky white pill, its surface faintly glimmering with silver threads. The Chi Spirit Pill, the youth exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise upon recognizing the pill he had seen countless times in illustrations. Shermu still found it hard to believe, staring wide-eyed at the pill before bringing it closer to his nose for a cautious sniff, a sharp, spicy aroma wafting up to greet him. Indeed, it was the Chi Spirit Pill. Although the market price for one was set at 10,000 taels of silver, in the black market, it often traded for 20 to 30,000 taels. With scarcity of availability, how generous of this barefoot maiden! Shermu's heart swelled with joy, but his astonishment at the maiden's identity only deepened. It seemed that his earlier declaration of marrying her might very well be seen as a foolish ambition. The condition she set, achieving the innate level before turning 30, now weighed heavily on his heart. To claim he could reach that level before 30 was, of course, unrealistic. Yet, the thought of relinquishing his pursuit of this enchanting maiden, who had so decisively captured his heart, was something his stubborn nature could not accept. It appeared that he would have to take things one step at a time. His current focus remained on comprehending Chi perception and becoming a postnatal warrior. With a sigh, Shermu cast aside the myriad of distractions swirling in his mind and redirected his attention to the Chi Spirit Pill in his hand. With this pill, along with the one from the Jin family, his confidence in grasping Chi perception surged. Several days later, within the secluded chamber of the Lufeng Martial Arts Academy, the sound of relentless pounding echoed like a torrential downpour. Shermu squatted in a hoarse stance. His bare torso braced against the strikes of Li Songhai's staff. His skin bore the marks of bruises, yet it appeared almost unnaturally pale. Each blow seemed to resonate as if striking a wooden post. Shermu had endured countless blows without displaying any signs of pain. Rather, he seemed to exude a barely contained excitement, occasionally letting out low growls in response. Li Songhai, having shed his outer garments to reveal his muscular physique, continued to wield the staff with fervor, drenched in sweat, his gaze fixed intensely upon Shermu. With a thunderous crack, when the staff struck a specific acupoint on Shermu's chest, it echoed like a clap of thunder. Shermu's complexion flushed crimson, only to return to normal moments later, before reddening again. After repeating this cycle a dozen times, a sound like firecrackers erupted from within him, while his muscles began to ripple and pulse as if alive. Ha! It worked! I never thought anyone could endure this iron training for half a year and successfully advance to the 11th level of body tempering. Li Songhai exclaimed, tossing aside his staff. Erupting into hearty laughter. This is all thanks to your meticulous training over the past 6 months, Shermu replied, taking a deep breath as the sounds within him ceased, his muscles returning to a normal state. Equally elated, there's no need for thanks. I'm merely doing my job for the fee, however, aside from you. Only those with tough skin and resilient flesh can endure this. Li Songhai waved dismissively. Regardless, I am profoundly grateful to have reached the 11th level of body tempering. Shermu said, stretching his limbs and reveling in the newfound sensations within his body. Humph. If you wish to thank me, then in a few days at the tournament, secure a first place for the Lufeng Martial Arts Academy. Li Songhai replied without pretense. Hee, count on it. I shall do my utmost. Shermu declared with a grin. 7 days later, at the entrance of the Tianlu Martial Arts Academy, the largest martial arts school in Feng City. The portly master Feng Lingchan, resembling a bear, welcomed the approaching guests from the Lufeng Academy alongside another instructor with a jovial smile. Shermu and 2 others followed closely behind Li Songhai and a burly man with a red face. Ha, brother men. It has only been a few months, yet you both appear even more spirited. Not at all, Master Feng. It is you who looks even more robust since our last meeting, Li Songhai replied. Chuckling, indeed, you are implying that I've grown even more rotund. Aren't you? Feng Lingchan teased. How could I dare? Among the 4 great academies, only you truly manage affairs. Unlike us 3, whose titles are mere formalities. Rarely seen around, Li Songhai retorted, by the way, have Tian Huli from the Feihong Academy and Wang Lauk from the Jinjian Academy arrived? Rest assured, they have already arrived and are waiting at the tournament grounds. Feng Lingchan responded, his laughter booming as he scrutinized Shermu and the other 2 promising disciples from the academy. These 3 are the disciples representing your academy in the competition, correct? While they possess some skill, they cannot possibly compare to my nephew Feng. Li Songhai chuckled. Brother Li, you might be mistaken. Even if the Feihong Academy wanted to place last, it would be quite a challenge, Feng Lingchan countered. Adopting a pained expression, oh? What do you mean by that, Brother Feng? Li Songhai inquired, surprised, while the burly man beside him also revealed a hint of astonishment. Brother Li, your information seems rather outdated. Have you not heard? The Feihong Academy has recently admitted a disciple with a thick earth constitution, Feng Lingchan replied seriously. A thick earth constitution? Finally, the red-faced man from the Lufeng Academy broke his silence. It seems the Feihong Academy is truly determined not to finish at the bottom this time. He mused, realizing the stakes had just become significantly higher. Li Songhai, contemplating the odds of Shermu breaking through the thick earth constitution with his shattered stone fist, couldn't help but feel the weight of the challenge ahead. Shermu stood alongside 2 other martial disciples, curiously observing the grand entrance of the Tianlu Martial Arts School. The entrance was adorned with golden studs, flanked by colossal stone lions, exuding far more grandeur than the Lufeng Martial Arts School. Feng Lingchan had already begun to usher Li Songhai and the others into the premises. Shermu followed the group as they entered through the doors of the Tianlu Martial Arts School. Upon entering, a vast training arena came into view, with a large platform constructed from thick, round logs rising prominently in the center, approximately 10 feet high and measuring 10 feet on each side. The rest of the training ground was mostly empty, save for a group of about a dozen martial disciples standing in threes beside the platform, clearly representatives from the other 3 major martial arts schools. You 3, wait over there. Master Tian and I will be out shortly, Li Songhai instructed Shermu and his companions before he and the burly red-faced man followed Feng Lingchan towards a room at the back of the arena. Shermu, Sunjun, let us proceed as well. It would be prudent to observe the strengths of the others, remarked the eldest and most robust of the 3 martial disciples, addressing Shermu and the tall, lean youth beside him. Now that we are here, knowing their capabilities serves little purpose. However, both Li and I have cultivated several martial techniques to a minor proficiency, so participating in this competition is only fitting. As for you, a newcomer to the school, despite having reached the 10th level of body refinement, I have yet to see you practice any martial skills within the school. What strength can you possibly exhibit in the competition? I wonder why Instructor Li insists on including you. The lean youth voiced his discontent towards Shermu. I have no desire to participate in this competition either, but since Instructor Li has singled me out, I have no choice but to comply, Shermu replied nonchalantly, showing no signs of anger. You? Enough. Sun Jun, you wouldn't want to become a laughingstock in front of the other martial schools, would you? The Li-named youth interrupted. Clearly displeased. Sun Jun seemed to regard the Li-named youth with some trepidation, and after a couple of huffs, he refrained from further remarks towards Shermu. Thus, the trio made their way toward the platform. Scrutinizing the nearby martial disciples, Shermu's gaze swept across the crowd near the platform, and he immediately recognized several familiar faces, his opponents from his previous encounters as the Fierce Fist among them. Two individuals particularly caught his attention. A tall youth surrounded by several disciples of the Tianlu martial arts school, and a white-clad youth sitting alone on the ground, meticulously polishing a sleek black spear. Feng Jun, Wang Tianhao. Shermu instantly identified the 2.1 had once endured 3 of his punches using his formidable protective skill, while the other had displayed exceptional spear technique but had retreated without engaging. Both had left a lasting impression on him. However, the two evidently did not recognize the current Shermu. Upon seeing him approach, they merely cast him a cursory glance before dismissing him. After Shermu's eyes flitted over Feng Jun and Sun Jun, he surveyed the rest of the crowd. The martial disciples present were clearly the elite from the 4 major martial schools, their demeanor and presence starkly contrasting that of ordinary disciples. The Li-named youth led Shermu forward. A young man with a square face, adorned in the attire of the Feihong Martial Arts School, greeted them enthusiastically. Li Yunfeng, your Lufeng Martial Arts School has finally arrived. With that, it seems the competition is about to commence. I can hardly wait to witness your python bone fist once more. Guzhong, should we cross paths, I will certainly hold nothing back. The Li-named youth replied, though his gaze wandered towards the other 2 members of the Feihong Martial Arts School. One was a chubby youth of similar age to Guzhong, while the other was a slight, dark-skinned boy of about 14 or 15, with an unremarkable appearance. Junior brother Jia, no need for introductions. You must have met him during the last competition. As for this junior brother Taidong, he indeed joined our ranks just a month ago, Guzhong said, momentarily taken aback before quickly introducing them. Li brother, the chubby youth clasped his fists together. The boy named Taidong merely rolled his eyes, displaying an air of indifference. Seeing this, Li Yunfeng's expression soured slightly. Do not mind him, Li brother. Junior brother Taidong grew up on a remote island and is not one for many words. By the way, you should introduce me to your 2 junior brothers behind you, Guzhong quickly interjected, attempting to ease the tension while looking toward Shermu and Sun Jun. Shermu, I have long heard that your esteemed school has a disciple who, at merely 15, has neared the 10th level of body refinement. Could this be the young brother in question? Guzhong remarked, astonished, as he observed Shermu's physique, which resembled that of an adult. It is worth noting that while there are few who can achieve the grand mastery of body refinement by 18 or 19, reaching the 10th level at merely 15 is undeniably a mark of genius. Among the known martial disciples under 15 in Feng City, those who have attained the 10th level in body refinement are exceedingly rare. This typically indicates a significantly higher aptitude for comprehending energy sensations compared to others, and once they transition to innate martial artists, their potential far surpasses their peers. Guzhong contemplated this. His face broke into a broad smile as he bowed towards Shermu. Brother Sher, your youth and achievement in reaching the 10th level of body refinement will surely shine in this competition. Thank you for your kind words, Brother Gu, Shermu replied with a slight smile, returning the gesture. You have reached the 10th level of body refinement? The thin, monkey-like Taidong inquired, his voice sharp and grating, as if still transitioning through his adolescent years. Indeed, Shermu replied casually, I once faced a martial disciple of the 11th level of body refinement in my hometown. He was utterly exhausted on the platform and could not breach my thick earth body. Taidong glared at Shermu, a hint of disdain in his voice. Should that be the case, I might not stand a chance. However, regrettably, your opponent may not necessarily be me, Shermu replied, stifling a yawn. Regardless of who my opponent may be, they shall never breach my thick earth body, Taidong proclaimed haughtily before turning away. As for Sun Jun beside Shermu, he had not even cast a glance at Taidong. Is this guy perpetually arrogant? Sun Jun, visibly agitated, could not help but exclaim. Well, that Guzhong, usually adept at diffusing tension, found himself at a loss for words. Brother Gu, why offer excuses for this fellow? To be frank, the veterans of our Feihong martial arts school share the same disdain for Taidong. However, several instructors within the school regard him as a treasure, leaving us helpless against it. Furthermore, while this brat may be insufferably arrogant, his thick earth body is indeed formidable. At least Brother Li and I cannot contend with him. The chubby youth, junior brother Jia, scoffed. Is the thick earth body truly that formidable? Li brother, if I am not mistaken. Your water splash sword technique excels against external martial skills, Li Yunfeng said, somewhat incredulous. Ahem. The might of the thick earth body will be evident when you step onto the platform. No need for me to elaborate further. Gu Zhong replied with a wry smile, signaling his unwillingness to delve deeper into the topic. Hemph. Even if Tai Dong's thick earth body boasts exceptional defense, can Wang Tianhao's fierce fire spear technique not contend with it? Sun Jun remarked, after a brief moment of silence. As for Wang Tianhao, that is indeed uncertain. During the last school competition, this young Master Wang single-handedly defeated all disciples from the 4 major schools using only his rudimentary fierce fire spear technique. There was no one who could withstand him. Now, a year later, his strength has surely grown even more astonishing. However, Wang Tianhao has become increasingly arrogant. Rumor has it that even the veterans of the Jinggan martial arts school who displease him are promptly dealt with, Gu Zhong stated, shaking his head repeatedly. Upon hearing this, not only Sun Jun and Li Yunfeng but also the others could not help but glance in the direction of Wang Tianhao. Only Shimu remained seemingly unfazed, maintaining a calm smile as he observed the thin, dark-skinned youth. The white-clad boy, who had been focused on polishing his spear, suddenly looked up, seemingly sensing something. He fixed his gaze on the group, causing Li Yunfeng and the others to flinch, awkwardly avoiding his gaze. After scanning the crowd with an impassive expression, the white-clad youth's eyes lingered on Shimu for a moment before he abruptly stood, slinging his spear over his shoulder, and strode confidently towards them. Wang. Young Master Wang, I trust you are well. In the midst of their startled glances, Gu Zhong could only muster the courage to greet him. Who are you? Have we met? Wang Tianhao coldly scrutinized Gu Zhong, responding in an impolite manner. Ji Yuzhong's face turned a mix of red and white. Seeing this, Li Yunfeng and the others naturally hesitated to speak, allowing the white-clad youth to survey them once more. What is your name, and which martial school do you belong to? Wang Tianhao's gaze finally settled on Shimu, examining him from head to toe before slowly drawing his spear, pointing its tip directly at him. His tone devoid of any emotion. Oh, what is it that you wish? Shimu furrowed his brow slightly before turning his gaze towards the young Lord Wang, his eyes remarkably calm and clear, devoid of any hint of abnormality. Have I encountered you somewhere before? Wang Tianhao inquired, squinting at Shimu. No, this is my first time meeting you, Shimu replied, unwavering in his certainty. I've never seen you. Yet why does your figure strike me as so familiar? Wang Tianhao continued, still aiming his spear at Shimu, a flicker of suspicion crossing his face. Young Master Wang, you perhaps encountered my junior brother Shimu in Fengcheng. Li Yunfeng finally interjected with a light cough. Though he too felt quite perplexed, he was somewhat aware of Shimu's background, and it seemed improbable that there would be any connection with Wang Tianhao. The onlookers, Gu Zhong and Sun Jun, were naturally even more bewildered. Hee, perhaps I truly mistook someone. Your name is Shimu, correct? Excellent. I hope we can have a good sparring session on the arena later, Wang Tianhao remarked, scanning Shimu's tranquil face multiple times. After his pupils slightly narrowed, he suddenly burst into laughter, retracting his spear and turning to walk away. Ji Yuzhong, Li Yunfeng, and the others exchanged glances, uncertain of the intentions behind the actions of the top martial disciple from Fengcheng. Brother Shi, do you know Wang Tianhao? Li Yunfeng could not help but ask. Not really. Well, I suppose it wouldn't count as knowing, Shimu replied ambiguously, stroking his chin. What do you mean by not really knowing? Li Yunfeng's eyes widened, suddenly finding Shimu to be shrouded in mystery. Ji Yuzhong and the others were equally filled with questions, yet seeing Shimu's demeanor, they hesitated to pry further. Senior Brother Feng, did you see that? Wang Tianhao just went to the Lufeng Feihong martial arts school and even showcased his spear, but only said a few words before returning. What on earth is he up to? Among the numerous disciples from the Tianlu martial arts school, there were not merely 3 participants in the competition, but rather 7 or 8. The most prominent figure among them was a fierce-looking young man with a scarred face, known as Feng Jun, the most renowned martial disciple in the Tianlu martial arts school. At this moment, Feng Jun listened to his companions while casting a predatory gaze at every move made by Wang Tianhao. As the nephew of the Tianlu martial arts school's master, he had been practicing the school's unique and domineering iron body technique since childhood, and had also honed the infamous martial technique, the Black Fiend Hand, to a considerable level. Although he narrowly missed entering the Kaiyuan Martial Institute in previous years, he had always looked down on his peers from Fengqing and had secured victory multiple times in martial competitions. However, everything changed after the last martial competition, where he was swiftly defeated by Wang Tianhao, a disciple much younger than himself, who had mercilessly planted his foot on Feng Jun's face in the arena. Feng Jun had never harbored such hatred for anyone, even going so far as to practice diligently for months without stepping out of the martial school, solely to seek revenge. Fortunately, not long ago, after challenging another formidable martial disciple, he had suffered a setback that unexpectedly advanced his iron body technique to a higher level. With this newfound strength, he was confident he could emerge victorious in this martial competition, even trampling Wang Tianhao beneath his feet. However, the moment he laid eyes on Wang Tianhao again at the Tianlu Martial Arts School, he felt a burning sensation on the side of his face where he had been previously humiliated, causing his confidence to wane. With a cold snort, Feng Jun finally spoke. "Are you certain that among the participants from the Feihong Martial Arts School and the Lufeng Martial Arts School, only the wild boy with the thick earth body is worthy of attention? While the others are negligible, rest assured, senior brother Feng, we have thoroughly investigated, and it turns out that these two martial schools are indeed far weaker than our Tianlu Jingguang Martial Arts School. The only one you should be cautious of is that individual with the thick earth body mentioned by the master. However, despite his martial physique, what remarkable skills can a wild boy from a remote village truly cultivate? Your iron body technique is already not inferior to the thick earth body, and with your 10 layers of body refining technique, even exhaustion could lead to his demise," a disciple from the Tianlu Martial Arts School flattered. "That settles it. This way, I can fully focus on dealing with Wang Tianhao," Feng Jun said, revealing a fierce glint in his eyes as he touched his own face. Oddly enough, as he spoke, a slight discomfort emerged from his recently healed rib area. After Emil's time, the door to the back room of the training arena swung open, and amid bursts of laughter, Li Songhai and others from the 4 martial schools stepped out, conversing jovially as if they were long-lost friends. "All right, the competition among the 4 major martial schools officially begins," announced Feng Lingchan, the master of the Tianlu Martial Arts School, as he surveyed the disciples before him. Upon hearing this, Shermu and the other martial disciples perked up. Gathering around the arena, the coaches, including Li Songhai, approached, accompanied by 2 unfamiliar faces. One was clad in armor, with a sword at his waist, his expression a mixture of amusement and seriousness, a military officer. The other was a beautiful woman in her 30s. Her hair elegantly pinned up and her expression stoic, serving as the referee invited by the 4 major martial schools. The martial school was affiliated with the Fengqing garrison, while the woman was the leader of a significant underground faction within the city. Moments later, Feng Lingchan stood atop the arena and began to announce the competition rules. This time, the competition would follow the same format as before, consisting of 3 rounds to determine the victor. In each round, each of the 4 major martial schools could send 1 person to challenge. While the challenged school must respond earnestly, disciples who lost would not proceed to the next round, while victors could continue to challenge other martial artists in subsequent rounds. After 3 rounds, rankings would be determined based on the number of retained challengers. Once Feng Lingchan finished speaking, he leapt off the arena, and the military officer calmly ascended, merely clasping his fists in greeting and standing in silence. Below, Li Yunfeng, having heard the rules, smirked slightly. "Brother Li, do you have any insights on these competition rules?" Shermu inquired curiously. "Brother Sher, you may be unaware, but this 3-round challenge system is actually most beneficial for schools with strong fighters. In the previous competition, Wang Tianhao, representing the Jingguang Martial Arts School, nearly swept through all 3 rounds single-handedly. Leaving the other schools powerless to resist, Li Yunfeng replied with a wry smile that I see. This military officer's challenge rules are indeed quite intriguing, Shermu mused, grasping the true implications of the rules and chuckling lightly. Just then, someone leapt onto the arena, declaring loudly, "I am Wu Ming from the Tianlu Martial Arts School, seeking to learn from the martial skills of the seniors from the Lufeng Martial Arts School. Yunfeng, you should go up. This individual lost to you last time, so you should have no trouble handling him," commanded the burly red-faced man from the Lufeng Martial Arts School, not bothering to turn back. "Master Min, rest assured, I'll take care of this fellow," Li Yunfeng assured, halting his conversation with Shermu and puffing out his chest. He then placed his hands on his waist, revealing a pair of azure fist gloves. which emitted a crisp sound as they were adorned with bronze plates the size of fingernails. Li Yunfeng leapt onto the arena. Wu Ming, the young man, roared and brandished two gleaming daggers. Charging forward in an instant, the two were locked in combat. Li Yunfeng twisted his body, delivering punches from unexpectedly strange angles. Wu Ming, wielding his daggers with agility, formed an impenetrable defense, frequently clashing with Li Yunfeng's fists, creating sparks that flew in the air. This is not good. Wu Ming's void-destroying dagger has reached an impenetrable level, and Yunfeng may suffer a setback, the burly man observed, his expression changing. Indeed, Wu Ming was only a novice with the void-destroying dagger last year. It's impressive that he has reached a minor level of mastery in just a year. Conversely, Yunfeng's python bone fist lacks some refinement, making victory quite challenging. Li Songhai commented. As if to validate their words. A low roar erupted from the arena, and the two combatants suddenly separated. Wu Ming staggered back several steps, pressing a hand against his chest, his complexion alarmingly pale. Meanwhile, Li Yunfeng had sustained injuries, with two gleaming daggers embedded into his shoulder. Blood pouring forth, indicating he could no longer continue fighting. The first round goes to the Tianlu Martial Arts School, announced the military officer as he stepped forward. Li Yunfeng shot Wu Ming a resentful glare before reluctantly jumping off the arena. With two sounds, the burly man pointed at the sides of Li Yunfeng's shoulders and suddenly shook him, causing the daggers to be expelled, blood gushing forth profusely. Apply medicine immediately and bandage the wounds. You should recover in 3 to 5 days, the burly man instructed in a deep voice. Despite the pain, Li Yunfeng could only nod repeatedly in gratitude. At this moment, a youth from the Jingguang Martial Arts School, armed with a staff, ascended to challenge the Tianlu Martial Arts School. Consequently, a disciple wielding a blade from the Tianlu Martial Arts School stepped forward, and the two began to clash vigorously. After several exchanges, the challenger from the Jingguang Martial Arts School inadvertently lost grip of his weapon, leading to his submission. The Tianlu Martial Arts School has achieved an impressive victory in 2 consecutive matches, and its reputation has soared to great heights. Feng Lingchan, with a hand casually stroking his beard, wore a broad smile on his face. Following the 2 contests, discussions erupted among the crowd gathered below the arena. What is there to see? I have long heard of the renowned body of rich earth. Young man, step forward and allow me to test your skills. Just then, a figure suddenly leaped from the throng, brandishing a spear and firmly standing on the stage, loudly addressing the direction of the Feihong Martial Arts School. This individual, exuding an air of arrogance, was none other than Wang Tianhao. This brainless lad. Didn't I already tell him not to rush onto the stage? And to challenge the Feihong Martial Arts School right from the first match, exclaimed a gray-haired elder from the Jingguang Martial Arts School, nearly erupting in frustration as he failed to restrain Wang Tianhao in time. Upon witnessing this, the members of the Feihong Martial Arts School stirred restlessly. Among them, the lean and formidable Tai Dong, with a glint of ferocity in his eyes, stepped forward onto the arena. However, an elderly man with a long beard in front of him seized him, shaking his head as he said, "Donger, there is no need for you to rush onto the stage. Even if you win, it will exhaust your energy, and you may not be able to enjoy a final victory. Ji Yuzhong, you should go up and test whether Wang Tianhao's blazing spear technique has improved." Gu Zhong felt a surge of frustration upon hearing this, but reluctantly agreed, drawing his long sword and leaping onto the stage. "I am not here to face you. I demand that young man come forward." Wang Tianhao declared impatiently upon seeing Gu Zhong. "You must first defeat me before considering anything else," Gu Zhong retorted, though fear of Wang Tianhao surged within him, igniting a mix of indignation and anger. With a fierce shout, he brandished his long sword, unleashing a tempestuous display of his hard-earned water splash sword technique. How foolish! Wang Tianhao's expression darkened as he leveled his spear before him, causing the front half to vanish into thin air. With a resounding whoosh, a fireball the size of a bowl suddenly materialized before Wang Tianhao, transforming into a blazing red light that surged forward. A deafening explosion followed, and Gu Zhong let out a pained scream, his figure hurtling backward from the st as Wang Tianhao thrust his long spear horizontally before him. He miraculously managed to parry the lightning-fast blade that came crashing down upon him. However, the force compelled him to retreat 2 steps, his feet precariously positioned at the edge of the arena. Excellent. This is precisely the adversary I sought to engage with after awakening my bloodline power. To Wang Tianhao's surprise, he felt not anger but exhilaration, letting out a hearty laugh as he suddenly drove the upper half of his spear against the blade. With a swift whoosh, the seemingly iron spear made a sudden turn, its gleaming tip viciously aimed at Shi Mu's chest. Shi Mu's expression darkened. He quickly raised his hand and delivered a powerful punch towards the spear's tip. A muffled thud echoed. The spear's gleaming head was once again repelled. Yet Wang Tianhao seized this opportunity to twist his body, gliding away from the arena's edge like a great fish. After a peculiar shuffle of his feet, he unexpectedly found himself behind Shi Mu. Startled, Shi Mu swiftly turned, once more facing Wang Tianhao with his blade, and spoke in a deep voice. The leap fish step. Your eyesight is commendable. This is indeed one of the rare martial techniques among martial apprentices. And it is also a treasured secret of my Wang family, typically beyond the reach of ordinary martial academies. The fact that you could compel me to utilize such a technique only fuels my desire to have you beneath my feet. Wang Tianhao's gaze towards Shi Mu grew increasingly fervent. Go have me beneath your feet? You think you possess the skill to achieve that? Shi Mu rolled his eyes at the remark, his arm moving as a torrent of cold light surged towards his opponent. Unleashing the wind-chasing 13 styles, each strike transforming into 3 or 4 beams of icy radiance, rendering evasion impossible. With a resounding roar, Wang Tianhao brandished his spear, which danced around him like a venomous serpent, deftly countering all the icy blade shadows while employing the enigmatic leap fish step, weaving left and right across the arena. What other techniques do you possess? Unleash them all, Wang Tianhao bellowed with unrestrained laughter. Upon hearing this, Shi Mu's gaze suddenly turned icy, as he quickened the tempo of his blade movements, manifesting 5 or 6 blade shadows that coalesced into a shimmering curtain of cold light, engulfing Wang Tianhao's form entirely. Despite Wang Tianhao's transformation of his spear into a flickering constellation of light in a desperate attempt to defend himself, he quickly found himself at a disadvantage. Able only to withstand the blows without the capacity to counterattack. 6 strikes in one breath. Below the arena, a voice rang out, that of the flushed-faced instructor Min Li. This Shi Mu has indeed mastered your wind-chasing blade technique to a consummate level. With such remarkable talent, why did he not inform us sooner? Otherwise, our academy would have devoted all resources to nurturing him. I had no inkling that this boy had advanced his blade skill to such heights. I had thought he was merely a novice. Li Songhai, watching the unfolding scene, was equally taken aback. The elder with the long beard and Su Shu, along with other instructors, displayed expressions of astonishment as they witnessed Shi Mu executing the 6 strikes in one breath. The other disciples of the martial academy were left agape in disbelief. Suddenly, an explosion of flames erupted on the arena, scattering sparks in all directions and forcefully breaking apart the nearly converging curtain of blade light. A figure darted forth from the flames, Wang Tianhao, who swiftly pivoted and thrust his spear forward, the front half of the spearhead disappearing in a flash. With a series of popping sounds, 6 crimson flames suddenly manifested before him. Ha! What a 6 strikes in one breath, however. If you can withstand my 6 flames assault, I will concede defeat. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wang Tianhao let out a thunderous roar. Gripping the spear tightly, twisting it with force as he leapt into the air, charging towards Shi Mu. The 6 flames twirled in the air, merging into a singular, formidable assault aimed directly at Shi Mu. Chapter 22. Overwhelming pressure. 7 strikes in one breath. Shi Mu's form began to spin wildly like a whirlwind, his long blade dancing with fervor as each strike conjured 7 blade shadows. The blinding light of the blades coalescing into a miniature mountain of steel, sharp and daunting. This blade mountain radiated an intense light, emitting a piercing shriek from within it. That moment, the 6 fireballs, like comets, plunged into the blade mountain, resulting in a cacophony of explosions. Countless sparks erupted in all directions, the temperature soaring exponentially, nearly engulfing half of the arena in flames. Concurrently, the ground of the arena erupted with a series of whooshing sounds. Deep gouges forming in the earth around the site of the blade mountain's explosion, each gouge extending 3 feet in length and plunging 3 inches deep, creating a massive circular pattern, as if meticulously carved with a ruler. With a resounding thud, Wang Tianhao was sent reeling backward in midair, as if struck by an immense force. Upon landing, he staggered back 7 paces, leaving behind 7.5-inch deep footprints on the arena floor. At that moment, his complexion had turned pale, his hands trembling uncontrollably around the spear shaft. At that moment, Feng Jun suddenly let out a cold laugh, parting the crowd with a swift motion. He leaped onto the arena, both hands gesturing forward, revealing a pair of black iron gauntlets, meticulously crafted, with fine steel securing the joints, allowing for unrestricted movement. As for the boxing technique, it was splendid, precisely to my liking. Upon hearing this, Shermu narrowed his eyes. What a fortunate coincidence, for I too have been practicing the shattered stone fist. Humph. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us exchange a blow before discussing anything further. With a cold snort, Shermu moved, his arms swinging as his fists transformed into two shadowy figures, striking fiercely. Enraged, Feng Jun wasted no time. His hands sweeping forward, his black iron-clad fists meeting Shermu's flesh and blood fists head-on. A sharp crack resonated. Feng Jun let out a wretched scream, staggering backward, as the collision of the black iron gauntlets with Shermu's fists unleashed a shockwave, causing a gust of air to ripple around them. The black iron fists then shattered like firecrackers, revealing bloodied palms within. The shattered stone fist has reached perfection. You have actually perfected the shattered stone fist. After his cry of agony, Feng Jun suddenly shrieked, as if he had encountered a ferocious beast. Yet at that moment, Shermu advanced with a bow stance, closing in with another fist, imbued with the force of a tempest. As for Feng Jun, his hands were gravely injured, rendering him incapable of defending against this strike. He could only scream wildly, suddenly sinking his body down, and the skin exposed from his neck turned a grimy black, as if clad in a suit of black iron armor. With a thunderous impact, Shermu's fist struck Feng Jun's abdomen, instantly dispersing the dark hue of his skin, sending him flying like a sack of rice, landing heavily several feet away and kicking up a cloud of yellow dust. The spectators below the arena fell into a stunned silence. Chapter 23. The first martial disciple. Feng Jun struggled to rise from the ground, attempting to say something while swaying unsteadily. However, as he opened his mouth, he coughed out a mouthful of blood, crashing back down to the ground with a thud. Junior, quickly, take him to the quiet room in the back. A figure swiftly appeared before Feng Jun, shoving a pill into his mouth before urgently commanding him. It was Feng Lungchan. At this point, other disciples of the Tianlu Martial Arts Academy also regained their senses, hurriedly helping Feng Jun to his feet. Yet, many remained in shock. Compared to the Wind Chaser blade technique's 7 strikes in a breath, the impact of Shermu's perfected shattered stone fist was almost several times more intense. After all, the Wind Chaser blade technique was merely between the minor and major accomplishments. Generally, a martial technique at the disciple level could be mastered in merely 2 to 3 months. However, to reach the proficient stage of minor accomplishment, at least 1 to 2 years was required. As for mastering a martial technique to the stage of major accomplishment, it would take at least 3 to 4 times longer. Some particularly difficult disciple-level techniques might take over 10 years to achieve perfection. And attaining the ultimate level of disciple-level techniques, those with poor talent might find it hopeless even after a lifetime of effort. The difficulty of mastering techniques at the postnatal level far exceeds that of disciple-level techniques, requiring even more time. This often results in many seemingly capable postnatal martial artists relying solely on minor accomplishment techniques for combat. Elite Songhai had completely abandoned the training of postnatal techniques, dedicating himself solely to the Wind Chaser blade technique and the shattered stone fist for over a decade, just to barely reach major accomplishment. Yet, even so, it was sufficient to rank him among the top instructors of the 4 major martial arts academies. Now, Shermu had unexpectedly perfected the shattered stone fist without any innate energy. How could this not leave everyone astounded? This surely indicated that Shermu was a rare and genuine prodigy in cultivation. After a series of color changes on Li Songhai's face, he suddenly coughed lightly and said, "Ahem. I believe there may be some misunderstanding. In truth, this child Shermu has not perfected the shattered stone fist. Rather, it is due to his innate strength that he can produce power akin to that of a perfected technique. Indeed, if the shattered stone fist were perfected, his hands would be exceptionally white and translucent, and each punch would resonate with a metallic sound upon striking an object." The burly red-faced man, upon hearing this, instantly understood. I thought so. If a prodigy could perfect the shattered stone fist at such a young age, he would not remain unnoticed. He would have long been famous throughout Xuanzhou. Nonetheless, even so, this young man's innate strength should not be underestimated. If he continues to practice the shattered stone fist, he could easily dominate other disciples of the same rank. Moreover, given his age, should he grasp the concept of qi, entering the Kaiyuan Martial Academy would likely be a straightforward matter, with a strong possibility of becoming a formidable postnatal warrior. Li Songhai and the red-faced man's words enlightened the other martial arts instructors, sparking a flurry of discussions, with many casting covetous glances toward Shi. Shi has once again triumphed. Are there any willing to continue challenging him? If not, the Lufeng Martial Academy will claim first place in this contest. The martial official responsible for judging ascended the arena once more, announcing loudly, his gaze toward Shi becoming increasingly amiable. As these words left his lips, a hush fell over the arena. From the direction of the Feihong Martial Academy, Tai Dong's eyes glinted with fierce light as he attempted to push through the crowd. But with a swift clap, he was held back by the long-bearded elder, rendered immobile as if weighed down by a mountain. At the same time, he heard the elder's barely audible voice. Even if you go up, you may not withstand his blows that rival those of a perfected shattered stone fist. Moreover, to offend a person with limitless potential over a mere contest does not align with the interests of our academy. The lean, dark youth displayed a face full of reluctance upon hearing this. Half a day later, news of the Lufeng Martial Academy claiming first place in this contest and Shi being awarded the title of the first martial disciple swiftly spread throughout the entirety of Feng City. The major families and various smaller factions in Feng City received detailed accounts of the contest and information about Shi. Shi has become the first martial disciple within the residence of Aunt Zhen. Shi Yuhuan stared wide-eyed at the freshly received note, her expression one of disbelief. Beside her, Aunt Zhen wore a contemplative expression. In the Jin residence, a middle-aged man with an unpleasant expression admonished a horse-faced youth resembling him. Tianer, I know you are planning to band together with several cousins to trouble Shi. You must cease this immediately. This is a direct order from your grandfather, and you must obey. Despite the resentment etched on Jin Tian's face, he could only nod in agreement. The Wu family, the three Wu brothers gathered once more to discuss Shi Yudai in the Feng City governor's office. The martial official who had previously been responsible for officiating the arena reported respectfully to an elderly man clad in a brocade robe. Relaying certain matters in a secret chamber of the Jin Gang Martial Academy, Tian Hao, tell me the truth, have you activated your bloodline power? Uncle Su inquired anxiously of Wang Tianhao. Uncle Su, you have asked me this many times. I will answer once more. I am not certain if I have activated my bloodline power. It was only that day, while practicing the fierce fire gun technique, that I suddenly felt warmth enveloping me. And instinctively, the fierce fire flame was unleashed, Wang Tianhao replied, glancing at a blue-covered gun manual, rolling his eyes in response. Then that settles it. The reason your father sent you to learn the fierce fire gun technique from me is precisely that this technique has a stimulating effect on your Wang family's violent flame bloodline and can accelerate the manifestation of the bloodline to some extent. Uncle Su exclaimed with joy. So, it is not that I, Wang Dazhong, possess extraordinary talent to execute postnatal techniques at the disciple stage, but rather that the bloodline power of our ancestors is at play. Upon hearing Uncle Su's deduction, Wang Tianhao felt somewhat disheartened. You foolish child. The fact that you can activate your bloodline power already indicates your exceptional talent. You must know that although the Wang family is a renowned bloodline family, out of hundreds of members, only 3 or 4 can activate the bloodline of their ancestors, and you are the first of your generation. Does that not speak volumes? Starting tomorrow, I will personally teach you the latter half of the fierce fire gun technique, so you can outshine all disciples at the Kaiyuan Martial Academy. Uncle Su said with a smile. Uncle Su, do you think that if I learn the latter half of the technique, I can defeat that Shi? Wang Tianhao looked skeptical. Haha, unless this lad is also a bloodline warrior, there should be no problem. Uncle Su laughed heartily. But how do you know he isn't a bloodline warrior? Wang Tianhao blinked and suddenly posed a question. This? Uncle Su's laughter abruptly ceased, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. I too am very interested in knowing the answer to that. Just then, a third voice unexpectedly emerged from the shadows in the secret chamber. Chapter 24. The Messenger of Bloodlines. Who is it? Uncle Su, startled like a frightened monkey, swiftly turned around, his hands raised defensively before him. gazing towards the source of the voice. To his astonishment, in a shadowed corner of the unassuming chamber, an old man clad in gray robes had appeared unbeknownst to them, observing Uncle Su and Wang Tianhao with a peculiar smile. Wang Tianhao himself was equally taken aback. To comprehend the situation, he found himself directly facing that shadowy area, only to suddenly realize its presence after the short, stout elder spoke. Could it be that the individual had the ability to render themselves invisible? A hidden technique of shadow? Might I inquire which esteemed individual you are, and what brings you here? Su Shu fixed his gaze upon the elder, questioning him word by word. Oh, not be alarmed. I am Han Wu from the Kaiyuan Martial Institute. The short, stout elder chuckled softly, suddenly raising a hand, sending a streak of silver light hurtling towards Su Shu. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Shu moved his arm and seized the silver light, revealing a gleaming silver token, palm-sized and triangular, one side inscribed with the characters Kaiyuan, and the other with the character for martial. The Kaiyuan token, indeed originating from the Kaiyuan Martial Institute. Yet, I wonder what brings Brother Han here so unexpectedly? After examining the token closely, Su Shu let out a long sigh of relief. As a practitioner of postnatal martial arts, I trust you are familiar with the bloodline frenzy? The short, stout elder spoke slowly. Raising an arm, with a sudden pop, emerald patterns emerged on the exposed skin of the elder's arm, writhing like living creatures and swiftly sprouting tiny blades of grass, visible to the naked eye, sending a shiver down one's spine. Wooden transformation bloodline frenzy? I see now. You are an envoy from the Bloodline Hall of the Martial Institute. Su Shu exclaimed as he witnessed this spectacle, initially voicing his astonishment, followed by an expression of profound realization. Wang Tianhao, however, remained utterly bewildered at ha. It seems there is no need for further explanation. You understand why your nephew could so easily awaken the ancestral bloodline, the elder proclaimed, his expression suddenly turning serious. The Council of Elders from the 5 major martial institutes has issued a decree confirming the onset of the bloodline frenzy. Therefore, all major martial institutes will simultaneously open their bloodline halls and dispatch envoys to search for all potential bloodline practitioners. Once the identity of a bloodline practitioner is confirmed, they may enter the 5 major martial institutes without examination and will receive resource allocations several times that of ordinary martial practitioners. The short, stout elder announced with a chilling demeanor. The bloodline hall has indeed opened. This means the 3 major sects will likely also be opening their gates, Su Shu murmured, his expression fluctuating between hope and concern. What, do you wish to have young Master Wang join a sect? Han Wu interjected ominously. Certainly not. The Wang family has long enjoyed the favor of the court. Should a bloodline martial practitioner emerge from our clan, joining the bloodline hall would be our foremost priority, Su Shu replied, a chill running down his spine as he forced a smile. That is good to know. Now, let us first test whether young Master Wang has truly awakened the Blaze bloodline and the purity of that bloodline. Han Wu stated, his demeanor softening somewhat as he produced a verdant wooden bowl. Before we proceed with the test, may I ask, as a bloodline practitioner, which among the 3 major sects and the Martial Institute's bloodline hall would provide the greatest enhancement to my abilities? Wang Tianhao finally began to grasp the situation and calmly inquired. Though the 3 major sects are shrouded in mystery and their strength is often unfathomable, their regard for bloodline practitioners pales in comparison to that of our Martial Institute. After all, within the 3 major sects, there exist not only martial practitioners but also sorcerers, who are rumored to consume even more resources, thus they cannot allocate too many resources to bloodline practitioners. In contrast, our Martial Institute's Bloodline Hall has conducted extensive research on various bloodlines over the years, developing numerous unique martial techniques that amplify bloodline powers, allowing you to soar like a tiger in actual combat. You will not regret joining the Bloodline Hall, Han Wu explained with a friendly demeanor. Very well, I shall join the Martial Institute then, Wang Tianhao replied indifferently. Su Shu, witnessing this, moved his lips as if to say something but ultimately refrained from offering any words of caution. Ha, young Master Wang's choice is indeed a wise one. Please, drop a drop of your blood into the bowl. The stout elder laughed heartily, extending the green wooden bowl toward him. Without hesitation, Wang Tianhao bit his finger, allowing a drop of rich blood to fall into the bowl. The blood vanished in an instant, and then with a pop, a burst of crimson mist erupted within the bowl, swirling in the air before transforming into flames. Gathering without dispersing. It is indeed a fire attribute bloodline, with a purity level assessed as moderate. As for its exact grade, that will only be determined through formal testing in the Bloodline Hall. Congratulations! A moderate bloodline is more than sufficient to receive the advanced resources of the Martial Institute, Han Wu exclaimed, initially taken aback, then filled with joy. Despite the bizarre display of bloodline activation earlier, it was merely a low-grade 8-tier bloodline. Otherwise, he wouldn't be undertaking such menial tasks. However, if he could present a moderate bloodline practitioner, he would still be richly rewarded by the Martial Institute. Moderate bloodline? Quite impressive, Wang Tianhao responded calmly, though a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. It is worth noting that the renowned bloodline ancestor of the Wang family, who once made a name for himself in the Great Qi, also awakened a moderate 6-tier bloodline. Excellent. If you possess a moderate bloodline, I can only wonder what kind of bloodline the one who defeated you possesses, Han Wu pondered aloud. What? Are there other bloodline envoys in Fengqing? Su Shu asked, somewhat taken aback. I do have a companion here. He was originally tasked with responsibilities in other cities, but upon hearing of Shi Mu's innate strength, he expressed great interest and requested to come for testing. Based on our estimates, his astonishing performance during this bloodline frenzy indicates a significant likelihood of him being a bloodline practitioner as well, the stout elder replied with a smile. Wang Tianhao and Su Shu exchanged glances. Both intrigued. In the backyard of the Lufeng Martial Institute, Shi Mu stared in astonishment at a wooden post that had been shredded into fragments and a common long knife partially embedded in the ground nearby. Unable to close his mouth for quite some time, is this the throwing knife? Indeed, this technique appears simplistic, yet it encompasses over a decade of my insights into swordplay. The essence lies in the timing of its execution and the subtlety of the throw. Otherwise, once the knife is released, it may fail to harm the enemy, leaving oneself vulnerable to attack. However, since I perfected this technique, I have used it in combat 3 times, slaying my opponents on each occasion. Li Songhai spoke proudly. This throwing knife truly leaves opponents defenseless. I hope Master Li can impart the key techniques. Shi Mu finally regained his composure, straightening his posture as he respectfully requested. The brilliance of this throwing knife far exceeds my initial expectations, he added. Haha, since you helped the Lufeng Martial Institute secure first place in this teaching competition, I will certainly share my knowledge. Listen closely. Here are the key techniques for the throwing knife. Li Songhai's explanation took a full half-hour, during which he repeatedly demonstrated the nuances of the technique with deliberate slowness until Shi Mu grasped the basics. Just as Shi Mu intended to practice further under Li Songhai's guidance, a Martial Institute disciple rushed into the backyard, and upon spotting Shi Mu and Li Songhai, he hurriedly exclaimed, Master Li, there is someone outside claiming to be a bloodline envoy who specifically requests to see Shi Mu, a bloodline envoy. Li Songhai's expression shifted dramatically at the mention. Master Li, do you know who this person is? Shi Mu asked, somewhat surprised. I will explain later. First, go meet this individual. Your opportunity may have arrived, Li Songhai replied, his expression changing several times before finally exhaling deeply. A great opportunity? Shi Mu blinked, feeling somewhat skeptical. Indeed, I can only say that this individual represents one of the 5 major martial institutes. If you are favored by them, you may soon become a formal disciple of the Martial Institute. Enjoying cultivation resources beyond the reach of ordinary disciples, Li Songhai stated gravely. Since Master Li has said so, then I shall go meet them, Shi Mu replied, astonished, contemplating briefly before resolutely deciding. The two then left the backyard. Heading towards the main hall of the Martial Institute, as Shi Mu stepped into the hall, he noticed 2 individuals engaged in conversation. A formal instructor, Min, and another figure partially concealed by a wide-brimmed hat. Dressed in our Edli Xiong, Shi Mu, you have finally arrived. Come, meet this envoy Zhao from the Bloodline Hall, the burly Min exclaimed joyfully upon seeing them enter. An envoy from the Bloodline Hall has appeared unannounced. It seems the matter has indeed come to fruition. Li Songhai stepped forward, offering a slight bow before gravely inquiring, Indeed, Master Li, you are quite exceptional. I shall not waste words. I require to test whether this child is a bloodline practitioner. If so, I will naturally take him back to the Bloodline Hall, setting him on the path to becoming a powerful individual. The figure under the hat lifted his head slightly, revealing a cold, square face as he spoke without any pretense. Very well. This child's opportunity has arrived, and I shall not obstruct it. Shermu. Just follow the envoy Zhao's instructions. Li Songhai nodded in agreement. Shermu glanced at the hat-wearing individual and silently nodded in acknowledgement. The envoy paid no mind, retrieving a green wooden bowl from his sleeve, and directly instructed Shermu. Young one, drop a drop of your blood in after a brief moment. The wooden bowl quivered slightly, and with a resounding pop, a small cloud of white mist erupted from within it, swirled and coalesced into a miniature monkey, about the size of a thumb, its body curled up and its eyes tightly shut. Appearing vividly lifelike, yet faintly adorned with shimmering white crystalline threads on its surface. This is the bloodline of an unrefined stone monkey, the most useless kind even among the waste bloodlines, if that is the case. It seems my journey has been in vain. Zhao has other pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. The figure in the conical hat scrutinized the mini white monkey and its crystalline threads with a somber expression, then decisively waved his hand to disperse the mini white monkey, putting the wooden bowl away before bowing slightly to the imposing man of the Min surname and departing the hall without a backward glance. From start to finish, this Zhao figure did not cast a single glance at Shermu. Songhai and Master Min had already turned ashen. Sensing the abrupt shift in the atmosphere, Shermu felt a disquieting premonition. Indeed, young man, I advise you against participating in the entrance examination of Kaiyuan Martial Academy. With your stone monkey's wasted bloodline, attending would merely squander the academy's resources. Outside the hall, a sudden cold voice from the conical-hatted figure echoed, followed by an eerie silence. Wasted bloodline of the stone monkey? Masterly, what does this mean? Does it imply that I have failed to awaken my bloodline? Or that the awakened bloodline is of little worth? Shermu's gaze flickered as he turned to Li Songhai for clarification. How should I put this? Li Songhai murmured, his expression grim. Let me elucidate. It can only be said that your fortunes are rather meager. You have indeed awakened your bloodline power, but it is the stone monkey bloodline, which is fundamentally unrefined. Worse than having awakened nothing at all. Understand, while bloodline practitioners can harness their powers to soar into the heavens and cultivate at a pace unmatched by ordinary individuals, some awakened bloodlines prove to be utterly useless, potentially leading to various obstacles in future cultivation, making the path significantly more arduous. This is what is deemed a wasted bloodline. The stone monkey bloodline you have awakened is the most notorious of the wasted bloodlines. While its power can grant one a robust physique and innate strength during the martial apprentice stage, once one comprehends the sensation of qi, the meridians in the body become obstructed by the bloodline power, resulting in a far slower accumulation of true energy compared to normal individuals. You must tread carefully. Master Min sighed, offering a brief explanation before shaking his head and departing with resolute strides. In the blink of an eye, the grand hall was left with only Shermu and Li Songhai. Upon hearing Master Min's words, Shermu's heart plummeted. Masterly, Shermu, you truly need not participate in this entrance examination of Kaiyuan Martial Academy. To my knowledge, anyone detected with a wasted bloodline has never succeeded in gaining admission, regardless of their exceptional performance in past assessments. After all, the Academy seeks to nurture formidable practitioners, both innate and acquired. A person who can only flourish within the martial apprentice realm holds no value for the Academy's cultivation efforts. Li Songhai interrupted Shermu's impending questions with a grave tone. To be frank, I too am quite disappointed. I had initially hoped to cultivate a powerful individual emerging from this martial hall. Yet I never anticipated you would awaken a wasted bloodline. I should have foreseen this, as only those possessing the stone monkey bloodline could achieve such formidable prowess in the shattered stone fist within mere months. As he concluded, a hint of regret seeped into Li Songhai's voice. It's truly impossible to become a martial arts master with a wasted stone monkey bloodline. Shermu suppressed his deep-seated disappointment and complex emotions, biting his lip and asking once more in disbelief. When you begin practicing a certain acquired technique and find that your speed of condensing true energy is but half or even lower than that of others, you will truly grasp the despair of your situation. As your former instructor, I offer you one last piece of advice. Regard your aspirations to learn martial arts as a fleeting dream, and return home to live as an ordinary person. Furthermore, there is no need for you to return to the Lufeng Martial Hall. While our hall may readily impart martial skills for a fee, We cannot continue teaching those with wasted bloodlines lacking any potential for cultivation, lest we become the laughingstock of other martial halls. Light Song Hai, with an impassive expression, uttered his final words, patting Shermu's shoulder before turning to leave the hall. Shermu stood frozen in place, and after a long pause, he slowly made his way to the nearest chair, sitting down with an utterly vacant expression. Yesterday, I was the foremost martial apprentice of Feng City, and today, I am a mere stone monkey with a wasted bloodline. How utterly laughable! Ha! The hall suddenly resonated with Shermu's almost deranged laughter. Light Song Hai, having just stepped away, paused at the sound behind him, his expression shifting slightly, yet he did not halt his departure. After a brief interval, Shermu, appearing calm, exited the Lufeng Martial Hall, making his way towards the estate outside the city. Days later, as the Bloodline frenzy commenced, the Bloodline emissaries emerged in Feng City, discovering 3 Bloodline practitioners, including Wang Tianhao, which sent shockwaves through all factions and families in the city. Among these revelations, the emissary Shi also visited the Lufeng Martial Hall, unearthing that Shermu possessed the stone monkey wasted bloodline. This news, while astonishing to many, brought joy to certain others. Within the residence of the Jin family, in a side chamber, Aunt Jean stood before a stern-faced man in his 50s. Questioning him with furrowed brows, "Elder brother, I hear you have distributed all 10 chi spirit pills that recently arrived, and the one meant for Shermu has gone to Jin Tian?" "Indeed, I did give Shermu's share to my nephew Jin Tian. 7th sister, you arrived just in time. Here is 1,000 taels and silver notes from 5th brother. Please ensure it reaches Shermu." The authoritative figure, the current head of the Jin family, responded with calmness, producing a silver note from his sleeve and handing it over. A single silver note to replace a chi spirit pill? "Elder brother, do you take Shermu for a fool?" Aunt Jean exclaimed, swatting the silver note away in indignation. Even if Shermu is not a fool, he will have to play the part this time. It is no easy feat for our Jin family to procure chi spirit pills, and we cannot waste them on a person with a wasted bloodline. The stern man retracted his hand unperturbed, responding coldly, "Regardless of whether Shermu possesses a wasted bloodline, I had promised him a chi spirit pill. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. I shall speak to father," Aunt Jean retorted without hesitation. "Speak to father? 7th sister, let me be frank. The decision to withhold Shermu's chi spirit pill was made by father himself." The head of the Jin family replied in a detached manner. "What? It was father who ordered this?" Aunt Jean's expression shifted dramatically. "Do not forget, you carry the Jin surname, not the Shi surname. Your husband has entered the Jin family by marriage. A single chi spirit pill may seem trivial, but we cannot allow our family to be ridiculed by others. After you return, focus your thoughts on the child Yu Huan. With the bloodline frenzy commencing, the emissaries of the 3 major sects will surely emerge, and I am actively reaching out to them. This may well be a great opportunity for Yu Huan." The head of the Jin family mentioned Shi Yu Huan. The sternness of his countenance softened slightly. Since this matter is father's decision, I shall naturally not oppose it for Yu Huan. You need not worry, elder brother." Aunt Jean's expression shifted several times before she finally stomped her foot and turned to leave. "Hold on, take the silver note with you." The head of the Jin family suddenly called out, "A mere 1,000 taels? I can afford it myself. There is no need for 5th brother to stretch his resources for this sum." Aunt Jean did not look back, swiftly exiting the door. The entrance of the side chamber, Shi Yu Huan awaited outside. Upon seeing Aunt Jean emerge, she hurried forward to inquire, "Mother, how did the conversation with Uncle go? Is there any possibility of retrieving the chi spirit pill for my brother?" "I'm afraid not. This decision comes directly from your grandfather, and I am powerless to change it. However, I will ensure that Manager Chung delivers 30,000 taels in silver notes to Shermu." Aunt Jean sighed as she replied, "Mother, this is too excessive." Upon hearing Aunt Jean's words, Shi Yu Huan's mood soured immediately. "It is difficult to assert that your grandfather and uncle were in the wrong for withholding a chi spirit pill from one with a wasted bloodline, as it indeed would tarnish the Jin family's reputation. This time, I can only consider it a broken promise to Shermu." Aunt Jean's expression was filled with helplessness. In the rear courtyard of Tianwang Temple, Feng Li and Gao Yuan exchanged glances, listening intently as a newsmonger relayed the swirling rumors circulating in the city. After a moment, Feng Li waved his hand, signaling the man to take his leave. "I never expected that Shermu was of the stone monkey bloodline. This certainly explains why he was able to dominate other martial apprentices of his rank. Remember when we wanted him to become the leader of our Black Fox Society? He looked down upon the offer entirely. Gao Yuan chuckled lightly, a hint of schadenfreude evident in his demeanor. Indeed, I too never anticipated that Shermu would be a wasted bloodline. Such a pity. Even if he were an ordinary person, he should have been able to make a mark on the martial path. Now, it seems we must seek a new patron. Feng Li's expression reflected deep regret. What a waste Shermu turned out to be! I had considered challenging him at Ti Feihong Martial Hall, Taidong. Having read a note in his hand, scoffed and crumpled it before immersing himself in practicing a newly learned set of martial techniques. This set of techniques, once perfected, would precisely counter the shattered stone fist to some degree. In the hidden chamber of the Wu family, the sound of maniacal laughter echoed. The awakened bloodline turned out to be that of the stone monkey. A discarded lineage. This is truly splendid. Seems that the Jin family will no longer concern themselves with this brat's affairs. Father, I wish to send someone to cripple this lattice legs. Wu Hua exclaimed with wild laughter, addressing the pale-faced man across from him. Not a problem. Since he is a useless wretch, our Wu family has no need to tread lightly. Moreover, my uncle and I have just realized that to truly unleash the power of the treasures from the Zhong family, we may need to harness the blood of that girl from the Zhong family. So, once this tumultuous period passes, your third uncle will personally lead a group to capture that girl, and in doing so, give you a great sense of relief, the pale-faced man said, a look of indulgence evident on his countenance as he gazed at Wu Hua. Splendid. I too wish to accompany my third uncle. I want to witness the agony on Shermu's face when his legs are shattered, the arrogant youth exclaimed joyfully. Chapter 26. Comprehending Qi sensation in the bedroom of the manor on the outskirts of the city. Shermu sat in contemplation, gazing at a small vial on the table, deep in thought. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted him from outside. Come in, Shermu said, not lifting his head, his voice calm. The door swung open, and a graceful figure entered, balancing a wooden tray, skillfully placing a bowl of steaming meat porridge on the table. Miss Zhong, you have come again. Did I not mention that such menial tasks are unnecessary? Shermu finally raised his head to look at the girl before him, shaking his head. The girl was none other than Zhong Xiao. Ever since she had entered the manor, grateful for Shermu's kindness in taking her in, she had frequently visited his quarters to serve tea and meals. Big brother Sher, you have not eaten for an entire day. You ought to have something to sustain yourself. I personally simmered this porridge over a slow fire. Zhong Xiao gently urged, her forehead adorned with noticeable bruises that only enhanced her delicate charm. Has it truly been a day without food? In that case, I shall not be polite, Shermu replied. Slightly taken aback, then smiled wryly, he picked up the bowl brimming with meat porridge and quickly consumed it, letting out a satisfied sigh. Miss Zhong, this porridge is truly exquisite. I would never have guessed you possessed such culinary skills. Whoever marries you will undoubtedly be quite fortunate. Big brother Sher, you jest? With my humble appearance, who would ever look my way? However, if you truly enjoy my cooking, I would be happy to prepare meals for you often. Zhong Xiao responded, a faint blush gracing her fair cheeks, her voice tinged with delight. If that is the case, I. Shermu smiled at the girl, about to say more when suddenly footsteps were heard outside. Zhang Sua burst in, flustered, and exclaimed, Young Master Sher, the steward from the Jin family has arrived and wishes to see you immediately. Steward Cheng? Very well, I shall pay him a visit, Shermu replied, his eyes narrowing slightly. Yet his tone remained unwavering. He then tucked the small vial away and strode out. Naturally, Zhang Sua hurriedly followed. After a moment's hesitation, Zhong Xiao also trailed behind. Moments later, outside the manor's entrance, Shermu looked at the silver notes handed to him by Jin Cheng. His expression darkening. So, my Qi spirit pill is gone, replaced with 30,000 taels of silver. Excellent. The market price of a Qi spirit pill is merely 10,000 taels of silver, so it seems I have made quite a profit. Ahem, young Master Sher, the matriarch has done her utmost, even personally causing a ruckus at the Jin family estate. However, since this matter was initiated by the ancestor, there is little she could do. Furthermore, the 30,000 taels of silver was also covered by her. The elderly man in the green robe explained with a cough that it seemed that this steward of the Jin family had always held Shermu in good regard, and upon learning of his awakened useless bloodline, He felt a twinge of regret, so it was the Jin family's ancestor who gave the order. That indeed puts Aunt Jian in a difficult position, Shermu mused, a hint of surprise in his voice as he slowly accepted the silver notes. Young Master sure understands the matriarch's difficulties. That is good to hear. Additionally, she mentioned that during this period, there may be individuals from the Jin family looking to make things difficult for you. So it would be wise for you to avoid entering the city for a while, Jane Cheng advised thoughtfully. Understood. Please convey my gratitude to Aunt Jun. Shermu nodded slightly. Then I shall take my leave. By the way, if young Master Shi remains determined not to abandon the path of martial arts, I have a rather good place to recommend, the elderly man said, a smile creeping onto his face as he took out a slip of paper from his sleeve. Handing it to Shermu before departing gracefully. Shermu stood at the entrance, watching the elderly figure fade into the distance, his grip tight around the 3 silver notes and the slip of paper. Motionless, Zhong Xiao and Zhang Suo listened intently from the side. The girl appeared to grasp some of the underlying meaning, concern flickering in her gaze toward Shermu, while Zhang Suo wore a perplexed expression, seemingly unable to comprehend the earlier conversation between Shermu and Jin Cheng. That night, Shermu sat cross-legged on his bed, playing with the small vial he had retrieved at noon, his gaze icy. A stone monkey bloodline, is it? Ha! I refuse to believe that I am a mere waste. Mother, rest assured. Now that I have resolved to become a powerful figure in this world, I shall not falter nor bring disgrace upon you. What does a mere useless bloodline amount to? It is not as if my meridians are completely severed. After murmuring these words, Shermu abruptly opened the vial, pouring out a milky white pill, which he swallowed in one swift motion. It was the chi spirit pill bestowed upon him by the mysterious girl who called herself the Heavenly Indemoness. The pill, initially as hard as iron, transformed into a soft, fragrant fluff the moment it touched his mouth, dissolving into a sweet nectar that flowed down his throat within mere breaths, dispersing into a wave of scorching energy throughout his stomach. Boom. Shermu felt a resounding explosion in his mind, his senses sharpening to several times their usual acuity, while an intense itch coursed through his body. He immediately settled into a cross-legged position, lowering his eyelids, his expression grave at that same moment, within a secluded chamber of the Jin residence. A middle-aged man was berating a youth before him, who bore a striking resemblance to him. Useless, useless. You dare claim that Shermu is a waste? I see you as even worse than him. This is your second time consuming the chi spirit pill. Did you not say you were certain to comprehend chi sensation this time? What is happening now? How could I have spawned such a useless son? Had I known, I would never have gone to such lengths to procure the chi spirit pill from Seventh Sister. I might as well have given it to Shermu and saved myself some silver. The middle-aged man grew increasingly furious, suddenly raising his hand to slap the youth, before storming out in a huff. Shirtian rubbed his reddened and swollen cheek, gritting his teeth as he muttered a name under his breath. Half a day later, Shermu pressed a hand against his abdomen, sensing a hint of warm energy flickering within, his heart filled with a mix of excitement and astonishment. This is chi sensation. Without the aid of the chi spirit pill, I would never have been able to sense its existence. Now, if I can find a foundational cultivation technique, I will be able to cultivate the true energy that only innate martial artists possess. In a sense, I am now a true martial artist. After a considerable time, Shermu finally withdrew his focus from within. Retrieving the slip of paper handed to him by Jin Cheng, he unfolded it and read it carefully. The 3 states of the border, Military Arts Hall. After a brief pause, the youth murmured to himself, Chapter 27, Dreaming of the Monkey. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The Kaiyuan Martial Academy finally announced that it would soon hold entrance examinations. To be held 30 miles east of Fengqing in the Guangling Valley. In a flurry, martial aspirants from all 4 states under the jurisdiction of Kaiyuan rushed to Fengqing, some riding horses, others taking boats. During this time, the magistrate of Fengqing issued a strict martial law, prohibiting all martial artists from causing disturbances in the city for 3 months before and after the academy's testing, with light offenders facing heavy shackles and severe offenders facing execution on the spot. Streets large and small in Fengqing began to see groups of armored soldiers, each armed with spears and bows, exuding an imposing aura. The various prominent families and factions also imposed strict regulations on their disciples and members, forbidding them from provoking the martial artists arriving from afar during this period. Residing on the outskirts of the city, Shermu had spent the entire month within the manor, not stepping outside even once, solely dedicating his days to practicing martial arts and sleeping soundly at night, seemingly having completely forgotten about the upcoming entrance examination at the Kaiyuan Martial Academy. A seemingly youthful white monkey frolicked and played with a dozen gray monkeys. Leaping between several mountain peaks as the sun dipped below the horizon, the other monkeys, exhausted, retreated into a massive stone cave to rest and sleep. Only the white monkey remained, brimming with energy, climbing to the top of a tall tree and coiling its tail around a branch. Sitting motionless as it gazed up at the silver moon in the sky, an astonishing scene unfolded. The white monkey had only been perched on the tree for a brief moment when specks of white light suddenly appeared in the moonlit sky, multiplying rapidly, flickering like fireflies in the air. The white monkey blinked, and its originally black and white pupils transformed into a striking gold, giving it an eerie appearance. With a soft sound, a myriad of white light points stirred to life without the slightest breeze, cascading downwards like a tide, each one plunging into the golden eyes of the ape. An indescribable sensation of comfort enveloped the white ape, causing its mouth to split into a broad grin, its limbs dancing in unrestrained joy. Then, with a sudden thud, Shermu jolted upright from his wooden bed, drenched in sweat, his clothes thoroughly soaked, yet his complexion was alarmingly pale, as if he had just engaged in vigorous exercise. The seventh time. What on earth does this dream signify? For 7 consecutive nights, he had been plagued by the same dream, an occurrence that was undeniably eerie. Shermu wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead, his eyes devoid of focus, murmuring to himself. The bizarre dream had begun 7 days prior, and each night, he found himself reliving the same scenario. In the dream, he transformed into a white ape, leaping through the forest, frolicking with other monkeys, vaguely sensing that he was the leader of the entire troop. However, in the previous 6 nights, he had only managed to enter a cave with the other monkeys before abruptly waking up. Unlike the dream just experienced, where he remained outside the cave, climbing onto a branch, leading to the subsequent bizarre events. What could be the cause of this? Could it be the latent bloodline of the stone monkey that was at play? Considering he dreamt of an ape? Yet, why had such occurrences never happened before? Could it be related to the newfound sensations he had recently grasped? Shermu pondered, his expression shifting between contemplation and uncertainty. Unintentionally glancing upwards, he suddenly noticed that the paper-covered window, previously shut tight, had been blown open by the wind, allowing a gentle moonlight to cascade in, enveloping much of his bed. Shermu's heart stirred, and he instantly associated it with the moon he had seen in his dream. In the next moment, he sprang from the bed, swiftly making his way to the wooden door, pushing it open with determination and stepping outside. In the small courtyard beyond his bedroom, a bright and clear scene unfolded. Looking up, Shermu beheld a radiant crescent moon hanging in the dark sky, exuding a soft white glow, appearing exceptionally serene and sacred. He gazed at the moon for what felt like an eternity, before furrowing his brow and lowering his gaze. Scanning the courtyard, in the corner of the yard stood a somewhat withered old tree, towering 5 or 6 zhang high, its leaves sparse and seemingly on the brink of death. Shermu squinted, scrutinizing the desolate tree for a while, when suddenly a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. He approached, wrapping his arms around the stout trunk, and with a few agile movements, he climbed to the top. Once there, he firmly positioned himself on a sturdy branch, crouching slightly, and raised his head to gaze at the sky, striking a pose eerily reminiscent of the white ape from his dream. Was it merely an illusion? From this angle, Shermu felt as though the moon hanging above appeared larger and even brighter. Yet, as time passed, nothing transpired. The youth smirked, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. How foolish he was, climbing a tree in the middle of the night to mimic the actions of a beast from his dream. If anyone from the manor were to witness such a sight, they might conclude that young Master Sher had lost his sanity. As he pondered this, he prepared to shake his head and descend from the branch. But just as he was about to move, a thunderous sound reverberated in his mind, causing him to freeze in place, his head still tilted back in an odd pose, gazing at the moon. Shermu felt as if he were losing his mind. He had once again plunged into the previous dream, once more transforming into the white ape, wide-eyed, desperately absorbing the myriad of light points cascading from the heavens. His pupils blazing with intensity, while his body felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. Unlike before, this time, although he inhabited the form of the white ape, his consciousness remained remarkably lucid, fully aware that he was dreaming. What sent chills down his spine was that no matter how hard he tried, he could not move the ape's body even a fraction, as if his consciousness was trapped within the corporeal confines of the simian form. Despite his profound fear, Shermu found himself powerless to alter the white ape's stillness as it squatted on the branch. He remained in this state for an indeterminate length of time until, suddenly, the white ape's body stirred, granting him control over its movements. Elated, Shermu was about to execute an action with the white ape's body when a deafening roar erupted in his mind, prompting him to instinctively close his eyes. The next moment, when he reopened them, he found himself frozen in shock. He still perched on the branch, staring up at the sky. However, his body had reverted to its original human form. Drenched in dew, while the sky he gazed upon had taken on a faint whiteness, the once bright crescent moon now hazily obscured and diminished in a state of utter astonishment. Shermu lowered his gaze, and what he beheld caused his expression to shift dramatically once more. The previously feeble and withered tree stood vibrant and lush, its branches sprawling, thriving with exuberance, as if it had miraculously come back to life. Shermu opened his mouth in astonishment, struggling to suppress the surprise welling within him. After regaining his composure, he scrutinized the tree closely. To his relief, he found that aside from its astonishing revival, there were no other abnormalities. Without hesitation, he leapt from the tree. With a resounding thud, Shermu landed heavily on the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust before he exhaled a deep breath. Glancing up at the sky once more, at that moment, he finally realized that he had indeed spent the entire night perched on that branch. Reflecting on the prior dream where he was powerless to act, his facial muscles involuntarily twitched, dreaming in broad daylight. He had finally grasped the true meaning of the phrase. Though he had not dreamt during the day, the vivid clarity of his awareness within the dream compelled him to use this expression to describe the bizarre experience he had just endured. Recalling the moment in the dream where the white ape absorbed countless light points, Shermu instinctively raised a hand to touch his eyes, gently rubbing them over his eyelids. Aside from a slight soreness, his vision seemed largely unaffected. He contemplated this while surveying the courtyard once more. This is that a sudden, indescribable shock washed over his face. In that instant, he realized that by merely concentrating, he could discern an ant on the grass nearly 7 or 8 zhang away. And a glance towards a broken spider web in the corner revealed a pea-sized spider, crystal clear in his sight. Shermu inhaled sharply, then quickly looked up towards a cluster of leaves high on the tree. The intricate pale veins of the leaves were distinctly visible, as if they were mere inches away. Shermu stood frozen in awe, his mind racing. After an indeterminate interval, he burst into hearty laughter. His joyful exclamations echoed, startling many of the still sleeping servants in the manor. The startled workers, roused from their dreams, could only imagine the ire swelling within them, yet upon recognizing the source of the laughter belonged to Shermu, the manor's master, they begrudgingly resigned themselves back to slumber. After his fit of laughter subsided, Shermu excitedly returned to his bedroom. Shutting the door behind him with a swish, he swiftly approached the bedside and seized an iron dagger that hung there. After a moment's contemplation, his gaze shifted to a candle on the table, which had burned down significantly. With a flick of his wrist, a blurred shadow of the blade swept across the candle's top, extinguishing the flame in an instant. Without hesitation, Shermu followed up with another swift slash. The sound of slicing through the air echoed as a cascade of cold light swept over the table. Yet the candle remained steadfast. Shermu smiled faintly and struck the table's surface with the back of his knife. With a resounding thud, the candle quivered and shattered into 9 equal pieces, each segment perfectly uniform in size, shape, and thickness, as though meticulously measured with a ruler. 8 cuts in a single breath. I was right. If I can perfect my precision with the blade, I can instantly enhance my speed of striking. This is still hindered by my current lack of control over my power. Otherwise, achieving 9 cuts in a single breath would not be impossible. Observing the fragmented candle before him, Shermu murmured to himself, a faint flush of excitement creeping across his face. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to swing the iron dagger repeatedly through the air. With each slash, several shadowy blade forms flickered into existence. Shermu's eyes gleamed with increasing brightness as his arms moved with relentless vigor, showing no signs of stopping. Days later, at night, the bedroom window was open, and a gentle moonlight spilled onto the bedside. Yet Shermu found himself tossing and turning in bed, unable to fall asleep. With a sigh, he abruptly sat up, pushed the door open, and stepped outside, bathing in the moonlight, as if silently attuning to something. Moments later, he moved, climbing skillfully up the lush green tree in the courtyard, expertly settling on a branch, gazing up at the sky. After a brief interval, Shermu's body trembled slightly, and he became utterly still upon the tree. The next moment, he once again transformed into the white ape in his dream, still perched upon the same tree, his golden eyes absorbing the light points cascading from the sky. Though his consciousness remained trapped within the ape's form, he could not help but glance around with his peripheral vision. The green caterpillar that had once been a mere 3 feet away was no longer in sight. 1, 2, 3.17. In his dream yesterday, there should have been 19 leaves on the branch of his left hand. The day before, there were 20. It seems that this is indeed not a mere repetition of a dream, but rather a reflection of the passage of time within this dream. Shermu pondered silently, yet his thoughts became increasingly tangled. Ever since he had experienced 7 days of strange dreams, which had astonishingly enhanced his vision, he had not actively sought out these peculiar dreams again in the following days. However, during the latter part of the night, when the moonlight graced the world, he could still perch upon the tree and gaze at the moon, passively entering this dream state, allowing the white ape to continue absorbing the luminous points revealed by the moonlight. In recent days, upon awakening from these dreams, he found that his eyesight had improved somewhat, though the extent of this enhancement could no longer compare to that of the first day. Nevertheless, Shermu had already gained the ability to easily discern the thighs of flying insects from several dozen paces away. And even from the treetop, he could clearly see the minute holes on a large tree some 50 or 60 paces distant. One day, when there was no moonlight, Shermu found himself unable to enter the dream despite spending the entire night in the tree. At this point, he began to suspect that the luminous points absorbed by the white ape in his dreams were, in fact, some beneficial essence for enhancing vision contained within the moonlight. He estimated that if this process of the white ape cultivating its vision continued day by day, the feedback would likely lead to substantial improvement in his own eyesight. Thus, while Shermu felt a thrill of excitement, another thought emerged in his mind. Perhaps he should also refine another form of martial skill. 3 days later, in the manor's hall, Shermu greeted 2 familiar faces. "Brother Sher, we have brought the items crafted by Master Ma for you. Additionally, this item was not easy to procure after you sent word." The older of the 2 youths smiled as he handed over 2 hefty packages to Shermu. Was none other than Feng Li from the Black Fox Society. "Thank you, Brother Feng. Here is the remaining payment. Please count it." Shermu nodded and retrieved a couple of silver notes from his sleeve, handing them over. "Haha, would I ever doubt Brother Sher? By the way, are you truly not planning to participate in the Martial Academy's examination?" Feng Li laughed heartily, accepting the silver notes without a glance, and inquired cautiously. Gao Yuan, who stood nearby, could not help but lean in, eager to hear Shermu's response. "The exact date for the entrance examination has already been announced." Shermu did not answer immediately but countered with a question. 7 days from now at noon, the grand examination will commence in Guangling Valley. It is said that not only will the heads of several prominent families in the city be present, but officials such as the governor will also attend. Feng Li replied without hesitation. "Given that, I most likely will not participate in this examination. After all, I was personally deemed a useless individual by the Martial Academy's envoy. Attending would only subject me to ridicule," Shermu stated blandly. "Moreover, the Qi spirit pill from the Jin family has already been given to another. Without the comprehension of Qi perception, I am not qualified to partake in the examination. That is truly unfortunate. If the envoy had not overlooked you, with your strength and understanding of Qi perception, passing the examination would have been a certainty." Feng Li lamented upon hearing this. "It matters not. Even if I cannot enter the academy, I can still practice martial arts at home. I simply cannot cultivate those profound techniques. Besides, with my current means, even without great wealth, I will live a life free from worries." Shermu replied with a dismissive "It is best that Brother Sher thinks this way. We shall not disturb you further." Feng Li nodded and promptly took his leave. After a meal, the 2 leaders of the Black Fox Society rode away from the manor's vicinity. "Brother Feng, this lad has already become a waste. Why do we continue to assist him? And why did you personally deliver these items? Gao Yuan, who had remained silent in the matter, could no longer restrain his complaints to Feng Li. Third brother, for some reason, when I heard about his request for assistance, I suddenly became curious about his current condition, which is why I insisted on bringing you along. Feng Li replied unhurriedly. Heh, has Big Brother formed any conclusions after meeting him? Gao Yuan asked with a chuckle. If I am not mistaken, Shermu has not truly given up on the path of martial arts. In that case, there is no need for us to become enemies with him. After all, Lord Yu Tai, famed for his exploits at the border of the Great Qi, was once considered a notorious waste, yet he ultimately encountered numerous fortunate events and became a true innate powerhouse. In the subsequent invasions by the barbarian tribes, he single-handedly slew 13 totem warriors with a massive blade weighing 1,000 pounds, thus earning the title of a duke of a different surname and remaining stationed at the border for nearly a century. Feng Li spoke with gravitas. Brother, to compare this Shermu with Duke Yu is somewhat excessive. Lord Yu was merely weak and sickly in his youth, but he did not possess a wasted meridian. Besides, there is no necessity for us to bestow upon him the purple steel bow. This bow can only be wielded by military officers of the lieutenant rank. We had to bribe the retiring logistics supervisor with a significant sum to procure it as scrap from the armory. Gao Yuan scoffed. Third brother, regardless of how exceptional the purple steel bow may be, it is merely an inanimate object. You and I cannot draw it, so what use is it to keep it? Shermu has now expressed a desire for a fine bow. It is only fitting to gift it to him. It is easy to add embellishments to a flourishing situation, but it is far more challenging to provide assistance in times of need. Feng Li articulated slowly. If Big Brother holds him in such high regard, then so be it. After all, this lad has indeed rendered significant assistance to our society in the past, so let us gift him the bow. Gao Yuan reluctantly conceded, though still somewhat unconvinced. Upon hearing this, Feng Li smiled and fell silent as they rode on. After Feng Li and the others departed, Shermu returned to his bedroom, carrying the 2 large packages, and opened one on the table. Instantly, a rectangular wooden box, several feet long, was revealed. With a flick of his hand, the box opened, unveiling 2 gleaming weapons. A long knife, approximately 3 feet in length, with a slightly curved blade and an exceptionally long handle that comprised nearly 1/3 of the entire weapon, and a short, slender dagger, resembling a peculiar elongated design, yet appearing extremely sharp, with a small iron ring at the end of the handle. Shermu scrutinized the 2 weapons carefully, then suddenly slapped the table with one hand. With a resounding sound, the short dagger leapt from the table and landed firmly in his grasp. The whooshing sound pierced the air as the dagger quivered, transforming into a swirl of cold light in Shermu's hand, filling the room with a chilling aura that made one's hair stand on end. With a slight tremor of his arm, the dagger reappeared, launching silently towards the corner of the table, with a sound akin to cutting through tofu. The table's edge was cleanly severed. Observing this, Shermu displayed a satisfied expression. It appeared that the blacksmith had not deceived him. This dagger had indeed been crafted from a substantial amount of cold iron, for it could not possibly be so sharp otherwise. Raising his other hand, he grasped the long knife and performed a few elegant movements before, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, he returned it to the wooden box. He then opened the second package, revealing a long bow of pale purple, towering over half his height. Noticing this, he lifted the purple bow with one hand, weighing it, approximately 50 to 60 pounds. The bow's surface was slightly cool to the touch, adorned with exquisite, fish scale-like patterns, seemingly forged from some type of metal. The bowstring gleamed a translucent white, appearing to be made from some beast's sinew, with faint glimmers of silver, as if interwoven with silver threads. Shermu suddenly recalled something, and with one hand gripping the bow and the other seizing the bowstring, he pulled back sharply. To his surprise, with his current strength, the purple bow could be drawn back halfway. The purple steel bow! Shermu exclaimed involuntarily, genuinely moved. Releasing his grip on the bowstring, it snapped back with a resonant twang, producing a sound reminiscent of a dragon's roar, causing the entire room to resonate. Chapter 30. The parting intent. Feng Li indeed had good intentions, Shermu murmured, caressing the purple bow, his face radiating uncontainable delight. Glancing down, he noticed another leather pouch within the package, containing a bundle of pale yellow arrows. their tips crafted from black iron and their fletchings adorned with neatly arranged black feathers. Shermu extracted an arrow from the pouch, knocking it on the bowstring, and after taking aim at the window for a moment, he could not resist leaving the room with the bow and arrows in hand. For the entire day, Shermu remained in the manor, practicing with the newly acquired purple steel bow. Having previously learned archery techniques at the martial arts school, he quickly became proficient with the bow, and even the estate's servants were astonished to witness him hitting targets from over 50 paces away with 3 or 4 out of 10 arrows. An impressive feat indeed. In the evening, within the manor's hall, Brother Sher, are you planning to head to the border regions and join the military hall? Zhong Xiu inquired, her eyes wide with surprise. Indeed, I intend to leave in a few days. Shermu replied calmly, Brother Sher, if you leave, what am I to do? What will become of this estate? The young girl asked, her voice filled with uncertainty. I have already instructed Zhang Suo to sell the nearby fields and the tavern in the city just a couple of days ago. As for Miss Zhong, you have 2 choices. I can escort you to Aunt Zhen, for even if the Wu family harbors ill intentions towards you, they would not dare offend the Jin family. Alternatively, you may accompany me on my journey. You once mentioned that although your Zhong family has dwindled, your mother has a distant cousin residing in Qingshui city of Lulong Prefecture, which is not far from the border. I could take you there to seek refuge with your relatives, Shermu stated with confidence. Brother Sher, may I remain by your side? The girl implored. You will be alone in a new place, and it would be fitting to have a maid to cook and serve tea. Upon hearing Shermu's response, Zhong Xiu lowered her head slightly, and after a moment's pause, she replied in a barely audible whisper. Miss Zhong, the 3 states near the border are adjacent to the barbarian wilderness, where invasions by barbarian hordes are frequent. Although I did not honor Uncle Zhong's dying wish, I cannot in good conscience take you to such a perilous place. Moreover, my primary goal in this journey is to participate in the military's martial arts hall and dedicate myself to rigorous training, so I will likely not seek separate lodgings while away. Shermu said, seemingly oblivious to the underlying emotions in the girl's words, shaking his head firmly. Upon hearing Shermu's reply, the young girl's complexion paled momentarily. After a while, she lifted her head again, biting her lip as she spoke. If it is truly inconvenient for Brother Sher to have me by your side, then I shall seek refuge with my relatives. Very well. Since you have made a decision, take a few days to prepare, and we shall set out together, Shermu replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. Just as Shermu was making preparations to depart from Feng City in a few days, an unforeseen incident on the following morning completely disrupted his plans. What did you say? Someone is trampling our estate's fields on horseback. Who dares to be so audacious? Shermu asked, furrowing his brow at the panicked Zhang Suo before him. I do not recognize the others, but the leader among them is the young master of the Jin family's 5th master. I have seen him once before, so I cannot be mistaken, young Master Sher. What should we do? Although we have sold the fields, the transfer has not yet been finalized. If these fields are ruined, I fear the buyers will be displeased, Zhang Suo exclaimed, his voice tinged with urgency. Young Master Jin, is he not Jin Tian? Shermu pondered briefly and deduced who the so-called young Master Tian was, his gaze turning icy. Had it not been for the 5th master of the Jin family persuading their ancestor to seize the spirit pill originally meant for him and give it to Jin Tian, he might not have been forced to leave Feng City at all, though his demeanor was usually composed. Upon hearing that the troublemaker was Jin Tian, a surge of anger welled within him. Shermu immediately left the estate, striding towards the nearby fields. Before long, he arrived at a certain plot of land, where he beheld several elegantly dressed youths on horseback, chasing a spotted fox across the field. The fox, though small, darted about with remarkable agility, evading capture despite the raucous laughter and shouts of its pursuers. As Shermu gazed at the ravaged seedlings in the field, his expression darkened. Is that person Jin Tian? Zhang Suo, panting, caught up with him and pointed to a snub-nosed boy in a blue robe among the crowd. Upon hearing this, Shermu cast a cold glance at the boy before striding purposefully towards the center of the field. Just then, the spotted fox made a sharp turn and headed straight for Shermu, with the blue-robed boy leading the charge. Jin Tian and the others noticed Shermu as well, but while the other boys hesitated, Jin Tian paid no heed, urging his horse forward to collide forcefully with Shermu. Jin Tian, stop! What are you doing? The other boys gasped in shock, calling out to their companion, but Jin Tian seemed oblivious to their warnings. Seeing this, Shermu narrowed his eyes and suddenly lifted his leg, delivering a forceful kick that sent the passing fox tumbling. He then swiftly dodged the oncoming horse and, with a powerful punch, struck the horse's side. With a resounding crash, the blue-robed boy and his mount were sent sprawling several feet away, crashing to the ground. The other boys exclaimed in shock, rushing towards the scene. "You wretched brat! Do you wish to die?" At that moment, the blue-robed boy pushed the horse off him and sprang to his feet, seemingly unscathed, though a tear in his shirt revealed a glimmer of golden light beneath. "That startled me. Jean Tion is unharmed. So, this is Shermu, the nominal son of Seventh Ant? What incredible strength! I heard he was once hailed as the #1 martial disciple in Feng City. But he appears quite ordinary," one boy remarked. "Hey, why is Jean Tion wearing the golden silk armor?" Another chimed in. "That is something Fifth Uncle treasures above all else. We are forbidden from even touching it." The group of boys, clearly from the Jean family, relaxed upon seeing Jean Tion's well-being, whispering among themselves. "You dare to lay a hand on me? I'll have your life." Jean Tion, disregarding his companion's reactions, tore off his shirt in a frenzy, revealing a dazzling suit of golden armor, and unsheathed his sword with a clatter. Upon hearing Jean Tion's words and witnessing the gleam of the sword, Shermu's eyes narrowed. Chapter 31. The Wind and Fire Tube. Is Jean Tion serious? With that golden silk armor, he is nearly invincible unless he encounters a practitioner of the innate realm, one boy remarked, noting the gravity of the situation. "Did you not notice? He deliberately led that fox towards our fields." Another commented, a knowing look in his eyes. The boys, who seemed to be direct descendants of the Jean family, continued their banter, seemingly unfazed by the escalating confrontation. The sound of slicing air echoed ominously as Jean Tion lunged forward, bringing his sword down upon Shermu with 2 swift strikes. The blades, shimmering in the light, split apart mid-air, creating an illusion that left onlookers momentarily bewildered. Jean Tion's shadow-splitting sword technique has reached a small degree of mastery, one boy observed, surprise evident on his face. Shermu, however, remained unfazed, his expression stoic. He made no attempt to evade, instead launching a precise punch toward the left sword, striking it with pinpoint accuracy and sending it soaring from Jean Tion's grasp, only to land with a thud in the nearby field. Jean Tion staggered back, a cry of pain escaping his lips as blood trickled from his injured hand. Just then, Shermu surged forward like an arrow, delivering 2 resounding slaps to Jean Tion's face, sending him reeling and landing unceremoniously on the ground. The blue-robed boy's cheeks immediately swelled, his eyes filled with confusion, as he struggled to comprehend the situation. Shermu, after delivering the blows, returned to his original position, crossing his arms with a cold gaze fixed on the boy on the ground. The other Jean family youths fell silent, their expressions shifting to one of disbelief. "It's impossible. How did he see through the shadow-splitting sword technique?" one boy exclaimed, disbelief etched on his face. "Perhaps it was just luck, a random guess," another suggested, though uncertainty lingered in the air. However, Jean Tion, finally grasping the gravity of his earlier predicament, felt his face flush with rage. He leaped to his feet, sprinting to reclaim his sword from the ground, and charged at Shermu, wildly swinging the weapon with reckless abandon. Shermu merely chuckled at the sight, stepping aside effortlessly to avoid the erratic strikes. With a swift motion, he seized Jean Tion's sword, leaving the boy momentarily stunned. In a display of power, Shermu gripped the sword's hilt and, with a sharp twist, snapped it cleanly in two. With a flick of his wrists, the broken blades shot away like twin streaks of light, narrowly missing Jean Tion's face and embedding themselves in the earth a few paces behind him, leaving a thin line of blood tracing across his cheek. The onlooking Jean family youths were left aghast, their faces paling at the spectacle. The complexion of the youth in the blue robe turned ashen in an instant, devoid of blood. However, as he unconsciously touched the blood smeared across his face and lowered his head to glance at it, he suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter. "Dare you lay a hand on me? You may only resort to such tactics to intimidate me. In that case, why should I fear you?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jean Tion abruptly raised his hand to rummage through his clothing, and upon drawing forth an object, he revealed a small, cylindrical device, gleaming with a metallic luster, with a dark, thumb-sized orifice at its front. "Jean Tion, have you lost your mind, stealing the fire tube from the estate?" Such an act violates our clan's rules. Do not let this implicate us. If the clan leader discovers this, it won't merely result in broken legs. Upon sighting the cylinder, several members of the Jean family were struck with horror, some shouting curses, while others feigned calmness in their attempts to dissuade him. Nevertheless, they all retreated hastily, as if the cylindrical device in the blue-robed youth's hand were more terrifying than a fierce beast or venomous serpent. As long as I can vent this pent-up rage, I wouldn't mind being confined by the clan for 3 to 5 years. I truly care not. Jean Tian's cheeks were swollen, blood streaming from his wounds. Yet he spoke with ferocity. Just as he finished, he abruptly pointed the cylinder toward his opponent. Although Shermu was unaware of the nature of this so-called fire tube, the very name and the fearful expressions of the other Jean family members had already set his heart racing. And he had no intention of confronting it directly. Thus, in the moment the blue-robed youth aimed the cylinder at him, he rolled away without hesitation, landing behind a large horse that had collapsed under his assault and could not rise again. "You bastard! Perish!" Jean Tian yelled almost madly, pressing down on a protrusion at the back of the cylinder with his thumb. With a loud pop, a black projectile shot forth from the tube, hurtling towards Shermu at an astonishing speed. "Ah, he truly dares to use it. Get down!" The other Jean family members, witnessing this turn of events, were all struck with terror, jumping from their horses and dropping to the ground, pressing themselves against the earth. Too frightened to move an inch. At that moment, Shermu bellowed, grasping the front legs of the horse before him. With a mighty heave, he hurled the massive creature towards the black projectile. Simultaneously, he stomped his feet, causing the ground beneath him to collapse several feet, forming a sizable pit. A thunderous boom echoed as the black projectile struck the horse 2 yards away, erupting into a fiery explosion, enveloping everything within a 3-yard radius in a tempest of flames and scorching heat for a full 2 breaths before finally dissipating. With a resounding thud, the remnants of the horse fell heavily to the ground, its body reduced to charred remnants. Chapter 32. Accidental murder, you little brat. You are dead. Jean Tian's gaze swept across the spot where Shermu had stood, and upon finding it empty, he let out a maniacal laugh. But in that instant, with a whoosh, a shadow shot forth from the pit where Shermu had been standing, and in the blink of an eye, it was upon the blue-robed youth. Jean Tian gasped in shock, attempting to evade, but it was too late. The shadow let out a low growl and delivered a heavy punch to his abdomen. He, as the 5th master of the Jean family, beheld this scene. His body trembled with trepidation, and he found himself unable to lift the white cloth. Chapter 33. A desperate escape. Is there truly a Tianer beneath this? Jian Wuye suddenly turned around and asked the family head of the Jean clan in a hushed tone. Old 5, at this juncture, can I still jest with you? These children witnessed Tianer's demise firsthand. The Jean family head replied slowly. Upon hearing such a response, Jian Wuye's complexion drained of color, and turning once more, he swept his foot across the ground with sudden force. With a whoosh, the white cloth was instantly whisked away by a fierce wind, revealing the corpse of Jean Tian, which resembled a vengeful spirit. Yet the golden armor that once adorned him had completely vanished. Honor. Upon seeing Jean Tian's face, which was ashen and grotesque like that of a pig, and the gory wound at his throat, Jian Wuye clenched his fists and let out a low growl. Old 5, do not rush into sorrow. I have already gleaned the details of the incident from these children, the Jean family head said with a sigh. Jian Wu, recount the events to your 5th uncle once more. After a moment's pause, the elder youth standing nearby complied. Yes, uncle. 5th uncle, the events unfolded as follows. This morning, Brother Tian invited us to hunt in the outskirts. Though the Jean family youth felt a profound sense of dread, he recounted the tale faithfully under the gaze of Jian Wuye's icy stare and the family head's command. Throughout the narration, Jian Wuye's expression remained stony, only shifting slightly upon hearing that Jean Tian had stolen his golden armor and produced a fire tube. Oldest brother, I have heard all. What do you intend to do about this matter? Jian Wuye inquired coldly after taking a deep breath. This situation is rather troublesome. You must understand, this incident stemmed from Tianer's initial aggression, and he also pilfered a fire tube from our clan. The Jean family head furrowed his brow as he spoke. I do not care what transgressions Tianer may have committed while alive. All I know is that my only son, your dear nephew, has lost his life. I shall ensure that Shermu suffers 1,000 cuts in retribution for my poor child. If you refuse to pursue vengeance, do not expect me to recognize you as my elder brother. Jin Wuye declared vehemently to the family head. Old Five, you have lost your senses. How can you speak to your elder brother in such a manner? The other family members nearby interjected, attempting to placate him. Humph, it is easy for you to speak lightly, for it is not your son who has perished. I know you fear that Mu, that wretched spawn, is the nominal son of seventh sister. But I care not. If the Jin family will not avenge my son, I will take matters into my own hands, Jin Wuye retorted fiercely, glaring at the others with a defiant air. The Jin family head's expression darkened as he prepared to respond. But at that moment, an elderly voice suddenly echoed through the hall. What is it, little Five? If I do not permit you to seek vengeance, do you intend to deny me as your father? Father, grandfather, ancestor. Upon hearing this voice, the members of the Jin family turned pale and immediately knelt on the ground. This venerable voice belonged to the revered ancestor of the Jin family, who had reached the pinnacle of postnatal perfection. Jin Wuye, panic-stricken, hurriedly replied, Father, how could I ever entertain such rebellious thoughts? It is simply that Tian'er met a tragic end, and as a father, if I do not seek vengeance, I would have no face to remain in the clan. Other families in Fengqing would surely mock the Jin family for this, he added. Humph, the misfortune that befell Jin Tian is largely your doing. Had you not spoiled him excessively in the past? How could such calamity have arisen, leading to his own demise? The elderly voice resonated with authority, devoid of anger yet commanding respect. I acknowledge my errors, but I implore you, Father, to allow me to avenge this grievance, and I shall accept any punishment thereafter without complaint, Jin Wuye pleaded, kneeling and bowing his head to the ground, his forehead bruised and his voice hoarse. Since you have realized your mistakes, it is not too late. As you previously stated, Jin Tian is a legitimate descendant of the Jin family. Should he be killed and we remain indifferent, other families in Fengqing may indeed look down upon us, the ancestor remarked thoughtfully after a pause. Eldest brother, send some men with Old Five to ensure that Mu is eradicated from the world of nobility. As for the seventh girl, I shall issue strict orders that she is not to leave Fengqing for the time being. After a moment of silence, the elder made his decision. Yes, the Jin family head responded without hesitation. Subsequently, the voice of the elder faded away, and the others gradually rose to their feet. Since father has issued his command. Fifth brother, feel free to request whatever personnel you need, the Jin family head said kindly after a brief contemplation. Eldest brother, I require no one else. I only wish for those adept at tracking, specifically the bloodhounds and the azure-headed eagle, Jin Wuye stated resolutely. Very well. Dealing with a mere martial artist does not necessitate additional postnatal warriors, the family head agreed, nodding in affirmation. Excellent. That scoundrel Mu has likely only gained half a day's lead. I shall set off immediately and strive to take his life within 2 or 3 days, Jin Wuye declared with fervor. Meanwhile, several dozen miles away from Fengqing, along the official road, Mu was driving a gray carriage pulled by 2 black steeds. Racing away in a cloud of dust, he wore the sun and moon blade at his waist and carried a massive purple steel bow and a quiver of arrows on his back. A hint of anxiety etched across his face. Brother Sure, you really need not take me along. It would be easier for you to escape alone, a melodious voice from within the carriage suddenly interjected. And the door curtain lifted to reveal Zhong Xiu's worried countenance. No, Mu replied without turning, his tone grave. If I leave you alone in Fengqing, not only might the Wu family pose a threat to you, but even if the Jin family cannot catch up to me, they will undoubtedly vent their frustrations on you. Then you could drop me off along the way. I can find a place to hide myself? Zhong Xiu suggested after a moment of contemplation. You underestimate the power of the Jin family. As long as you remain within Chuanzhou's borders, there will be no safe haven for you. Even if you were to do so, it must be after I have led you out of Chuanzhou, Mu replied with a bitter smile. That may be so, but do you already have a plan? If we remain on this official road, it is only a matter of time before the Jin family catches up to us. Zhong Xiu sighed softly. Chapter 34. The Azure Wind Steed Point 200 miles west along this road lies the renowned Yunxiao mountain range, which stretches over 1,000 miles and spans the borders of Chuanzhou and Yunzhou. Once we enter this mountain range, our chances of escape will significantly increase, Mu stated without hesitation. Indeed, Yunxiao Mountain is an excellent place for our escape. However, it will take quite some time to reach there. I wonder if the Jin family will catch up to us along the way. I have heard that some noble families possess specially trained spirit steeds, far superior to our ordinary horses, Zhongxiu remarked, her eyes brightening with curiosity. There is no way around it. Although I left Fengqing immediately after the incident, gaining over half a day's advantage, I cannot guarantee that we will reach Yunxiao Mountain before they catch up. We can only give it our all, Shermu replied solemnly. Miss Zhong, hold on tight. I will increase the speed. I hope these two steeds can endure the remaining distance of over 100 miles. Upon hearing this, though Zhongxiu felt a twinge of worry, she quickly lowered the door curtain and returned to the carriage. In the next moment, Shermu cracked the whip forcefully, and the two black steeds neighed. Their speed surging once more. Before long, the gray carriage had transformed into a distant black along the official road, ultimately vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, at the western gate of Fengqing, a carriage draped entirely in black cloth emerged from within the city, pulled by 3 horses with flaming red coats and manes that resembled flames. It was indeed a renowned spirit steed known as the Chasing Flame Steed. It was said that this spirit steed had a fiery temperament, capable not only of traveling 1,000 miles a day, but also of breathing fire when provoked, making it a rare find. At the front of the carriage sat a coachman clad in azure garments, wielding a gleaming black whip, while 3 riders on similarly red spirit steeds followed behind. Among them was Jin Wuya, his long face and short beard betraying his grief. The other 2 riders were a short, monkey-like figure clad in yellow, and a tall man in a silver robe, his eyes sharp and keen. The trio, along with their carriage, dashed through the western gate like a gust of wind, not pausing for a moment. However, not far from their departure, the monkey-like man dismounted to discern the fresh tracks on the road, before leaping back onto his steed and continuing the frenzied pursuit. Jian Wuya had already set out with the bloodhounds and azure-headed eagle. Excellent, we shall depart from the northern gate as well. With a slight detour, we will be able to catch up to Shermu ahead of them. Though the bloodhounds and azure-headed eagle excel at tracking, they cannot compare to the efficacy of the 1,000-mile fragrance. We have already set down the fragrant herbs on the stone cart. Near the northern gate, a group of over 10 knights has long been awaiting, led by a man clad in a brocade robe. Upon hearing the report from a servant before him, he burst into hearty laughter, saying, "Third uncle, if we manage to capture Shermu before the Jin family does, I must be the one to shatter his legs myself." Among the group, a youth with a haughty demeanor eagerly rubbed his fists together. This entourage consists of Wu family's third son, Wu Tong, and Wu Hua, who originally had a marriage pact with the Zhong family. Coincidentally, the Wu family had planned to wait until after the Martial Academy's assessment to send someone to abduct Zhongxiu from Shermu. So they had been secretly monitoring the movements at Shermu's estate. Consequently, they were among the first to learn of Jin Tian's accidental death at the hands of Shermu. This revelation alleviated the Wu family's earlier apprehensions regarding Shermu's identity, prompting them to swiftly organize a pursuit team led by Wu Tong, aiming to intercept Zhongxiu before the Jin family could. Wu Hua's presence in the group was naturally a result of his own insistence. The knights of the Wu family rode on specially bred spirit steeds, each a striking shade of azure, their glossy coats shimmering with an otherworldly blue light, unmistakably a variant known as the Qingfeng steed. This breed is said to possess some bloodline of the wind fox, allowing them to generate gusts with their hooves at peak speed, making them among the fastest of spirit steeds. This fact bolstered the Wu family's confidence in arriving before the Jin family to corner Shermu. Shortly thereafter, the Wu knights surged forth from the northern gate, taking a shortcut that quickly brought them ahead of the Jin family, chasing after Shermu's fleeing direction. Meanwhile, other factions in Fengqing had largely received the news of Jin Tian's untimely demise at Shermu's hands. Though many were taken aback by the turn of events, the uproar soon drowned in the myriad discussions surrounding the Martial Academy's assessment. Later that day, as dusk settled, the gray cart continued to thunder down the official road. But its speed gradually diminished. The road was flanked by gently rolling hills, appearing almost ethereal in the twilight, enveloped in an eerie silence. Shermu wore a grim expression, continuously cracking the whip, yet the 2 black steeds ahead merely exhaled hot breaths, incapable of quickening their pace. "Brother Sher, this one do. The horses have run for so long. They are on the verge of exhaustion and must rest." Zhongxiu's voice emerged from within the carriage. "I am well aware of the horses' fatigue. But every moment we delay increases the likelihood of being overtaken by our pursuers, Shermu replied with a bitter smile. However, even if you were to push the horses to their limit, it would be futile. We should take a moment to rest and allow them to eat before continuing, Zhong Xiao insisted further. You make a valid point. Although I have other contingencies, they have indeed reached their limit. Let us rest briefly in that grove over there and have something to eat, Shermu conceded, assessing the two sweat-soaked black steeds. With a tug on the reins, he turned the horses off the road, heading towards a nearby thicket. However, it was evident that both had underestimated the true stamina of the legendary spirit steeds. Upon reaching the edge of the grove, Shermu untied the reins from the two black steeds and assisted Zhong Xiao down from the carriage, only to suddenly hear the sound of galloping hooves approaching like a torrential downpour, accompanied by raucous laughter. "Haha, the fragrance bugs have reacted. They are not far ahead," a voice exclaimed. "Make sure to capture Shermu and wait for me. I want to handle him myself," another voice commanded. The arrival of this group was alarmingly swift. Just as the hoofbeats drew closer, Shermu's expression shifted in realization. "Not good. The pursuers are upon us. Quickly, we must flee," he hissed, swiftly scooping up Zhong Xiao and dashing into the woods. The pursuers were, of course, the Wu family knights mounted on their Qingfeng steeds, relying on their swifter mounts and the scent of the fragrant herbs. They had managed to track Shermu down in just half a day. Moments later, the Wu knights reached the edge of the grove. Leading them was a middle-aged man with slanted eyes, holding a sandalwood box containing a pink insect resembling a beetle, its wings vibrating incessantly as it emitted a low hum. "They indeed came this way," he remarked coldly, surveying the abandoned gray cart and the two black steeds. It was none other than Wu Tong, the third son of the Wu family. "If that is the case, what are we waiting for? Let us pursue them. We must not let them escape," the arrogant youth behind him exclaimed with delight. No need to rush. They lingered in the cart for so long that they must have absorbed the fragrance, which should last them the entire night. With such a lengthy duration, how could we possibly fail to capture a mere martial apprentice? Wu Tong replied with a sinister chuckle. "You two stay here with Hua to watch the horses. The rest follow me into the woods." After issuing his orders, Wu Tong confidently led the charge into the darkness. Half an hour later, deeper within the woods, Shermu clutched the girl tightly as he continued to run. His clothes were tattered from the branches and vines, and his arms and legs bore numerous scratches and bloodstains. Yet, he paid no heed to his own injuries, instead making sharp turns to evade his pursuers. Zhong Xiao curled herself against Shermu, wrapping her arms around his neck, her face slightly flushed and silent. In the dim light of night, their close proximity, along with her soft figure and subtle fragrance, cast an undeniable allure. However, at that moment, Shermu was oblivious to any distraction. Relying on his keen eyesight, he desperately sought a more favorable escape route, moving with the agility of a leopard. Suddenly, he turned sharply, hiding behind a large tree to catch his breath and listen intently. Zhong Xiao lifted her head, her eyes shimmering as she regarded Shermu's serious expression, momentarily entranced. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps became audible, mingled with muttered curses. Shermu's expression changed instantly, without a moment's hesitation. He turned and sprinted once more, still cradling Zhong Xiao. It's evident they possess some form of specialized tracking technique. Otherwise, they could not consistently follow us so accurately through the woods, Brother Sher. Let me go. I can escape on my own. Without me weighing you down, you might have a chance to flee, Zhong Xiao urged in a hushed tone as she regained her composure. Zhong Xiao? There is no need for such talk, Shermu replied resolutely. Although he was no hero, he would never abandon a woman and child in peril. Moreover, Zhong Xiao's father had entrusted her to him with his dying breath. But there are no buts. With my strength and endurance, carrying you is hardly a burden. I could run all night without issue. I merely wish to see if those pursuers can maintain their stamina as well. Shermu said with remarkable calmness. Very well, I shall say no more. If it comes to it, I shall share the same fate as you, Brother Sher. Upon hearing his words, Zhong Xiao's beautiful eyes flickered as she tightened her grip around his neck. However, Shermu was too focused on their escape to dwell on her words, and his pace suddenly halted. Ahead, the trees thinned, revealing a vast expanse of grassland. After all that running, he had reached the edge of the grove. Now, changing direction would be impossible. Seeing this, Zhong Xiu felt an unexpected calmness wash over her, devoid of any fear. It seems we have no choice but to fight now. Miss Zhong, hold on tight, Shermu said. His face darkening. Donamem, she responded softly. Shermu then sprang into action, dashing to a large tree, shaking off his arms as he swiftly ascended to a branch several meters high, taking Zhong Xiu with him. Wait here for me. If I manage to fend off our pursuers, I will return for you, he instructed hurriedly. With that, Shermu leaped down from the tree and dashed back into the depths of the woods. Zhong Xiu, perched on the branch, leaned against the tree, gazing blankly at the spot where Shermu had vanished, her face pale and her forehead's birthmark barely visible in the night, exuding an indescribable beauty. After covering a considerable distance, Shermu squinted his eyes and half knelt behind a tall bush, deftly retrieving a massive purple bough from his back. A dozen figures were rushing toward his position from several hundred meters away. The Wu family knights could never have anticipated that, in the pitch-black night, someone would be able to discern their every move from such a distance, as they pressed closer, oblivious to the peril that awaited them. After an arduous pursuit lasting over an hour through the dense woods, most of the Wu family knights found themselves in a state of disarray, much like Shermu, their clothing disheveled and some even beginning to gasp for breath. Witnessing this, Shermu could not help but feel a twinge of regret. Had they not cornered him at the edge of the forest, and if he had managed to run a little longer, he was certain he could have evaded most of his pursuers. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he swiftly drew a long feathered arrow from his quiver and expertly knocked it onto his bowstring. The scent-sensing insects reacted violently. They were not far ahead. Moments later, a startled voice exclaimed, interrupting the frantic gallop of the Wu family knights, momentarily slowing their pace. Yet, another voice, tinged with dissatisfaction, arose. Another reaction? Hu Lauer. Is the scent-sensing insect malfunctioning? Every time it indicates that Brad is ahead, we rush over but find no trace. If this continues, I fear the brothers will not be able to endure much longer. Humph, even if we all err, the scent-sensing insect cannot be wrong. The reason we have yet to catch that slippery fellow is due to your sluggishness. However, it seems this time he should be out of breath. You may proceed to apprehend him. It is best to resolve this before young Master Tong arrives, lest he becomes irate after such a prolonged chase, replied the triangular-eyed man, who held a wooden box. Upon hearing this, the others found his reasoning sound, and at a shouted command, all the Wu family knights swiftly paired off and began to disperse, searching ahead. Although Shermu could not hear the distant conversation of the pursuers, the triangular-eyed man stood out distinctly among them, seemingly a leader, which ignited a fierce desire for vengeance within him. Observing closely, Shermu discerned that all the pursuers moved heavily, clearly being martial apprentices without any innate warriors among them. This realization emboldened him, as he felt no genuine fear. With newfound determination, he suddenly grasped a large handful of arrows from his quiver, plunging them into the earth before him. Taking a deep breath, a series of cracking sounds reverberated within him, his arms instantly swelling with strength as he drew the purple steel bow. The massive bow bent into a crescent shape, aimed straight ahead in the hushed woods. The sounds emanating from him carried far and wide. What was that noise? Who's there? Fools, it must be that brat Shermu. Hurry, we cannot let him escape again. The Wu family knights, initially startled, soon rejoiced, rushing towards Shermu's position. The triangular-eyed man, however, remained unperturbed, a faint smile creeping across his face. To him, Shermu had revealed his location. This time, escape was impossible. Just as he intended to close the lid of the wooden box in his hands, a sudden explosion echoed from afar, followed by an overwhelming gust of wind. He felt a chill in his throat as he was knocked backward as if struck by a colossal force. With a resounding crash, he slammed into a large tree, leaves cascading down around him. It was then that the triangular-eyed man realized, in horror, that he was suspended in midair, a long arrow protruding from his throat. Pinning him to the tree behind, he uttered a couple of muffled sounds, his legs weakly kicking twice before all his strength rapidly drained away. Just as he was about to take his last breath, he vaguely saw other companions faltering and falling backward amidst a series of explosions. At least I am not alone on this journey. I need not fear solitude in the ground below. With a dull thud, the wooden box he held fell to the ground, the lid flung open, and small insects immediately took flight, disappearing into the underbrush after a few flutters. Get down! The enemy's archery is formidable. Zhao Shitu and Kong Zhang have already been shot dead. No. The arrows are too swift. There's no evading them. Quickly, hide behind a tree. Ah, this is bad. They are using a 3-stone hard bow, capable of piercing stone and wood. Sun Ergu and Li Kuang have also been shot through the throat while hiding behind trees. What should we do? Fools, get on the ground. The once fierce Wu family knights, now disoriented after the explosions, scrambled to the ground, too frightened to rise. In stark contrast, Shermu remained calm, retrieving another feathered arrow from the ground, drawing back the purple giant bow, and aiming at a target over 100 paces away. His expression remarkably composed. Hu Lauer is also dead. Who saw from which direction the arrows were fired? A relatively older Wu family knight, still managing to maintain some composure, inquired while lying on the ground. Li Lauda, the enemy's arrows are too fast. I only caught a glimpse of an arrow that seemed to come from directly ahead, replied another knight, exasperated. All right, now that we know where the enemy is, I have a plan. The knight known as Li Lauda reached behind his back, and with a flourish, a thick, round leather shield appeared in his hand. Rolling his body, he crouched behind the shield, letting out a low growl as he charged toward Shermu. Shield held high. Excellent. I almost forgot that Li Lauda specializes in shield and blade techniques. We are saved. Prepare yourselves. Once Li Lauda gets close, we will charge alongside him and take that brat down in the shortest time possible. The remaining knights, upon witnessing this, were filled with elation. With a resounding thud, as Li Lauda lunged forward, he was abruptly sent flying 5 to 6 paces back by a thunderous explosion, landing heavily on the ground. Silent thereafter, its not a 3-stone bow, but a powerful bow of 7 stones or more. Li Lauda's shield was useless. Only a black iron shield could have withstood that, a Wu family pursuer. Slightly raising his head, saw Li Lauda's fate and cried out in shock. Yet, in the next moment, he let out a horrified scream as another feathered arrow pierced through his forehead, sending him tumbling head over heels. This sight instantly drained the color from the faces of the remaining knights, who pressed their heads firmly against the ground, too terrified to move. Meanwhile, they were bewildered at how, in such darkness and from such a distance, the enemy could shoot with such precision. Was it possible that he was truly a once-in-a-decade archer? As they lay frozen in fear, Shermu remained eerily silent, the tension palpable. After a brief moment, one knight could no longer contain himself and shouted, "You cocky brat, don't get too smug. Just because you have a fine bow and some skill in archery does not mean you can escape. When young Master Tong arrives, you'll find out what it means to pay for your arrogance, Wu family. Aren't you from the Jin family?" Shermu's voice, tinged with surprise, finally broke through. Humph, the Jin family is indeed here. Led personally by Master Jin Wu. However, our Qingfeng steeds are swifter, allowing us to find you first. You are as good as dead. Even if you manage to escape us, you will inevitably fall into the hands of the Jin family's pursuit. The Wu family knight declared with malice. Upon hearing this, the others felt invigorated. Indeed, even if they could not capture Shermu, the arrival of the innate warrior, Wu Tong, would change the situation entirely. Tong? You mean Wu Tong? Very well, I shall first deal with you lackeys, Shermu stated. His voice firmed, and no sooner had he finished speaking than footsteps echoed ominously, a figure hurtling through the dim night like a bolt from a crossbow. Get up! That brat is coming at us without a bow. The Wu family knights, alerted by the commotion, quickly recognized the approaching figure and were filled with glee. The 2 knights at the forefront, without a moment's hesitation, leaped to confront him, one wielding a spear, the other a sword. The remaining 3 sprang to their feet, fiercely gripping their weapons, their faces contorted with rage. Previously subdued, they now welcomed the opportunity to confront Shermu, who had seemingly abandoned his bow. Shermu unleashed the full speed he had honed during his mountain training, charging forth like a leopard in full stride, a whirlwind of force bearing down upon the 2 knights. Although the 2 Wu family knights were skilled, they could only react instinctively to Shermu's astonishing speed. Splitting apart to flank him, one brandished a spear, creating a flurry of thrusts, while the other swung a sword, unleashing a dazzling arc of cold light, their coordination impeccable. Shermu snorted disdainfully, disregarding the spear thrusts, and retaliated with a single, powerful punch that collided with one of the spear attacks, with a resounding boom. The knight wielding the spear felt a surge of heat in his hands as the spear flew from his grasp, soaring high into the air, forcing him to stumble back 3 paces. Disbelief etched across his face. The strength of the opponent is beyond words, yet how can one discern which of the gunflowers is genuine at a mere glance? With a clang, the sun and moon blade at Sher Mu's waist was swiftly unsheathed. With a powerful thrust of his foot against the ground, he lunged forward, body and blade hurtling into the oncoming glimmer of steel. The 6 flickering shadows of the blade flashed in an instant, cleaving through the chilling light that approached him, and with another tremor of the blade, another shadow vanished as his body twisted, appearing suddenly behind the sword-wielding knight of the Wu family, with a sickening thud. A crimson line abruptly appeared across the knight's neck, and his head rolled away, the headless corpse swaying briefly before collapsing to the ground. After achieving this swift victory, Sher Mu did not linger. Instead, he bent his body and propelled himself forward like a stone, hurtling towards the man who had previously wielded the gun. This is dire. At that moment, the gunman had barely regained his footing after Sher Mu's earlier strike. He lifted his head, only to see Sher Mu barreling towards him, and terror seized his heart. Having barely withstood Sher Mu's punch while armed, how could he hope to contend with him now? Unarmed? Without a second thought, he turned to flee. Yet, just as he took 2 steps, a violent gust swept past him, and he felt a chilling sensation at his waist. In an instant, he was severed in half, blood gushing forth as his 2 halves fell to the ground. Sher Mu then pivoted, gripping his blade with one hand, coldly regarding the last 3 advancing knights of the Wu family. The trio, who had only lagged a few steps behind, were taken aback at the sight of their 2 comrades dispatched so easily, their footsteps halting abruptly as they exchanged fearful glances. We cannot flee. His speed is astonishing. If we attempt to escape, we will surely be picked off one by one. We must form the Sankai formation. As long as we can buy some time, Lord Tong will arrive. One of the men, bearing a scar across his cheek, suddenly bellowed. Upon hearing this, the other 2 quickly comprehended, rushing to gather around the scarred man. In unison, 3 green long swords were drawn, pointing menacingly at Sher Mu. The Sankai formation? Sher Mu's heart stirred upon hearing this, yet he continued to stride purposefully towards the trio, blade in hand. As he approached, the Wu knights grew increasingly anxious, before he could close the distance. They shouted in unison, intertwining their forms as their swords danced wildly, creating a protective barrier around themselves. Oh, it's a turtle shell, Sher Mu scoffed, and without a moment's hesitation, he swung his arm, unleashing the sun and moon blade in 6 furious slashes. The clash of blade against sword rang out, and though the protective shield momentarily faltered, the 3 knights managed to endure the onslaught. Regaining their composure, they growled and resumed their defensive stance, encasing themselves within their protective formation once more. Interesting. Sher Mu was somewhat taken aback. He had executed a rapid 6 slashes, each imbued with tremendous power, which he had assumed would be beyond their capacity to withstand. Yet, these 3 truly believed that a mere formation could shield them from his impending assault. They were gravely mistaken. With this thought in mind, he inhaled deeply, suddenly twisting his body, and unleashed a flurry of strikes with his long blade, each cut producing 5 or 6 shadows that coalesced into a shimmering silver sphere. Crashing into the wall of swords before him, the cacophony of clashing blades erupted like a torrential downpour. The 3 Wu knights screamed in agony. 2 stumbled backward, their swords marred with deep gashes, their chests riddled with numerous grievous wounds, teetering on the brink of collapse. Only the scarred man staggered back, bloodied but unscathed, as his sword-wielding arm had been severed, blood gushing from his shoulder. This individual was evidently formidable. Without a glance at his own injuries, he turned and sprinted away. At this moment, Sher Mu halted his spinning form, raising his gaze to the fleeing figure, snorting disdainfully. Suddenly, he reached behind him to his quiver, extracting a long feathered arrow. After a brief estimation, he flicked his wrist. With a whoosh, the arrow shot forth, its speed rivaling that of a typical bow's projectile. The scarred man collapsed, the arrow piercing through him as he fell to the ground. Sher Mu strode over, and with a swift motion of the sun and moon blade, he severed the man's head from his body. Meanwhile, the other 2 Wu knights lay sprawled in a pool of blood, their bodies twitching feebly, On the verge of death, a cold glint flashed in Shermu's eyes as he prepared to finish them off when his expression suddenly shifted. With a powerful stomp, he propelled himself sideways just as a chilling light streaked past his previous position, embedding itself into the ground nearby. It was a 3-inch-long throwing knife. "Lord Tong, you have finally arrived. Come forth." Shermu abruptly turned, fixating on a large tree nearby, his demeanor shifting to one of readiness for battle. You are quite perceptive, noticing me from such a distance." A calm voice emerged from behind the tree, and a figure stepped into view. A man clad in a brocade robe, holding an object. It was Wu Tong, the sole post-heaven martial artist sent by the Wu family to pursue them. Shermu's gaze flickered to the object in Wu Tong's grasp, and his expression subtly shifted. It was the purple steel bow he had cast aside earlier. Clearly, this post-heaven martial artist had been lurking nearby, stealthily retrieving the BOWs for why he had not directly used the bow to ambush Shermu. That was easily understood. First, the purple steel bow lacked the strength to be drawn with ease, and second, aside from the few arrows Shermu had shot, all the others were stored within the quiver on Wu Tong's back. Even if he could muster enough true energy to draw the bow, he had no arrows to shoot. "Since you have been here for some time, did you simply watch as I slaughtered your subordinates for the sake of a bow?" Shermu tightened his grip on the sun and moon blade, coldly inquiring. "They are merely servants," Wu Tong replied dismissively. "Though the Wu family may not be a grand clan, we can still summon as many servants as we wish. I never anticipated that you would possess a purple steel bow and such remarkable archery skills. Even if I were to confront you directly, I would certainly face some risk in light of this. It seems quite worthwhile to trade a few martial apprentices for this bow. Now, will you discard your weapon and bind your own hands, or shall I come over and snap your neck myself?" Wu Tong, wielding the massive bow, responded nonchalantly, "I have long heard tales of the overwhelming strength of post-heaven martial artists, which no martial apprentice can withstand. But today, I must experience it firsthand," Shermu declared, locking eyes with Wu Tong. "Ha! A mere martial apprentice dares to utter such words before me. I am unsure whether to commend your audacity or mock your ignorance." Wu Tong laughed heartily. "Very well. Allow me to demonstrate the terror of a post-heaven martial artist." Wu Tong initially appeared taken aback, but then burst into laughter, tossing the massive bow high into the air. With a resounding thud, it embedded itself into a nearby tree, one end sinking a foot deep into the trunk, the remaining portion vibrating ominously in the next instant. The brocade-clad man reached for his waist, and with a swift motion, drew forth a gleaming soft sword. With a flick, it straightened into a formidable weapon. Now wielding the sword in one hand, Wu Tong swaggered towards Shermu. Shermu's pupils narrowed slightly as soon as Wu Tong stepped within a few yards. He did not hesitate to swing the sun and moon blade, unleashing 7 shadows of the blade in a furious arc. A breath's 7 slashes. "I did not anticipate the rumors to be true. You have indeed mastered the wind-chasing blade technique to a commendable level. However, if you wish to compete in speed, you have chosen the wrong opponent," Wu Tong remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed 7 sword shadows to counter Shermu's attacks, dispersing the blade shadows effortlessly. Then, the sword shadows converged, and a massive sword shadow surged towards Shermu's heart. 8 swords in a breath. Shermu's heart sank, and he swiftly spun the sun and moon blade to intercept the incoming attack. The sound of a tremendous clash echoed through the air. Shermu felt a jolt reverberate through his arms, a formidable force transmitting from Wu Tong's sword, causing him to stagger back half a step. Conversely, Wu Tong was also slightly shaken by the immense power contained within Shermu's blade. A flicker of astonishment crossing his face, yet he quickly regained his composure, twisting his wrist as the front half of his sword suddenly curved like a viper, darting toward Shermu's throat with blinding speed. This strike was too swift. To the ordinary eye, it appeared merely as a blur of cold light. However, Shermu possessed keen perception. Alarmed, he instinctively turned his neck aside, narrowly avoiding the blade as it grazed his face. Leaving a shallow wound, with a furious roar, Shermu began to spin, his arms moving in rapid succession as he unleashed a barrage of blade shadows towards Wu Tong. Unfazed, Wu Tong let out a cold snort, unleashing a terrifying aura that erupted from his body as he gripped his sword with both hands and struck out fiercely against the oncoming blade shadows, shouting, 3 mountain slashes, boom, boom, boom. The ground shook with 3 resounding crashes. The 3 massive sword shadows, significantly thicker than before, swept down, obliterating the multitude of blade shadows in an instant. Shenmue staggered, retreating 3 steps, his palms cracking as blood flowed from his hands. In the past, when he engaged in combat with others, he relied solely on his immense strength to overpower them. However, now he found himself being suppressed in a similar manner by his opponent. The astonishment and fury that surged within Shenmue were palpable. The energy contained within his adversary's sword was likely the legendary true chi, indeed a marvel to behold. Were it not for his own prodigious strength, an ordinary martial artist would have been unable to withstand even a single strike. Wu Tong, witnessing the 3 strikes unleashed, was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had yet to gain the upper hand over Shenmue. Although his grip on the sword did not result in the same devastating injuries as Shenmue's hands, he still felt a numbing ache that rendered him incapable of executing his previous ferocious techniques. For the time being, it was long rumored that the bloodline of the stone monkey, upon reaching the postnatal realm, could enhance the physical body despite lacking in cultivation compared to others, endowing it with the strength of 1,000 pounds. Observing your demeanor, it seems this rumor holds true. However, should you truly believe that relying on mere strength can contend with postnatal martial artists, you are gravely mistaken. After delivering a few cold remarks, Wu Tong suddenly moved, soaring into the sky to a height of 5 or 6 zhang. With his arms spread wide, he spiraled in midair before diving down upon Shenmue like a great eagle. Shenmue was initially stunned, but without hesitation, he swung his long blade upward, sending forth a wave of cold light. With a resounding bang, Wu Tong's sword collided with the day and moon blade, propelling him upward before he spiraled back down again. Shenmue naturally responded by swinging his blade once more. In a brief moment, the two engaged in a series of clashes, one in the air and the other on the ground, with their weapons ringing out a cacophony of strikes. Each impact sent Wu Tong soaring again, as though he bore no weight, while Shenmue felt the increasing heaviness of Wu Tong's sword with each dive, intensifying the pain in his hands and exacerbating the wounds in his palms. Simultaneously, his feet were sinking into the earth under immense pressure. Ha, young man, how do you find my Eagle Soar's 9 Heavens technique? How many more strikes can you endure? To perish beneath this postnatal technique would be a fitting demise. Wu Tong's laughter echoed through the air as he spiraled once more, his long sword poised to strike down with a flurry of sword shadows. This time, Shenmue did not meet the oncoming sword shadows with his blade. Instead, he suddenly bent his knees, lowering his stature significantly. Unbeknownst to him, a black glove had appeared on one hand, and he thrust a fist upward with great force. You seek death? Wu Tong's laughter rang out. As the descending sword shadows scattered, evading Shenmue's punch, the reformed long sword gleamed coldly as it unexpectedly pierced Shenmue's shoulder at an odd angle. With a soft hiss, the sword tip did not truly penetrate flesh but merely grazed, tearing his garment and revealing a glimmering golden armor beneath. Golden silk armor! Wu Tong exclaimed in shock at that moment. He lacked the momentum to leap again. Shenmue had anticipated this move and swiftly grasped the seemingly razor-sharp blade with his gloved fingers. Although the glove was instantly shredded and his fingers bled profusely, he felt an exhilarating thrill. Last, I have you. Let us see where you can flee this time. Seeing this, Wu Tong's eyes glinted with cold light. Without hesitation, he flicked his wrist, intending to use his flexible sword to sever Shenmue's fingers. However, Shenmue roared, and his other hand wielding the day and moon blade unleashed 9 swift strikes. A speed that far surpassed his previous attacks. 9 strikes in a breath, the blade technique perfected. Wu Tong let out a startled cry, abandoning his soft sword and rolling backward 3 zhang to distance himself from the impending blade shadows. Yet before he could steady himself, he felt a flash of cold light before 9 blade shadows descended upon him like relentless phantoms. Alarmed, Wu Tong attempted to evade but found himself too late. He could only muster his strength, and his arms glimmered with a greenish hue as he met the incoming blade shadows with a series of rapid slaps. The sounds of impact echoed, scattering most of the blade shadows. However, one remained, striking his arm and cutting deeply, though it did not sever it entirely. The man in the brocade robe felt a surge of triumph, ready to retreat once more when suddenly the hilt of the day and moon blade emitted a clattering sound. The blade that had embedded itself in his arm suddenly sprang back, a flash of cold light slicing past his neck. A crimson line appeared on Wu Tong's throat, and his eyes widened in shock as he stared at the sharp blade lodged in the earth beside him. Only then did he realize that a thin black chain extended from the hilt, which he had failed to notice in the darkness. I have other means, if not for the golden silk armor. If not for this chain, had I known your blade technique. Wu Tong desperately pressed his hands against his neck to staunch the gushing blood, muttering incoherently before his head tilted, ultimately rolling from his shoulders and landing in the dirt. Eyes wide open in death's grasp. The chain attached to the moon blade quivered before the weapon spun back into Shermu's grasp, landing steadily in his hand. It was then that Shermu, with a thud, sank to the ground, gasping for breath. Though the confrontation had been brief, the pressure imposed upon him by this postnatal martial artist was several times greater than that exerted by the previous Wu family knights. Had it not been for his deliberate use of the golden silk armor to absorb a blow, seizing upon his opponent's flaw, and employing a clever technique with the day and moon blade, he might have indeed been slain. Yet, moments later, Shermu erupted into laughter, incredulous at having slain a postnatal martial artist. Although Wu Tong was merely the weakest among the early postnatal realm fighters, and the victory bore some semblance of luck, a postnatal martial artist was still a postnatal martial artist. He wondered if the Seeker of Veins from the Kaiyuan Martial Academy would regard him with newfound respect after hearing of this event. After a moment of self-mockery, Shermu retrieved a small vial from his belongings, extracting some ointment to apply to the wounds on his hands and the shallow cut on his face. He then regained his composure and approached Wu Tong's lifeless body. Moments later, he emerged with a jade box and a cleverly designed belt. The belt was, of course, the soft sword previously wielded by Wu Tong. And upon opening the jade box, he found it filled with a thick stack of silver notes, amounting to roughly 70 to 80,000 taels. Without hesitation, he stowed both items away before casting a glance at the scattered corpses around him. Sighing as he turned to leave, shortly thereafter, at the edge of the woods, "Brother Sher, I am so relieved you are safe," Zhongxiu exclaimed, tightly embracing the young man before her, her form pressing against him in an unreserved display of joy. "Fear not, I am quite well," Shermu responded, feeling somewhat stiff as he sensed her faint fragrance. At a loss for words, "Why apologies? I have lost my composure." The young woman quickly regained her senses, retreating a step while blushing and inquiring, "What shall we do next, Brother Sher?" "Quite simple. We shall return the way we came," Shermu replied without hesitation. On the other side of the forest, Wu Hua leaned casually against a cart. Lost in thought, the two remaining Wu family knights stood vigil nearby, dutifully on guard. Not far from them, a dozen Qingfeng steeds grazed on the grass. Suddenly, two sharp sounds pierced the air. The knights, unresponsive, were struck down by arrows that pierced their foreheads, crashing to the ground lifelessly. Not good. Wu Hua, leaning against the cart, reacted swiftly, shouting as he charged toward the herd of steeds. However, before he could go far, a third arrow shot through his back, pinning him to the ground. With a cry of anguish, Wu Hua frantically clawed at the arrow embedded in his back, but it seemed as if it were rooted to the earth, refusing to budge. Just then, footsteps echoed from the forest as Shermu emerged, brandishing the Zigan Bao, with Zhongxiu closely behind him. "No need. I shall send you to meet Wu Tong," Shermu declared impassively, his arm moving as the day and moon blade unsheathed, swiftly severing Wu Hua's head from his body, ensuring he would not return to life. The girl beside him paled slightly at the sight. Shermu then turned his attention to the nearby herd, selecting the two tallest Qingfeng steeds to harness to the cart once more. After a brief interval, Shermu, now driving the gray cart, raced down the official road. Although he had slain Wu Tong, a postnatal martial artist, he felt no sense of complacency regarding the pursuing Jin family's fifth master. After all, he had heard that this Jin Wu was a mid-postnatal martial artist, far surpassing the likes of Wu Tong. At the same time, more than 30 miles behind the carriage, the Jin family was relentlessly urging their horses in pursuit. Above the sky, three bizarre eagles, entirely snow-white save for their emerald green heads, soared gracefully in the distance. The horizon began to pale with the first light of dawn. the gray carriage finally arrived at the edge of a vast mountain range that seemed to stretch endlessly. Without a moment's hesitation, Shenmue abandoned the carriage, taking Zhong Xiu with him as they plunged into the mountains. 2 hours later, the Jin family, too, had caught up with them, their carriage rattling along in hot pursuit. Seated atop a fiery red steed, Jin Wuyi glared at the forsaken gray carriage and the 2 green steeds nearby, and barked an order to his companions. Let the green-headed eagles fly lower. Unleash all our bloodhounds and pursue them. The tall eagle servant nodded, retrieving a silver whistle from his pocket which he raised to his lips. A piercing whistle, sharp and clear, echoed through the air, signaling the 3 strange eagles above to dive down and commence their relentless circling. The sharp-eared, monkey-faced hound servant leapt down from his horse, striding towards the black carriage. With a swift motion, he flung open the carriage door, from which 5 massive hounds, resembling calves, sprang forth. These hounds were strikingly large. Their eyes of vivid green and their blood-red bodies devoid of fur, revealing gleaming, razor-sharp teeth as they opened and closed their mouths. At that moment, the hound servant pulled out a gray garment from his pack and tossed it to the ground. Allowing the bloodhounds to sniff it, they emitted low, guttural growls akin to canine howls, and in an instant, several hounds bolted towards the mountains, having caught a whiff of their master's lingering scent. Delighted, the hound servant exclaimed, "Excellent! It was worth my while to retrieve this garment from that wretched family. Let us proceed." Jian Wuye's expression twisted into a snarl, and no sooner had he spoken than he leapt from his horse, a gust of wind propelling him forward as he followed the hounds into the mountains. The hound and eagle servants followed closely behind, in a heartbeat. Only the unskilled coachman remained at the original location. Shenmue, burdened by the exhausted Zhong Xiu on his back, trudged through a dense forest when, suddenly, a sharp cry rang out from above, startling him. He looked up to see a snow-white eagle circling overhead. Its cries incessant. Furrowing his brows, Shenmue chose to ignore it and continued onward, only to soon realize that the eagle was following his every move, its cries growing increasingly frantic. Something is amiss with this eagle, he thought, turning to Zhong Xiu. You should dismount for now. All right, sure Dage, but please be careful, she replied, her fatigue momentarily forgotten. Shenmue nodded, gently setting her down before retrieving the purple bow from his shoulder and nocking an arrow. With a swift whoosh, the eagle emitted a shrill scream as it plummeted toward the ground like a meteor. All right, let us continue. Shenmue exhaled deeply, lowering the bow with a smile. Yet, scarcely had he spoken when another call echoed from afar. And 2 more white eagles appeared, soaring high above but keeping their distance. Shenmue's expression shifted dramatically. Without a second thought, he scooped Zhong Xiu into his arms and raced toward a nearby hill. Sure Dage, what is happening? Could those eagles be tamed by humans? Zhong Xiu queried, her brow furrowed in confusion. Indeed, I once overheard the steward mention that the Jin family possesses a type of green-headed eagle skilled in tracking, capable of covering 1,000 miles without resting. However, they typically work in tandem with another breed of tracking hound. Shenmue replied, his tone darkening as the wind whipped past them. He sprinted forth, his speed rivaling that of a swift horse. Bloodhounds, could that mean? Just then, a cacophony of fierce barking erupted from behind them. Moments later, several enormous blood-red hounds burst forth from the underbrush, charging directly at Shenmue. Shenmue, I have finally found you, you wretched spawn. How dare you slay my only son? Even if I have to skin you alive, it won't quell my wrath. A middle-aged man with a long face and short beard appeared, brandishing 2 golden short rods, followed closely by 2 others wielding swords and daggers. It was Jin Wuyi this time. Shenmue inhaled sharply, finally experiencing the immense disparity between early and mid-stage practitioners of the acquired realm. However, when he instinctively reached behind him with one hand, his figure suddenly froze. The quiver behind him was astonishingly empty, devoid of any arrows. At this moment, Jin Wuyi, after a few leaps, was already within a distance of over 10 zhong. Shenmue, without time for contemplation, gritted his teeth and threw aside the purple giant bow in his hand, drawing out the sun-moon blade from his waist. He forcefully stomped his foot on the ground and charged towards the formidable opponent. His wrist flicking as 9 shadows of blades spiraled forth, in a breath, 9 slashes. You have indeed mastered the wind-chasing blade technique to great perfection. Yet even so, you shall die. beneath the shadow of the blades. Jian Wuya's voice was chillingly cold in the next moment. A thunderous sound akin to a gong reverberated, as the golden, misty cane shadow flashed violently, extinguishing all 9 blade shadows. Shermu felt a surge of heat in his hand. The colossal energy emanating from the golden cane shadow was nearly double that of his encounter with Wu Tong, causing his tiger's mouth to crack open once more. The sun-moon blade flew from his hand with a whoosh. Soaring into the sky. At that moment, a fierce wind swept in front of him, and a golden, ghostly object appeared, striking heavily towards his face. Shermu, realizing he could not evade, let out a low roar and swung his other arm, delivering a powerful fist against the golden short rod. With a resounding crash, the golden short rod was slightly deflected by his fist, sliding down to strike his shoulder. Shermu instantly felt as if he had been rammed by some colossal object. Staggering back several steps, a piercing pain coursing through him. "Humph, so you donned my son's golden silk armor. I wondered why I couldn't shatter your bones with a single strike. Very well, let me show you the might of my years of hard training in the blood fiend palm." Jian Wuya, surprised that he had not shattered Shermu's shoulder bone with a single blow, coldly snorted upon noticing the glimmers of gold peeking through Shermu's tattered clothing. In the next instant, he tossed the golden short rod in his hands, his form floating as he crossed several zhang to close in on Shermu, a massive blood-red palm suddenly manifesting before Shermu, descending with a foul stench that made one want to retch. Faced with this bizarre attack, Shermu did not flinch or evade. Instead, a frenzied gleam flashed in his eyes, and with a furious roar, he abruptly shook the arm that had been gripping the sun-moon blade. The slender chain wrapped around his wrist jingled in response. The sun-moon blade, which had fallen to the side, suddenly sprang back to Shermu, spinning mid-air to transform into a colossal silver blade wheel, slashing down fiercely. The ferocity of the silver blade wheel seemed to threaten to cleave both Jian Wuya and Shermu into 4 pieces. A momentum of mutual destruction. As a mid-stage practitioner of the acquired realm, Jian Wuya was not willing to perish alongside an insignificant martial apprentice. Despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to twist his body abruptly, retreating like a willow leaf while simultaneously kicking a golden short rod on the ground. With a resounding crash, the golden short rod transformed into a beam of golden light, striking precisely at the center of the blade wheel. It was unknown what material the golden short rod was forged from, but the sun-moon blade, reinforced with cold iron, exploded instantly. Shermu's complexion changed drastically. With a flick of his wrist, he retrieved the remaining half of the shattered blade with the thin iron chain. At that moment, without any concerns behind him, Jian Wuya kicked again, sending another golden short rod hurtling towards Shermu, while his figure floated eerily close in pursuit. Without a moment's thought, Shermu flicked the remaining blade in his hand, unleashing 9 blade shadows once more. Another thunderous sound erupted. The golden light quivered and then rebounded into the form of the short rod. Shermu let out a muffled groan, stumbling back 2 steps as the remnants of the blade shattered completely, leaving his arm limp and seemingly broken from the previous strike. Just then, Jian Wuya, laughing maniacally, closed in on him. With a sweep of his large sleeve, a blood-red hand surged down to strike Shermu's head, leaving him with no means of escape. Shermu let out a roar, and with his uninjured arm, he retaliated with a punch aimed at the descending blood hand. "Ha! Seeking death," Jian Wuya exclaimed, laughing maniacally as he channeled his internal energy, causing the crimson hand to appear even more drenched in blood, a faint red mist shimmering across its surface, just as the fist was about to collide with the blood-red hand. Shermu's fingers moved, and, as if by magic, a sharp dagger about a foot long appeared in his hand, striking fiercely into the blood-red palm. Jian Wuya let out a shriek, and the crimson hand instantly struck Shermu's arm that gripped the dagger. Shermu groaned, his whole body flying backward, crashing into 2 small trees before landing heavily on a rock. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body collapsing to the ground, utterly unable to rise again. At this moment, Jian Wuya, filled with rage and astonishment, stared at the dagger piercing through his palm, the blood rapidly fading. His complexion fluctuated between red and white before he suddenly bellowed, "You have indeed ruined my blood fiend palm. I shall crush every bone in your body inch by inch." As soon as he finished speaking, he yanked the dagger from his palm and quickly pressed several acupoints on his hand. Striding towards Shermu with a malevolent expression, Shermu, enduring the excruciating pain in his arms, looked up at the long-faced man approaching, his facial muscles twitching as he forced a self-deprecating smile. A mid-stage practitioner of the acquired realm was indeed not someone he, as a mere martial apprentice, could contend with. He had just covertly exchanged the hidden dagger in his grip for the one in his other hand, while using the explosion of the Sun Moon Blade's remnants as cover, managing to catch his opponent off guard with a severe blow. However, the might of the Blood Fiend palm exceeded all his expectations. He had originally planned to close in and unleash a desperate attack after disabling his opponent's hand, but that plan shattered completely after being struck by the residual force of the Blood Fiend palm. At this moment, he felt utterly drained of strength, his arms seemingly broken into several pieces, leaving him incapable of posing any threat to his adversary. As Shermu wallowed in despair, Jin Wuya had already approached him, delivering a swift kick without uttering a word. A peculiar sound echoed as Jin Wuya's kick appeared to strike something solid. Although Shermu was sent flying over 3 zhong, his complexion pale, the anticipated shattering of his rib cage did not occur. Huh, what else do you have hidden on you? Jin Wuya scoffed, advancing once more. If you wish to kill Brother Sher, then you must first kill me. At that moment, from behind another rock, a graceful figure sprang forth, arms outstretched to shield Sheremu. It was Zhong Xiao, who had been observing the battle from a distance. Upon seeing Shermu incapacitated and unable to rise, she stepped forward without a hint of fear, standing resolutely before Jin Wuya. You ugly girl, since you have said so, I shall grant your wish. Jin Wuya, having no intention of showing mercy to a mere ugly girl, sneered before swiftly striking towards the girl's face. With his profound internal energy as a mid-stage practitioner of the acquired realm, even without the Blood Fiend palm, this strike was sufficient to shatter the girl's skull instantly. Stop! Shermu shouted, his face paling as he commanded. He twisted his body, attempting to rise, but as he lifted himself halfway, he collapsed back to the ground with a thud. Seeing this, Jin Wuya felt utterly assured, slightly curling his fingers to infuse more energy into his attack. Although Zhong Xiao had long since resolved to sacrifice herself, she turned pale as she closed her eyes, witnessing the hand descending like a small mountain. But just then, an intense heat surged through her body, and she could not help but scream piercingly. With a resounding boom, as the scream echoed, Jin Wuya's chest seemed to be struck by some invisible force, causing him to cave in before being propelled backward, tumbling 3 or 4 times before regaining his balance. Bloodline power. You are also a bloodline wielder. Jin Wuya raised his head, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and stared at the girl with eyes like dead fish, a mix of shock and fury in his expression. With his experience, he could immediately tell that the girl before him was not just any bloodline wielder. The level of her awakened bloodline was certainly formidable. Even in his anger, he could not help but hesitate for a moment. However, the next instant, recalling the tragic fate of Jin Tian and the destruction of his hard-earned Blood Fiend technique, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes once more as he charged towards the girl without a second thought. At this point, Zhong Xiao's scream had abruptly ceased, and she opened her eyes in confusion, seemingly unaware of what had transpired. What? Do you wish to harm a 3rd-grade bloodline wielder, rare in a millennium? If that is the case, then I can only send you on your way first. Suddenly, a cold female voice resonated. A figure clad in a white cloak appeared before Zhong Xiao, raising a delicate hand to confront the rushing Jin Wuya. With a whoosh, a wave of white, chilling energy surged forth, instantly encasing Jin Wuya in a crystalline ice sculpture. Chapter 43. Yihong Yao. Such a scene left both Shermu and Zhong Xiao utterly dumbfounded. At that moment, the woman before him turned around, casually removing the hood from her head, revealing a captivatingly beautiful face that seemed to be in her late 30s. However, the subtle arch of her brows imparted an aura of extreme coldness. Yet, when she gazed at Zhong Xiao, her eyes were ablaze with fervor. I had initially ventured out merely to handle a matter entrusted to me by the old monster's son, but I never anticipated encountering such a remarkable talent. What is your name, and where do you reside? Why are you being pursued by this scoundrel? The woman murmured before turning to Zhong Xiao with a benevolent demeanor, completely disregarding the presence of Shermu. Senior, my name is Xiaoerd. I originally lived in Fengqing with Brother Sher, but we were forced to flee under the cover of night due to offending someone from the Jin family. Zhong Xiu felt a slight easing of her heart upon sensing the woman's warmth, and she replied truthfully, "The Jin family, merely a small local clan. Let me ask you this. Would you be willing to join the Miaoing sect? Our sect is one of the 3 major sects of the Great Qi, with countless disciples and an array of martial arts and techniques, including the extraordinary martial art, the Biyin Wanbogong. Once mastered to perfection, it grants one access to the legendary Earth stage." The woman gazed at the girl, her tone increasingly amiable. "The 3 major sects, Miaoing sect. Allow me a moment to consider. Senior, could you first tend to Brother Shi's injuries?" Zhong Xiu, clearly a bit dazed by the woman's barrage of words, quickly recalled something and earnestly requested. "This lad is tough and resilient. He has no major issues, just a bit drained and his arms are fractured, but the injuries from the blood fiend palm are somewhat troublesome. Well, I suppose I'll indulge you this time. I have a Qi blood pill here. Taking it should resolve the matter." Upon hearing this, the cloaked woman was momentarily taken aback, then turned her gaze to Shermu. After a cursory glance, she casually remarked, with a flick of her sleeve, a small white vial flew forth, landing steadily beside Shermu. Shermu's spirits lifted at her words, and he reached for the vial. But suddenly his face paled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. With both arms broken, even a slight exertion caused excruciating pain. Seeing this, Zhong Xiu hurriedly stepped forward to retrieve the vial, pouring out a fragrant red pill and cautiously bringing it to Shermu's lips. As Shermu swallowed it, he immediately felt a warm current surge within him, rapidly spreading throughout his limbs. The odd prickling sensation in the arm injured by Wu Tong's purple fiend palm vanished in an instant. This revitalized him, and glancing at the frozen Wu Tong in the distance, he couldn't help but speculate about the woman's true level of cultivation. Zhong Xiu continued to look at Shermu with deep concern. Observing the girl's expression, the cloaked woman furrowed her brows slightly. After scanning Shermu's face a few more times, an idea suddenly struck her, and she slowly spoke. "The Qi blood pill is a unique elixir of our sect. Not only is it remarkably effective for internal and external injuries, but it also greatly benefits one's cultivation. Thank you for your assistance, Senior." Seeing Shermu's complexion improve significantly, Zhong Xiu, overwhelmed with joy, expressed her gratitude to the cloaked woman. "Xiu'er, if you don't mind, I would like to test your bloodline. Your earlier display should correspond to a certain type of bloodline I have in mind, but it is best to confirm with the proper artifact." The cloaked woman seized the opportunity to say, "Of course, Senior, please proceed with the test." After glancing at Shermu, Zhong Xiu nodded in agreement. "Excellent. I happen to carry a blood rui, which is far more accurate for bloodline testing than other artifacts. Just a drop of your essence blood will suffice." The cloaked woman exclaimed with delight, immediately producing a white jade rui from her sleeve. After biting her finger to draw blood, the girl stepped forward and let a drop of her essence blood fall onto the rui. In the next moment, the jade rui radiated a faint golden glow, accompanied by melodious sounds reminiscent of a phoenix's song, enchanting to the ears. On the surface of the rui, mysterious white characters began to appear. The cloaked woman gazed closely at these white characters for a moment before her face broke into a beaming smile. "Indeed, it is as I suspected. You possess the 3rd-grade Fengyin bloodline, the same bloodline our sect's founding ancestor had. Only those with this bloodline can cultivate the Biyin Wanbogong to its utmost realm. I have a 3rd-grade Fengyin bloodline," Zhong Xiu murmured, her expression fluctuating between joy and uncertainty. "Xiu'er, I am Yi Hongyao, the head of the Miaoing sect's Piamiao Pavilion. I now formally represent my master, the Grand Elder of the Miaoing sect, to accept you as a disciple. Are you willing? Should you agree? Upon entering the Miaoing sect, you will share the same generation as me, and among the younger generation of the Miaoing sect, you will undoubtedly hold the highest status." The cloaked woman, not allowing Zhong Xiu to ponder further, pressed her inquiry with a serious demeanor. "If I become a disciple of that Grand Elder, will I become as formidable as you, Senior?" The girl couldn't help but ask, "If you truly cultivate the Biyin Wanbogong, even a minor accomplishment would allow you to dominate the entire innate level. How could I possibly compare?" Yi Hongyao replied without hesitation, "I had no better prospects. But, Brother Shi, what do you think I should do?" The girl felt a stir of temptation upon hearing the woman's words, yet she turned to Shermu and softly inquired, "Senior, are you an innate warrior?" After a moment of contemplation, Shermu finally voiced his curiosity to Yi Hongyao. "You possess quite the discernment. Indeed, I am an early-stage innate warrior, the cloaked woman responded with a hint of surprise yet spoke with pride. But I have heard that there are only a handful of innate warriors in the entire Great Qi? Shermu asked, astonished and hesitant. Few innate warriors are known to the common folk. Most are the so-called national protectors sanctioned by the Great Qi Court. Our three major sects do not fall into that category. The strong within the sect only emerge when the Great Qi faces annihilation or when secular forces cannot contend with the situation. Even the so-called royal family of the Great Qi is merely a construct established by our three sects for the sake of balance. Should they offend us, any one of our sects could easily dispose of them. Yi Hongyao seemed to hold the national protectors of the Great Qi in contempt. So, true martial power resides within the sections. Shermu, upon hearing this, was naturally astounded and blurted out. This is indeed the case. The same applies to the other two nations. With Xior's talent, if she joins the Miaoying sect, advancing to the innate level is only a matter of time. Yi Hongyao replied without a second thought. In that case, the Miaoying sect would be an excellent choice. Miss Zhong, please agree to Senior Ye's proposal. Shermu exhaled deeply and solemnly urged the girl. Chapter 44. The Xuanzi Order. Upon hearing this, Yi Hongyao's heart leaped with joy. I am willing to join the Miaoying sect, but I hope you will allow Brother Shi to accompany me. After nodding, Zhong Xiu earnestly said to Yi Hongyao. Shermu's heart raced at her words. If he could also join this sect, which was even more powerful than the Great Qi Court, he would certainly be willing 100 times over. However, Yi Hongyao's brows furrowed. After a moment, she shook her head. While other matters are negotiable, this one may be impossible. Unless one is a bloodline bearer or possesses exceptional talent suitable for our sect's techniques. We typically only accept female disciples. The number of male disciples in our sect, from the highest elders to the inner disciples, is exceedingly rare. Even as a pavilion master, I cannot easily break this precedent. The bloodline bearer, Brother Shi, is also a bloodline bearer. Upon hearing this, Zhong Xiu became agitated. What? You are also a bloodline bearer? What type of bloodline do you possess? Let me test it as well. Yi Hongyao was initially taken aback, somewhat skeptical. There's no need to test. Senior Yi, I am of the Stone Monkey Waste bloodline. I fear I will not meet your standards. Shermu chuckled bitterly upon hearing this. The Stone Monkey Waste bloodline? If that is truly the case, there is indeed no hope for entering our sect. Yi Hongyao relaxed momentarily and spoke seriously. If that is the case, I will not go to the Miaoying sect. I want to stay with Brother Shi. My life was saved by Brother Shi. I cannot abandon him midway to join a sect alone. Zhong Xiu declared resolutely after hearing this. Miss Zhong, you need not be this way. Shermu felt a surge of emotion and gratitude upon hearing this. However, Zhong Xiu shook her head, her pleading gaze fixed on Yi Hongyao without speaking. Seeing this, Yi Hongyao felt a headache coming on but, after a moment of contemplation, suddenly asked Shermu and Zhong Xiu, by the way, I almost forgot to ask, do either of you possess the Xuanzi Order from the Xuanwu sect? Xuanwu sect? Xuanzi Order? Shermu and Zhong Xiu exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to make of it. Never mind. I will seek it out myself. Yi Hongyao quickly realized something, chuckling silently as she produced a pale yellow talisman, which ignited spontaneously in the wind. In the next moment, a peculiar sound emanated from Shermu's chest, as if something was vibrating beneath his clothing. This is, Miss Zhong, could you please help me retrieve it? Shermu, observing this scene, was initially taken aback but soon came to a realization. The girl beside him nodded in agreement and reached into her clothing to extract an object. It was a dark plaque, intricately engraved with exquisite patterns, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. Zhong Xiu also displayed a look of astonishment upon seeing the plaque. Shermu's expression shifted dramatically as he recognized that this was the very object left behind by the zombie he had slain when he first encountered Zhong Xiu and her father in the ancient temple. Moreover, it must be said that this object is remarkably resilient. It has saved him on 2 previous occasions. The first instance occurred in the fields near the manor, where Jin Tian launched a surprise attack with a dagger, only to find it embedded in this very object. The second instance was not long ago, when Jin Wuya attempted to kick it to shatter its ribcage, but once again, this object thwarted his efforts. Is this the Xuanzi Ling mentioned by Yi Hongyao? Shermu fixed his gaze upon the token, his thoughts swirling at that moment. Yi Hongyao raised her hand and took the token from Shermu, briefly inspecting it before nodding in affirmation. Indeed, It should be the Xuanzi Ling belonging to the unfortunate disciple of Sun Leaguai. How did you come by this item? Shermu hesitated for a moment before recounting the entire incident regarding the slaying of the zombie. Zhong Xiu occasionally interjected with additional details to it. Seemed there was no mistake. According to Sun Leaguai, this disciple had been cultivating the renowned zombie technique and was preparing to break through a certain barrier in his practice. However, shortly after leaving the mountain, the soul lamp left at Xuanwu's sect extinguished. Not long ago, Sun Leaguai's master token suddenly reacted, indicating that this token had appeared within the jurisdiction of our Miaoing sect, prompting him to send several talismans and request my assistance in locating it. Appears that this direct disciple of his must have failed in his breakthrough, suffering a backlash from his technique, ultimately resulting in his body transforming into a zombie. However, this means, sure, that our brother Shi now has a path forward. Yi Hongyao immediately comprehended the implications, offering a smile as she explained, though her final remark carried significant weight. Elder, do you mean to suggest? Zhong Xiu asked tentatively, a hint of speculation in her voice. Shermu's eyes brightened slightly. It's quite simple. While our Miaoing sect is not inclined to accept male disciples, the Xuanwu sect harbors no such reservations, and they possess numerous techniques for strengthening the physical body. Though this young brother's meridians are damaged, his physical strength indeed surpasses that of an ordinary person. With the connection of returning the Xuanzi Ling to the inner sect, coupled with my personal introduction to Sun Leaguai, the Xuanwu sect should be willing to accept him, Yi Hongyao elucidated with a smile. So, does this mean Brother Shi will be parting ways with me? Zhong Xiu inquired, a trace of disappointment still evident on her face. At that moment, Shermu resolutely declared, very well, I shall heed Elder Yi's advice and proceed to the Xuanwu sect. Excellent. I shall write you a letter and provide you with a guiding talisman. You need only light it at the riverside dock near Kaiyang City in Zhaozhou, and someone will naturally escort you to the Xuanwu sect. Upon hearing this, Yi Hongyao's face broke into a smile, and without allowing Zhong Xiu any further hesitation, she swiftly produced a jade slip and pressed it to her forehead, murmuring incantations for a moment before handing over the Xuanzi Ling along with another yellow talisman she had retrieved from her person. Although Zhong Xiu felt somewhat reluctant, she ultimately refrained from voicing any further objections. Thank you, Elder. Shermu expressed his gratitude, though a hint of awkwardness colored his features, preventing him from making a move. Oh, I nearly forgot. Your arms are still incapacitated. How about this? Since we are sending you off, I shall also treat your arms, Yi Hongyao remarked, momentarily taken aback, before retrieving two blue talismans. With a flick of her wrist, she deftly affixed them to Shermu's arms. In the next instant, the talismans emitted a blinding azure light, their intricate patterns writhing as if alive. Simultaneously, Shermu felt an intense heat radiating from the fractured bones in his arms, gradually escalating to an unbearable itch. Shermu moved his fingers slightly, his expression one of astonishment. These two rejuvenation talismans cost me a considerable amount of spirit stones. Consider yourself fortunate. Now then? Sure, I have urgent matters to attend to, so let us be on our way, Yi Hongyao urged, clearly eager to separate Zhong Xiu from Shermu after only a few exchanged words. Chapter 45. The Lofty Vessel 2 months later. At the riverside of the muddy river outside Kaiyang City in the southern part of the Great Qi, the dawn was just beginning to break. A thin veil of white mist rose around. And at a normally deserted river crossing, several groups gathered, some elegantly dressed and arriving on foot, while others clad in coarse fabric came by horseback or carriage from afar. Among them were numerous youthful boys and girls. While the older individuals bore expressions of solemnity, the younger ones, in contrast, were brimming with excitement. Within a mere quarter of an hour, over 40 individuals had converged at the river crossing, with around 15 or 16 of them being young men and women. Remarkably, regardless of the number present, apart from the occasional hushed conversations among acquaintances, most stood silently and immobile. Even more peculiar was the fact that, aside from the river crossing area, the fog deepened in other locations to the extent that one could scarcely see their own hand in front of their face. As time passed, fewer newcomers appeared until none remained. After a while, expressions of anxiety began to surface among the gathered crowd. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed from the river, and thick fog surged as if some colossal entity was emerging. The group at the river crossing perked up, eyes wide with anticipation. The mist parted. A massive lofted vessel, towering 5 or 6 zhang and measuring over 30 zhang in length, materialized, gliding steadily toward the river crossing. Excitement rippled through the crowd, many faces lighting up with fervor. The vessel ultimately halted at a distance of 7 or 8 zhang from the riverbank, and then individuals began to descend gracefully from the ship. With a deft tap of their toes upon the water's surface, they swiftly leaped onto the riverbank. The crowd surged forward, eagerly surrounding them, with several voices calling out, "May I inquire if you are the emissaries from the Xuanwu sect? What is the esteemed name of the emissary? My ancestor was also a disciple of the Xuanwu sect. Do the emissaries carry tokens of invitation?" "Silence," bellowed a burly man in blue clothing, his eyes glaring fiercely at the chaos. "Since you are all present here at this time and place, what need is there for me to show any tokens? The opening of the sect's gates is a boon for you all. Those who do not wish to board the ship may remain here." The man was around 30 years of age, and upon witnessing the commotion, his eyes widened as he shouted. Despite a few lingering disgruntled expressions, all on the bank fell silent. "That's right. Those who can be here have naturally passed the qualifications check conducted by our sect's emissaries and are at least eligible to join our lower house. As for whether or not they qualify for direct entry into the upper house or even the inner sect, that will require further testing within the sect. Very well, those who meet the criteria, come forward with your tokens. No need for any pleasantries. I have other matters to attend to." The blue-clad man spoke without courtesy. The crowd exchanged glances, but soon a seemingly frail youth stepped forward. After a brief discussion with the older individuals, the other young men and women followed suit. The man then revealed an ancient copper mirror, using it to inspect each approaching individual. A faint white light would flicker from different parts of their bodies, varying in size and intensity, yet the man showed no interest in examining them closely. In no time, the 15 or 16 youths had been checked and stood behind the blue-clad man. It appeared that this gathering would only consist of this many individuals. Just as the blue-clad man was about to speak again, faint footsteps emerged from the fog, and another figure appeared along a narrow path toward the river crossing. The crowd turned in surprise, watching as a boy in green garb, appearing to be around 15 or 16, approached. His skin was slightly darkened, yet he possessed an unusually tall stature, nearly indistinguishable from an adult. He carried a massive quiver on his back and a single saber at his waist. Upon seeing such a large gathering at the river crossing, the tall boy was momentarily taken aback. Without hesitation, the blue-clad man waved the copper mirror in the direction of the green-clad boy, and a flash of white light erupted from the youth's chest. "What took you so long? You were the last to arrive," the blue-clad man grunted, beckoning the green-clad boy closer. The young man seemed a bit bewildered, glancing at the surrounding crowd and the group of youths standing behind the blue-clad man before hesitantly asking, "Are you a senior from the Xuanwu sect?" "Of course. If I weren't from the Xuanwu sect, what business do you have here?" The blue-clad man responded impatiently, his form suddenly moving as he appeared beside the boy in an instant, reaching out to grab him. Startled, the green-clad boy instinctively placed a hand on the hilt of his saber at his waist. But a moment of hesitation held him back from drawing it. With a resounding thud, the blue-clad man seized the boy's shoulder and, with a swift motion, transported him back to the original spot. In a single fluid motion, he grabbed another girl who appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years old. With a powerful thrust of his arms, he hurled both individuals toward the lofted vessel, separating them by such a distance. The green-clad boy landed with a solid thud on the deck of the ship, while the young girl emitted a frightened scream. Moments later, both landed firmly on the deck. The young girl's face turned pale, her legs trembling slightly. The green-clad boy, however, gasped in awe. Though the blue-clad man's actions had seemed simple, the precision of his strength was truly remarkable. It seemed that his decision to come to the Xuanwu sect was undoubtedly the right one. The green-clad youth was none other than Mu, who had hurriedly traveled from Chuanzhou. After Yi Hongyao of the Miaoyan sect had handed him the letter and talisman, she swiftly took her leave, not permitting Zhong Xiu to say much, even shattering Jin Wuya into an ice sculpture before departing. Mu dared not linger in place for long. After leaving the Yunxia mountain range, he found a location to recuperate for over half a month before hastily making his way here. Ultimately arriving at the ferry today, however, before he could even ignite the guiding talisman, he was taken aback by the multitude of people present, particularly a burly man from the Xuanwu sect, which caused an unsettling feeling to brew within him. Yet, Before he could make sense of the situation, the man impatiently tossed him onto the deck of the ship, leaving him momentarily speechless in surprise. At that moment, the blue-clad giant repeatedly threw pairs of young men and women onto the ship's deck like sandbags. Before leaping onto the vessel himself with a single bound, the ship trembled slightly as it began to depart from the dock, gliding away into the distant mist. Now, please state your origins and the names of your guiding mentors. I shall commence counting and recording the names, the blue-clad giant commanded expressionlessly, pulling out a thick tome from his sleeve. Han Xiangxiu, daughter of the Han family from Chuan Prefecture, my guiding mentor is the esteemed Kong Yu. One young woman announced. Zhang Dali, from Zhangjia village in Zhangzhou, my guiding mentor is the venerable Zhao Hua. The other youths promptly reported their origins and mentors until it was Shi Mu's turn. Shi Mu, from Fengcheng, my guiding mentor is the esteemed Yi Hongyao of the Miaoyin sect. He hesitated before stating. What? Miaoyin sect? Yi Hongyao? You possess quite the audacity to jest with me. The blue-clad giant, who had been scribbling in the tome, raised his head in fury upon hearing this. I would not dare. Here is a letter from Senior Yi addressed to your sect's senior son, along with a Xuanzi order, Shi Mu replied, producing the jade slip and the order from his robe and presenting them. Senior son? Are you referring to Master Sun Tianlong of the upper courtyard, or the elder son of the inner gate Xintian Hall? The giant asked, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the items. I am not certain, Shi Mu replied candidly. So, you are not here to participate in the sect entrance examination, but rather as a disciple of the Miaoyin sect, the blue-clad giant inquired, a hint of curiosity flickering in his eyes. Indeed, I came here with the intention of joining Xuanwu sect. The letter from Senior Yi is a recommendation, which is why I stated it as such, Shi Mu explained with a bitter smile. Upon hearing this, the other youths exchanged astonished glances. The blue-clad giant's gaze flickered for a moment, then he suddenly waved his arm, sending the Xuanzi order and the jade slip flying from Shi Mu's grasp. Growling Humph, since you wish to join our sect, there is no need for further discussion. Regardless of who wrote you a letter of recommendation, it is but waste paper before me. Now, all of you go to the lowest level and remain there. No one is permitted on deck without my command. Should anyone dare to defy this order, they shall experience my punishment. Faced with the giant's fierce demeanor, the other youths dared not disobey and nodded in compliance. At that moment, several scarred servants clad in gray emerged from the cabin, leading the group down to the lower deck. Shi Mu felt a surge of suspicion in his heart, yet after picking up the jade slip and Xuanzi order from the ground, he followed the others down without a word. The blue-clad giant observed Shi Mu's lack of resistance and exhibited a trace of surprise. This little fellow is quite clever. He seems to perceive something. Once everyone had entered the cabin, a dark mist swirled behind the blue-clad giant, revealing a figure cloaked in black with a tiger mask. Bone Tiger, you should not reveal yourself now. Do not forget how the sect master instructed us before we came. This mission is under my command. The blue-clad giant's expression darkened upon seeing him. Rest assured, I shall not interfere with your duties. I merely think it would be better to toss that boy overboard. The masked figure replied nonchalantly. After all, we have already provoked the Xuanwu sect. It would be unwise to also provoke the Miaoyin sect, the tiger-masked figure added. Humph. Does Emir Yi Hongyao represent the Miaoyin sect? The three sects of Daki have never been on good terms with our Yin country's two gates, and we have clashed with the Miaoyin sect before. Furthermore, this boy was dispatched to this common receiving point due to a mere jade slip, indicating he does not have a deep connection with Yi Hongyao. However, this boy is quite astute. I originally planned to use him as a cautionary example after some dispute, but I shall let him go for now. The blue-clad giant sneered. Since you say so, I shall have no objections. Regardless, once the Xuanwu sect's people arrive, I will only be responsible for entangling one of your formidable foes, the tiger-masked figure shrugged. Given that we have already severely injured the Xuanwu sect's receiving warriors, it will take at least a day and night for them to send innate-level martial artists. By then, we will have already reached the river mouth at the border of the two countries with the aid of the wind charm. Leaving us with nothing to fear, the blue-clad giant stated confidently. That is true, then I shall proceed with my magic. The tiger-masked figure nodded, producing a square piece of pale yellow beast skin inscribed with faint silver characters and unknown patterns. Unfortunately, this wind charm crafted from the wind tiger skin contains very little spiritual power. It can only be used this last time. The The blue-clad giant lamented as he gazed at the beast's skin. The sect is willing to expend resources to retaliate against the Xuanwu sect for the previous incident. How could we not invest some effort? Bone Tiger replied indifferently, his expression suddenly turning serious as he began to chant incantations. Tossing the beast's skin high into the air. With a sudden puff, the beast's skin spun rapidly, releasing strands of azure spiritual patterns that intertwined to form a shimmering blue barrier. In the next moment, it seamlessly fused with the ship's largest mainsail. The ship then shuddered violently, as if propelled by a fierce wind, causing the massive vessel to surge forward. The blue-clad giant laughed heartily at this turn of events, while the tiger-masked figure snickered before vanishing without a trace. In the lowest level of the cabin, divided into several compartments, over 100 young men and women gathered. Shermu found himself in a room with a group of other youths, and as they felt the ship's earlier tremors and sudden acceleration, they could no longer contain their curiosity and began conversing among themselves. Some introduced their identities and backgrounds, while others discussed matters related to the Xuanwu sect, quickly forming a lively atmosphere. Only Shermu remained quietly seated in a corner, keeping to himself. "Excuse me, I heard you say you were introduced by a senior from the Miaoing sect. Is that true? If so, why did you not join the Miaoing sect directly, but instead opted for the Xuanwu sect?" A girl, around 13 or 14 years old, who had been tossed onto the ship alongside Shermu, sat nearby and, after stealing a few glances at him, suddenly smiled and inquired. Upon hearing this, Shermu looked up and noticed that despite her youth, the girl possessed a delicate beauty and a graceful figure, already resembling a budding young lady. "I would like to join the Miaoing sect, but Senior Yi mentioned that they only accept female disciples, so I had no choice but to come here." Shermu sighed before responding slowly. "The Miaoing sect indeed rarely accepts male disciples, but if a senior from within the sect vouches for you, it should not be a problem," the girl replied with a twinkling gaze. "I am not very sure about that. Perhaps this Miaoing sect senior believes I am better suited for the Xuanwu sect. By the way, you seem quite knowledgeable about sect affairs," Shermu remarked, intrigued, while maintaining a casual demeanor. "Our Han family has an ancestor who was once an outer disciple of the Xuanwu sect. Later, due to unforeseen circumstances, we returned to the mundane world and established our own family. Most of those present here have some connection, however slight, to the Xuanwu sect. By the way, your name is Shermu, correct?" "I am Han Xiangxiu." The girl smiled sweetly, drawing Shermu's attention further. Despite her youthful appearance, Han Xiangxiu's figure was already quite developed, exuding a subtle allure with every movement, which inevitably attracted the gaze of several young men. Seeing her engaged in lively conversation with Shermu, some cast envious glances at him. And had he not been exceptionally tall and imposing, they might have approached him to stir trouble. After exchanging a few words with the girl, Shermu returned to his meditative state, resting quietly. As time passed, the youth in the cabin began to grow weary of the novelty of their situation, slowly losing interest in conversation. Many followed Shermu's example and began to meditate. During this time, several gray-clad individuals brought forth a table laden with steaming hot meals, which appeared delectable, inviting everyone to partake. Shermu, however, refrained and instead quietly produced two somewhat stale buns from his robe, chewing and swallowing them slowly. His actions naturally drew a number of astonished glances. While Shermu had no desire to explain himself, this only piqued Han Xiangxiu's curiosity further, leading her to frequently inquire about various matters, to which Shermu could only respond with vague remarks. After the incense had burned down, the entire lower floor was filled with the sound of deep slumber. All the young men and women lay in their original positions, lost in dreams. At that moment, several figures clad in gray re-entered the room, silently tidying up the bowls and chopsticks before retreating, locking the door with an iron padlock as they left in the room where Shermu was located. Someone who had been lying motionless on the ground suddenly sat up slowly. After glancing at the tightly shut door, his expression darkened, and he abruptly asked, "I'm Ah Feiyuan. Is there anyone still awake? Rise at once. There is no need to feign sleep any longer. I did not consume that food. I discerned the deceit of these guides early on. They are not at all as my elders described. Humph, although I did eat, what can mere narcotics do to me?" Among the previously prostrate individuals, 2 men and 1 woman straightened up in succession, responding aloud. The woman was none other than Han Xiangxiu. As for Shermu, who had been leaning against the cabin, he merely opened his bright eyes again, remaining the only one who did not speak. The first young man to rise had fair skin and sharp brows. After casting a hostile glance at Shermu, he whispered to the others, "These people are not the emissaries of the Xuanwu sect. If we continue to follow them, it is likely we will meet with misfortune. Now that they have rendered us all unconscious, they must have relaxed their vigilance. This is our only chance to escape. I intend to leave this ship immediately. Do any of you wish to join me?" Indeed, since those above are not from the Xuanwu sect, they must be their adversaries. Given our backgrounds, it is prudent for us to escape as soon as possible. I have no objections. Han Xiangxiu was the first to nod in agreement. The other two young men, one with curly hair and the other with shoulder-length locks, both wore solemn expressions and similarly nodded in agreement. "Shirgu, you should come along as well," Han Xiangxiu urged Shermu. "There is no need for that. I find it rather agreeable to stay here. I advise you all, do not make any rash movements at this moment," Shermu said, his expression impassive, his gaze flickering. "Have you discovered something, Shirgu?" Han Xiangxiu's face paled at his words, and she hurriedly inquired. The other two young men also changed their expressions, revealing uncertainty. Shermu shook his head, unwilling to elaborate further. "Humph, a coward. If you do not wish to leave, then stay here," Ma Feiyun derided Shermu, turning to Han Xiangxiu with a friendly demeanor. "Sister Han, perhaps we should assess the situation first," Han Xiangxiu replied after a moment of thought. Managing a forced smile, "In that case, I will go out first, and you can follow behind," Ma Feiyun said, his expression shifting slightly, anger flaring. But when he saw the other two remain silent, he could only stomp his foot in frustration. He then reached into his sleeve with one hand and unexpectedly produced a sharp dagger with a silver handle, plunging it forcefully into the wooden floor beneath him with a loud bang. The dagger's sharp tip struck the deck, producing a jarring metallic sound. Startled, Ma Feiyun hurriedly scraped the area where he had thrust the dagger, revealing a faintly dark metallic sheen. "This is ironwood, a century-old ironwood unique to the Iron Thorn Island in the East Sea." Ma Feiyun gasped, his expression transforming into one of astonishment. He then began wildly slashing at other parts of the cabin floor with the dagger, and without exception, each produced the sound of metal striking metal. No need to test any further. This ship is entirely made of century-old ironwood. Even if you stabbed every inch of the room, you wouldn't find a single seam. Just then, a cold voice echoed from outside the room. The group was startled to realize that the door had mysteriously opened, revealing a burly man in blue standing with his arms crossed, regarding Ma Feiyun as if he were a corpse. "Senior," Ma Feiyun was taken aback, hastily hiding the dagger behind him, attempting to explain. However, the man in blue raised his hand without a word and struck at Ma Feiyun in the air. With a thud, Ma Feiyun let out a scream, his body flying backward violently, crashing into the wall, blood spurting from his mouth and nose, his chest caved in, clearly unable to survive. "I have long stated that anyone who defies orders will be punished. Someone, remove the corpse and through what an astonishing revelation, the divine fire thunder. Where have they been concealed? And how do you know of their whereabouts?" Upon hearing this, Yu Qianji's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately turned to inquire. "Senior, time is of the essence. Allow me to first indicate the locations where the divine fire thunder are hidden, and I shall elaborate further afterward," Han Xiangxiu remarked, her face a mask of trepidation as she stood a few steps away. "Very well, I shall take you to meet Brother Zhao first," the young man replied decisively, furrowing his brow. In the next moment, he swiftly grasped the girl's wrist and floated outwards. Witnessing this, Shermu and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Just then, the golden-robed youth let out an enraged roar, shaking his wrist violently, and hurled the girl towards the adjacent door with considerable force, as it seemed she was about to meet a catastrophic fate. A melodious giggle rang out, and astonishingly, her figure flickered, appearing on the ceiling, poised elegantly upside down. The young man glared fiercely at her, and with a flick of his golden sleeves, a half-foot-long black serpent materialized on the ground. Its body rigid and seemingly lifeless. The black demon serpent. What a nefarious tactic! "You must be Jin Shaochai of the Black Demon Sect," Yu Qianji exclaimed, his face contorted with rage after merely glancing at the serpent. "Truly deserving of being hailed as the most promising prodigy of the great Qi Kingdom, you recognized my identity so swiftly. However, you are rather careless. I trust my little treasure has left a pleasant impression on you." After experiencing this bite, You may find it difficult to sleep soundly for the next 3 to 4 years, Han Xiangxiu retorted with a playful smile. Bone Tiger, Ningping, how dare you two return? At that moment, a thunderous commotion erupted outside the building, accompanied by Brother Zhao's furious shouts. Chapter 49. The 13 Peaks of the Black Demon to have the Golden Fairy personally confront me. What does it matter if I have been bitten by the Black Demon Serpent? I only hope the fairy exercises greater caution in the future. One must not forget that wandering too far into the night may lead to an encounter with malevolent spirits. Yu Qianji maintained his composure quickly, speaking darkly after a few words. Then with a dramatic sweep of his robe, a tempest arose in the room, rendering everyone unable to open their eyes. Subsequently, with a swift motion, he revealed a disc-like object in his hand, which shimmered slightly before his form dissipated into specks of ethereal light amidst the wind. A crisp crack of a whip echoed. The tempest in the room ceased abruptly. Jane Xiaochai had somehow reappeared on the ground, a sleek, dark whip now in her grasp, its surface adorned with azure barbs. The spot where Yu Qianji had stood was now marked by a clear, visible lash. Mu gasped in astonishment. The ground was made of century-old ironwood, and earlier, Ma Feiyun's dagger had left no mark. Yet this woman, with a mere flick of her whip, had left such a deep impression. Showcasing her formidable prowess, I loathe windwalkers. Upon sensing danger, they flee faster than anyone else, which I find quite tedious. Yu Xiaochai pouted slightly, her wrist flicking as the black whip vanished without a trace. She then turned, shattering a piece of jade pendant hidden in her sleeve, and in an instant, a wave of dark energy enveloped her, transforming her into an exceptionally alluring woman with a voluptuous figure. Her face retained the beauty of Han Xiangxiu, yet her form was now strikingly voluptuous, particularly her prominent curves, making it difficult for onlookers to avert their gaze. Do you three think I am more beautiful than before? She teased with a light-hearted laugh. I recall you two peeking at me several times not long ago. The two young men with curly hair and wide mouths stood dumbfounded, their faces paling at her words. Mu, too, found himself at a loss for words, remaining silent. Observing their reactions, Jin Xiaochai wore a mischievous grin. Just then, the commotion outside resumed, and moments later, a burly man in blue attire and another in a black robe with a tiger-faced mask descended. Junior Sister Jean, we owe you a great debt of gratitude for your timely arrival. Otherwise, Yu Qianji, the star-tier sorcerer, would have been beyond our capabilities to handle, the blue-clad man remarked with a beaming smile upon seeing Jin Xiaochai. The masked figure beside him, though silent due to his mask, had his gaze glued to Jin Xiaochai, filled with unabashed fervor. I merely came to assist at my master's behest. Although Yu Qianji has been bitten by my black demon serpent, even if he survives, he will undoubtedly face a serious illness upon his return. It is said that Yu Qianji has progressed to a star-tier sorcerer in just over 30 years since he began learning the ways of the Windwalker, making him one of the foremost sorcery talents among the 3 kingdoms. If we can delay his cultivation by half a year or more, Junior Sister has contributed greatly to our sect. The blue-clad man replied with a smile. Let us hope it truly hinders his cultivation, Jin Xiaochai said with a playful glance at the masked man. Bone brother, do you wish for me? If so, why not propose to my master upon your return? Junior Sister Jean jokes. I have always regarded you as a younger sister. How could I ever harbor such extravagant thoughts? The masked bone tiger stammered, hastily averting his gaze. Coward, Jin Xiaochai scoffed. Though we have driven away the pursuers from the Xuanwu sect, we are still within the Great Qi territory and must not let our guard down. Let us set off immediately. Only upon returning to our sect can we truly feel at ease. After Jin Xiaochai's directive, the blue-clad man and his companion nodded in agreement. They conferred for a moment before exiting the room, locking the door behind them. Throughout this exchange, none of them spared a glance at Mu and the others. Mu exhaled deeply, and the 2 young men with curly hair visibly relaxed as well. At that moment, the previously unconscious youths began to stir, indicating that Yu Qianji's elixir had taken effect. Brother, perhaps you should explain everything to the others. It seems we cannot reach the Xuanwu sect and must instead join the Black Demon sect. This could turn out to be a blessing in disguise. The handsome youth with flowing hair remarked with a wry smile. That is no problem, but I would like to inquire about the Black Demon sect. Mu replied thoughtfully. You both seem rather unopposed to joining the Black Demon sect. After a moment of contemplation, The flowing-haired youth and his companion exchanged glances and nodded slightly before speaking directly. There is no need to keep secrets regarding the Black Demon sect. It is one of the two leading sects alongside the Flame Nation and the Windfire sect, with power rivaling that of the Xuanwu sect. As for the inter-kingdom competition for disciples, such events have occurred numerous times in the past. A month and a half later, in the northern region of the Flame Nation, amidst a vast swamp filled with various miasmas, Shermu and over 100 youths found themselves suspended in bamboo baskets flanking several enormous creatures resembling water buffalo. Slowly traversing the muddy terrain. Despite their immense size, these creatures moved effortlessly, their hooves glowing with a golden hue, gliding across the mire as if on solid ground. The blue-clad man and Bone Tiger each rode atop a massive lizard, while Jin Shaochai was nowhere to be seen. The group moved in silence, the only sound being the squelching of the buffalo's hooves in the muck. Suddenly, a thick mist appeared ahead, vibrant and resplendent. Upon sighting this mist, the blue-clad man breathed a sigh of relief, raising his hand, causing the buffalo to come to a halt. Meanwhile, Bone Tiger retrieved a purple bamboo token from his pocket, reciting an incantation before shaking it toward the mist. With a resounding puff, a beam of white light erupted from the token, parting the mist and revealing what appeared to be a solid path. The blue-clad man urged his massive lizard forward, swaggering confidently, followed closely by the buffalo. Bone Tiger brought up the rear. Hours later, in a dense forest filled with bizarre trees, Shermu and the flowing-haired youth were lifted by a tall, black-clad elder, leaping from one giant tree to another with the grace of the wind. Shermu, however, gazed blankly into the distance. Not far from the edge of the woods stood towering black peaks, resembling colossal pillars reaching for the sky. Now, pay attention, little ones. Ahead lies our sect's entrance, the 13 peaks of the Black Demon. Once you step inside, you shall become disciples of the Black Demon sect, and the Xuanwu sect will have no authority to reclaim you. The black-clad elder declared, his dry laughter sending chills down one's spine. Behind him, more than 10 other figures in black were leaping from branch to branch, similarly carrying other youths. Chapter 50. Zhou Kuang. Before long, Shermu and the others were led out of the forest by the black-clad figures, finally arriving at a valley beneath a towering mountain peak. Upon entering the valley, they were greeted by an expansive array of buildings. From exquisitely crafted pavilions soaring several stories high to modest stone houses merely 2 or 3 stories tall. Regardless of the structure, they were all neatly arranged, with the taller buildings progressively closer to the mountain. Among these edifices, individuals of various appearances bustled about, resembling a vibrant and lively town. Upon delivering Shermu and the others directly to a square of azure stone at the heart of the valley, the man in black departed without uttering a single word. Over 100 young men and women stood there, exchanging bewildered glances as they observed the multitude around them, who seemed to point and whisper with a certain malice in their eyes, as if they were gazing upon some wares awaiting appraisal. All of you, get lost. Go about your business. What are you staring at? Have you never seen new disciples before? A booming voice suddenly emerged from the crowd. The throng parted, revealing a colossal figure resembling a small giant, his bronzed torso exposed, wielding a 2-meter-long silver wolf-toothed club as he strode forward. With each step he took, the nearby tiles clattered ominously, as if they might shatter beneath his weight. Ah, it's Big Brother Zhou. So it is he who has taken on this task, murmured a voice from the crowd. Big Brother Zhou, if there are any promising candidates this time, be sure to leave a few for our Lihua Society. Though not overreach, Lihua Society. Last time, your junior brother snatched away 2 bloodline bearers in one go. This time, we of the Taisher gang will not stand idly by. Humph! Regardless of your intentions, if any disciples show talent in magical arts, we of the Zunling Pavilion will undoubtedly claim them first. Do you think you can contend with us? Upon seeing the giant, the crowd divided and several individuals began to greet him animatedly. You would do well not to set your sights on this group. I just received word from the sect that they are not from the Yin Nation, but rather, they were brought back by Uncle Zhao from the Duchy Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the giant let out a chilling laugh. What? They are from Duchy? That explains their unfamiliar faces, since it was Uncle Zhao's doing. They must be new disciples joining the Xianwu sect. Our sect is likely retaliating for the previous incident, where the Xianwu sect seized the young Miao Tiger. In that case, there is no need to rush to recruit them. It is best to allow them to acclimate to our rules first. We are not a sect like the Xianwu that coddles its members. As the crowd learned that Shimu and the others were from Dachi, their expressions shifted dramatically, and after a hushed discussion, they dispersed in an uproar. Noticing this, Shimu furrowed his brow. Well, now that the insipid ones have left, I can properly entertain you all. Regardless of whether you hail from Dachi or Yin Nation, whether you wish it or not, upon arriving at Heiamo Peak, you are now disciples of our sect. After all, the 3 nations and the 7 major sects signed a series of agreements in light of the common threat posed by the barbarian tribes. As long as things do not escalate too far, we shall not truly turn against one another. Over the years, our sect has welcomed individuals from all nations, from the elders and peak masters down to the intra-level disciples and common servants. However, I must clarify one point. Regardless of any previous affiliations with other sects, once you join our sect, you must regard yourselves solely as disciples of Heiamo sect and must not engage in any actions detrimental to our sect. Failure to comply will result in the forfeiture of your cultivation at best, or the loss of your life at worst, and your family may also suffer the consequences. The giant swept his gaze over the crowd. His voice icy as he spoke. He then placed his wolf-toothed club on the ground with a resounding crash that shattered several azure tiles. Who are you, and are you in charge of us newcomers? Finally, someone could not help but inquire, do not misunderstand. Heiamo sect does not employ caretakers for newcomers. I am Zhou Kuang, merely an ordinary disciple. My presence here is solely due to my assignment to guide the newcomers from the Merit Hall. Now, I will answer this unauthorized question only once. If anyone speaks out again without permission, I will first break your nose and then consider whether to respond. For now, you should listen attentively to my instructions. Of course, if any of you are dissatisfied, feel free to test your strength. Our sect respects only the strong. The mightier your fist, the more authority you wield. Upon hearing his words, many in the crowd changed their expressions. Shimu narrowed his eyes slightly. He had previously gleaned some insights into the cutthroat nature of Heiamo sect from others, but he had not anticipated it to be so unabashedly brutal. Despite the many young men and women present who found Zhou Kuang's coarse remarks difficult to accept, none dared to confront him. Seeing their reactions, Zhou Kuang's face broke into a satisfied grin as he proceeded to outline the points newcomers should heed. Given that you are still displaying some sense, I shall briefly inform you of what newcomers ought to be aware of. This is part of my guiding duty. Had it been those other perverse individuals, you would have suffered greatly before learning these things. Listen closely. Our Heiamo sect is a branch of the Tianmo sect, which commands the center of the continent, venerating one of the 3 great demon gods, the Heiinmo Shan. Consequently, our sect differs from others. There are no distinctions between inner and outer disciples, nor will you be treated specially or discriminated against based on your aptitude. The only path for disciples to learn profound martial arts or attain higher status is to overpower others through strength, demonstrating superiority and contributing significantly to our sect. In other words, we encourage competition among all disciples. Whether through open confrontation or covert schemes, as long as it remains within acceptable limits, the elders of the sect will not intervene. Of course, if you possess the capability to catch the eye of our esteemed ancients and become a direct disciple, that would be a different matter entirely. However, even direct disciples must compete fiercely for additional resources within the sect. Moreover, our sect holds minor competitions every 3 months and a major competition annually. Those who excel can elevate their status and earn rewards of various elixirs and techniques, while those who fail will find their status diminished and resources curtailed, potentially leading to an increase in menial tasks. In brief, if you are sufficiently powerful, you might one day challenge the 13 peak masters directly. Chapter 51. Hei Yin-ling. Upon hearing the giant's words, the expressions of the young men and women in attendance varied widely, with some displaying excitement while others revealed signs of trepidation. Shimu felt a flicker of joy within. However, although the sect encourages rivalry, there are still numerous rules that must be adhered to. When I take you to collect your items later, each of you will receive a manual of sect regulations. It would be wise to memorize these thoroughly, as they may one day save your life. Furthermore, as new disciples, you will not be allowed to contest with the senior disciples initially, so each of you will have a 1-year grace period during which you will not be required to participate in any competitions. This means that during your first year, you are free from the obligation to compete in any events, and no one may challenge you without just cause. Should anyone attempt to coerce you, simply report it to the law enforcement hall, and someone will stand up for you. However, if you voluntarily engage or approach the law enforcement hall with baseless complaints, that is another matter entirely. Zhou Kuang's final words carried a significant undertone. The young men and women, chosen to join the Xinwu sect, were not fools. They quickly grasped the implications behind the giant statements, and many of them paled once more. Disciples of our sect are broadly categorized into 3 ranks, A, B, and C, with each rank having its own leaderboard. Different ranks yield vastly different monthly resources for cultivation. The minor competitions held every 3 months allow challenges only within the same rank, while the major competition held once a year permits cross-rank challenges. All new disciples start at the lowest rank of C. Furthermore, do not think that simply because you are at the bottom of the C rank, you can become complacent. Our sect is filled with numerous servants, many of whom are quite formidable. Each year during the major competition, 30 of the strongest servants are selected to replace the 30 lowest-ranked C disciples. After a year, it is possible that one of you may lose your status as an ordinary disciple and become a mere servant without any standing, Zhou Kuang remarked with a hint of malice. Upon hearing this, Mu felt a shiver run down his spine. The rules of Heimo's sect were indeed ruthless. Under such stringent regulations, even the most indolent disciples would be compelled to strive diligently to enhance their strength. The expressions of many other young men and women also began to turn ashen. Well, I have shared all I can with you. For details regarding the competitions and rankings, you can refer to the manual. According to the rules, I may now answer 3 questions with greater detail. If anyone wishes to inquire, feel free to speak up. The giant stroked his chin and stated this point. 3 questions, you say? I would like to know first what level of cultivation you are at. Senior brother Zhou, and your rank among the disciples? A young man in the crowd boldly asked. Upon hearing this, Mu immediately focused his attention. The inquiry was quite astute. At the very least, the answer would provide insight into the general level of disciples within Heimo's sect. Good question. I have no qualms revealing this to you. I am at the mid-stage of the acquired realm, ranked 49 among the B-level disciples. Zhou Kuang replied with a sneer, indeed disclosing his cultivation level and rank. Approximately how many disciples are there in our sect? How many slots are there in each rank? A clear voice chimed in, belonging to a seemingly timid girl. The disparity in the number of disciples across various ranks within the sect is exceedingly pronounced. There are precisely 10 A-level disciples, whose status is nearly equivalent to that of the true inheritors from other sects. In contrast, the B-level disciples are limited to a mere 108. As for the C-level disciples, I have not delved deeply into their numbers. Previously, there were likely over 1,000, but with the recent opening of our sect's gates, this figure is expected to double in the coming 2 years. The burly man stroked his chin and replied casually. Upon the resolution of these 2 queries, a stir rippled through the crowd as they pondered the implications of the giant's responses. Senior Zhou, may I inquire whether there are any special provisions for bloodline warriors within the sect? After all, their innate advantages and talent are starkly evident compared to ordinary martial artists. Mu interjected suddenly. As soon as these words escaped his lips, several individuals in the crowd perked up, their eyes fixed intently on Zhou Kuang. Special provisions? Do you know how many bloodline warriors are among our 13 innate peak masters, 8 elders, and 2 vice-sect leaders? Merely 3, I assure you. Furthermore, our most formidable elder, who is said to be on the brink of reaching the Earth stage, is not a bloodline warrior. His qualifications were quite ordinary at the outset, and he rose through the ranks from a humble disciple. Naturally, we do not overlook the innate advantages of bloodline warriors. Our elder from the innate realm frequently appears during the annual competitions to recruit those of exceptional talent as direct disciples, including several bloodline warriors who have made remarkable leaps forward. Additionally, we have established the Blood Scripture Pavilion specifically for bloodline warriors, where unique martial arts techniques exclusive to them are preserved. The cost in magical flame tokens required to access these is merely half that of conventional techniques. The giant replied with a dismissive wave of his hand. Ah, I see. Thank you for the elucidation, senior brother. Mu nodded, falling silent thereafter. The others also etched the term Blood Scripture Pavilion into their memories. I have now answered all 3 of your questions. Do you see that stone house over there? It serves as the residence for newly admitted disciples, and currently, most of its rooms are vacant. You may each choose a room to reside in at your leisure. Now, follow me to collect your disciple garments and a year's worth of resources. Zhou Kuang gestured towards a densely clustered area of diminutive buildings situated farthest from the mountain peak. before grasping his Wolf Fong club and striding towards a particular street. A quarter of an hour later, before a modestly sized pavilion, Zhou Kuang stood before a group of boys and girls each clutching a sizable package, his voice icy as he said, "Before you depart, I shall impart one last piece of advice. For disciples of any rank, the most crucial resource is the Black Flame token, which you can claim only once a month. With it, you can exchange for the martial arts techniques you wish to learn at the Scripture Pavilion. Without it, you will merely be trampled upon in the Black Demon sect." With that, the giant hoisted the Wolf Fong club onto his shoulder and strode away without a hint of sentiment. The group of youngsters exchanged bewildered glances. Shermu examined the slender, seemingly delicate items within his package, a contemplative expression crossing his face before he abruptly moved towards the stone houses previously pointed out by Zhou Kuang. As others realized his intent, they followed suit, some even breaking into a sprint. Chapter 52. Roadblock, however. Upon reaching the area filled with stone houses, Shermu unexpectedly found the sole entrance to this section obstructed by 7 or 8 older disciples clad in black garments. Those who had arrived earlier were already in a standoff with them, faint sounds of argument wafting through the air. "What? We must each pay you a black flame token to pass," an irate voice exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Shermu frowned slightly but continued forward, finally discerning the situation. Indeed, this black flame token is not given freely. Just a few days ago, we assisted in cleaning all the houses. Consider this the fee for our services. One of the older disciples, appearing to be in his late teens, replied with an impassive expression, cradling a long sword adorned with a white scabbard. "You needn't try to deceive us. We have already heard from senior brother Zhou about the value of the black flame token. What cleaning can justify demanding one? Besides, who authorized you to clean for us? If you continue to block our way, do you fear we shall report you to the law enforcement hall?" Among the younger disciples, a handsome youth, seemingly of similar age to Shermu, retorted without a hint of trepidation. "Report to the law enforcement hall? What do you take them for? They wouldn't bother with such trivial matters. Furthermore, when have we ever assaulted you? We merely found this place agreeable and wished to practice some martial techniques. It was you who carelessly bumped into us. Who can you blame? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. If you wish to avoid handing over your black flame tokens, then simply withstand one of my punches." The sword-bearing youth laughed ominously. "Only one punch?" Upon hearing this, the handsome youth's interest was piqued. "Are you considering a challenge?" the sword-bearer asked with a sinister glint in his eyes. "Humph. If we speak of a direct challenge, we, as disciples who have yet to cultivate true energy, would surely not stand a chance against you seniors. However, if you think I cannot withstand even a single punch, I find that hard to believe. I, Fong Tianqiu, shall accept your challenge," the handsome youth declared after a moment's contemplation. "Go for it, senior brother. You need not take it head-on. You can use techniques to mitigate the force," the others chimed in, urging him on. At that moment, more newcomers had trailed into the area. Upon grasping the situation, they rallied in support of the handsome youth. Shermu glanced at the sword-bearing youth's heavily bandaged hands, his gaze flickering momentarily. "Sure, brother. Do you think this Fong fellow can withstand that punch?" A familiar voice called out from behind Shermu, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. "Dio, you know him?" Shermu turned, his expression shifting. Standing behind him was a familiar long-haired youth, flanked by a companion with curly hair and wide sleeves. "I am Bai Shi, and this is my friend Xiaoming. Both of us hail from the same region as Fong Tianqiu, though we are not particularly acquainted. However, he has practiced the blood stake technique at home, which likely accounts for his audacity," the long-haired youth explained with a smile. "I see. While I am unfamiliar with the blood stake technique, it is evident that he possesses some degree of confidence to confront us in front of so many witnesses. Moreover, judging by his hands, he has evidently trained in some form of specialized martial arts. Whether Fong Tianqiu can indeed withstand that punch remains uncertain," Shermu mused, nodding slowly. "Your thoughts align closely with my brother and me." Bai Shi chuckled softly. At this point, the sword-bearing youth had thrust his sword into the ground nearby with a swift motion, the white scabbard piercing the tile over half a foot deep and standing upright. This display left the newcomers astounded. Clearly, he possessed formidable strength. Fong Tianqiu's expression shifted slightly, but after taking a deep breath and loosening his limbs, he stepped forward, his face suddenly flushed crimson. He has indeed activated his blood vitality. No wonder he dares to be so confident. Yet, what use is such a trickery in the face of absolute strength? The youth paused for a moment, then sneered as he stepped forward, delivering a punch. Fang Tianqiu shouted lowly, crossing his reddened arms in front of him. A sharp crack echoed as the bandaged fists collided with the center of his crossed arms. Fang Tianqiu's eyes rolled back, and without uttering a sound, he was sent flying over 2 yards, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious, with his arms contorted in an unnatural position, clearly shattered into several segments. The other newcomers, who had been cheering him on moments before, fell silent, their bodies chilled with fear. Is there anyone else who wishes to receive my punch? The youth asked, calmly retracting his fist. A profound silence enveloped the entrance. If there are no more challengers, then hand over your black flame tokens and cease wasting my time. With your lack of strength, how could you possibly withstand a single punch from senior brother Chu? It is sheer folly. Other older disciples chimed in, their faces adorned with mocking smiles. Can we use weapons to receive your punch? After a long silence, one of the newcomers finally posed the question. Yes, but it must be in exchange for receiving a strike from my sword. The youth replied with a sinister grin. Upon hearing this, the questioner flushed crimson and fell silent. I shall take on the challenge of receiving senior brother's punch. A clear voice rang out from beside them. As a petite figure stepped forth from the crowd of newcomers, Shermu looked on in astonishment, for it was a 13 or 14-year-old girl adorned with numerous silver bells in her hair. Do not presume that I shall show you mercy simply because you are a girl, the youth said coldly, fixing his gaze on her. When have I ever suggested that you should be merciful? The girl, her bells jingling incessantly, boldly advanced towards the youth. Seeking death, the youth's eyes flashed with malice as he suddenly hurled a punch towards the girl. With a whoosh, the confrontation escalated, as the young girl twisted her waist. She gracefully floated away, akin to willow catkins, evading the punch with apparent ease amidst the sound of jingling bells, traveling a distance of about 2 feet. The onlookers, particularly the newcomers, were left utterly speechless at the sight. A peculiar expression flickered across the young man's face, and after a moment's contemplation, he withdrew his arm and asked solemnly, "Are you a bloodline bearer?" "Indeed, I would say I have taken your punch." The girl replied candidly, nodding before posing a counterquery. "Whether I received it directly or utilized my bloodline powers to evade your strike, it naturally counts as passing the test. However, would you have any interest in joining our Blood Dragon Society? We have numerous bloodline bearers within the society, and interacting with them would surely provide significant support to you." The young man, seemingly transformed, invited the girl with a broad smile. Chapter 53. Shattered Stones Against Broken Jade. Blood Dragon Society. Perhaps I will consider it in the future. For now, I intend to find a place to rest properly. This ordeal has truly worn me out, the girl replied with a smile, refraining from outright refusal. No problem. Should you wish to join our society, simply mention my name, Chu Kuan. At the Blood Dragon Society, Chu Kuan said nonchalantly, waving his hand to clear the way. I will not be polite. Then, the girl chuckled lightly. And with the sound of jingling, she walked past and disappeared among the many stone houses. Upon witnessing the girl pass through so effortlessly, 2 young men immediately rushed forward, intending to take advantage of the opening to dash through. However, with a swift movement, Chu Kuan swung his arms, sending them flying back with anguished cries, leaving them sprawled on the ground, unable to rise. "What are you doing? Did that sister not just take a punch?" Someone exclaimed in shock and anger at the scene. "When did I ever say that just because one person can take a punch, everyone else can pass? That girl's ability to succeed is her own merit. Anyone wishing to proceed must likewise endure my strike," Chu Kuan replied with a sinister grin. Hearing this, the newcomers exchanged glances. Shixiang, Xiaoxian, waiting idly, won't do us any good. Why don't we give it a try ourselves? By sure, a youth with flowing hair, suggested with a sign why misty steps are merely at a minor level. I probably cannot evade even one punch, so I would rather not seek trouble, the curly-haired youth remarked. Shaking his head as he looked at Chu Kuan, I will wait for Brother Bai to go first, then I shall attempt it, Shermu said with a noncommittal smile. Heh, I didn't expect Brother Sher to have such confidence in himself. I shall not hold back, Bai Sher replied, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes before he boldly stepped forward. Unbeknownst to him, Shermu had already slain practitioners at the initial stage of the postnatal realm. Although Chu Kuan appeared formidable, How could he invoke any fear in Shermu? With a dull thud, Baishir staggered back 2 steps, his arms feeling as if they had deflated upon receiving Chu Kuan's punch. His face contorted in pain. He had employed the same stance as Fang Tianchu to block the blow, managing to withstand it through sheer force. This is the arm-breaking fist, and it seems you have mastered it to a minor level. No wonder you could withstand my punch. You have passed, Chu Kuan acknowledged, gesturing to reopen the way. Brother has acknowledged me, Baishir said with a grin, shaking out his arms before striding forward confidently. Upon witnessing Baishir withstand the young man's punch, many of the young men and women behind him felt a surge of eagerness to attempt the challenge themselves. Indeed, among this batch, there are a few with commendable strength. It seems I underestimated you. However, I have only utilized 70% of my true energy thus far. Should anyone else wish to attempt it, I will not show mercy, Chu Kuan declared coldly. Just as his words lingered in the air, he suddenly stomped on the ground. With 2 resounding thuds, 2 stone bricks shattered, scattering into fragments. The newcomers, who had been somewhat tempted, felt as if cold water had been poured over them, their spirits dampened anew. Brother Shur, I think it's best to reconsider. If he truly unleashes his full strength, even Baishir may not be able to pass again, Xiaoming said, grinning wide as he vigorously shook his head at Shermu. Clearly abandoning any thoughts of forcefully charging through, I shall give it a try. If it truly fails, I shall only suffer a few superficial injuries, Shermu replied with a smile, stepping forward in this current situation. His actions drew the attention of the crowd, many of whom exchanged bewildered whispers. Upon seeing Shermu emerge from the throng, Chu Kuan's gaze turned frosty as he coldly remarked, I did not expect that even after my previous warnings, someone would still dare to step forward. Indeed, bound by the rules, I cannot kill you, but I could easily shatter your arms and legs during our spar, leaving you bedridden for half a year to a year without issue. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Kuan bent his body, his legs shifting apart like a giant bow, propelling him forward with explosive speed. He raised his arm, and the gray cloth wrapping his hand suddenly erupted. The spectators barely had time to react before a massive, grayish-blue fist was already upon. Although the regulations recorded in the tome are numerous, after careful reflection, Shermu realizes that they primarily encourage disciples to engage in combat within certain bounds. Akin to a method of nurturing poison, ultimately selecting those truly promising disciples who might advance to innate strength, and then dedicating vast resources to their rigorous training. Accordingly, per the annotations in the tome, a B-level disciple receives resources nearly 3 times that of a C-level disciple, while an A-level disciple receives over 3 times that of a B-level disciple. Furthermore, those disciples who excel in the annual competitions are rewarded with astonishing prizes. This is another significant avenue through which the Haiyan Ling is abundantly acquired. After exhaling softly, Shermu meticulously revisits the tome, quietly committing to memory several noteworthy regulations before tossing it onto the bed and donning the uniform of the Haimo sect. Once attired, he notices a crimson flame-like insignia emblazoned on the cuffs, with a faint silver character bat at center. Shaking his head, he grabs his long blade and exits the stone house, making his way towards the entrance. Along the way, he encounters a few hurried newcomers, all bearing bruised and battered appearances. Intrigued, Shermu inquires of one, only to learn that after he had struck Chu Kuan with a punch yesterday, the latter had gone completely berserk, injuring 5 or 6 challengers in succession. In the ensuing chaos, amidst the combined efforts of numerous newcomers and other senior disciples, most newcomers were left incapacitated, ultimately being forced to surrender a Haiyan Ling to gain entry here for recuperation. This explains the scarcity of people he had encountered earlier that morning. Those who are now able to rise and move about are predominantly those who suffered the least injuries. Upon hearing this, Shermu's expression remains composed, yet internally he is at a loss for words. Had he known, those individuals would have been better off surrendering a Haiyan Ling from the outset, thus sparing themselves the ordeal of pain. As he steps out of the entrance, he glances at the distant black peaks, pausing momentarily. According to the map in the tome, this particular peak is designated as Peak 13 of the Haimo sect, alongside Peaks 12 and 11, which serve as the residence for C-level disciples. Peaks 10, 9, and 8 are the activity areas for B-level disciples. Although there are only 10 A-level disciples, they occupy Peaks 7, 6, and 5 exclusively. Naturally, Peaks 4, 3, and 2 are reserved for the sect master and the esteemed elders, as for the tallest Peak 1, It is a forbidden zone. Without the sect master's or elder's orders, no one may approach it recklessly. After a brief contemplation of the peaks, Shermu's gaze shifts to the valley's depths, where a nearly adjacent stone building stands. This is the scripture repository accessible to sea-level disciples. Having grasped the sensation of qi, he intends to exchange his Haiyan Ling for a technique to cultivate true qi. The thought of becoming a genuine acquired martial artist ignites a fervor within him. He strides purposefully towards the depths of the valley. Ah, is that you, Brother Shi? What took you so long? Xiao Xian and I have already selected our techniques. Now I understand why Brother Zhou emphasized the utmost importance of the Haiyan Ling. My efforts yesterday were not in vain. As Shermu enters the grand doors of the repository, he is greeted by the exuberant Bai Shi, with Xiao Ming, sporting curly hair and a wide mouth, following behind, looking dejected. Oh, it's you two. What is the matter? Did Brother Xiao also give up a Haiyan Ling yesterday? Shermu inquires, slightly taken aback. I regret it now. Even if it meant lying in bed for 10 days or more. I should have tried using the Mizong step to keep that Haiyan Ling. Xiaoming replies with a huff upon hearing Shermu's question. No. And what led to this change of heart? Although the Haiyan Ling is indeed scarce, I didn't expect you to voice such sentiments, Shermu remarks, puzzled. Brother Shi, we can't elaborate too much. You'll understand once you enter. Xiaoming begins to respond but is abruptly interrupted by Bai Shi, who pulls him aside with a mysterious expression. Increasingly curious, Shermu exchanges a few more words with him before bidding farewell and proceeding towards the staircase not far ahead. Upon reaching the second floor, a cold voice resonates. Select techniques in the center, choose martial skills to the left, and for spells, proceed to the right. Shermu turns in shock, witnessing 3 long rows of bookshelves, each exceeding 10 feet in length, filled with a plethora of tomes, thick ordinary books, tightly rolled bamboo slips, and even seemingly fragmented stone tablets and large animal hides. At the forefront of these shelves, near the staircase, sits a square table topped with a radiant golden cage housing an extraordinarily vibrant parrot, which cocks its head to observe him. What are you staring at? Never seen a talking bird before. Get on with your business. I despise early morning intrusions that disrupt my rest. The enormous parrot flaps its wings, preening itself, before nonchalantly uttering words that leave Shermu dumbfounded. What's this, Kair? You don't want to stay in the cage? If that is the case, how about I give you a wash and stew you into a nourishing soup? Suddenly, a figure looms behind the table, revealing a plump man whose oily visage and layered rolls of fat quiver slightly. Master, please don't throw me into the pot. I promise I won't do it again. Just let me go. The massive parrot, upon hearing the rotund man's words, immediately crouches down, covering its eyes with its wings and trembling in fear. Senior, what is this? Shermu is utterly astonished. Don't be alarmed. This is merely my pet, summoned from another realm. Initially, I thought I had struck a stroke of luck in finding a talking creature, only to realize it possesses little ability beyond some rudimentary intelligence, wasting a significant portion of my spiritual awareness. Had I not depleted all my wealth during the summoning, I would have long since cooked it for dinner. The chubby man grumbles at the parrot. At this moment, Shermu observes the parrot subtly shifting its wings to peek at the man, further adding to his bemusement. Senior, I am a new disciple and wish to select techniques for cultivation. I am fully aware that you are newcomers. I had intended to indulge in some leisure next door, but with newcomers arriving one after another, it seems I will be unable to do so for a while. You heard what it just said. If you wish to find any specific tomes, feel free to browse. However, be advised, all tomes here, whether martial skills or spells, require 6 Haiyan Lings each. If you possess 12, you may exchange them for 1 technique and 1 martial skill. Additionally, all tomes are bound by restrictions, allowing you only to examine the introductory sections. If something catches your eye, bring it to me, and I will assist you in copying it onto a jade slip for you to take. By the way, my surname is Ju. Just call me Shu. The rotund man gestures with an eye roll. After processing this information, Shermu comprehends the implications of Bai Shi and Xiaoming's earlier words. Clearly, Xiaoming, who is 1 Haiyan Ling short, can only select 1 technique for cultivation and must wait a year to acquire a martial skill, which understandably causes him significant regret. After all, for a newly initiated disciple, starting with a slower growth in strength compared to others could result in an ever-widening gap in power. Thank you, Shu, for your guidance. Shermu bows respectfully to the rotund man before maneuvering around the table towards the shelf brimming with techniques. Stone Body Technique, Blood Wave Technique, 3 Yang Secret Classic, Chaos Unity Technique, Azure Origin Scripture. Rows upon rows of enticing acquired techniques unfold before Shermu's eyes, igniting his excitement as he eagerly peruses them. Stone Body Technique. Characterized by stability, this technique is simple to cultivate and requires no external materials. It is divided into 5 levels. The true Qi offers no additional enhancement effects, and upon completion, one can open the Qi Mansion and advance to innate strength, making it suitable for those of mediocre aptitude. 3 Yang Secret Classic. A Yang attribute technique of ordinary difficulty, requiring a substantial intake of Yang attribute elixirs during cultivation. This technique consists of 3 levels. The true Qi carries the power of Yang fire, capable of injuring enemies invisibly. Upon full cultivation, it can also open the Qi Mansion and promote innate advancement, appropriate for disciples with above-average aptitude and certain cultivation resources. Chaos Unity Technique. Characterized by its richness, this technique is of ordinary difficulty and requires no external materials. It is divided into 7 levels. The true Qi offers no additional enhancement effects, yet upon completion, the true Qi becomes exceptionally profound, providing slight assistance in opening the Qi Mansion and advancing to innate strength, suitable for those of below-average aptitude. As Shermu continues to peruse these technique tomes, he notes that the introductions are remarkably detailed, listing not only the characteristics and difficulty levels of each technique, but also offering related recommendations for potential practitioners. He has already formed a plan regarding which technique to select. For him, if the Stone Monkey bloodline indeed proves detrimental to the cultivation of true Qi, he must avoid overly difficult techniques. Conversely, as his physical body has reached a level where he can contend with ordinary acquired early martial artists, he must either select a technique that significantly enhances his physical prowess or choose one of great destructive power, thereby enabling him to seize abundant resources in future competitions, which in turn would accelerate his own cultivation. In the depths of Shermu's mind, he pondered this matter. After a brief interval, he had perused the numerous different martial arts displayed upon the extensive bookshelf, ultimately pausing before a thick bundle of bamboo slips. He lifted it once more, scrutinizing it closely. The Brahma Celestial Phenomenon Technique, characterized by immense strength and a relatively simple cultivation difficulty, required the external aid of bone-refining pills. This technique was divided into 11 tiers, with each tier granting the practitioner a certain aspect of power. However, the time required to master all the tiers was exceedingly long, and it necessitated a substantial quantity of elixirs, suggesting that disciples of modest means ought to refrain from selecting it. Without a doubt, the attributes of this technique were highly suitable for Shermu. Yet, the mention of the exorbitant elixir consumption caused him to hesitate. Although he intended to expedite his cultivation by leveraging the resources available within the sect, he realized that immediate access to elixirs would not be feasible at the outset. Moreover, the very name bone-refining pill implied that it would be far from inexpensive. Furthermore, should this technique fail to yield the formidable prowess he envisioned, thus preventing him from securing a favorable ranking, he would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious situation. After a lengthy moment of contemplation, Shermu recalled something and abruptly set the bamboo slips down. Turning to approach the rotund figure nearby. "Have you chosen your technique?" the plump figure inquired, engrossed in prodding a parrot within its cage with a wooden stick, not turning his head at the sound of Shermu's footsteps. "Uncle Jew, I have heard that our sect possesses the Blood Scripture Pavilion, dedicated to providing techniques for bloodline bearers, yet I have not observed any relevant markings on the map. I hope you might offer some guidance." Shermu respectfully asked, coming to a halt. "Oh, you are a bloodline bearer? That explains it. The period of bloodline frenzy has arrived, and indeed, many bloodline bearers will emerge during this time," the plump figure remarked. Somewhat surprised as he turned around. "I am indeed a bloodline bearer," Shermu responded without hesitation, silently adding, "The Stone Monkey's dormant bloodline is also that of a bloodline bearer." Chapter 56. The Transcendence Technique. Merely speaking is insufficient. I must verify whether you have truly awakened your bloodline before I can grant you access to the Blood Scripture Pavilion. Rest assured, I do not require a test of your bloodline type. Within our sect, bloodline bearers may openly disclose their bloodline or choose to keep it concealed, the plump figure stated nonchalantly. Thus, it was confirmed that the Blood Scripture Pavilion was indeed part of the Scripture Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Shirmu's heart swelled with joy, prompting him to ask with renewed confidence, "Our sect possesses 3 scripture pavilions, corresponding to the 3 tiers of disciples. As for the blood scripture pavilion, it consists of only one, yet it is interconnected with the 3 scripture pavilions through restrictions. Enough with the formalities. Let me conduct an inspection first," the plump figure replied, shaking his head. With a flick of his wrist, a bronze mirror appeared in his palm. Chanting softly, he directed it toward Shirmu. With a sudden whoosh, a beam of light, as thick as a finger, erupted from the mirror, instantly penetrating Shirmu's body. He felt a jolt, as if his blood surged with fervor, akin to flames raging within him. A humming sound resonated, and the once tranquil surface of the mirror shimmered with a crimson glow. "Indeed, you are a bloodline bearer. You have passed. Follow me," the plump figure remarked, concealing his surprise as he stowed the bronze mirror and turned towards a nearby side door. Shirmu naturally followed closely behind. After a brief moment, Shirmu found himself in a small chamber, no more than a few paces in size. Intricate silver patterns and unknown arcane symbols adorned the floor, vaguely forming a massive, circular design. The plump figure waited until Shirmu stood at the center of the design, gesturing with one hand and summoning a yellow talisman that spontaneously ignited, merging into the pattern. With a resounding pop, the design on the ground radiated a brilliant white light, and luminous rays spiraled upward as Shirmu, enveloped in the brilliance, vanished from sight. "I wonder how many bloodline bearers will arrive. It seems I must request several more teleportation talismans," the plump figure murmured before turning away with his hands clasped behind his back. After a moment of dizzying disorientation, Shirmu suddenly found himself in an unfamiliar hall. The expansive space was devoid of any presence and constructed entirely from a pristine white stone. Stretching over an acre in size above, a thin, translucent light screen hovered, within which floated a multitude of orbs of varying sizes and colors. As he gazed in bewilderment, a cool, feminine voice resonated in his ear. "I am Mengu, the guardian of this blood scripture pavilion. The orbs you see before you represent the various bloodline inheritances accumulated by our sect over millennia. They contain both martial arts techniques and mystical spells. However, to cultivate them, one must meet specific bloodline requirements. If your bloodline is too rarefied, you may find nothing of value. Now, cast a drop of your blood upward. The orbs that correspond to your bloodline will descend, and you may select what you desire," Mengu instructed. Shirmu, though curious about her whereabouts, did not hesitate to bite his finger and flick a drop of crimson blood into the air. The droplet spiraled as if drawn by an unseen force, refusing to fall. At that moment, the silver screen above rippled, and a silver thread shot forth, precisely piercing the blood droplet. As the blood droplet gradually vanished, a flurry of crimson characters began to emerge on the silver screen, one after another, quickly filling the entire surface. The previously drifting orbs above abruptly halted, pulsating with light and shadow. With a swift whoosh, 2 orbs, one large and black, the other small and red, shot down, breaking through the light screen. Almost instinctively, Shirmu raised both hands and grasped the orb's point. One was a piece of obsidian bone, while the other was an unknown type of beast hide radiating a crimson glow. "Ah, little one, your fortune is exceptional. You have obtained 2 items suitable for you. Place them upon your forehead, and you will automatically receive the corresponding bloodline inheritance introduction." Mengu's voice echoed again. Nodding in acknowledgement, Shirmu first placed the smaller piece of beast hide against his forehead, and instantly, vivid images began to materialize in his mind. The initial image depicted a miniature red monkey emerging amidst flames. The second image showed a larger red monkey bathing in lava at a volcanic crater. The third illustrated the red monkey spewing flames, engulfing a horde of shadowy monsters in a sea of fire. The fourth portrayed the red monkey sprouting wings of flame, soaring high above, gazing down at numerous beasts. As the images faded, segments of text began to appear in Shirmu's mind. The Crimson Ape Fire Scripture, characterized by a yang attribute, is inherited from the ancient flying fire ape. The cultivation difficulty is moderate, requiring the aid of fire spirit earth and substantial yang elixirs, only cultivable by those of the ape bloodline. This scripture encompasses 1 supreme yang true chi technique and 2 accompanying martial skills, with exceptional cultivation qualifications required. Redemption demands 50 black flame tokens. Reading this, Shirmu found himself utterly speechless. Without a moment's hesitation, he removed the beast hide from his forehead and replaced it with the ebony bone piece. Setting aside all other considerations, he realized that acquiring 50 black flame tokens was beyond his current means. The moment the slightly cool bone piece made contact with his skin, Shermu felt a powerful surge, revealing a colossal black ape pounding its chest in his mind, though it quickly dissipated. Replaced by a stream of text, the Great Strength Demon Ape Transcendence technique, characterized by physical enhancement, is inherited from the ancient Great Strength Demon AP.IT, is a purely auxiliary secret technique requiring the combination with other techniques for cultivation. With a simple cultivation difficulty, practitioners must possess an ape bloodline and require the demonic energy of ape blood for cultivation. This technique is divided into 9 tiers, with each tier allowing one to wash the marrow once, significantly enhancing the physical body. However, the process is excruciating, akin to being flayed alive. Those lacking resolve should refrain from attempting it. Redemption for this technique requires 6 black flame tokens. After perusing the textual introduction, Shermu's mind raced, and without hesitation, he proclaimed towards the heavens' predecessor, "I choose this technique." "Oh, are you certain? Do not blame me for not warning you. This technique requires few black flame tokens for redemption. Yet it undoubtedly harbors fatal flaws, as far as I know. Although this bloodline technique is relatively easy to cultivate, the agony during the marrow washing intensifies with each level. Since the acquisition of this technique, 3 disciples have attempted to cultivate it. 2 abandoned their endeavors at the 3rd tier due to the unbearable pain, while the 3rd, possessing extraordinary willpower, ultimately perished in a self-detonation of true qi during the 5th tier's trials. Furthermore, while the initial stages require merely ordinary ape blood, the demands for blood will escalate, necessitating the blood of demon monkeys by the 5th tier. Thus, the current redemption price corresponds only to the value of the first 3 tiers. If you manage to cultivate beyond the 3rd tier, the sect may even reward you. Mengu's voice resonated with a calm detachment. "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed predecessor. I shall act according to my abilities. At worst, I will only cultivate the first 3 tiers, Shermu replied, though a chill ran through him. He remained resolute. "Very well. Since you have made your decision, I shall not obstruct you. Cast the items and 6 black flame tokens into the air, and I will replicate a copy for you," Mengu stated, devoid of emotion, showing no signs of further persuasion. Shermu acknowledged her words, casting the bone piece, beast hide, and 6 black flame tokens into the air. The items shimmered and vanished into the light screen, while the tokens disappeared without a trace. After a brief interval, a pale red jade slip descended from the luminous screen, and Shermu caught it deftly in his hands. He recalled the words. The jade slip was imbued with a restriction, set to self-destruct in 3 days. Once you have memorized its contents, you must not pass them on to others. Otherwise, should the sect discover this, the consequences would range from the revocation of your martial arts to the forfeiture of your life. The voice of Dreamgu echoed once more. Chapter 57. Soul Master. The younger generation shall certainly keep this in mind. Upon hearing this, Shermu naturally dared not respond with anything but an affirmation, promptly placing the pale red jade slip carefully into his bosom. "Very well, you may take your leave." Dreamgu seemed somewhat satisfied with Shermu's response, her tone calm as she issued her dismissal. Subsequently, the hall fell into a profound silence. Shermu opened his mouth, intending to inquire about the manner of his departure, when the semi-transparent luminous screen above rippled once more, and streams of white radiance cascaded down, enveloping his entire being. Shermu felt a sudden whiteness before his eyes, and when he regained clarity of his surroundings, he found himself back in the small room of the scripture repository. He steadied his mind and surveyed his surroundings, noticing that Master Ju was not present. Rather than hastily exiting the small room, he cautiously stepped away from the center of the vast, circular pattern on the floor, beginning to scrutinize the silver patterns and arcane inscriptions etched upon it. Though he could not comprehend the intricate designs and characters, he suspected that they were indeed the restrictions spoken of by Master Ju, connected to the Blood Scripture Pavilion, and that activation required the yellow talisman in his possession. With this thought, he retrieved a yellow talisman from his bosom, the one given to him by the innate expert Yi Hongyao from the Miaoyin sect. During his recuperation in the Yuxia mountain range, he had diligently studied this talisman for quite some time. This talisman appeared to be merely a strip of paper adorned with peculiar patterns and characters, forming an odd design. yet it possessed powers beyond his understanding. For instance, when his arms were fractured, he had astonishingly recovered in an instant due to 2 rejuvenation talismans from Yi Hongyao. Not long ago, Master Zhu had also activated this restriction with a talisman, transporting him to the Blood Scripture Pavilion. Such extraordinary abilities left Mu envious, with his keen eyesight, although the actions of Yi Hongyao and Master Zhu in retrieving and employing the talismans transpired in the blink of an eye. He still managed to remember some of the patterns and characters inscribed upon them. The design on the yellow talisman that triggered the teleportation restriction was slightly more intricate than this guiding talisman, while the rejuvenation talisman was considerably more complex. Furthermore, upon comparison, he noted that while the patterns on the floor's restriction and the guiding talisman were vastly different in appearance, there were nonetheless some similarities in their motifs and inscriptions. This discovery filled Mu with a sense of delight. After a moment's contemplation, he thoughtfully stowed the guiding talisman away, then exited the small room, retracing his steps towards the chamber where the texts were stored. Upon entering through a side door, Master Zhu's voice resonated lightly. "Young one, you've taken quite some time to emerge. It appears you've made some discoveries?" The corpulent figure of Master Zhu stood behind a square table with his hands clasped behind his back. The enormous parrot, resembling a mountain of flesh, slightly turned its head, recognizing Mu, and opened its beak as if to speak. However, deterred by the presence of the fat man, it ultimately refrained. "Thanks to Master Zhu's guidance, I indeed acquired the great strength demon ape rebirth technique within the Blood Scripture Pavilion," Mu replied respectfully as he approached, disclosing his chosen martial art without reservation. "Oh, splendid. But wait, why did you select this technique? Did Dream Gu not caution you?" The fat man, upon hearing Mu's response, displayed a hint of satisfaction towards his honesty, yet a moment later, a look of surprise flickered across his face, and his voice rose slightly. "Senior Dream Gu has already informed me about this technique." Mu recounted his earlier conversation with Dream Gu. "Unexpectedly, you possess quite the determination, though I wonder how long you can maintain it." "Heh. You should still have 6 black flame medals remaining. Go select a martial skill." After appraising Mu, the fat man waved his hand dismissively and shifted his gaze to the enormous parrot in its cage, no longer paying Mu any mind. Mu nodded in acknowledgement, glancing at the left and central bookshelves. With a hint of hesitation, he circumvented the table and made his way toward the central bookshelf. "Are you certain you wish to select this Prajna celestial phenomenon technique? Little one, do not fault me for not reminding you. While this technique may seem straightforward to cultivate, the required medicinal herbs are no trivial expense. Furthermore, although it is not impossible to cultivate 2 techniques simultaneously, history has shown that those who attempt to master multiple techniques often find themselves overwhelmed. After all, martial skills are equally vital in the heat of battle." After a moment, as the fat man regarded the thick bundle of bamboo slips laid before him, he cast a peculiar glance at Mu and remarked, "Thank you for the reminder, Master Zhu. I have made my decision." Mu clasped his hands in gratitude before producing the last 6 black flame medals and presenting them. The fat man accepted the black flame medals without further ado. Withdrawing a white jade slip and placing both the bamboo slips and jade slip against his forehead, murmuring incantations. Moments later, he handed the white jade slip to Mu, instructing him on certain precautions before preparing to issue his dismissal. "Is Master Zhu a sorcerer?" Mu casually inquired as he accepted the white jade slip. "Heh. I didn't expect you to possess some discernment. Indeed, I am a spirit-level sorcerer, and quite a rare soul master at that. Otherwise, how could I summon such a wretched creature from another realm?" The fat man's face briefly lit up with pride, but it quickly shifted to ire as he glared at the enormous parrot that had been sneaking glances at him. Raising a wooden stick to prod it, "Please do not, master," the gigantic parrot squawked in protest. Understanding the fat man's apparent irritation, Mu wisely refrained from further inquiries, silently noting the mention of Soul Master and bidding farewell before descending the stairs. Upon leaving the scripture repository, Mu glanced at the sky, noting it was already midday, and hastened towards his stone cottage. After returning to his stone dwelling, he hastily consumed some rations before sitting cross-legged upon the stone bed. Carefully retrieving the 2 jade slips from his bosom, eager to memorize their contents. After all, he had only 3 days to study these texts, and he could not afford to squander such precious time. Chapter 58. True Chi. Mu first picked up the pale red jade slip, which contained the great strength demon ape rebirth technique, pressed it to his forehead, and closed his eyes. Time passed slowly. After more than half an hour, Shermu's brow furrowed, and he opened his eyes, a frown creasing his face. Previously, in the Blood Scripture Pavilion, he had only skimmed the introduction to this technique. Now, having examined 9 layers of the method in detail, he discovered that while the cultivation process was indeed not overly complex, indeed, it was rather straightforward, he still found himself unable to commence his training immediately. The great strength demon ape rebirth technique required the practitioner to possess a bloodline akin to that of a monkey, supplemented by an infusion of demonic energy. This so-called demonic energy, as described in the Jade Slip, was a unique type of primordial energy found only in tainted, dark regions, unlike the natural spiritual energy of the world, which was detrimental to the human body. This technique was designed to refine the body using this demonic energy, purifying the essence and marrow, and it was precisely for this reason that the cultivation process was fraught with torment. For someone like Shermu, who had never practiced any postnatal techniques, his mortal body lacked the true chi necessary to safeguard vital meridians. Thus, he could not withstand the refinement of demonic energy. A moment's carelessness could result in the destruction of his meridians, rendering him a cripple or worse, lead to his demise from the explosion of true chi. Although the introduction to the rebirth technique did not explicitly state this, it was evidently imperative for one's true chi to reach a certain level before attempting to cultivate it. Otherwise, it would be akin to self-destruction. A contemplative expression crossed Shermu's face. It seemed that he need not cultivate 2 techniques simultaneously after all. He could first focus on the Prajna celestial phenomenon technique, and once he had cultivated some true chi, he could then turn to the rebirth technique. With this thought in mind, he set the pale red jade slip aside and picked up the white jade slip before him. Shermu pressed the white jade slip against his forehead and sat cross-legged in silence. This time, it was over an hour before he slowly opened his eyes. After placing the jade slip down, he narrowed his eyes slightly, a spark of excitement illuminating his expression. He had firmly committed the 11 layers of the Prajna celestial phenomenon technique to memory, and as described in the technique's introduction, it posed little challenge to comprehend. Taking a deep breath, he rose to stretch his limbs within the room before returning to his stone bed to sit cross-legged once more. After silently reciting the technique's incantation in his mind, he rested his arms on his knees, adopting a posture of 5 hearts. The most significant difference between postnatal techniques and the body-refining methods Shermu had practiced previously was that one must sense the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth through their own intuitive connection, drawing it into their body to transform it into internal true chi. This process was influenced by the practitioner's aptitude, the technique being cultivated, and the environment in which they practiced. The more gifted one is, the stronger their sensitivity to the flow of energy becomes. With a profound mastery of cultivation techniques, it naturally becomes easier to attract the surrounding spiritual energy into one's body. Equally vital is the abundance of this energy in the environment. Sitting quietly, Shermu endeavored to calm his mind while simultaneously operating his cultivation technique as described in its first layer. Before long, a bittersweet smile crept upon his lips. He had already comprehended the essence of energy and, following the instructions of the technique, quickly sensed the surrounding spiritual energy. However, the flow of blood and chi within his meridians was notably sluggish, and he was unable to smoothly draw it into his body. As his mind grew tranquil and with relentless attempts, his perception of the surrounding spiritual energy sharpened. Yet, whenever he attempted to absorb it into his meridians, a faint repulsive force emerged, obstructing the influx of energy. Li Songhai had previously remarked that the bloodline of the stone monkey would cause a blockage in the flow of bloodline power, resulting in a significantly slower accumulation of true chi compared to others. Indeed, this was the case. A sigh escaped Shermu's heart as he contemplated this, yet he did not succumb to discouragement. Instead, a glint of determination shone in his eyes. The bloodline of the stone monkey had not entirely severed his path to cultivation. Although his progress might be slower than others, diligence could compensate for shortcomings. As long as he possessed sufficient strength, acquiring cultivation resources within the Black Demon sect should not prove difficult, and his future achievements need not lag behind those of others. At last, as darkness enveloped the sky and after countless failures, Shermu seized upon a glimmer of insight. A delicate strand of spiritual energy was cautiously drawn into his body, meandering through his meridians. He dared not relax for a moment, yet could not suppress the joy that flickered in his eyes. He realized that, at this moment, he had finally embarked on the path of martial arts. Time flowed on, night surrendered to day, and day once again succumbed to darkness, while Shermu remained seated in meditation, motionless. Suddenly, his body trembled slightly, and his eyes flew open. He pushed himself off the bed and leaped to the ground. After a grueling day and night of arduous practice, he felt no trace of fatigue. Instead, he was invigorated, brimming with untapped energy. With a swift motion, he unleashed 2 punches, cutting through the air with a dull whoosh, the sound echoing like 2 thunderous blasts. Shermu's gaze flickered as he examined his hands. Although his physical strength had not increased, the force of his punches had suddenly magnified significantly. A faint current of chi flowed steadily within his meridians. With a single thought, it surged forth rapidly, coalescing into a slender filament of true chi. This was the culmination of his entire day's labor, finally manifesting the first hint of true chi. Though as fine as a thread, it signified his emergence as a genuine early-stage martial artist. The sudden increase in the power of his punches was indeed a gift from this strand of true chi. A hint of delight appeared on Shermu's face. After a moment of contemplation, he gradually concentrated this strand of true chi into his palm. His hand suddenly warmed, subtly expanding, with a faint glow emanating from the edges of his palm, reminiscent of the bloodthirsty palm of Jin Wuyi. He swiftly moved, leaping into the courtyard, his gaze falling upon a green stone the size of a grinding stone in one corner. Ha! Shermu let out a low shout, pouncing forth like a leopard. His arm shaking as his palm struck down fiercely upon the stone. A muffled thud resonated. After delivering that strike, Shermu's form recoiled back to his original position in the blink of an eye. The entire process taking merely a couple of breaths. This leap and strike, still as a maiden yet swift as a hare, was nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. Crack! A clear imprint of his hand appeared on the stone. And at that moment, fissures rapidly spread from the imprint, radiating outward in the blink of an eye. The grinding stone shattered into a heap of rubble. Chapter 59. The old man in the dream Shermu's chest rose and fell slightly. His complexion slightly pale, and his palm reddened. Yet he bore no injury. He approached and picked up a handful of stone fragments, his eyes gleaming with excitement, and a smile crept onto his face moments later. The combination of his inner true chi and innate divine strength proved to be astonishingly powerful, though he had previously been capable of shattering a stone of similar size with a single punch. He could never have achieved such results as today. Memories of his life and death battle with Jin Wuyi flooded his mind. Had he possessed such palm strength then, he might not have been at a disadvantage against Jin Wuyi's bloodthirsty palm. At the very least, it would have been a contest of equals. Shermu's gaze shifted, and he casually cast aside the gravel in his hand, shaking his head. Although his recent strike was powerful, it had depleted the true chi he had just accumulated. To recover, he would need to meditate once more. If he wished to confront a mid-stage martial artist like Jin Wuyi directly, he would need to continue his training and gather more true chi. Returning to his stone bed, Shermu sat cross-legged, a contemplative expression crossing his face. It was imperative to reorganize his future schedule. The immediate priority was to continue practicing the prana celestial technique to swiftly reach the entry-level standards of the mighty demon ape rebirth technique. As for martial skills, he currently lacked the black flame order to exchange for mid-stage martial techniques, so he would continue refining the wind-chasing blade technique and the stone-shattering fist. He had already mastered these 2 techniques to a significant degree, and their power was considerable. With the assistance of true chi, they would suffice for his present circumstances. With these thoughts in mind, Shermu pressed the pale red jade slip to his forehead and began to recite. Although he could not yet cultivate the mighty demon ape rebirth technique, memorizing it thoroughly during the remaining time would be no issue at all. On the 3rd day at noon, 2 crisp sounds startled Shermu from his meditation. He glanced at the 2 small piles of white and red powder on his bed, his eyes twitching slightly. It seemed that the words of the dream maiden were accurate. Once 3 days had passed, these replicated jade slips from the scripture pavilion would disintegrate and vanish on their own. Fortunately, he had already committed the techniques inscribed on the 2 slips to memory. Just as Shermu pondered this, footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard, followed by a knock at the door. Raising an eyebrow, he rose to open it, revealing Bai Shi and Xiao Ming standing side by side. Shi Xiong, it's been 3 whole days since you last ventured out. Have you been diligently practicing your techniques? Bai Shi inquired with a light chuckle. However, one should not rush in cultivation. Xiao Xiong and I were just planning to stroll around the mountain gate to familiarize ourselves with some matters within the sect. Would you care to join us, Shi Xiong? Upon hearing this, Shi quickly weighed his options and replied with a smile, "That sounds good. I've been cooped up for days and was just thinking of stepping out. So let's go together." The Black Demon sect encouraged its disciples to engage in competition, and given the dynamics observed since their entrance, it was likely that the new disciples would soon form their own factions. Bai Shi and Xiao Ming had clearly noticed Shi Mu's remarkable strength, hence their desire to befriend him. Shi Mu naturally welcomed their goodwill, especially since he wished to inquire about where to procure medicinal pills within the Black Demon sect. As he had yet to secure the essence bone pill necessary for practicing the prana celestial technique. Wonderful, there's no time to waste. Let us depart. Bai Shi and Xiao Ming exchanged glances and laughed heartily. By the way, we could also invite some other disciples. Xiao Ming casually suggested. Indeed, the girl adorned with bells seems to reside not far ahead. Bai Shi quickly nodded, pointing towards a stone house in the distance. Thus, the three of them conversed cheerfully as they strode forward. That night, Shi Mu lay in bed, breathing lightly and steadily. His bed was situated close to the window, and the silvery moonlight streamed through, illuminating his gently rising and falling form. A perilous peak shot straight into the sky, its surface smooth and dark green, with few trees. Although surrounded by mountains, none surpassed this solitary green-black peak, which stood like a solitary star amidst a cluster. At the summit lay a broad, flat expanse, adorned with lush green grass. Presently, the grassland was teeming with tigers, leopards, wolves, bears, birds, foxes, and rabbits. Various creatures, whether crouching, lying, standing, or crawling, were huddled together. Tigers nestled beside rabbits, bears beside foxes. Their appearances were diverse. Their postures varied. These beasts, typically prey to one another, now submissively clustered at the peak, encircling a pristine white stone at the center. Seated cross-legged upon the jade-like stone was an elderly man with white hair and long eyebrows, which cascaded down to his waist. He held a wooden ruler in his hand, gazing gently at the surrounding creatures, his lips moving as if narrating something. A chilling breeze swept through, causing the grass to ripple like waves, expanding outward from the center. Yet the gathered beasts remained fixated on the long-browed elder, attentively listening, utterly still. The vast summit was eerily silent, save for the elder's faint voice echoing through the night sky. Among the throng of beasts, a pure white monkey squeezed in, its face etched with anxiety, fidgeting restlessly. Though the elder's voice resonated in its ears, no matter how intently it listened, it simply could not comprehend the elder's words. Observing the other creatures, who were wrapped in attention, only heightened the white monkey's agitation, compelling it to emit a soft squeak. Though the sound was subdued, it stood out sharply against the stillness of the peak, causing the long-browed elder to abruptly halt his speech. The other beasts turned their heads in unison to glare at the white ape, their eyes filled with fury. Yet, due to the presence of the elder with white eyebrows, they refrained from taking further action. The elder with long eyebrows glanced at the white ape, and with a slight movement of his white brow, he rose to his feet and slowly approached the side of the white ape. The other beasts that had been positioned in front of the white ape promptly parted to create a pathway, their gazes towards the white ape growing increasingly hostile. The white ape lowered his body before the elder, his eyes brimming with a plea, scratching his head and emitting a low whimper. The elder with long eyebrows smiled gently, wielding a wooden ruler to lightly tap the white ape's head 3 times. With each tap of the wooden ruler, the white ape's body trembled violently as if 3 thunderclaps had erupted above him. In an instant, the white ape's eyes became clear, a flash of enlightenment coursing through his mind. The elder's earlier teachings suddenly crystallized in the white ape's heart, leading to a profound realization. The white ape, filled with joy, began to scratch his ears and cheeks in ecstasy, and amidst the envious and resentful gazes of the surrounding beasts, he clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and knelt before the elder with long eyebrows. Chapter 60. The bone-refining pill within the stone chamber. Shi Mu abruptly sat up, his heart pounding like a drum, drenched in perspiration, his clothes completely soaked. His expression shifted through various shades, yet his eyes sparkled with joy. Ever since his vision had changed, he had diligently ascended to high places each night under the moonlight. transforming into an ape in his dreams to absorb the essence of the sun and moon, thereby enhancing his sight. However, as time passed, the growth in his vision had begun to slow considerably. And even with ample moonlight, its enhancement had become nearly negligible. Yet, in today's dream, the white ape was entirely different. Instead of climbing trees to absorb the essence, it was listening to an elder speak. Although Shermu was unaware of the reason, he had a vague feeling that this was a fortuitous occurrence. However, the next moment, a bitter smile crossed his face, for he could not recall the insights the white ape had gained in the dream. No matter how hard he tried, lacking any further inclination to sleep, Shermu jumped out of bed and began pacing around the room, occasionally scratching his head, resembling the white ape's earlier antics. He sensed that the elder's teachings in the dream were of great significance to him. After toiling for quite some time without any recollection, he let out a resigned sigh and returned to bed. The following day, after a hasty breakfast of some dry rations, Shermu pushed open the stone door and hurried outside. After much arduous training, he had finally grasped the basics of the Prajna celestial phenomenon technique, consolidating true chi within his body, thus genuinely becoming a postnatal martial artist. However, to continue advancing this technique, he would still require a substantial amount of bone-refining pills as assistance. The wealth of over 100,000 taels of silver notes he possessed was recognized across 3 nations, constituting a considerable asset in any country, yet within this sect, it might not suffice. To ease his mind, he felt compelled to personally investigate the price of the bone-refining pills. At this moment, the valley was enveloped in morning mist, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Shermu made his way towards the exit of the stone house area, occasionally spotting fellow newcomers dressed similarly to himself, also heading towards the exit, their faces displaying varying degrees of excitement and anticipation, likely having chosen their techniques in the past few days and preparing for their cultivation journey. Upon exiting, relying on the information he had gathered from Bai Shi and Xiaoming the previous day, Shermu proceeded towards the direction of the Azure Stone Plaza, at the heart of the valley, in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. He found himself on a broad street paved with azure stones, lined with various shops on either side, where he could faintly detect a rich, mingled scent of herbs. The aroma invigorated Shermu. Hastening his pace, and soon he arrived in front of a rather exquisite 3-story pavilion, just as he had anticipated, bustling with activity. Upon raising his gaze, he saw a large golden plaque hanging above the entrance, inscribed with 3 flamboyant characters, Danxiang Pavilion. Upon entering the establishment, he was momentarily taken aback. The interior was far larger than he had imagined. The hall was bright and spacious, with a ceiling towering at least 3 zhang high, capable of accommodating 100 people without feeling cramped. Surrounding the hall were counters crafted from precious purple heartwood, behind which stood rows of tall shelves made of the same material. Some shelves were filled with a variety of herbs, while others held delicate porcelain vials, presumably containing various elixirs. At this moment, there were already 20 to 30 ordinary disciples of the black magic sect within the hall, most of whom were engaged in conversation with similarly clad individuals behind the counters. Among the rows of shelves, several individuals in black attire were busily moving about, occasionally retrieving porcelain vials or herbs. From their attire, it was evident that these ordinary disciples and the individuals behind the counters were nearly identical. The only distinction was that the latter bore a crimson flame insignia on their sleeves, devoid of the faint silver character that identified them as disciples of a lower rank. Moreover, the individuals in black were generally older. Shermu's heart stirred. These individuals must be the miscellaneous disciples that Zhou Kuang spoke of. Though referred to as miscellaneous, they were all martial apprentices, with the weakest among them seemingly at the 6th or 7th layer of bone refining, while the strongest appeared to have reached the 10th layer, or even the 11th. Their willingness to serve as miscellaneous disciples in the black magic sect was likely motivated by the opportunity to become one of the 30 promoted ordinary disciples each year. After all, not everyone could comprehend chi perception before the age of 15, and the strength and foundation of this sect were undoubtedly far superior to that of the martial academies in nations like Kaiyuan. Once they stood out, they could immediately rise to the status of a 3rd-tier disciple, dramatically elevating their standing. "Brother, may I inquire what you seek? Would you like me to assist you in your search?" A young miscellaneous disciple around 17 or 18 years old approached Shermu with a smile after bowing respectfully. "No need. I prefer to browse on my own, Shermu replied, shaking his head. The young miscellaneous disciple smiled once more, bowed again, and returned to his post. Shermu's gaze swept across the room before directly walking towards the central counter, slowly inspecting the shelves. Huge tiger pill, purple cloud soothing, 5 serpent liquid, yuan spirit pill. The array of elixirs left Shermu in awe, and he couldn't help but marvel internally. Although the first floor was designated for lower-tier disciples, even the cheapest elixir cost 20 taels each. While most ranged from 100 to several hundred taels of silver, it was clear that one needed considerable wealth to afford them. Blood Fury Pill. Shermu's eyes lit up as he finally spotted a familiar name. His gaze swept down, and he was surprised to see it marked at 85 on a red background with black text. Shermu was quite taken aback. He hadn't expected the Blood Fury Pill distributed to newcomers to be so valuable. Each third-tier disciple could receive 3 for free each month, amounting to nearly 300 taels. According to Zhou Kuang, the number of third-tier disciples alone exceeded 2,000. Although the first and second-tier disciples were fewer in number, their resource consumption was significantly higher than that of the third-tier disciples. Was it possible that the expenditure on Blood Fury pills alone exceeded 100,000 taels every month? As this realization struck him, Shermu couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, his estimation of the black magic sect's strength and resources rising considerably. Why, dear brother, what elixirs are you in search of? We have a comprehensive selection here. A handsome young miscellaneous disciple appeared behind the counter, the bone refining pill. This time, Shermu did not refuse. Most of the elixirs were unfamiliar to him, and he gradually lost interest in searching for them himself. 1,000 taels of silver each. The handsome miscellaneous disciple contemplated for a moment before responding with a slight smile. How exorbitant! Shermu's expression changed upon hearing the price. You see, brother, the crafting of the bone refining pill requires a rare herb. Hence the steep price, the handsome miscellaneous disciple explained with a gentle smile. Then, I shall take 3. Shermu mused for a moment before producing 3,000 taels of silver. Originally, he had intended to purchase more at once. But understanding the prudence of not flaunting his wealth as a newcomer, he decided it was best to make multiple trips if necessary. Chapter 61. The sorcerer. Please wait a moment, brother. The handsome miscellaneous disciple's face lit up with joy. And another miscellaneous disciple swiftly turned and retrieved 3 small azure porcelain vials from a shelf, returning promptly to hand them over to the former. Shermu accepted the 3 azure vials the other offered. Bringing one to his nose, he gently opened the cap with his right hand. A pungent, peculiar odor wafted out, causing him to frown slightly. A quick glance revealed a bright red pill, about the size of a soybean, resting quietly within the vial, identical to the bone refining pill described in the Prajna celestial phenomenon technique. Joy flickered in Shermu's eyes as he promptly paid for the pills. Just as he tucked the small vial into his pocket, a deep voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Junior brother Bai, it seems your friend has chosen the Prajna celestial phenomenon technique. Shermu's expression shifted slightly as he slowly turned around, discovering 2 individuals standing behind him, one robust and boisterous, while the other, with long hair, was none other than Bai Shi. Shermu, this is my newly acquainted brother, Hua Mao, also my fellow townsman, Bai Shi introduced with a broad smile, noticing Shermu scrutinizing the sturdy youth beside him. Hua Shi, I am Shermu. How did you discern the technique I have chosen? Shermu inquired with a hint of curiosity after bowing respectfully to the burly youth. There is no need for you to be astonished. Brother Shi, this matter is merely a coincidence. When I first entered the sect, I nearly chose this particular technique, but ultimately decided against it due to the exorbitant cost of the bone-tempering pill. The robust young man grinned widely as he spoke. Shermu glanced at the young man's sturdy physique, a flicker of realization passing through his mind. Brother Shi, the bone-tempering pill must be infused with the marrow of a rare beast during its concoction. And it is indeed quite valuable. Furthermore, although the Prajna celestial technique appears simple and easy to learn, it is not particularly formidable, resulting in its limited adoption among the lower-ranking disciples of the sect. As the robust young man continued, a curious look appeared in his eyes as he regarded Shermu. A wry smile emerged on Shermu's face. His unique physical condition was something beyond ordinary comprehension. Brother Shi, I have invited Brother Hua to share a drink. Why not join us as well? Noticing the two had already made acquaintance, Bai Shi smiled at Shermu. A contemplative expression crossed Shermu's face. As a newcomer, He had only a year of immunity from competition, and now that he possessed the bone-tempering pill, he was eager to cultivate diligently, just as he was about to politely decline. Bai Shi's next words dispelled his hesitation. "Brother Shi, we have just arrived at the sect. If there are matters to discuss, it would be perfect to consult Brother Hua." "Very well, since I have nothing pressing. I shall accompany you to seek Brother Hua's guidance today." Mu nodded at Bai Shi, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the more the merrier when it comes to drinking. The robust young man's eyes sparkled with excitement. And without waiting for Mu's response, he led the way outside. Mu was momentarily taken aback. Bai Shi winked at him and then quickly followed Hua Mao. Mu could not help but chuckle inwardly. It seemed this senior brother was quite the enthusiast for libations. The trio exited the Danxiang Pavilion, engaging in light-hearted banter as they turned down 2 streets, arriving at a 2-story tavern named Chuanxiang Lu. After announcing their names, the attendant swiftly guided them to a private room on the 2nd floor. Upon entering the room, Mu immediately spotted the curly-haired Xiao Ming, who had already ordered dishes and opened a jar of fine wine. The rich aroma eliciting a bright gleam in Hua Mao's eyes. Without hesitation, he took the seat of honor, pouring himself a full bowl of wine and downing it in one gulp. Excellent wine. As the crisp liquid coursed through Hua Mao's body, a wave of warmth surged within him, prompting him to exclaim in delight. Bai Shi also eagerly filled a bowl and joined him in toasting, while Mu and Xiao Ming graciously offered their company. Soon, after several rounds of toasting and a variety of dishes, the 4 had already bonded over their merriment. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Shi and Xiao Ming posed a few inquiries, and Hua Zhua answered without reservation, providing the 3 with considerable insight. "Brother Hua, are you aware of matters concerning the sorcerers?" As Bai Shi and Xiao Ming seemed to have exhausted their questions, Mu suddenly recalled Uncle Ju from the scripture pavilion and that peculiar parrot, prompting him to ask with keen interest. It was a rare opportunity to learn about the enigmatic sorcerers, and he was reluctant to let it slip away. "Sorcerers? You must be referring to Uncle Ju from the scripture pavilion, correct?" Hua Zhua looked at Mu with a knowing smirk. Even within the black magic sect, sorcerers are exceedingly rare. For us newly initiated disciples, the only sorcerer we might encounter is Uncle Ju, so it is entirely normal to harbor curiosity. Mu nodded, and his thoughts of those extraordinary talismans and their bizarre patterns and inscriptions flooded his mind. An insatiable yearning welled within him. Bai Shi and Xiao Ming now wore expressions of keen interest, directing their gaze toward Hua Ziyuo. "Though you know that among the thousands of disciples within our black magic sect, there are merely a little over 100 sorcerers? I tell you, most of them are but apprentices. Only 7 or 8 possess the rank of spirit-level sorcerers like Uncle Ju, and as for those of the star level, there are but 2. Strictly speaking, only sorcerers above the spirit level can be considered true sorcerers. Thus, as one of the 7 great sects of the 3 kingdoms, our sect possesses a mere 10 sorcerers." Hua Zhua paused deliberately, observing as Mu and the others gaped in astonishment before continuing with a self-satisfied grin. The significance of sorcerers lies in their essential role in the crafting of magical artifacts, elixirs, talismans, and even the arrangement of magical formations, which in turn influences the sect's strength and heritage. Regrettably, to become a sorcerer, one must first possess spiritual roots. Only then can one's consciousness perceive the myriad elemental forces required for casting spells. However, the number of ordinary individuals with spiritual roots is significantly fewer than those who comprehend the essence of qi among martial apprentices. As he spoke, Hua Zhua revealed a hint of envy. "I have heard that Uncle Ju is also a soul master. What does that entail?" Mu, filled with admiration, quickly inquired. "Ah, Brother Mu, you are well informed. You have certainly posed the right question. Not everyone would know this. Sorcerers, depending on their innate talents and preferred cultivation directions, can be categorized into common types such as elemental sorcerers, who specialize in talisman crafting, formation masters, who focus on the intricacies of formations, and alchemists, who delve into the art of pill refinement. There are also rarer sorcerers adept in various elements like wind, thunder, ice, darkness, and light, as well as puppeteers, who specialize in puppet manipulation. As for soul masters, they can communicate with beings from other realms using the power of their own souls. A rarity even beyond that of puppeteers." Hua Zhua grinned at Mu, then shook his head, elaborating further. Just as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and downed another bowl of wine, prompting Bai Shi to quickly refill it for him. Mu, however, appeared deep in thought. The term sorcerer was firmly etched into his mind. It seemed he would indeed need to seek opportunities to learn more about such individuals in the future. Brother Sure, it has come to my attention that rumors are circulating in the sect about your draw with Chu Kuan, resulting in a significant loss of face for him. Do not think me remiss in my warning. This individual harbors a narrow-minded disposition, so exercise caution in your dealings with him. Huaz was suddenly shifted the topic, casting a meaningful glance at Shermu as he spoke. Thank you for the warning. Brother Hua. Shermu felt a shiver run down his spine and cupped his hands in gratitude. The four continued to share amusing anecdotes until they had emptied 3 jars of fine wine, at which point they parted ways in high spirits. Chapter 62. The moon-swallowing technique. Departing from Chuanxianglu, Shermu returned once more to the vicinity of the Danxiang Pavilion, visiting a few different shops to procure additional elixirs before finally returning to his residence as the sun dipped below the horizon. The revelations about sorcerers that he had gleaned from Huamao had unveiled a whole new world before him, far exceeding his previous imaginings. Reflecting on the journey, he recalled the sorcerer Yu Qianji from Xuanwu's sect who had encountered them. Based on the conversations he overheard, it seemed that Yu Qianji was already a star-level sorcerer, and his formidable abilities had left a profound impression on Shermu. Among the more than 2,000 ordinary disciples in the black magic sect, there were over 100 apprentice-level sorcerers, and it was highly likely he would encounter some of them in future competitions. As thoughts churned in his mind, Shermu realized that if he wished to compete for cultivation resources within the sect, he would have to prepare diligently. However, those matters were for the future. The immediate priority was to cultivate the Prajna celestial technique. Contemplating this, Shermu retrieved a small pouch from his pocket, opening it to reveal dozens of small bottles in shades of white and blue. Not only had he purchased the bone-tempering pill today, but he had also acquired some blood barrier pills. Shermu settled cross-legged on his stone bed, meditating for a moment before taking a white bottle and pouring out a blood barrier pill, which he swallowed whole. He silently activated the Prajna celestial technique, and as the power of the pill unfurled within him, he distinctly felt an acceleration in his absorption of the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. A surge of joy filled him as he continued to circulate the technique, transforming streams of spiritual energy into resilient celestial true qi, which flowed through his meridians and coalesced in his dantian. As time passed, Shermu suddenly opened his eyes, quickly reaching for a blue bottle and pouring out a bone-tempering pill to consume. The moment the pill touched his tongue, it dissolved instantly, transforming into a torrent of searing warmth that rushed through his limbs and bones. Shermu's complexion shifted slightly as the skin all over his body flushed a deep crimson. Beneath the surface, his muscles began to swell, rolling and shifting. Simultaneously, a cacophony of bone cracking echoed within him, reminiscent of beans popping in a pan. Shermu furrowed his brow. The intense heat coursing through his body, particularly in his bones, felt as though they were being scorched by flames, explaining why this pill was named the bone-tempering pill. Taking a deep breath, he activated the Prajna celestial technique. The celestial true qi flowed steadily. Yet under the influence of the bone-tempering pill, it became increasingly resilient. After a full hour had elapsed, Shermu's complexion gradually returned to normal, and the cracking sounds from his bones ceased. He was drenched in sweat, his clothes thoroughly soaked, and the perspiration was tainted with black impurities, exuding a foul odor. Shermu quickly shed his garments and washed himself with fresh water, instantly feeling revitalized. He moved his body, a glimmer of excitement illuminating his face. The celestial true qi within him had been significantly refined through this ordeal, and even more exhilarating was the noticeable increase in his physical strength. As stated in the Prajna celestial technique, each layer of mastery attained would enhance one's strength by a measure of one aspect. Indeed, it was no mere boast. In the days that followed, Shermu remained sequestered, diligently practicing the Prajna celestial technique, while in his spare moments, he tirelessly honed the wind-chasing blade technique. After all, in terms of lethality, the wind-chasing blade technique far surpassed the shattered stone fist. As his true qi advanced, so too did the wind-chasing blade technique, now capable of executing 10 strikes in a single breath. However, a lingering matter weighed heavily on his mind. Beneath the radiant moonlight, Shermu sat at the edge of his bed, his brow slightly furrowed. Throughout the past few nights, each time he slumbered under the moonlight, he found himself dreaming of the moment when the white ape listened to the old man speak. Yet upon awakening, He could never recall the content of the old man's words. After pondering for a moment, Shermu suddenly rose, pacing back and forth within his room. Moments later, he abruptly halted, as if having made a momentous decision, and pushed open his door to step outside. At this moment, the bright moon hangs high in the sky, and the night has deepened. Most people have likely fallen into slumber, while the valley lies in serene silence, punctuated only by the intermittent sounds of insects and frogs. Shermu cast his gaze around, treading lightly as he made his way toward a certain direction in the valley. After a brief moment, he arrived at a clearing within the woods. This secluded spot, located beyond Peak 13, was far removed from the various paths of the valley, rendering it almost deserted at all times. After surveying his surroundings and finding no signs of life, Shermu felt a wave of relief wash over him. His eyes scanned the area until they settled upon a sturdy tree. With a swift movement, he ascended to the treetop, crouching there while gazing up at the luminous moon in the sky. Since his arrival at the Black Magic sect, he had been preoccupied with cultivation for several days, remaining unfamiliar with the various locales within the valley. To avoid drawing attention to his peculiar behavior, he had refrained from indulging in his daydreaming practice during this time. Maintaining his moon-gazing posture, he lingered for nearly half an hour, yet his mind remained firmly anchored in reality, not drifting off into the dreamlike state he had previously experienced. What could be the matter? Shermu's expression shifted, and he murmured to himself, "I in the past." As long as the moonlight was abundant, adopting this posture would allow him to slip into a dream within moments. However, today, he found himself unable to do so. Could it be that his ability to consciously enter dreams had vanished? A sense of despondency crept into his heart at this thought. The situation was indeed peculiar. He had yet to discern the reason behind his unusual experiences of daydreaming, and it was entirely possible that he could suddenly lose this ability one day. However, without the capacity to enter dreams, his hopes of enhancing his vision would be dashed, even though such enhancement had already been exceedingly slow. Unwilling to concede defeat, Shermu clung to his position atop the tree for another half-hour, but ultimately yielded to the futility of his efforts and descended. With a sigh, he turned to head back to his dwelling when a glimpse of a smooth patch of grass in the woods caught his eye. The moonlight cast a silvery glow upon the grass, reminiscent of the place where the white ape spoke in his dreams. A flash of inspiration struck Shermu, and his expression changed. In recent dreams, the white ape had not, as before, climbed to a high place to gaze at the moon. Instead, it had been seated on the ground, listening intently. Could it be? Overcome with excitement, Shermu sat cross-legged on the grass, assuming the very same posture as the white ape in his dreams, his gaze fixed straight ahead. And no sooner had he settled than, within 3 breaths, a thunderous sound resonated in his mind, rendering his body instantly rigid. Shermu once again entered the dream realm, his form transforming into that of a white ape, appearing on the grassy summit within the dream. The white-browed elder stood before him, raising a wooden ruler that he gently tapped against Shermu's head. 1 tap, 2 taps, 3 taps, a resounding boom echoed in Shermu's mind, countless silver lights flickering before coalescing into individual silver characters, which unmistakably formed a spell. The first 3 shining characters read, Moon Swallowing Technique. Chapter 63. The reappearance of dreams. A surge of intense exhilaration welled up within the white ape that Shermu had transformed into, compelling him to dance with joy, subsequently striking a strange pose with his hands raised to the heavens, baring his teeth in a grin. Just as he completed this motion, another boom reverberated in his mind, and the scenery before him shifted, his consciousness returning to his own body, seated cross-legged on the grassy patch in the woods. At this moment, dawn was approaching, and the eastern sky was beginning to lighten. Shermu rose, gazing at the now brightening sky with an expression of astonishment, oblivious to the dew-soaked garments clinging to him. The brief period spent in the dream felt like no more than a handful of breaths, yet an entire night had passed in reality. Shermu shook his head and hurriedly closed his eyes, attempting to recall the moon swallowing technique he had just learned in his dream. To his dismay, despite his earnest efforts, his mind was blank. Aside from remembering the name of the technique, he found himself unable to recall the specifics of the cultivation method. Yet he was acutely aware that he had indeed mastered this spell. This contradictory sensation left him deeply unsettled, as reality and dreams seemed to intertwine in a perplexing manner. Shaking his head, He cast aside the strange feelings and sought to calm his racing heart. As dawn gradually broke, Shermu contemplated for a moment before setting off toward his residence, keen to avoid being discovered for his nocturnal escapades. 2 days later, on a cloudless night, a full moon hung quietly in the sky like a jade disk, casting a serene and gentle light that bathed the entire valley in a cool silvery hue. At that moment, within a secluded low stone house in the valley, Shermu was seated cross-legged on a simple stone bed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes as if sensing something, a glimmer of brilliance flashing across them. At last, he had awaited another moonlit night. Silently, he opened the stone door, swiftly slipping outside without a sound. He cautiously surveyed the surroundings, listening intently for any signs of movement. The night was utterly still, and no shadows were cast beneath the moonlight. He carefully advanced through the shadows of the structures, retracing his steps until he reached the grassy patch once more. After ensuring the area was safe, he settled down on the grass, just as he had done before, absorbing the moonlight's caress while gradually adjusting his breathing to enter a state of undistracted focus. After a brief incense's worth of time, his body tensed momentarily before slowly relaxing, becoming as still as a venerable monk in meditation. With the next breath, Shermu once again slipped into the dream realm. A chill breeze swept through, awakening Shermu's spirit, and he found himself transformed once more into a white ape, standing upon a peculiar silver boulder in a bizarre pose, with both hands raised and baring his teeth. The words moon swallowing technique flickered in his mind. Attempting to lift his head, he discovered, as before, that he was unable to move an inch. Yet he took little heed of this, instead turning his gaze upward to behold the sky, now filled with countless tiny white points of light. Unlike before, when these points were no larger than sesame seeds, they now appeared as small as grains of rice, resembling tiny luminous orbs in Shermu's eyes. These small orbs seemed to be drawn by some mysterious force. As they emerged in the sky, they surged downward like a tide, diving into the golden eyes of the white ape, only to have new orbs form in their previous locations. This continuous cycle, when viewed from above, resembled a river of white light, its endpoint being the white ape with its hands raised in that peculiar pose. Upon entering the white ape's body, these luminous orbs did not disperse quietly as before. Instead, they aggregated in its mind under an inexplicable force, transforming into swirling white mist. Initially, this mist was chaotic and scattered, with clusters forming here and there, varying in density. However, under the influence of a peculiar power, the mist gradually converged toward the center, becoming smaller and denser until it formed a near-liquid white cloud, slowly rotating and contracting as the constantly emerging white mist was drawn into the vortex. The whirlpool maintained its original size while becoming increasingly dense. Shermu first felt a sensation of pressure in his head, as if something cool had penetrated his mind. Soon, an indescribable feeling of refreshing comfort surged from deep within. Akin to soaking in a miraculous elixir, he sensed that some extraordinary transformation was occurring in his consciousness. Unsure of how long this state would persist, he found himself growing restless and began to survey his surroundings. It was then that he realized the silver boulder beneath him stood precariously atop an unknown cliff of considerable height, surrounded by a vast sea of swirling clouds. As the wind stirred the clouds, several gnarled pine trees appeared intermittently within the mist. Moreover, the mountain was adorned with many peculiar plants Shermu had never encountered before, while a distant spirit spring flickered into view, occasionally accompanied by the roars of tigers and dragons. The mountain's sheer cliffs rose steeply, appearing like a green longsword piercing the heavens, with the white ape perched at the very tip of this sword. Though the surrounding mountains also towered with grandeur, none came close to matching the height of this peak. From the silver boulder atop the mountain, gazing up at the night sky, it seemed as though the bright moon and twinkling stars were within arm's reach. Shermu was certain that this place had never appeared in his previous dreams, and the white ape's choice to cultivate the moon-swallowing technique here was due to the cliff's proximity to the moon in the sky. Time passed swiftly as he continued to observe his surroundings. Eventually, he noticed that at the base of the swirling white liquid in the ape's mind, a tiny white crystal gradually began to form. As the milky white vortex spun relentlessly, layer upon layer of fine white threads wrapped around the crystal, causing it to grow larger. Gradually, this crystal reached the size of a grain of rice. Just at that moment, A thunderous roar resonated in Shermu's mind, and he felt a dizzying sensation that plunged him into darkness. With a cry of alarm, Shermu, seated on the grass, suddenly fell backward, jolted awake by the intense tremor. He was drenched in sweat, the mingling of dew and perspiration completely soaking his black garments. His face was as pale as a ghost, his eyes unfocused, and his facial muscles twitched slightly, as if the thunderous roar from his dream had reverberated through his very soul. In this secluded meadow, particularly at this hour close to dawn, when the human body is most weary, no one has noticed the peculiarities that abound. Chapter 64. The contest. After several breaths, Shermu's gaze gradually sharpened. At that moment, he became aware that he felt no trace of fatigue. Rather, he was invigorated, as if his mind had been lifted, accompanied by a faint residual sensation of cool comfort. Although invisible, Shermu sensed that a remarkable transformation had surely transpired deep within his consciousness. By some uncanny inspiration, he recalled the profound comprehension of the Bodhisattva celestial phenomenon technique he had contemplated during the day. To his astonishment, aspects of the technique that had previously eluded his understanding now became strikingly clear upon further reflection. Shermu remained momentarily dazed, and then his face lit up with uncontainable joy. He had not anticipated that this seemingly bizarre moon-swallowing technique would yield such extraordinary benefits in his comprehension of martial arts. If this continued, the ensuing cultivation would be immensely beneficial. With the aid of bone-refining pills and blood essence pills, he would likely soon master the first tier of the Bodhisattva celestial phenomenon technique. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he flipped over and quickly surveyed his surroundings. Confirming that all was well, he stealthily returned to his stone abode. Once inside, he promptly seated himself cross-legged upon his stone bed, silently recalling the first tier of the Bodhisattva celestial phenomenon technique until he was certain of his understanding. Only then did he consume a blood essence pill, adopting the 5 hearts to heaven posture, and began to slowly regulate his breathing, attuning himself to the surrounding spiritual energies of heaven and earth. Gradually, his breathing became almost imperceptible. Once he felt his mind and body were in optimal condition, he decisively ingested a bone-refining pill and invoked the first tier of the Bodhisattva celestial phenomenon technique. The scattered spiritual energies of heaven and earth began to converge towards his body, gradually being absorbed into his meridians under the guidance of an unseen force, flowing in a specific order. Time passed unmeasured. The genuine energy circulating within his meridians grew stronger, expanding from the initial thread-like quality to a thickness akin to a needle. Eventually, at a certain juncture, a faint stream of genuine energy, thinner than a hair, branched into a new meridian. Shermu's heart soared with joy. After last night's epiphany, he had made slight adjustments to his technique's operation. Such seemingly minor modifications had catalyzed significant progress in his previously sluggish cultivation. After nearly a full day of endeavor, he successfully opened this meridian, accelerating the rate at which he could absorb the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. Thus, in the following days, Shermu, as if invigorated, devoted himself to fervently practicing the wind-chasing blade technique and stone-shattering fist, both day and night. Whenever the moonlight graced the evenings, he would stealthily slip outside, immersing himself in dreams upon the illuminated lawn, continuously absorbing the moonlight and compressing its essence within his mind using the moon-swallowing technique. Over the course of 2 months, the crystalline grains within his consciousness had finally transformed from the size of rice grains to that of beans. Although he had yet to discern the precise function of these crystalline particles, the enhancement of his cognitive acuity had already proven immensely beneficial. As 2 months elapsed, with the aid of blood essence pills and bone-refining pills, Shermu finally mastered the first tier of the Bodhisattva celestial phenomenon technique. True to its nature as a body-refining technique, his physical strength had increased by nearly 1/3 compared to before. When supplemented by genuine energy, he could unleash power exceeding double his previous capacity. His skin had also grown more resilient. With further cultivation, it would likely become impervious to ordinary blades and spears. The celestial genuine energy within Shermu had reached a considerable scale, sufficient to support 3 full-force stone-shattering fists or 2 full-force wind-chasing blade techniques. Moreover, under the enhancement of celestial genuine energy, the wind-chasing blade technique was nearing perfection. Shermu could effortlessly execute 11 strikes in a single breath, and the potency of the stone-shattering fist had significantly increased. He had previously attempted to unleash a single punch with full force, obliterating a boulder of considerable size in one blow. With his current strength, he believed he could now confront a mid-stage practitioner like Jin Wuya with confidence. Yet, the remaining bone-refining pills and blood essence pills were few. Necessitating a new purchase, Shermu retrieved a bundle and unfolded several silver notes. This comprised all his assets, totaling less than 30,000 taels of silver, barely enough to sustain his cultivation needs for around half a month. The resources required for the Bodhisattva celestial phenomenon technique were truly beyond the means of ordinary individuals, had it not been for his prior savings and the assistance of the moon-swallowing technique. He might not have even completed the first tier. With a wry smile, Shermu realized he had no better course of action at this point but to take things one step at a time. Seeking opportunities to inquire about earning prospects within the Black Demon sect, he pocketed the silver and stepped outside. Near the accommodations of the new disciples on Peak 13, the area was bustling with activity. A stark contrast to the past. The disciples injured by Chu Kuan had long since recovered, and with the passage of 2 months, the majority had grown familiar with the Black Demon sect. Naturally curious about such a grand sect, many young disciples, aside from those like Shermu who were engrossed in solitary practice, began to emerge from their quarters, wandering through the valleys and plazas to experience the grandeur of the sect. Shermu rarely ventured out. Apart from a few individuals, he was unfamiliar with most of the new disciples. He followed a street leading directly to the Qingshi Plaza when suddenly he heard distant shouts and cheers from another intersection. It seemed there was quite a gathering. Shermu raised an eyebrow. That direction led to a contest arena established by the Black Demon sect specifically for the new disciples. He had visited it once with Bai Shi and others. The commotion suggested that a contest was underway. The arena consisted of a square azure stone platform, several feet above the ground, surrounded by dark metal railings. At that moment, a crowd of 20 or 30 figures had gathered near the platform, most of whom were new disciples, divided into 2 factions, glaring at each other with palpable hostility. On the platform, 2 figures were locked in fierce combat. One was a tall youth, none other than Bai Shi, familiar to Shermu. The other was a petite girl adorned with small silver bells in her braided hair. It was her. Shermu's expression shifted with surprise. This girl had previously displayed an uncanny bloodline technique to evade a punch from Chu Kuan on the day she entered the sect, leaving a deep impression on him. Afterward, Shermu had interacted with her alongside Bai Shi and others, recalling her name as Lan Feng. Both Bai Shi and Lan Feng could be considered exceptional among the new disciples. Yet Shermu wondered why they were engaged in a contest here. Chapter 65. Confrontation. At this moment, Bai Shi and Lan Feng on the Azure Stone platform were clearly transformed from their appearances 2 months prior. Bai Shi stood firmly in the center of the platform, his arms bulging with muscle as he unleashed punch after punch, the force of each strike roaring like the wind, radiating a scorching aura that raised the temperature of the arena. Lan Feng's petite form appeared even more delicate amidst Bai Shi's forceful onslaught. Yet her movements were elusive, her waist twisting like a serpent, easily evading Bai Shi's attacks, her keen eyes never leaving his form, seemingly intent on exhausting his stamina before launching a counterattack. For the moment, neither could gain the upper hand. Shermu's gaze flickered. The techniques they employed were undoubtedly the advanced martial skills they had learned upon joining the Black Demon sect. Bai Shi's fiery punches resembled a technique known as the Blazing Fist, while Lan Feng's elusive movements bore resemblance to a technique called Phantom Steps he had glimpsed in the Scripture Pavilion. Clearly, both had made commendable progress in mastering these martial skills, allowing them to execute them with ease during the contest, with their accumulated genuine energy far surpassing Shermu's. With a sigh, Shermu reflected on how his stone monkey bloodline had greatly impeded his advancement in genuine energy. Otherwise, with 2 months of effort and the consumption of numerous bone-refining and blood essence pills, he should have cultivated the Bodhisattva celestial phenomenon technique to the 2nd tier by now. "Sure, brother, it's rare to see you out. It's been some time," a cheerful voice called out, and from the crowd emerged a curly-haired youth who approached Shermu. It was Xiaoming. Many nearby recognized Shermu upon hearing Xiaoming's words, and whispers erupted among them. "Xiao brother," Shermu smiled faintly, nodding in acknowledgement. After exchanging greetings, they stood shoulder to shoulder, continuing to observe the contest on the platform. "My brother is indeed a prodigy. In just 2 months, his genuine energy has reached such a level. He has likely stabilized his foundation in the early stages of postnatal cultivation, Mu remarked with a smile. Your keen observation serves you well, brother. My brother reached the third tier of the Zhiyang technique just 2 days ago, Xiaoming replied with a grin. Mu's heart raced. Although he was not well acquainted with the Zhiyang technique, he surmised it was on par with his Bodhisattva celestial phenomenon technique. Tio achieved the third tier in just 2 months, showcased extraordinary talent, far surpassing Mu's own. What's the story behind my brother and Long Girls contest here? Mu suppressed his astonishment and casually inquired. Xiaoming's gaze shifted slightly, revealing a hint of embarrassment on his countenance. I hope Brother Shi will not find it amusing, but Brother Bai's actions are entirely for my sake. He remarked. Brother Shi is aware that on the day I entered the sect, Senior Brother Chu seized a black flame token from me, hence. Xiaoming sighed ruefully. Mu raised an eyebrow, as he was indeed privy to this matter. Brother Shi has been engrossed in closed-door cultivation of late, so you may not be aware of it. Most of us new disciples are rather proud and ambitious, and now that we have been exposed to the intricate postnatal techniques, it is inevitable that we engage in friendly sparring. The black flame token has thus become the prize for our competitions. Xiaoming continued. Miss Lan won a black flame token from a fellow disciple yesterday. And upon hearing this, Brother Bai proposed a challenge to her, wishing to win that token for his junior. Mu nodded, understanding the situation. Brother Bai is indeed quite chivalrous, yet defeating Lan Feng is no simple feat. On the arena, the two combatants appeared evenly matched. On the surface, it seemed that Bai Shi had a slight advantage, but Lan Feng's bloodline power had yet to be fully unleashed, leaving the outcome still uncertain. In the distance, 6 figures were observing the match from afar. Judging by their attire, they were all senior disciples, including Chu Kuan from the Blood Dragon Society, who had once blocked Mu and his fellow newcomers. 2 others stood behind him, while among the remaining 3, a golden-haired youth with striking blue eyes took the lead, seemingly possessing some exotic lineage. Among the 2 behind him, one was unmistakably Huo Mao. It was evident that these 3 were not allied with Chu Kuan, creating an implicit standoff. Jin, who do you think will emerge victorious in the arena? Chu Kuan suddenly inquired, casting a smile towards the golden-haired youth. I have heard that you tested the new disciples on their entrance day, only to be evaded by that peculiar girl with the bell, he continued. It seems you believe she is destined to win. The golden-haired youth did not respond directly, wearing a bemused expression, and retorted, Bloodline warriors are inherently superior to ordinary cultivators. While Bai Shi is indeed competent, he is merely among the ranks of ordinary warriors. I believe you should have gained some insight from the last minor competition, Jin. Chu Kuan raised an eyebrow, also smiling knowingly. The golden-haired youth snorted, his expression growing somewhat grim. Brother Chu, let us speak plainly. Among the newly initiated disciples, we of the Zunling Society have already set our sights on Bai Shi, and as for Lan Feng, we shall not interfere in her acquisition. You have no objections? I trust, the golden-haired youth stated coldly. Very well, it is settled. Chu Kuan immediately agreed. On the arena, Bai Shi and Lan Feng had been entangled in combat for quite some time without gaining the upper hand, and both were showing signs of fatigue. With a low shout, Bai Shi stomped the ground forcefully, leaning forward with a sudden punch. The wave of scorching fist wind surged forth from his strike, forming a gust of air nearly a meter high as he shouted. The searing force rushed towards Lan Feng, sweeping across nearly half the arena. Though her movements were swift, Lan Feng could not evade the onslaught, forcing her into a corner. Bai Shi's face paled slightly, yet a glimmer of delight sparked in his eyes. He stomped the ground again, launching himself forward, his arms curving into claws resembling a dragon's talon. With a faint icy gleam emanating from his fingertips, "Dragon Claw," Bai Shi exclaimed, his hands tracing a cunning arc as he aimed for Lan Feng's throat. Lan Feng's face turned pale, her beautiful eyes darkening as a flash of purple light flickered within them. Swiftly, she slashed her hands horizontally in front of her. Clang! A clear, ringing sound echoed as their figures brushed past one another. Lan Feng's form flickered, appearing a short distance behind Bai Shi, her face ashen. Her left arm bore a large tear in her garment, exposing a pristine white forearm adorned with 5 distinct claw marks, blood gushing forth to stain her arm. Anger flared in her eyes as she pivoted and charged at Bai Shi, producing a gleaming dagger in her right hand. With a fierce shout, she slashed the dagger towards Bai Shi's shoulder. Though filled with fury, she refrained from lethally striking during the contest. However, Bai Shi appeared somewhat disoriented. His gaze blankly fixed ahead, oblivious to the dagger aimed at him. Brother Bai, quickly dodge. Those acquainted with Bai Shi below the arena gasped in alarm. Shi Mu's gaze flickered, but he focused on Lan Feng. The rapid exchange between the two had been nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye, yet Shi Mu had discerned something unusual. The bells on Lan Feng's attire clearly possessed some strange ability, causing Bai Shi to momentarily lose his focus. Just as Bai Shi snapped back to reality, the dagger was perilously close, barely a foot from him. His expression changed as countless thoughts raced through his mind. He instinctively turned, his left shoulder advancing towards Lan Feng's dagger while his right arm crackled with energy, icy light flashing from his fingertips as he aimed a strike towards her waist. Intent on a mutually damaging outcome, Lan Feng's eyes widened in alarm, realizing too late that she could not halt her momentum, as both were poised to sustain injuries. A sudden whoosh echoed, and an orange fireball hurtled from the arena's edge, striking the ground between them and exploding with a deafening roar. A tremendous shockwave surged outward, propelling both Bai Shi and Lan Feng backwards several steps until they regained their footing. The unexpected turn of events stunned the onlookers, who quickly turned to see the source of the fireball, where Shi Mu and Xiao Ming stood in tandem. Xiao Ming's complexion turned pale, his arm still extended in the direction of the blast. A flicker of orange light lingering at his fingertips. Brother Xiao, you? Shi Mu gaped in astonishment. Xiao Ming surveyed the astonished crowd, inhaling deeply before lowering his arm. A sorcerer, someone in the crowd exclaimed, igniting a fervent murmur among the spectators. On the arena, Lan Feng's expression was one of shock, while Bai Shi remained impassive, casting a glance at Lan Feng before shifting his gaze to Xiao Ming below. Brother Bai, I could not allow you to be injured over the matter of the black flame token, Xiao Ming said with a wry smile. Bai Shi frowned, realizing the situation was beyond his control, and nodded in agreement. He then turned to Lan Feng, clasping his hands in respect. Miss Lan's bloodline abilities are indeed formidable. Today, I have learned much. Since our duel has been interrupted, shall we call it a day? Brother Bai, your swift recovery is quite impressive. Lan Feng responded coolly before turning to leave the arena, her footsteps ringing softly behind her. In the distance, Chu Kuan and the golden-haired youth exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of surprise. Tio think among this new batch of disciples, there is one with spiritual roots who has independently cultivated sorcery. It appears their affinity with the fire element is quite remarkable, Chu Kuan mused. Before he could finish, the golden-haired youth had already stepped past him, striding purposefully towards the arena, followed closely by his companions. Chu Kuan's expression changed, and he hurried after them as the six approached. The disciples nearby instinctively parted ways, intimidated by Chu Kuan's presence. Bai Shi had already descended from the arena and was conversing with Shi Mu and Xiao Ming. Noticing Chu Kuan and the golden-haired youth approaching, the three turned their gazes in unison. Shi Mu's heart raced as he recognized Chu Kuan and Huo Mao among the advancing figures, but he maintained a calm exterior. Junior Brother Bai, I observed your match from afar. It seems your skills have advanced significantly in such a short time. The golden-haired youth, seemingly familiar with Bai Shi, smiled amiably. You flatter me, Senior Brother Jean. Bai Shi replied, nodding respectfully at the golden-haired youth and acknowledging Huo Mao with a gesture. This junior seems somewhat unfamiliar. Might he be your friend? The golden-haired youth inquired, regarding Xiao Ming with a warm expression. Upon hearing this, Bai Shi glanced at Xiao Ming, who appeared slightly pale and hesitated before nodding slightly. This is my friend, Xiao Ming. Bai Shi introduced him with a smile. Ah, so you are Xiao Junior Brother. I recall seeing you on the day of your initiation. I sensed an extraordinary demeanor about you. Unlike the ordinary, it seems you possess spiritual roots, and your affinity with the fire element is not insignificant. Once this matter is known to the sect, your standing will surely rise rapidly, Chu Kuan interjected, a broad smile on his face as he addressed Xiao Ming. The golden-haired youth frowned, his expression darkening momentarily. I presume Junior Brother Xiao is somewhat drained of energy at the moment. I happen to possess a spirit-enhancing pill here that can replenish your energy. There is no need for you to be modest. Please accept it, Chu Kuan offered. Before Xiao Ming could utter a word, Chu Kuan had already retrieved a delicate white jade vial from his bosom and presented it before him. The golden-haired youth's expression shifted slightly. The value of the Zhang Ling Dan was considerable, at least worth tens of thousands of taels of silver. He did not expect Chu Kuan to be so willing to part with his resources. Xiao Ming's expression darkened slightly as he refrained from accepting the vial, casting a glance at Bai Shi beside him, his eyes betraying a hint of hesitation. The Blood Dragon Society indeed possesses great wealth. However, it was rumored that when Xiao Shidi entered the sect, Chu Xiong forcibly seized a black flame token from them, and it seemed that Xiao Shidi was not spared either. Who knows how true that is? The golden-haired youth chuckled, his words laced with implication. Upon hearing his remark, the nearby disciples recalled the events of their entry day. Although they dared not reveal their feelings, their glances at Chu Kuan and his companions were tinged with resentment. Xiao Ming's gaze also darkened slightly. Observing the change in Xiao Ming's demeanor, Chu Kuan furrowed his brow, slowly retracting his arm. Xiao Shidi, there is no need for pretense among us enlightened individuals. I am Jian Huan, a member of the Zunling Pavilion. There are several gifted apprentice sorcerers in the pavilion, much like yourself, that I wonder if Xiao Shidi would be willing to join our esteemed establishment. Jian spoke earnestly. Of course, Bai Shidi, as a martial arts prodigy, would also be most welcome in the Zunling Pavilion, Jian added, directing his attention towards Bai Shi. Standing nearby, Shi Mu's expression shifted. Over the past 2 months, he had heard of the Zunling Pavilion's reputation, a significant faction among the disciples of the Black Demon sect, comprising many formidable disciples and also accepting apprentice sorcerers. Their relations with Chu Kuan's Blood Dragon Society were not particularly harmonious. Chapter 67. Gracious decline. Xiao Shidi, our Blood Dragon Society also has 2 sorcerers among us, so there is no issue with mutual exchange, Chu Kuan interjected, seeing Xiao Ming's interest piqued. Moreover, any sorcerer who joins our society receives monthly distributions of free elixirs, including the Zhongling Dan. Chu Kuan quickly added. In addition, our Zunling Pavilion offers monthly distributions of elixirs like the Zhangling Dan for sorcerer disciples. Furthermore, we possess a manuscript detailing the cultivation insights of spirit-level sorcerers, left by a senior of our pavilion many years ago. Once Xiao Shidi joins, he will have the privilege of borrowing it at no cost, Jian Huan declared with an air of pride. The surrounding disciples, witnessing the competition between the Zunling Pavilion and Blood Dragon Society vying for Xiao Ming's attention, displayed expressions of envy. Bai Shi smiled at the scene, unbothered by having his limelight overshadowed by Xiao Ming. The manuscript on spirit-level sorcery. Xiao Ming's face brightened as he glanced at Bai Shi. Bai Shi did not speak, merely nodding slightly. Chu Kuan, sensing a potential misstep, was about to speak when Xiao Ming's voice rang out. Since Brother Jian has extended the invitation, I shall not decline and will join the Zunling Pavilion. Jin's face lit up with joy at Xiao Ming's decision. Xiao Shidi's judgment is astute. You will surely be grateful for this decision in the future. Might I inquire if Bai Shidi is also interested in joining our Zunling Society? Jin inquired, turning to Bai Shi. Since Xiao Shidi has chosen to join the Zunling Pavilion, I am naturally willing to do the same. Bai Shi replied with a gentle smile. Jin's delight grew once more upon hearing this. Chu Kuan, standing aside, wore a dark expression, yet he could not lose his temper in front of everyone. His gaze caught sight of Lan Feng, who was conversing softly with another female disciple amidst the crowd. He felt a glimmer of hope and approached her. Miss Lan, it has been a while. Your bloodline abilities have become increasingly refined. Chu Kuan remarked with a chuckle. You flatter me, Chu Xiong, Lan Feng replied, turning with a graceful smile. Miss Lan possesses extraordinary talent, ranking among the finest disciples. By the way, regarding my previous proposition to join the Blood Dragon Society, I wonder how you have considered it? Chu Kuan inquired with a smile. Well, Lan Feng's eyes flickered, and she did not immediately respond, seemingly still contemplating. Miss Lan, I must tell you that although all newly admitted disciples possess comparable strength, once someone receives external assistance, their progress can be exceedingly rapid. Relying solely on one's own power and cultivation ultimately yields limited achievements, Chu Kuan stated earnestly. Lan Feng's beautiful eyes sparkled as she glanced at Bai Shi and Xiao Ming, deliberating for a moment before finally nodding with a smile. Since Chu Xiong has invited me repeatedly, it would be discourteous of me to refuse. Excellent, Miss Lan. Today our Blood Dragon Society's president happens to be in the valley. I shall take you to meet him at once. The president is generous and will surely be delighted to learn that a bloodline warrior like you wishes to join, Chu Kuan said, his face alight with enthusiasm. Lan Feng, without hesitation, exchanged a few words with the female disciple beside her before turning to follow Chu Kuan toward the distant valley. The golden-haired youth observed Chu Kuan's departure, snorted softly, then turned back to engage in hushed conversation with Bai Shi and Xiao Ming. As the excitement around the arena began to wane, the surrounding disciples gradually dispersed. Shi Mu, noticing this, greeted Bai Shi and Xiao Ming before preparing to leave. "Hold on a moment, Shi Xiong," Bai Shi called out, his eyes flickering as he whispered something to the golden-haired youth. Upon hearing Bai Shi's words, the youth's eyes brightened as he approached Shi Mu. "You must be Shi Mu, right? According to Bai Shi, you possess quite remarkable strength and are also a bloodline warrior, able to withstand Chu Kuan's punch on the day of entry. If you are interested, you may also join our Zunling Pavilion," the golden-haired youth offered. Shi Mu was momentarily taken aback, his mind racing with thoughts before he finally smiled and politely declined. "Thank you for your kind words, Brother Jean. I have merely been endowed with considerable strength since childhood and have practiced a form of external martial art that enhances my resilience, allowing me to barely withstand Brother Chu's punch. My abilities are still rather limited, and I fear I would not do justice to the goodwill extended by you and Brother Bai." After speaking, he offered Bai Shi an apologetic smile. Jian Huan's expression reflected surprise, yet he did not express anger at Shi Mu's refusal. Instead, he nodded lightly. "Everyone has their own aspirations. I would not wish to force anyone." Clearly, for him, a lower-tier bloodline warrior with merely enhanced physical strength was not worthy of persistent invitations. Bai Shi sighed inwardly upon witnessing Shi Mu's rejection, choosing not to say more as he turned back to rejoin the conversation with Jian Huan and the others. Shi Mu observed Bai Shi and Xiao Ming engrossed in their animated discussion, his heart filled with mixed emotions as he turned to walk back the way he came. However, he had not gone far before a voice called from behind. "He, Shi Xiong, please wait a moment." Shi Mu turned to see a rugged-faced young man striding toward him. It was Hua Mao. "Brother Hua, I did not expect you to be a member of the Zunling Pavilion. I was unaware until now," Shi Mu said with a smile. He held a favorable impression of the boisterous and jovial Hua Mao. "I merely serve as a lackey in the Zunling Pavilion. It is nothing significant." Hua Mao waved his hand dismissively. Shi Mu was taken aback by these words, yet before he could respond, Hua Mao sighed and glanced back before speaking softly. "Shi Xiong, as a newcomer, you should know that both the Zunling Pavilion and the Blood Dragon Society adhere to the creed of our sect, strength above all. Without exceptional strength, rashly joining either will yield limited benefits, and you may face exclusion or even bullying. You might be called upon to participate in conflicts. It would be far more liberating to remain unaffiliated. Your recent refusal to join the Zunling Pavilion was indeed a wise choice. Thank you for your guidance, Brother Hua." Shi Mu nodded slightly, speaking softly. His recent refusal of Jian Huan's invitation stemmed partly from pride, unwilling to rely on others, and partly from consideration of the aforementioned factors. After all, due to his bloodline power, his cultivation speed was inherently limited. If he were to expend energy on factional conflicts, it would significantly hinder his progress. "Brother Hua, I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave for now. If the opportunity arises, I would like to share a drink with you," Shi Mu remarked, glancing toward the Azure Stone Plaza. "Haha, it seems you are heading there to purchase elixirs, right? Perfect, I need to go there as well. Let us go together." Hua Mao laughed heartily. The two walked side by side toward the Azure Stone Plaza, engaging in casual conversation. "Brother Shi, may I inquire about your origins? The cost of cultivating the Prajna celestial phenomenon is no small sum. Could it be that you are from a prominent family?" Hua Mao asked curiously. Chapter 68. Guang Yuan Hall. Upon hearing this, Shi Mu could not help but smile bitterly within. He had spent 2 months utilizing elixirs worth tens of thousands of taels to barely cultivate the first layer of the celestial phenomenon, lagging significantly behind Bai Shi and Lan Feng. The pressure he felt was substantial. The funds he had acquired from Aunt Jian and Grandpa Jean were now running low, and based on previous circumstances, he would require even more elixirs to advance to the second layer of the celestial phenomenon. Moreover, he had already inquired and learned that the demonic energy required to cultivate the great strength demon ape transmutation technique was available for sale within the sect, but at a price far exceeding that of the bone-tempering pill. "I am not from any prominent family. I merely had some fortunate circumstances that allowed me to join the Black Demon sect. Furthermore, my silver is nearly depleted. Today, I happened to run into Brother Hua and was hoping to ask if there are any opportunities within the sect, aside from the major and minor competitions, to earn some silver." Shermu replied with a bitter smile, then inquired with keen interest. Huamao cast a surprised glance at Shermu, seemingly unable to believe it. After all, for someone without substantial resources, opting to study a method that demands considerable resources is no trivial matter. If Brother Sher wishes to earn some money, he could consider the Guangyuan Hall situated between the 12th and 13th peaks. There, various tasks issued by the sect are available for both ordinary disciples and servant disciples to undertake. Among them, there are tasks that the lower-ranking servants cannot complete, making them quite suitable for a newcomer like Brother Sher. Huamao pondered briefly before speaking. Is that so? There exists such a place within the sect. Shermu exclaimed with joy upon hearing this. You must have been engrossed in your closed-door cultivation these past few days. For such matters should be well known to the new disciples. Huamao chuckled. Indeed, perhaps I have rarely ventured out lately, so my knowledge has inevitably become somewhat limited, Shermu admitted, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. He resolved to make more acquaintances in the future to avoid such situations. The two continued their light-hearted conversation until they reached the Qingshi Square, where they parted ways. Shermu exchanged nearly all his meager silver for bone-refining pills and blood essence pills before departing the valley. Heading directly towards the 12th peak, before long, Shermu arrived at a remarkably grand two-story hall nestled between the two peaks. This hour, with the sun at its zenith, the blinding sunlight cast a faint glow over the otherwise pitch-black hall. The towering double doors stood open, allowing ordinary disciples and servant disciples clad in black garments to come and go. A wooden plaque hung above the entrance, inscribed with the three bold characters Guangyuan Hall. Shermu squinted at the plaque before striding through the grand entrance. Upon entering, a wave of coolness enveloped him, revealing a relatively short corridor. Every 10 feet or so, a hefty tallow torch flickered in the breeze, illuminating the passageway brightly. Faint sounds of chatter drifted from the corridor's end, prompting Shermu to advance without hesitation. After walking several dozen feet and rounding a corner, he was met with a sudden burst of light. Before him lay a vast hall, measuring several dozen feet in length and 20 feet in width, its walls adorned with large tallow torches, casting a brightness akin to daylight. The center of the hall was filled with dozens of wide screens. While over 100 disciples from the Black Magic sect were scattered around, their voices contributing to the cacophony of gasps, murmurs, discussions, and the sound of bustling footsteps. Most of the screens were covered in rows of small blue or black characters, with the majority being black. Occasionally, servant disciples dressed in black would appear from the depths of the hall, wielding brushes of corresponding colors to inscribe or illustrate upon the screens. Additionally, some servant disciples held colorless brushes that emitted a faint white light, gently sweeping over the black or blue characters, causing the inscriptions to vanish without a trace. Shermu positioned himself in an inconspicuous corner, keenly observing the hall's activities. At that moment, a black-clad servant disciple had just erased a line on one of the screens and promptly transcribed a line of black characters in the empty space. No sooner had he finished writing than 3 or 4 level C disciples gathered around, with one reciting the lines with animated enthusiasm. The black-clad servant disciple stored away his brush and paper. A level C disciple with a birthmark on his left cheek eagerly initiated a conversation with him. Shortly thereafter, the servant disciple nodded and produced a dark token from his robes, handing it to the level C disciple. The latter accepted the token with evident excitement before turning to leave, while the servant disciple retrieved a small red stamp and gently pressed it onto the previously inscribed black characters. Leaving behind a vibrant red seal resembling a flame, it was then that Shermu realized that numerous black characters bore red seals, while blue characters were far less common, and it was rare for a single line of text to feature more than one red seal. Observing this, a spark of understanding ignited in Shermu's eyes as he approached the nearest screen, where the first line of black characters immediately caught his gaze. Seeking to purchase 3 stalks of wind spirit grass, aged over 30 years, for a price of 3,000 taels of silver, with a time limit of 3 months. Though Shermu was unaware of what wind spirit grass was, the substantial reward piqued his interest. He quickly scanned the next line, which also sought a particular herb, offering a mere 500 taels, but with no time constraints, categorizing it as a long-term task in no time. He had perused all the black character tasks on that screen. With a sigh of relief, he gradually calmed the tumult in his heart. The majority of the tasks inscribed on the screens required completion by alchemists, talismancers, and other practitioners, promising far more generous rewards than the others. For instance, Even a novice wood element talisman apprentice could earn several thousand taels by slightly hastening the growth of a few acres of spirit fields. As for tasks demanding higher expertise, such as alchemy, talisman crafting, or formation arrangements, the rewards were often calculated in rare spirit stones. It was worth noting that even the lowest grade inferior spirit stones could be exchanged for 20 to 30,000 taels of silver. Yet they were often scarce and hard to come by. Although spirit stones could not enhance martial disciples' cultivation, they were essential for practitioners to absorb the contained spiritual energy, converting it into magical power. Furthermore, activating various formations and artifacts was utterly reliant on spirit stones. Shermu found himself envious of practitioners' financial prowess. If he possessed such abilities, he might not have to worry about money while cultivating the prana celestial phenomenon and the great strength demon ape transformation. The thought that Xiao Ming was also a practitioner suddenly sparked a notion within him, leading him to ponder whether he might have the potential for sorcery, as he had never tested his aptitude for it. To his knowledge, there were indeed disciples within the sect who practiced both martial arts and sorcery. Chapter 69. Forging Iron. After a moment of contemplation, Shermu shook his head, dismissing this sudden thought. The rarity of sorceress talent was immense, and the likelihood of his possessing it was exceedingly slim, at present. His most pressing concern was to locate a task suited to his current capabilities, one that could swiftly accumulate silver. The other tasks on the screens primarily involved collecting rare medicinal herbs or precious ores, seeking assistance from peers for special techniques, or addressing challenges in the secular world. In essence, the variety was vast, with tasks of all kinds available, offering rewards ranging from 5 to 6,000 taels at most, to a few hundred taels at the least in comparison to the rewards for sorceress tasks. Shermu felt a wave of disappointment that a handful of tasks inscribed in blue characters bore considerable rewards, yet they typically posed substantial challenges, often requiring teamwork to complete. Some even included rewards for items like the elusive Black Flame token, which was difficult to acquire through other means. However, given Shermu's current situation, he was utterly incapable of fulfilling such requirements. Suddenly, a flicker of inspiration crossed his face as he approached a screen, his gaze landing on a line of black characters, recruiting powerful postnatal martial artists to forge 200 blocks of fine iron, with a commission of 90 taels per block, even before practicing postnatal techniques. Shermu had possessed a strength of 1,000 pounds. Now, having completed the first level of the prana celestial phenomenon, he had increased his strength by an additional 300 to 400 pounds. If he utilized the celestial energy within him to assist, his strength could potentially double, making this task a breeze for him. Moreover, the compensation was not insignificant. Although several bright red seals marked the task, indicating that others had likely taken it, there was no limit on the number of participants. Shermu waved at a black-clad servant disciple near the desk in the depths of the hall. Moments later, he held a dark iron token inscribed with a flame on the reverse and the number 73 on the front, a smile gracing his lips as he headed outside. The blazing midday sun enveloped the entire valley, and within Zhao's blacksmith shop, the furnace roared with flames, raising the temperature to an extreme level. 3 remarkably sturdy youths sat at the entrance, basking in the cool breeze while resting. Brother Lin, it seems we will easily finish forging 100 blocks of fine iron today, remarked one short but robust youth, his face alight with joy. Indeed, if we forge 50 more blocks this afternoon, we'll have 9,000 taels in hand, which breaks down to about 3,000 taels each. Chimed in another youth, who had a mole the size of a yellow bean on his cheek, glancing back at the 50 blocks of fine iron already forged, his face beaming with delight. While 3,000 taels may seem paltry compared to tasks that yield tens of thousands, those tasks are not completed in a day. They often take 10 days, half a month, or even longer. In that light, earning 3,000 taels in a day is already quite remarkable. This money is not something everyone can earn. We three are either exceptionally gifted or have been refining our bodies with special potions since childhood. Our strength is not something ordinary people can compare to, boasted one dark-skinned youth, rubbing his sore arms. Yet it's so exhausting that I reckon after we finish these 200 blocks of fine iron tomorrow, we'll need at least 3 or 4 days to rest. The dark-skinned youth's comment immediately resonated with the others, who were also feeling the aches from the labor. Forging fine iron was grueling work. The shop's already high temperature only added to the difficulty, and each block required nearly 300 strikes from a hefty 200-pound hammer to complete. Each of them would sweat profusely with each block, needing to take short breaks before tackling the next. The three youths were all newly recruited level C disciples of the Black Magic sect this year, practicing techniques aimed at strengthening their bodies. Therefore, they shared a good rapport, having all rushed to accept this task together that morning. "Looks like someone else has taken on a task," the dark-skinned youth suddenly remarked, furrowing his brow. The other two individuals immediately turned their heads to follow his gaze. And there they saw Zhao Ping, the blacksmith shop owner, approaching with a tall, beloved disciple, a smile gracing his face. "Humph. He will likely retreat in the face of difficulty soon enough. Besides, can the three of us not match him alone? Let us all exert ourselves and strive to forge as many pieces as possible." A youth with a black mole the size of a soybean at the corner of his mouth snorted. With that, he stood up decisively and strode towards the blacksmith shop, followed closely by the other two youths. Moments later, the rhythmic clanging of metal on metal echoed once more from within the shop. At this time, the slightly stout blacksmith shop owner halted a few steps from the entrance and turned to the tall youth beside him, saying, "Shitty sure, when the time comes, place the refined iron you produce behind you. As long as the quality meets the standard, I will pay you 90 taels of silver for each piece on the spot. I will personally ensure that your task token is returned to Guangyuan Hall." This imposing disciple from the Black Demon sect was, of course, Shimu. "All right, thank you, Brother Zhao." Shimu nodded in acknowledgement. After that, he took long strides into the blacksmith shop, quickly disappearing from view. Upon entering the shop, Shimu was greeted by a wave of heat, with his first sight being an exceptionally tall smelting furnace. 5 or 6 muscular men were busily tending to the fire. Not far from the furnace lay a sturdy iron forging platform, approximately 2 zhang long, 1 zhang wide, and nearly 2 chi thick, made entirely of cast iron. At that moment, 3 immensely strong bare-chested youths were sweating profusely as they surrounded the platform, laboriously wielding massive iron hammers to strike the glowing red iron blocks. Though they were engaged in the process of refining the iron, the 3 youths cast glances filled with hostility at Shimu. Unfazed, he scanned the area and noticed 50 blocks of dark refined iron behind the trio. Stirring a thought within him, the task required only 200 blocks in total, and it had barely been half a day since it was announced, yet a quarter had already been completed. Without bothering to change, he quickly spotted 2 large iron hammers similar to those the 3 youths wielded in the corner. He rushed over, grasped one in his right hand, and with a slight exertion, lifted it effortlessly as if it were a mere candlewick, swinging it a couple of times with ease. A faint smile graced Shimu's lips. This hammer weighed over 200 jin. To wield it for forging, one would need at least 500 jin of strength, a trivial challenge for him that required no exertion of true energy. At that moment, a bare-chested man next to the furnace placed a sizable piece of glowing iron on the forging platform and stepped forward. Bringing his heavy hammer down with a resounding crash, as the hammer met the red-hot iron, sparks flew, and the iron visibly shrank. The 3 youths opposite him halted in unison, their eyes wide with astonishment. What immense strength! If they were to tackle the same piece of iron, it would take them nearly 3 strikes to achieve such a noticeable effect. Zhao, the shop owner, observing from the entrance, also changed expressions, his heart swelling with joy. The greater the strength, the faster the work would progress. The refined iron was urgently needed, and if they relied solely on the previous 3, it would take at least until tomorrow to complete. With Shimu's addition, however, it would likely be done much sooner. Chapter 70. The meeting of fire. Shimu appeared oblivious to the peculiar gazes directed at him, swinging the massive hammer with remarkable speed, relentlessly forging the glowing iron. The cacophony of strikes soon drew the attention of several bare-chested men within the shop, who watched in awe as Shimu's muscular arms, devoid of any true energy, wielded the 200 jin hammer with the grace of a feather. After 100 strikes, as the impurities were gradually hammered out, the iron had shrunk to 1/10 of its original size, its vibrant red hue fading to reveal a dark, dense color beneath the extreme pressure. One of the men by the furnace swallowed hard, stepping forward with a respectful demeanor to halt Shimu, using large tongs to place the now refined iron behind him. Shimu gestured to another man nearby, who had hesitated but promptly brought over another piece of glowing iron. Once again, Shimu resumed his hammering. The 3 youths, witnessing Shimu's swift completion of a block of refined iron, exchanged uneasy glances, their faces betraying their discomfort. Meanwhile, the shop owner outside, astonished, couldn't help but smile more broadly, greatly pleased with Shermu's speed. As Shermu continued to forge a fourth block of refined iron without showing any signs of fatigue. The three youths were already drenched in sweat. They had just expended tremendous effort to produce a single block each, glaring angrily at Shermu, gritting their teeth as they summoned their true energy to hammer away once more. When the trio could no longer bear the strain and took a break, Shermu remained focused, diligently working on his 12th piece of iron. His spirits soared, with each block of refined iron worth 90 taels. He had already accumulated nearly 1,000 taels in less than half an hour. The three youths, their faces pale and incredulous, stared at the effortlessly working Shermu, having completely lost their resolve to compete. The men by the furnace, however, were exhilarated by the spectacle before them, something they had rarely witnessed. They even began to wager among themselves on how many blocks Shermu could forge in one go. With predictions ranging from 10 to 15, though the boldest dared to guess 30, unbeknownst to them, Zhao had approached within a few paces of the forging platform, his expression turning serious as he observed Shermu's movements. Shermu remained entirely absorbed in his task, concentrating on the glowing iron, for forging refined iron required a certain finesse. Only by honing his attention and mastering the rhythm could he achieve the most efficient and rapid results. When he completed the 102nd block of refined iron, he finally noticed that the smelting furnace had been sealed, signaling that all the iron had been successfully forged. Upon lifting his gaze, he discovered the three exhausted youths slumped on the ground, staring at him in a daze, while the bare-chested men in the shop regarded him as if he were a marvel. Confused, he quickly spotted the excited expression on Zhao Ping's face and approached him with a smile, saying, "Brother Zhao, it seems the task has been completed. Regarding the remuneration, you have truly been a tremendous help this time, Shitty. Here are 9,200 taels of silver. Please accept it." Zhao Ping hurriedly produced 9 1,000 tael notes and 2 100 tael notes from his garment and handed them to Shermu. "You need not worry about change for the 20 taels. Consider it my way of rounding up for you." Seeing Shermu about to retrieve some small silver coins from his waist, Zhao Ping quickly waved his hand. "Thank you, Brother Zhao." Shermu was momentarily taken aback, his gaze flickering before he accepted the notes without further delay. "Though this is our first meeting, I feel quite a connection with you. Shitty, I noticed you forged over 100 blocks of refined iron without utilizing any true energy. You truly surpass ordinary individuals. I believe you possess exceptional talent and extraordinary physical strength. Would you be interested in joining our Lihua Society? Many in our group practice techniques to enhance physical strength. We not only provide ample medicinal pills each month, but also share several postnatal martial arts techniques, which would undoubtedly allow you to shine in the grand competition a year from now." As Shermu was about to turn to leave, Zhao Ping hurriedly spoke, pouring forth a stream of words to entice him. "Brother Zhao is a member of the Lihua Society?" Shermu inquired. Somewhat surprised. Indeed. In comparison to the Zunling Pavilion and the Blood Dragon Society, our Lihua Society has stricter requirements for membership, yet we offer more generous resources. You might want to consider it carefully. It is nearly impossible for one to achieve prominence within our sect solely on their own merits," Zhao Ping stated earnestly, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm as he regarded Shermu. The three youths nearby listened with rapt attention, their eyes shining with excitement, eager for Shermu to accept the offer. The Lihua Society was precisely the force they aspired to join. They had come to this blacksmith shop not only to earn some money, but also to forge a closer relationship with Zhao Ping, hoping for a future opportunity to join the society. However, Shermu did not acquiesce to their expectations, his face briefly clouded in contemplation. The allure of the postnatal martial arts and the grand competition a year later resonated deeply within him. He had long sought a postnatal martial arts technique to bolster his strength, and after witnessing the duel between Bai Shi and Lan Feng, his desire for such techniques had intensified. The grand competition was crucial for his future standing within the sect. "Brother Zhao, you flatter me. I am merely tough-skinned and strong-bodied, coupled with my training in techniques that enhance physical strength, which is why I possess greater strength than others, my skills are still quite limited. And I fear I might disappoint your generous offer." After a moment of silence, Shermu ultimately smiled apologetically, declining the invitation. Though tempted, he understood that there is no free lunch in the world, and the advice from Huamao had instilled a sense of caution in him regarding joining any faction within the sect. Weighing his options, he chose to decline. The three youths stared at Shermu in disbelief. As if he were a fool, Zhao Ping intended to persuade him further, but upon seeing the determination in Shermu's eyes, he swallowed his words, shaking his head in regret, and refrained from saying anything more. After Shermu's words of refusal left his lips, a trace of regret lingered in his heart, yet he did not lament his decision. His body was drenched in sweat, rendering him exceedingly uncomfortable, thus he had no desire to linger any longer. After offering a respectful gesture to Zhao Ping, he strode away from the blacksmith shop. Chapter 71. The Spirit Law Palace. As the sun began to set, Shermu, with nearly 10,000 taels of reward in hand, walked back with a light step. To have earned such a substantial sum from merely a blacksmithing task filled him with satisfaction, though he wondered if he would ever encounter such opportunities again. As he rounded a bend at the foot of a mountain, a sizable building with a pointed gray roof came into view. The valley was dotted with numerous structures, and during his previous visit to the blacksmith shop, he had paid little heed to them. Now, as he surveyed the scene, he noticed a massive plaque hanging before the gray building, inscribed with the three characters, Spirit Law Palace. For some reason, a crowd of about 10 people had gathered before the entrance, peering curiously inside, yet none dared to step within. A sense of curiosity stirred within Shermu, prompting him to halt at that moment. A sudden gust of wind surged from within the palace, sending dust and debris swirling before the crowd. As a powerful force pushed them back, with a whoosh, a dark figure shot out, tumbling into the entrance of the palace with a heavy thud. Shermu stood at a distance from the door, unaffected by the wind. However, his gaze sharpened as he discerned that the dark figure was a young boy, with slightly darker skin, appearing to be of a similar age to him. Yet, he was tightly bound by various greenish vines, resembling a dumpling, with only his head and 2 small legs exposed. The boy, having been forcefully ejected from the palace, clearly had not fared well, grimacing on the ground for some time without managing to rise. "You brother!" 2 individuals rushed out from the crowd, evidently familiar with the boy, though they cast wary glances toward the entrance, hesitating to assist him. Such a meager talent, daring to come here for a test. "Wasting my precious time," an older voice grumbled from within, dripping with impatience. The dark-skinned boy struggled for a moment, and with the help of his companions, finally wriggled free from the vines, his face flushed as he gazed toward the entrance. "It's impossible. Back in my family, I had someone test me specifically. I clearly possess the aptitude of a sorcerer and have even begun learning basic spells," the boy protested, his face a mix of crimson and pallor, filled with unwillingness. "Humph. Don't confuse the external recognition of sorcerer apprentices with our own standards. Everyone knows that the resources required to cultivate a sorcerer far exceed those for a martial artist of the same rank. Do you think our sect would squander such resources on someone with only a first-degree elemental sensitivity?" The voice from within grew increasingly impatient. Upon hearing this, the boy's expression shifted between hues, and ultimately, accompanied by his 2 companions, he left in a dejected manner. Those still wishing to test for sorcerer aptitude, weigh your own capabilities carefully. If anyone else barges in recklessly, it won't be as simple as just being thrown out. "Humph. Do you think I have an abundance of time?" The voice from within the palace echoed coldly before falling silent. The onlookers exchanged glances, murmuring among themselves. Shermu listened intently and soon grasped that the Spirit Law Palace was the place where the black magic sect assessed the sorcerer aptitude of prospective disciples. However, this testing was not free. Each person was required to pay a fee of 3,000 taels of silver. Moreover, the individual overseeing the testing clearly had a peculiar temperament, and if a test subject was deemed lacking, they would not only lose their silver but likely face humiliation as well. After a brief discussion, although some in the crowd were eager to try, the recent incident with the dark-skinned boy sapped their courage, and none dared to step through the palace doors. Shermu's mind raced as he recalled the lucrative tasks available to sorcerers he had seen in the Guangyuan Palace, while he felt the weight of the thick silver notes in his sleeve. Resolute, he stepped forward and entered the palace. The crowd outside looked on in astonishment as Shermu entered, whispering amongst themselves to discern his identity. Ignoring the commotion outside, Shermu walked steadily into the interior. Beyond the entrance lay a broad corridor several zhang long, leading into a grand and solemn hall. The hall was quite spacious, though sparsely furnished. On the left stood a large redwood table, behind which sat an elderly man in gray robes. appearing lethargic as he perused a yellowed tome with keen interest. To the right rose a circular stone platform, about a zhang in diameter, adorned with intricate, curved runes. Surrounding the platform were crystal columns, each as thick as a bowl, in a variety of colors, each distinctly different, with patterned grooves carved into their surfaces, divided into 9 sections from bottom to top, exuding an air of mystery. Upon seeing the stone platform and crystal columns, Shermu's expression shifted to one of surprise. The elderly man at the redwood table, hearing the footsteps, looked up. He was small in stature, with graying hair, triangular eyes, and a sharp, monkey-like face, exuding an air of sharpness. "Here for a test? State your name and identity," the gray-robed elder grunted, his tone devoid of warmth. "I am Shermu, a newly initiated disciple who joined the sect 2 months ago," Shermu replied, bowing respectfully. The elder scrutinized Shermu for a moment, a cold laugh escaping him. "You must have seen the example outside. Yes? You dare to come here to test your sorcerer aptitude, hoping for a stroke of luck?" Shermu's expression shifted slightly, and he fell silent. "I have encountered many like you, those who neglect their training while harboring unrealistic fantasies. While the Spirit Law Palace is a place for testing disciple sorcerer aptitude, I do not waste my time on just anyone. I have no desire to squander resources and suffer for it, so be quick and leave." The gray-robed elder glared at Shermu, his words icy. "Senior, having entered here, I am prepared for whatever may come. Here is a silver note of 3,000 taels. I kindly ask you to test me," Shermu stated, producing 3 silver notes and placing them unceremoniously on the redwood table. A flicker of surprise crossed the elder's face as he squinted at Shermu, who stood resolute and calm. "Hemph, you do possess some courage," the elder remarked, a glint of intrigue in his eyes. With a huff, he stood up. "Come, step onto that stone platform." The elder approached the platform, retrieving a jade measuring stick from his robes. Covered in colorful runes that bore resemblance to the patterns on the stone platform, Shermu's heart surged with excitement as he swiftly complied. Stepping onto the platform, the gray-robed elder murmured incantations, green light emanating from him and flowing into the jade stick. The runes on the stick illuminated rapidly, and with a wave of his hand, a burst of multicolored light shot forth, merging into the stone platform. Buzzing, the runes on the circular platform glowed brightly, emitting various colors of light, accompanied by a resonating hum in the air. Shermu's expression shifted slightly as the platform enveloped him in a warm glow, a gentle energy flooding into his body before swiftly returning to the platform. The brightness of the platform's runes suddenly dimmed, but the surrounding crystal columns began to react. A blue crystal column, a red crystal column, and a black crystal column all surged with light simultaneously. Each of the 3 columns ignited from the bottom, the glow ascending. The blue column lit up 1 section, the red column illuminated 2 sections, while the black column shot up to 5 sections, radiating a fierce black light. The gray-robed elder was left dumbfounded by this spectacle. Chapter 72. Spatial Elemental Sensitivity. As Shermu stepped off the circular stone platform, the gray-robed elder's expression had regained its composure. "Dare I ask, esteemed elder, has my elemental sensitivity reached above 3 degrees? Shermu inquired, having noted the fleeting look of surprise that crossed the elder's face. "Ahem, it should be considered so," the elder replied, his triangular eyes scrutinizing Shermu with increasing peculiarity. "Is there something amiss with me, senior?" Shermu questioned, initially elated by the elder's response, but sensing a hint of unease in the elder's demeanor. Unlike martial artists, an individual's elemental sensitivity is nearly representative of their potential in the realm of sorcery. Our sects have long agreed upon a consensus. Individuals with elemental sensitivity below 3 degrees are unlikely to advance to star-tier sorcerers, rendering any resource investment ultimately futile. Therefore, the threshold of 3 degrees of elemental sensitivity is the true boundary for determining a disciple's cultivation value. If one possesses an elemental sensitivity of 5 degrees or higher, theoretically, there exists a slim chance of advancing to moon-tier sorcerers. The gray-robed elder paused, contemplating, before suddenly offering an explanation. Upon hearing this, Shermu couldn't help but glance at the black crystal column, a surge of excitement stirring within him. Observing Shermu's reaction, the elder shook his head, a hint of regret in his eyes, and continued, "Aside from the black and white crystals, if you can activate any of the other crystal columns to 5 sections or more, our sect will undoubtedly place immense importance on you." However, the black crystal pillar you have awakened represents an element of spatial sensitivity that is exceedingly ethereal, its rarity nearly unmatched among all elemental sensitivities. Second only to the power of time. Throughout the history of the black magic sect, no one has ever manifested such elemental sensitivity, and there is fundamentally no formal cultivation method corresponding to it. The closest would be the path of the Formation Master or the Soul Master. Yet, choosing either of these two paths would inevitably lead to a laborious and inefficient cultivation process, with the likelihood of advancing to a higher-level practitioner being minuscule. Upon hearing the elder's words, Shermu felt a surge of disappointment, but after a moment's reflection, his heart began to settle. Before entering, he had held little hope for his own aptitude as a practitioner. Now, even merely becoming an apprentice would be a significant boon for him. If he recalled correctly, among the tasks issued in the Guangyuan Hall, many coveted missions could be undertaken by apprentice practitioners. With this thought, Shermu found himself growing increasingly eager. May I ask, esteemed elder, do I now qualify to become a formal apprentice practitioner? He cast a worried glance at the blue and red crystal pillars, both of which had not reached 3 bars. There is no issue with that, the elder replied without hesitation. Then may I choose to become a formation master? Upon hearing the elder's response, Shermu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly posed his most pressing question. Given your qualifications, aside from the Formation Master and Soul Master paths, do you have any other options? The elder with the gray robe rolled his triangular eyes, appearing somewhat speechless. Although the elder's words were harsh, to Shermu they rang like celestial music. He was elated at the prospect of possibly becoming a Formation Master, ensuring that he would not have to worry about resources for cultivation in the future. The registration for apprentice practitioners is at the True Spirit Law Hall. Follow me. The gray-robed elder had encountered many who were ecstatic at the mere thought of becoming practitioners. Ignoring Shermu's excitement, he strode toward the back of the hall. Then, after feeling around on what appeared to be an ordinary wall, a quiet click sounded, and a dark door suddenly appeared, tall enough for a person to enter. Seeing this, Shermu hurriedly followed, secretly marveling at the clever design of the mechanism. The passage behind the dark door was not long, and they soon arrived at a secret chamber. The chamber was modest in size and simply arranged, with a massive circular array inscribed on the floor at its center, adorned with countless silver patterns and mysterious characters, woven together by some arcane logic. What are you dawdling for? Step inside. The gray-robed elder stood at the center of the array, his expression stern as he noticed Shermu still gazing around, and he impatiently admonished him. Shermu dared not linger, quickly stepping into the array. At that moment, the elder produced a yellow talisman, and with a flick of his wrist, a spark ignited at the talisman's tip, rapidly burning until it left the elder's control, transforming into a yellow orb enveloped in strange energy that merged into the array. With a hum, the air vibrated. The silver patterns and characters on the array seemed to come to life, swirling and flowing, emitting strands of white light. Moments later, the light coiled upward, and both Shermu and the gray-robed elder vanished from their location. After a familiar sensation of spinning, Shermu found himself in an underground hall. The entire chamber was constructed from an unknown blue stone, covering an area of at least an acre, yet it felt exceedingly vast and empty. Grand in its emptiness, the ceiling was studded with dozens of fist-sized luminous pearls, illuminating the entire space as brightly as day. At the center of the hall stood a colossal blue jade wall, in front of which rested a massive bronze incense burner, with a purple incense stick as thick as an infant's arm standing upright within it, the tip still bearing the charred marks of previous use. Shermu's gaze swept across the room, ultimately landing on the enormous blue jade wall. The wall was inscribed with over 100 distinct symbols, the topmost row featuring 2 pale red star-shaped marks, the second row displaying 8 cloud-like green marks, and further down, a plethora of white light point markings. All the symbols shimmered with a mystical aura, appearing exceptionally enigmatic as he beheld these mysterious symbols. Shermu could not help but recall what Huasang had mentioned that day at the Chuanxiang Tower. There were only 10 practitioners and over 100 apprentice practitioners in the black magic sect, and a vague sense of speculation began to form in his mind. No talking, no looking around. The gray-robed elder suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, commanding in a stern voice. Shermu felt a chill run through him and promptly stood at attention. His gaze fixed ahead, causing the atmosphere in the hall to grow tense. Satisfied, the elder nodded and stepped forward, sweeping his hand over the incense burner's massive candle. With a sizzling sound, the candle's tip ignited, producing a discernible plume of blue smoke that spiraled upward. The elder immediately adopted a respectful posture. Moments later, the leftmost star-shaped mark at the top of the blue jade wall flickered, from which a faint red beam of light shot forth, condensing above the incense burner before transforming into a blurry silhouette. Shermu focused intently, and to his astonishment, the silhouette was that of a middle-aged scholar with a long black beard. "Greetings, Master Xie." The gray-robed elder immediately offered a respectful bow to the silhouette. Chapter 73. Apprentice Practitioner. Have you discovered a new disciple with potential within the sect? The middle-aged scholar, referred to as Master Xie, inquired, casting a glance at Shermu, who stood behind the gray-robed elder. The elder, not daring to be negligent, promptly relayed the details of Shermu's elemental sensitivity assessment, noting that he possessed a 5-degree spatial sensitivity, as well as 2 degrees of fire attribute and 1 degree of water attribute sensitivity. Spatial sensitivity, reaching 5 degrees, the long-bearded scholar's eyes flickered with surprise as he scrutinized Shermu anew. Shermu felt a shiver and quickly lowered his head, not daring to meet the scholar's gaze. The scholar's expression was calm, yet there seemed to be a peculiar power within his eyes, as though he could see through Shermu's very being. "What is your name?" After a moment, the long-bearded scholar asked again. "Reporting to Master Xie, my name is Shermu," Shermu respectfully replied. "A 5-degree sensitivity is rather rare. Unfortunately, yours is spatial elemental sensitivity. You must understand, in the entire history of our sect, we have never encountered a situation like yours. Deciding how to accommodate you poses quite a challenge." The long-bearded scholar nodded slightly, his expression turning contemplative. Upon hearing this, Shermu's demeanor subtly shifted to one of tension. "Let us do this. I will give you 2 options. Point 1 is to adhere to the standard for ordinary apprentice practitioners, where you may additionally receive a share of resources as per sect customs. However, beyond that, you will receive no further assistance from the sect." After a moment's reflection, the long-bearded scholar continued. Shermu's expression shifted at this, but he remained silent, waiting for the scholar to elaborate. "The other option is that you sign a vow contract, promising never to leave the black magic sect. In that case, I shall personally guide you in the path of the practitioner as a star-level practitioner, and the sect will provide you with resources several times greater than those afforded to ordinary apprentices. If your comprehension is sufficiently high, I might even consider taking you on as a personal disciple in the future." The long-bearded scholar continued. Upon hearing this, the gray-robed elder's face displayed astonishment as he turned his gaze toward Shermu. "If I cannot leave the sect, then I choose the first option." Shermu pondered briefly, not hesitating in his decision. Regardless of the benefits proposed by the long-bearded scholar, he would never entertain the notion of being bound to remain within the black magic sect for his entire life. Without freedom, what value was there in strength? The long-bearded scholar's gaze shifted thoughtfully, yet he did not display any sign of discontent. Nodding slightly, he reached out a hand toward the wall, from which a puff of white mist emerged, swiftly coalescing into a palm-sized round jade pendant that floated before Shermu. "You must drop a drop of blood on it." The long-bearded scholar spoke calmly. Shermu hesitated for a moment, but eventually pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the jade pendant. With a flick of his finger, the scholar sent a beam of white light shooting forth, which merged with the pendant. The pendant immediately radiated with a white glow, within which a faint crimson light pulsed, revealing the movement of numerous runes. Suddenly, a red light shot from the center of the pendant, embedding itself into the blue wall, at the bottom of the wall. Among the numerous light point markings, a new point of light appeared with a flicker. After a few breaths, the pendant's white glow dimmed, and one side of it revealed a light point that resonated with the newly emerged point on the wall, both blinking in synchrony. Additionally, 2 small red characters appeared along the edge of the pendant, spelling out Shermu's name. The reverse side of the pendant featured a blood-red design composed of strange runes, resembling a blooming lotus flower. "This is your identification as an apprentice practitioner within the sect. Do not lose it. From this moment forth, you are recognized as an apprentice practitioner of our sect." The long-bearded scholar withdrew his hand, turning his gaze back to Shermu. "Yes, I will remember this." Shermu received the pendant with both hands, responding respectfully. The long-bearded scholar nodded, then turned to the gray-robed elder beside him. Very well, you may handle the subsequent arrangements. After issuing this instruction, a hint of fatigue flickered across the middle-aged scholar's features, and in a flash of red light, he transformed into a red beam. Disappearing into the star-shaped mark above the blue jade wall, the gray-robed elder hurriedly acknowledged, and once the middle-aged scholar's figure had completely vanished, he straightened his posture. Follow me. The elder glanced at Shermu before walking toward a corner of the grand hall. Shermu was flipping the circular jade pendant in his hand, and upon hearing the words, he responded with a nod and quickly followed suit. The old man in the gray robe approached a black wall in the grand hall, tapping it twice with his hand before waving to cast a beam of white light that landed upon the wall. A faint black glow emerged from the surface, followed by a series of crackling sounds. As a stone door large enough for a person to pass through revealed itself on the black wall, however, a pale green light materialized at the entrance, coalescing into a barrier that obstructed the way. Use your identity jade pendant to gain access, and follow me inside. But I must warn you beforehand, do not touch anything without my permission once you enter. If you act rashly, you shall bear the consequences. The old man chuckled ominously in a mere flicker. He merged into the green light and vanished from sight. Shermu's expression changed as he approached the stone door, glancing at the jade pendant in his hand before pressing it against the green barrier. The barrier shimmered and parted, allowing him to step through into a dark corridor. The gray-robed elder stood within the passageway, beckoning to Shermu as he ventured deeper. After a quarter of an hour, a stone chamber, resembling an ordinary room in size, came into view. The chamber appeared quite unremarkable, devoid of any furnishings save for 7 or 8 wooden racks in the center, each divided into several layers, displaying an array of jade slips in various sizes and colors. Each slip was enveloped in a small protective barrier, radiating a spectrum of colors. This is the repository of our sect's sorceress techniques. As you are now recognized as an apprentice sorcerer of our sect, you may freely select a sorceress technique here, in accordance with our rules, the gray-robed elder announced. Hearing this, Shermu's face lit up with excitement as he nodded repeatedly. Surveying the shelves before him, however, recalling the elder's warning, he refrained from rushing over. Senior, may I inquire your esteemed name? Shermu suddenly remembered to ask. Turning around, I am Sun, and you may address me as Uncle Sun. The elder replied nonchalantly. Perhaps due to Shermu's status as an acknowledged apprentice sorcerer, Sun An's tone had softened somewhat compared to their earlier interaction. It is quite cold today. I forgot to bring a hat for my wife when we went out. And I nearly froze, Shermu thought to himself. Disciple has a matter of confusion and seeks guidance from Uncle Sun. Shermu hesitated briefly before cupping his hands in respect. Ask away swiftly, the elder replied, his eyes rolling in annoyance. I have seen numerous sorceress techniques in the scripture repository, far exceeding what is available here. I wonder how they differ from those in this repository? Shermu posed his query without heeding Sun An's peculiar demeanor. The elder glanced at him, scoffed lightly, and replied, There is nothing strange about this. The sorceress techniques in the scripture repository are merely ordinary techniques collected by various major sections. Our disciples can exchange for them with sufficient black flame tokens. Even without any elemental sensitivity, in contrast, the sorceress techniques in this spirit law hall, though fewer in number, are the essence of our black magic sect's sorcery. Only those apprentice sorcerers who have left a mark on the stone wall are qualified to learn them. Shermu nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. Enough with the trivialities. I shall now temporarily lift the restrictions here, so you may swiftly select a sorceress technique, the elder said, his tone tinged with impatience as he began to chant a spell and waved his hand lightly. A flash of light illuminated the chamber, and the barriers surrounding the jade slips flickered a few times before gradually dissipating. After completing this task, the gray-robed elder stood in one corner of the chamber, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the ceiling in contemplation. Shermu, eyeing the jade slips before him, felt his breath quicken. To have the opportunity to learn a sorcery technique free of charge was indeed a privilege far surpassing that of martial disciples. After all, in the scripture repository, even the most basic technique required at least 6 black flame tokens, and according to Sun An, their value was undoubtedly inferior to the techniques preserved in the spirit law hall. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he approached the nearest wooden rack. After a brief half-hour, Shermu had perused the collection of over 200 sorcery techniques housed within this place. However, His brow gradually furrowed. It turned out that most of these manuals were merely auxiliary techniques used by sorcerers. For instance, the jade slip he currently held contained the technique for true fire profound spirit art, whose name sounded promising, yet it detailed a method for assisting in the refinement of fire attribute elixirs, enhancing their efficacy. Other slips included simplified alchemical techniques, cultivation methods for rare spiritual plants, or specific arrangements for talismans and formations. And he even encountered a few techniques for crafting magical artifacts. Yet, the genuine techniques suitable for sorcerers to cultivate were few and far between. After painstakingly selecting for half a day, he could barely find a mere dozen, most of which pertained to the common elemental sorcery, with only a scant couple of methods geared towards the more exotic elemental affinities such as wind, thunder, or IC.AS for those suitable for formation masters. Talisman masters or spirit masters, there was only one technique named the spirit cultivation art, which required no elemental sensitivity whatsoever, allowing sorcerers of any elemental root to choose to cultivate it. Shermu felt utterly speechless. Disappointment evident in his eyes. Uncle Son, while the Spirit Law Hall boasts a commendable collection of sorceress techniques, why are there so few cultivation methods among them? After searching for a while, he finally could not help but glance at Sunan, still standing in the corner, and inquired. This is quite normal. Sorceress cultivation methods are inherently much rarer and more precious than martial techniques or general alchemical and formation methods. The cultivation methods preserved here in the Spirit Law Hall can at least allow you to progress to a star-tier sorcerer, while those in the ordinary scripture repository are either incomplete or only useful during the apprentice stage, the gray-clad elder replied, casting a glance at Shermu with an impassive expression. In that case, I shall have no choice but to select the spirit cultivation art, Shermu said resignedly as he picked up a gray jade slip from a rack. Hehe, do not underestimate the spirit cultivation art. While it may lack the power and speed of cultivation compared to other methods, it is one of the three main methods that can lead us of the black magic sect to moon-tier sorcerers. For any sorcerer unable to find an appropriate method, choosing this one is unlikely to be a mistake, the elder remarked with a grin. Upon hearing this, Shermu's eyes brightened momentarily, yet he soon felt a pang of uncertainty as he recalled its slow cultivation speed. Although this technique was slow to cultivate, it possessed the advantage of ensuring pure and stable magical energy, rarely leading to mishaps or backlash during spellcasting, making it particularly suitable for formation masters and spirit masters who require stability in their magical energy. Your situation is quite unique. You possess a strong spatial sensitivity, and most other cultivation methods are unsuitable for you, leaving you with no choice but to select this one. The elder's eyes narrowed, as if he could see through Shermu's thoughts, speaking with a knowing smile. After hearing this, Shermu felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him, yet he recognized the truth in the elder's words. If he did not choose this technique, would he opt for fire or water techniques that only required a level 1 or 2 sensitivity? With this thought, he sighed and handed the gray jade slip containing the spirit cultivation art to Sunan. Uncle Son, your words are most insightful. I shall choose this method. The gray-clad elder took the gray jade slip from Shermu's hand with one hand, while his other hand swiftly retrieved a white jade slip from his robe, pressing them both against his forehead in succession while muttering incantations. Moments later, the elder handed Shermu the recorded white jade slip and, with a neutral expression, stated, "Here are the first 5 tiers of the spirit cultivation art, sufficient for you to advance to a spirit tier sorcerer. Once you have received it, you may head to the Linglong Pavilion with your identity jade pendant to collect the items for apprentice sorcerers." Shermu was taken aback, wondering why there were only the first 5 tiers of the technique. Yet, upon reflection, he quickly came to understand that, as an apprentice sorcerer, it would be unreasonable to expect to receive the complete cultivation methods capable of propelling him to moon-tier sorcerer status all at once. It seemed that obtaining the black flame tokens necessary to exchange for the subsequent 10 tiers of the spirit cultivation art would not be a trivial matter. Contemplating this, Shermu respectfully accepted the jade slip from the elder's hand and carefully stored it away. For the remainder of the time, the gray-robed elder, similar to Minggu from the Blood Scripture Pavilion, offered him a few brief admonitions before unceremoniously ushering him out. Shermu, understanding the cue, bowed respectfully to the elder before leaving the Spirit Law Hall, his mind swirling with thoughts. Chapter 75. Magical Energy, Second Update. Upon exiting the nominal entrance of the Spirit Law Hall, Shermu found the area outside to be deserted. as the previously gathered disciples had mysteriously dispersed. His gaze flickered as he scanned the surroundings before hastily departing. A quarter of an hour later, he arrived at the entrance of a yellow wooden pavilion, where the sign above the door read Linglong Pavilion. The door stood ajar, and the vicinity was eerily quiet, with faint voices murmuring from within. Shermu looked up at the sign with a surge of excitement, inhaled deeply, and stepped inside. That moment, a figure flickered within the Linglong Pavilion as another person emerged from inside. As Shermu momentarily lost his focus, he nearly collided head-on with someone. Fortunately, his reflexes were quite sharp, and he managed to halt his advance. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld a lanky young man standing before him. Considerably taller by a head, with a gaunt physique, hollow cheeks, and limbs resembling slender bamboo poles. Despite his unremarkable appearance, this individual exuded a faint but palpable aura of authority that should not be underestimated. Shermu's expression shifted slightly. The person before him was clad in the attire of a grade C disciple, yet judging by his age, he was evidently a senior disciple. The mere presence of such a person in this location indicated that he was also a practitioner of the arcane arts. Thoughts whirled in Shermu's mind as he instinctively sidestepped to allow passage. The tall, thin youth cast a cursory glance at Shermu before proceeding expressionlessly onward. Shermu observed the youth's retreating figure for a moment before stepping into the Linglong Pavilion. The interior of the pavilion was simply arranged, with a long wooden table at the front, behind which stood a middle-aged man in his 30s, his demeanor somewhat wooden. "Are you a newly initiated apprentice sorcerer?" the man inquired, regarding Shermu with a detached glance. "Indeed. I am here to collect sorcerer resources," Shermu replied, producing a white jade pendant from his garment and presenting it to the somewhat wooden man. The man accepted the pendant and, with a deft motion, retrieved a deep green token. Lightly tracing it across the jade pendant, a beam of white light emerged from the pendant, flowing into the green token, which then glimmered as Shermu's name materialized upon its surface. The middle-aged man nodded and returned the jade pendant to Shermu. Half an hour later, Shermu had returned to his quarters. After closing the door behind him, he retrieved a small blue pouch from his robe, excitement illuminating his face as he unwrapped it to reveal its contents. 12 black flame tokens, a small blue vial, and 3 crystals, 2 red and 1 blue. His gaze first fell upon the 12 black flame tokens. Within the black magic sect, the cultivation resources afforded to sorcerers vastly surpassed those available to martial artists. Not to mention, these 12 additional black flame tokens alone would incite envy among countless ordinary disciples. Alas, judging by the markings on the jade tablet from the Spirit Law Hall, only a select few, just over 100 individuals, could enjoy such privileges. Shermu then picked up the blue vial and, upon uncapping it, was greeted by a fragrant aroma. Inside were 3 thumb-sized blue pills. A smile graced his lips. These were the spirit augmentation pills he had encountered previously. Capable of swiftly replenishing a sorcerer's magical energy, an invaluable treasure for survival in battles, worth a considerable sum. The 3 pills alone were valued at over 100,000 silver coins. Setting the vial aside, he next examined one of the crystals, each the size of a pigeon egg, emanating a soft crimson glow, with a faint flow of energy swirling within. This was a spirit stone, highly valued in the cultivation world. Containing pure spiritual energy, the red hue of the crystal suggested it was a fire spirit stone, part of the elemental spirit stones. Although these 3 stones were of inferior grade, their worth was comparable to that of the spirit augmentation pills. This was Shermu's first encounter with spirit stones, and he toyed with them for a considerable time before finally storing them away. This constituted all the sorcerer resources he would receive. Available once a year, representing a significant fortune for a disciple like Shermu. Calming his mind, Shermu reminded himself that these external possessions were but trifles. To truly advance his strength, he needed to rely on his own diligent cultivation. With this in mind, he retrieved the jade slip of the mind cultivation technique and pressed it against his forehead. Lines of small characters materialized within his consciousness, and after a quarter of an hour, he had thoroughly perused the contents of the slip. The first 5 layers of the mind cultivation technique differed significantly in their cultivation methods from the Prajna celestial phenomenon and the great strength demon ape rebirth technique. Although the essence of sorceress techniques also involves absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it transforms into a purer magical energy compared to true energy. Moreover, The cultivation process requires not only the integration of mental energy, but also a certain sensitivity to the corresponding elements, making it at least 10 times more challenging than acquired techniques. According to the Jade Slip, for each layer of the mind cultivation technique completed, the internal magical energy would double. Upon completing all 5 layers, one could aspire to reach the spirit-level sorcerer realm. Under normal circumstances, even exceptionally gifted sorcerers would require 1 to 2 years to cultivate the first layer, while those with lesser aptitude might take 3 to 4 years or even longer. The time required for the second layer would double, and the same ratio would apply to the third, fourth, and fifth layers. Upon reaching this point, Shermu inhaled sharply. If calculated thus, even a sorcerer of decent talent would need at least 30 years to fully master the mind cultivation technique. Realizing this, a wry smile crept onto his face, as he finally understood why spirit-level sorcerers were so rare. Even apprentice sorcerers were treated with such importance by the sect, though the mind cultivation technique was arduous to master. Upon reaching the third layer, one would autonomously acquire a spell known as the Chi Explosion technique, and at the fifth layer, one would master a spell called the Chi Ring Pillar. After more than an hour, Shermu removed the jade slip from his forehead, his expression fluctuating between various emotions. The path of the sorcerer appeared promising, yet the difficulty of cultivation exceeded his expectations. Nonetheless, at this juncture, he was resolute in his determination to forge ahead. He stowed the jade slip away, closed his eyes, and regulated his breath, gradually adjusting his mental state to its optimal condition. Having fully memorized the 5 layers of the mind cultivation technique, he meticulously recalled each detail before slowly channeling his mental energy in accordance with the first layer's technique. As time passed, Shermu found himself immersed in an enigmatic realm, his mental energy radiating outward. Though his eyes remained shut, the surroundings seemed to be reflected within his mind. He sensed a clarity enveloping his body, as tiny points of light gradually materialized in the surrounding void, slowly merging into his being. As the mind cultivation technique operated, these points of light transformed into strands of pure magical energy, coursing through Shermu's meridians. The magical energy was exceedingly fine, causing no conflict with the true energy within him. Shermu's heart surged with joy. He had finally grasped the key to cultivating the mind cultivation technique. Time continued to flow languidly. Unbeknownst to him, Shermu had been seated in quiet meditation for nearly half a day. The magical energy he had accumulated gradually coalesced in his dantian, and with a mere thought, it transformed into a slightly thicker stream of magical energy circulating through his body. However, just as this stream of energy approached the vicinity of his head, an unexpected turn of events transpired. In Chapter 76, Dreamscape Anomaly, the crystalline grain formed from the moon-eating technique within Shermu's mind suddenly trembled, emanating a subtle allure. A wisp of magical energy detached from this stream and surged into his consciousness. Colliding with the crystalline grain, with a resounding boom, the crystalline grain quivered before shattering, transforming into a small, crescent moon of pure white. In the next instant, the surface of the white crescent shimmered with silver light, one corner dissipating explosively into an exceptionally pure stream of magical energy, which then merged back into the earlier magical energy stream and continued to circulate through Shermu's meridians. Shermu's expression changed dramatically as he felt his meridians swell uncomfortably, as though they were being forcibly expanded by some unseen force. The previous stream of magical energy surged violently, rapidly intensifying into a torrent. Alarmed, Shermu gritted his teeth against the discomfort and hastily channeled the mind cultivation technique, striving to redirect this overwhelming magical energy. Fortunately, although this torrent was tumultuous, it was not chaotic. Under the guidance of the mind cultivation technique, it gradually funneled into his dantian. After several breaths, Shermu sensed a gentle chime in his mind, and the final fragment of the white crescent in his consciousness transformed into pure magical energy, which he directed into his dantian. The area where the crystalline grain had resided now felt entirely vacant. After a moment, Shermu slowly opened his eyes, exhaling deeply, only to be overcome by a surge of incredulous joy. Although he was uncertain of the circumstances, he had unmistakably completed the first layer of the mind cultivation technique, and the magical energy within his dantian had reached a considerable volume. A moment later, Shermu realized that not only had his magical energy increased, but his vision and mental acuity had also significantly improved, leaving his mind with an indescribable clarity and comfort. What just happened? Why did that white crystalline grain? After the initial excitement, Shermu furrowed his brow in contemplation. After some time, a realization struck him, and he resumed practicing the mind cultivation technique according to its prescribed method. However, not long after, a wry smile appeared on his face. With the loss of the white crescent formed from the crystalline grain in his mind, he could only rely on the technique to convert the spiritual energy from the surrounding environment, causing the growth of his magical energy to slow to a crawl. That crystalline grain, the moon-eating technique. A glimmer of insight flickered in Shermu's eyes. If his guess was correct, the moon-eating technique was indeed a supreme auxiliary cultivation technique. Yet, based solely on this singular experience, he could not definitively affirm this notion. A few days later, the eagerly anticipated night of the full moon finally arrived. Shermu, well acquainted with the surroundings, returned once more to the grassy clearing in the valley, meticulously inspecting the area before assuming his stance and successfully entering the dreamscape. As before, he transformed into the white monkey, appearing upon the silver monolith. The white monkey's gaze fixated upon the full moon above, and in an instant, countless minuscule white light orbs surged toward him. Drawn by an enigmatic force, flooding into the golden pupils of the white monkey, a sensation of indescribable coolness and comfort invigorated Shermu, and once again, a milky white whirlpool of energy manifested within his mind. All of this felt so familiar. Shermu had long ceased to find it remarkable, however, with thoughts of the moon-eating technique's wondrous effects on his cultivation swirling in his mind. He couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically as he noticed that the milky white liquid whirlpool in his consciousness had expanded significantly, appearing a full circle larger than before. How could it have grown so much? He soon discovered that the flow of energy derived from the essence of moonlight into his dual pupils had slightly accelerated. The change was so subtle that he initially failed to notice it. When Shermu awoke from his slumber once more, the sky remained shrouded in darkness, though dawn was not far off. As he swept his consciousness over his internal magical energy, he found himself at a loss for words. The magical energy he had only recently cultivated had inexplicably been depleted to nearly nothing. Sitting cross-legged on the grass, Shermu fell into deep contemplation. Over the course of the following month, aside from 2 more visits to the Guangyuan Hall, where he exchanged the silver earned from his tasks for 2 types of elixirs required for cultivation, he continued his daily practice of the prana celestial phenomenon during the day and engaged in the moon-swallowing technique at night, whenever the moonlight graced him. Persevering with an unwavering determination far beyond that of an ordinary person, a month later, Shermu was astonished to find a grain within his mind that was considerably larger than before. Upon practicing the spirit-nurturing technique again, he noticed that the grain shattered once more, resulting in a substantial increase in his magical energy within his dantian, now nearly reaching the threshold of the 2nd layer. With the assistance of the moon-swallowing technique, the speed at which he cultivated the spirit-nurturing technique soared, filling him with both joy and unease. Such an extraordinary rate of cultivation surely harbored hidden dangers. One day, after silently practicing the spirit-nurturing technique in bed and failing to discern any irregularities, a wave of inexplicable agitation washed over him. He rolled off the stone bed, seized the waste knife resting on the bedside, and began to practice the initial stance of the wind-chasing blade technique. Gradually, his mind began to settle, and he entered a state of transcendence where man and blade became one. The dazzling light of his blade danced through the cramped confines of the room like a lotus, perpetually blooming. Deftly avoiding any obstacles, as the blade light quickened and became more refined, Shermu was astonished to discover that, due to the significant enhancement of his consciousness, he could now perform details within the technique that had previously eluded him, greatly increasing his speed of execution. With a sudden intake of breath, Shermu flicked his wrist, sending forth a brilliant flash of blade light that enveloped a space of roughly 10 feet ahead. Sealing off all avenues of retreat within that area, he had astonishingly achieved 12 strikes in a single breath. A fleeting smile of exhilaration crossed his face. His wind-chasing blade technique had evidently ascended to a new level, and he was now just a hair's breadth away from achieving the ultimate mastery of 13 strikes in an instant. After sheathing his long knife, Shermu was drenched in sweat yet felt invigorated. He took a moment to recover, allowing his energy to stabilize before sitting beside the stone bed, plunging once more into contemplation. With was supposed to be the time for him to practice the prana celestial phenomenon. But having exhausted the blood essence pill and bone-quenching pill, along with his dwindling silver, he realized it was time to consider accepting more tasks at Guangyuan Hall. Yet, the tasks suitable for ordinary martial artists were too time-consuming and offered insufficient rewards, which he was reluctant to undertake. Now that he had attained the second layer of the spirit nurturing technique, he had effectively become a true apprentice of the arts, and it was time to contemplate using the newly acquired Black Flame Orders to seek a beginner's tome on formations in the Scripture Pavilion. The tomes of formations within the Spirit Law Hall were far beyond what he could hope to obtain with merely this amount of Black Flame Orders. With his plans set, Shermu gathered all his Black Flame Orders and set off towards the Scripture Pavilion. Chapter 77. The Sex Minor Competition. He has returned. He has returned. Within a golden cage on the second floor of the Scripture Pavilion, a massive parrot flapped its wings excitedly upon seeing Shermu, who had just emerged from the staircase, squawking incessantly. The sudden cacophony displeased a figure resembling a mountain of flesh behind a desk, who struck the parrot's head with a wooden stick several times, causing it to squawk pitifully in protest. "Oh, it's you, little fellow. Hasn't it been a year yet? What brings you here again? Have you obtained another Black Flame Order?" After dealing with his pet, the rotund man turned his head, surprised to see Shermu. Reporting to Uncle Ju, "I have recently passed the assessment and become an apprentice of the arts." Shermu said respectfully, "You've become an apprentice of the arts?" The rotund man blinked in surprise, scanning Shermu up and down. The fact that Shermu had become an apprentice amazed him greatly. "Little one, what is your elemental affinity?" the man asked, scratching his head. Shermu did not conceal the truth and recounted his experience during the assessment at the Spirit Law Hall. "Space elemental affinity. So you wish to study the path of formations?" Upon hearing this, the rotund man's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he tapped his finger on the table. "Yes, I have limited options," Shermu replied helplessly. "If that is the case, I suggest you refrain from choosing a martial technique for the time being." The man exclaimed, his tone grave. "Senior, may I ask why?" Shermu inquired, taken aback. "Why the rush? I recommend that, in addition to the formation tomes, you also consider acquiring a tome on talisman crafting," the rotund man explained. "Has no one told you that talisman crafting and formation crafting complement each other and can be intertwined? Talisman crafting is essentially a specific branch of formation crafting. Studying both simultaneously will actually facilitate your understanding more than if you were to only delve into one." Shermu was momentarily stunned by the rotund man's words, yet the wonders of talismans he had witnessed before filled him with both astonishment and joy. "I am a soul master, and I possess some knowledge of the path of space. Having spent many years in the Scripture Pavilion, I have said all that I can. Whether you heed my advice is up to you," the rotund man said, a hint of pride flashing across his face. "Thank you for your guidance, uncle. I will give it careful consideration." Shermu regained his composure and bowed respectfully to go on. The rotund man nodded dismissively, waving his hand. In the ensuing moments, Shermu began to meticulously browse the shelves dedicated to the arts. After a quarter of an hour, he emerged before the rotund man, resolute, holding two tomes. One on talisman crafting, titled Treasures of Talisman Crafting, and another on the basics of formations, complete guide to formation diagrams. Without further inquiry, the rotund man took the 12 Black Flame Orders and quickly produced 2 jade slips to replicate the tomes. Shermu, clutching the jade slips, expressed his gratitude before leaving the Scripture Pavilion, eager to return and study his newfound materials. However, while on his way back, he was taken aback to notice a peculiar atmosphere in the valley. Numerous newly initiated disciples were hurrying towards the valley's exit, their expressions brimming with excitement as they engaged in low murmurs. Many bore weapons, their faces alight with eagerness. Shermu furrowed his brow, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. Over the past month, he had been so absorbed in his cultivation that he had been oblivious to the happenings around him. Given the current scene, it seemed that something significant was occurring within the sect. "Shirshiti." Just as Shermu contemplated inquiring about the situation, a robust young man approached with large strides. It was Huamao, dressed in a black training outfit and wielding a massive, broad-bladed axe on his back. Huamao exuded an imposing presence. "What Xixiao?" Shermu's face brightened, and he hurried to greet him. "Ha! It's rare to see you out and about, Shirshiti." Have you finally decided to showcase your strength in the minor competition after your diligent training? Huo Mao chuckled. The minor competition. Shermu raised an eyebrow, realization dawning upon him. The handbook for new disciples stated that the minor competition was held every 3 months, and indeed, it had been nearly 3 months since his initiation. He had completely forgotten about it in his preoccupation with cultivation. Your expression suggests you may have forgotten about the minor competition, Huo Mao observed, a knowing smile on his face. Shermu, slightly embarrassed, cupped his hands and replied, "You have my apologies, Huo Shixiang. I must admit that I have been somewhat negligent." Huo Mao, however, bore no hint of mockery in his demeanor, laughing heartily. "That's quite normal. It only shows that you are truly devoted to your training. I heard from Bai Shi that your punching power is astonishing and that you excel in the blade technique. With your recent cultivation of true energy, I am certain your strength has significantly improved. You should definitely strive for a commendable rank in this minor competition, as the sect offers generous rewards." Shermu's expression shifted at the mention of the rewards detailed in the handbook, which indeed seemed quite favorable for new disciples. "Are you interested in joining me?" Huo Mao inquired, his tone subtly eager. "By the way, Bai Shi and the others have already headed to the martial arena. Bai Shi has made considerable progress in the Zunling Pavilion and is likely to shine in the minor competition. If you are not in a rush, please wait a moment. I will fetch my weapon." Shermu pondered for a moment before responding. Shidi, take your time," Huo Mao replied cheerfully. Shermu nodded and made his way towards his quarters, swiftly disappearing from view. As Huo Mao watched Shermu's retreating figure, a flicker of intrigue passed through his eyes. At this very moment, a figure emerged from an unknown direction, approaching Huo Mao's side. It was Jin Huan, the golden-haired, azure-eyed disciple from the Zunling Pavilion. Observing this, Huo Mao hastily performed a respectful bow to Jin Huan. "You have done well. This Shermu is known for his solitary nature and seldom engages in conversation. Yet he seems to enjoy your company," Jin Huan remarked, casting a fleeting glance in the direction Shermu had departed, speaking in a nonchalant tone. "Yesterday, I experienced a slight headache and forgot to speak. I only rose from bed around 11 this morning, but for some inexplicable reason, I felt quite lethargic." Chapter 78. The Rules. Jin Shixiang, what has piqued your sudden interest in Shermu? While his strength is commendable, he hardly seems worthy of your attention, Huo Mao inquired, a hint of obsequiousness gracing his features. "What do you know? Though he appears unassuming, I have learned that he quietly participated in the Lingfa Hall's aptitude test a month ago and surprisingly demonstrated aptitude as a sorcerer." Reportedly of no small measure, Jin Huan responded, his gaze flickering momentarily. "A sorcerer's talent?" Huo Mao exclaimed, taken aback. "This news has yet to spread. Other factions remain oblivious. Thus, we in the Zunling Pavilion must seize this opportunity to find a way to recruit him." Jin Huan's voice took on a serious tone. Huo Mao, comprehending the gravity of the situation, nodded eagerly in agreement. "Fortunately, several of Shermu's acquaintances within the sect have ties to our Zunling Pavilion. You must cultivate a good rapport with him. Even if we cannot bring him into the fold, we must not allow other factions to snatch him away," Jin Huan instructed thoughtfully. "Understood, rest assured, Jin Shixiang," Huo Mao replied with a resolute expression, nodding earnestly. Jin Huan acknowledged him with a nod before offering a few more directives and departing swiftly. Huo Mao watched Jin Huan leave, feeling a sense of relief. At that moment, Shermu's figure emerged from the valley, carrying nothing but a steel blade in hand. Huo Mao's face broke into a radiant smile as he approached him. Before long, the two arrived at the valley nestled between peaks 11 and 12. Amidst the lush greenery, a vast circular plaza sprawled across an area of about 40 to 50 acres, featuring 10 platforms arranged in parallel. The plaza was bustling with activity, having gathered a throng of disciples clad in black robes, over 1,000 in number, who surrounded the platforms. The air filled with the sounds of lively chatter. With his keen eyesight, Shermu spotted that there were already competitors on the platforms even before stepping onto the grounds. Each platform had a judge, distinguishable by their black Missouri sect attire adorned with embroidered symbols. The presence of these B-level disciples as judges was evident, as cheers erupted from the crowd surrounding the platforms, creating a fervent atmosphere. Influenced by the vibrant surroundings, Shermu felt a surge of eagerness. The sect held these minor competitions every 3 months specifically for the C-level disciples, with A and B-level disciples refraining from participation. The purpose of these contests was not only to foster camaraderie, but also to determine the rankings of the C-level disciples, serving as a warm-up before the annual grand competition, Huamao explained, gesturing towards a certain direction. Following his gesture, Shermu beheld a towering black stone tablet, several dozen feet high, standing prominently on the opposite side of the plaza, its surface densely covered with silver characters. Focusing intently, Shermu, despite the considerable distance, could clearly discern the names inscribed upon the tablet. His expression shifted to one of intrigue. It was the first time he had encountered the rankings of the C-level disciples after months of joining the sect. The names on the tablet shimmered in silver, with the foremost name being that of a person named Duan Qianli, and a plethora of other names following in succession. Can you truly see the names on the tablet from here? Sure shitty? Huamao asked, surprised by Shermu's focused gaze on the stone tablet. I possess keen eyesight and can barely make out the characters, though it is much clearer up close, Shermu replied with a light chuckle. As they conversed, they entered the plaza, and with Huamao leading the way, they navigated through the crowd to approach the stone tablet. Here, a gathering of over 100 individuals congregated, many of whom were new disciples who had joined alongside Shermu. Shermu's brow arched slightly as he spotted Lan Feng, surrounded by a cluster of over a dozen disciples, her demeanor radiating newfound confidence, likely a result of her experiences in the Blood Dragon Society. Lan Feng had already become a prominent figure among the new disciples, and those gathered near the stone tablet frequently glanced her way, engaging in hushed discussions. Shermu cast her a brief glance before redirecting his attention to the rankings on the stone tablet. Huaxixiang, what manner of person is this Duan Qianli, who holds the top rank? Shermu inquired, narrowing his eyes at the prominent name inscribed on the tablet. Duan Xixiang? He operates in mystery and rarely reveals himself. I have scarcely seen him. However, during the last grand competition, he was already at the mid-stage of postnatal cultivation, and it is rumored that he is also an apprentice sorcerer of the wind element. Huamao replied after a moment of contemplation, dual cultivation of martial and sorceress arts. Shermu felt a jolt of realization. It seemed that the top-ranked C-level disciple was in a situation quite similar to his own. It appeared that if martial skills and sorcery were employed in concert, one's strength could potentially be magnified exponentially. During the minor competitions, a congenital elder and several B-level disciples are typically assigned to preside over the proceedings. However, it seems that the elder is currently absent, Huamao noted, glancing toward a high platform where a purple wisteria chair sat empty. Huaxixiang, having recently joined the sect, I am not well versed in the rules governing the minor competitions. Might you elucidate them for me? Shermu pondered briefly before asking. Of course. To elaborate, while the C-level disciples are numerous, the senior disciples are well acquainted with one another, and absent a strong conviction of victory, they generally refrain from challenging each other, resulting in a largely fixed ranking. Thus, the competition rules are rather straightforward. On the first day, the contests are held among you new disciples. The second day features challenges from new disciples against the ranked senior disciples. And on the third day, the senior disciples engage in mutual challenges. Remember, within the minor competition, there are no restrictions on martial techniques or weapons. All means may be employed, provided no one is harmed fatally. Ultimately, it is a matter of strength prevailing. Huamao succinctly conveyed the rules of the competition. I see. Shermu nodded in understanding. This is a trivial matter. There is no need for such formality. Sure should I. By the way, as I understand it, including your cohort, the sect has recruited 4 batches of new disciples this year, totaling around 300 to 400 individuals. Today is primarily focused on evaluating your contests. Huamao added, raising a hand dismissively before suddenly recalling something. Shermu's gaze fell upon the base of the stone tablet, where several hundred names were displayed in red font, clearly distinguishing them from the silver names above. His own name was conspicuously listed among the last 100, indicating that these individuals were indeed part of his cohort. Shirshiti, while it is true that new disciples can directly enter the rankings if they defeat senior disciples on the second day, the disparity in strength between new and senior disciples is considerable, making it rather premature for challenges. Though your strength is noteworthy, you must exercise utmost caution during the duels. After all, one must preserve their vitality to continue thriving. If you wish to gain advantages in the minor competitions, focus on securing a higher rank among your peers, as the sect offers certain rewards for the top 10 new disciples, Huamao advised earnestly. Thank you, Huaxixiang, for your guidance. Shermu nodded pensively, expressing gratitude with a respectful gesture. Haha, There is no need for such politeness, sure shitty. These are merely some words of experience. Huomao chuckled heartily. Chapter 79. Spectating after seeking further counsel from Huomao regarding the nuances of the minor competition, Shermu bid farewell and turned towards the platforms. Huomao watched him depart with a sigh before also turning away. As time passed, the contests on the 10 platforms grew increasingly intense. Although new disciples enjoyed a year-long exemption from participation in the grand and minor competitions, most chose to engage, emboldened by their newfound abilities and eager to test their skills. Shermu refrained from hastily stepping onto the platform, instead opting to move around the vicinity of several platforms, observing a few matches. Among the 300 to 400 new disciples, he recognized a few from his own cohort, but the majority remained unfamiliar to him. On platform 5, a tall and robust youth was locked in combat with a green-haired boy, both wielding long swords and possessing early-stage postnatal cultivation. The towering youth employed a broad and forceful sword technique, channeling his vital energy into the blade, creating a formidable wind that emanated a chilling aura several paces away. Yet, the green-haired boy appeared unfazed, his movements fluid and graceful, evading the fierce attacks with the agility of a willow in the wind. Occasionally, he would counterattack, utilizing a peculiar sword technique characterized by rapid, direct thrusts akin to black iron threads, each strike executed with devastating precision, leaving the larger youth in a state of disarray. As time wore on, the tide of battle began to shift. The green-haired boy maintained his nonchalant demeanor, while the larger youth's swordplay gradually slowed, his breath becoming labored and his energy waning. Suddenly, a flicker of light flashed in the eyes of the green-haired youth. With a swift motion, he deflected a sword strike with his hand and propelled himself forward, akin to an arrow released from a bow, lunging towards the vulnerable lower position of the tall boy. His long sword lunged forth, emanating a faint golden gleam, which then erupted violently, blossoming into dozens of golden sword shadows in an instant. With a thunderous crash, despite the tall boy's desperate attempt to parry with his sword, it was too late. Under the immense force, his body soared into the air, flying off the stage and landing heavily on the ground. The tall boy struggled a few times but could not rise. Blood gushed from his wounds, leaving him unaware of how many times he had been pierced by swords. Although his life was not in jeopardy, he was grievously injured and would likely remain bedridden for at least 10 days to half a month before he could recover. Several disciples in black attire rushed forth from the crowd to carry the tall boy away, while the expressionless be-leveled disciple on the stage declared the green-haired youth's victory. The audience surrounding the arena erupted in a clamor, buzzing with discussions about the sword techniques of the green-haired youth. Shermu stood silently among the crowd, his gaze fixed on the green-haired youth as he gracefully descended from the stage, his eyes flickering with light before he quietly turned to depart. On platform number 7, a boy and a girl were engaged in hand-to-hand combat. The boy appeared to be practicing a unique martial technique, his hands enveloped in a layer of shimmering white light, resembling jade forged into form from a distance. With his hands shaped into blades, he launched a relentless assault towards the girl like a tempest. The girl, not clad in the attire of the black magic sect, donned a fitted green shirt that accentuated her seemingly delicate figure, yet she employed the fiercely powerful eagle claw technique, her fingers curling like hooks as she met the boy's attacks head-on. A series of muffled thuds resonated throughout the arena as the two exchanged blows with fervor. After a flurry of collisions, both staggered back. A glint of determination flashed in the boy's eyes as he pivoted sharply, driving his foot into the ground to halt his momentum. In the next moment, he leapt into the air like a projectile, his hands, gleaming like white jade, clenched into fists that resembled a luminous white hammer. Descending upon the green-clad girl, as he fell, the sleeves of his robe could no longer contain the force and erupted, revealing his muscular arms. Sensing the weighty gust of the boy's strike, the green-clad girl narrowed her eyes and, with a fierce cry, her hands coiled into claws that shimmered with a faint red light, forming 10 crimson spikes. She danced her hands through the air, creating a sound akin to a dragon bursting forth from its lair, and met the boy's descent with a flurry of afterimages. Their figures intertwined once more, yet they separated almost instantaneously. The boy's face paled as he stumbled backward, blood holes appearing on both shoulders, his arms hanging limply at his sides, clearly unable to exert any strength. The green-clad girl, though slightly pale, remained unscathed. The outcome was evidently clear. Observing this, Shermu's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but study the green-clad girl. Contemplating how he might fare against her, on platform number 1, two figures were engaged in a fierce battle, one wielding a long sword while the other fought barehanded. Both displayed remarkable agility, their movements enhanced by the infusion of true energy, creating a tangible whirlwind of sword aura and palm strikes that enveloped them in a chaotic sphere. The audience watched with rapt attention, murmuring in admiration. Shermu, blending into the crowd, observed for a while before shaking his head and turning away. Although the two appeared to be locked in an intense struggle, their overly flashy maneuvers, solely focused on speed, resulted in a lack of substantial power behind their attacks. Otherwise, they would not have fought for so long without a clear victor. After several matches, Shermu had formed a rough impression of the strengths of the other newly initiated disciples. From the conversations around the arena, he noted several promising newcomers, including Baisher, Xiaoming, and Lan Feng, who had already begun to make a name for themselves with consecutive victories. Particularly, Baisher had recently showcased his prowess in a match, knocking out his opponent with just a few moves, indicating significant progress since joining the Zunling Pavilion. Taking a deep breath, Shermu's gaze shifted to a nearby platform, where the previous match had just concluded, and the B-level referee was organizing the next bout. Shermu's eyes flickered again as he stepped forward. The rankings of the newly initiated disciples were continuously illuminated on the black stone tablet in the square, reflecting the fierce competitions taking place across the 10 platforms. This stone tablet was evidently no ordinary object, as the names inscribed upon it autonomously fluctuated, rising and falling in a remarkable manner. The matches had been underway for half a day, with several individuals beginning to stand out. Baisher, Ouyang Ming, Lan Feng. Numerous names had gradually ascended to the pinnacle of the newcomer rankings. Near the stone tablet, a group of slightly older disciples from the black magic sect gathered, engaged in conversation. These were C-level senior disciples who, despite the day's focus on the new initiates, had come to the square, as the following day would see the newcomers challenging them. Among this batch of new initiates, there were indeed a few with notable strength. That individual named Baisher practices the sect's fire attribute technique. The Zhiyang Gong, I just witnessed several of his matches, and he has already reached a considerable level of proficiency. A pallid-faced youth in a black robe remarked while gazing at the stone tablet. Oh, could this lad actually pose a threat to us? A stout figure beside the black-robed youth, with a glimmer of cold light in his eyes, smirked. How could that be possible? The black-robed youth scoffed. His demeanor haughty. By the way, I heard there are apprentice sorcerers among this batch of new initiates. Is that true? The stout figure's eyes flickered as if a thought had suddenly struck him. Indeed, that is correct. Among the disciples who joined 3 months ago, there is an apprentice sorcerer with commendable fire attribute comprehension who has already been absorbed into the Zunling Pavilion. The black-robed youth nodded in affirmation. The stout figure furrowed his brow at this, a hint of contemplation crossing his face. Though his cultivation technique was quite domineering, it was somewhat countered by sorcery. He would find it troublesome if he were to encounter a sorcerer challenging him the following day. Ah, another contender has emerged. The black-robed youth's gaze shifted, observing a red name rapidly ascending from the bottom of the list to within the top 30. Today marked the first day of matches among the new disciples. Employing an elimination system on the platforms, those ranked outside the top 100 could challenge any of the 50 individuals ranked above them. Once within the top 100, the range of challengers would gradually narrow, with defeated opponents or those who declined to fight considered failures, losing their right to challenge, along with the opportunity to challenge senior disciples the following day. For newcomers, entering the top 30 signified being among the elite of their group, enough to capture the attention of several senior disciples. Shermu, I don't believe I've heard of such a name among the newcomers, the stout figure remarked, raising an eyebrow upon hearing the name. On a certain platform, Shermu swung his steel knife fiercely, manifesting 9 blades of light that surged towards a boy wielding dual swords not far ahead. The boy's expression shifted slightly, and he swiftly twirled his dual swords, weaving a net of blades around himself for protection. The clashing of metal rang out as the boy barely managed to deflect the 9 blades, yet the force behind them was overwhelming, forcing him to retreat several steps, his arms growing numb and weak, nearly unable to maintain his grip on the sword. Before the dual sword boy could catch his breath, a figure flickered before him. Shermu had somehow closed the distance like a specter, his unarmed arm moving with precision, sending a fist hurtling towards the boy's chest. Though the dual sword boy saw the movement, his response was delayed due to his fatigued arms. With a resounding thud, the dual sword boy was struck squarely in the chest by Shermu's fist, propelled backward by the overwhelming force, rolling on the ground before spitting out a mouthful of blood and losing consciousness. The victor is Shermu, an astonished B-level disciple with a scruffy beard announced, glancing at Shermu before raising his voice. Shermu sheathed his steel knife silently, his expression calm. Though his Banya Tianxiang technique was still only at the first layer, the combination of innate strength and true energy, coupled with his mastery of the wind-chasing blade technique and shattering stone fist, was more than sufficient to handle most new disciples. Moreover, he had specifically chosen opponents known for their speed, allowing his keen eyesight to render them with no opportunity to counter. Shermu turned his gaze towards the stone tablet. The boy he had just defeated, named Su Mubai, though a newcomer, was evidently one of the stronger individuals among the earlier batches of initiates. Ranked 17th among the new disciples, with his defeat at Shermu's hands, his position was naturally usurped. The nearby disciples erupted in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief as they regarded Shermu. Such reactions were hardly surprising. Aside from the initial attention he garnered during his match against Chu Kuan, Shermu had spent the last 3 months in seclusion, causing even his contemporaries to nearly forget him. Now, suddenly revealing his prowess and entering the top 20. It was only natural that others would be taken aback. It seems this lad has been concealing his strength from the others. Otherwise, the newcomers wouldn't be so astonished, a few senior disciples observed from a distance. Noting Shermu's unfamiliar face, such individuals tend to emerge sporadically during competitions. However, this person indeed possesses formidable strength. The recent display of swordsmanship, though indicative of a martial apprentice level technique, was executed with remarkable skill and finesse, suggesting that he has yet to fully unleash his potential. Another remarked, his eyes glinting with interest. Shermu descended the platform with measured steps, making his way toward the other arenas. On platform number 5, an unfortunate figure tumbled down, disheveled and bloodied, his garments in tatters. Standing calmly upon the platform was a tall, slender youth, his demeanor serene, as though the preceding contest had stirred little emotion within him. In his grasp was a black whip. With a flick of his wrist, it coiled back like a living creature, wrapping around his waist. In a corner of the audience, Shermu's gaze flickered. The recent maneuver executed by the tall youth demonstrated a commendable mastery of the flexible whip as a weapon. This individual, a remarkable newcomer named Ruanji, currently ranked 9th among the new disciples, had triumphed over 7 or 8 challengers, most within a mere 5 strikes, concluding each battle with decisive efficiency. Shermu's eyes sparkled momentarily before he leaped onto the platform. "I, Shermu, challenge you," he declared gravely. The crowd erupted into lively discussion at this sight. Now ranked 17th, Shermu had become one of the focal points of interest on the first day of the competition. The clash of 2 higher-ranked contenders naturally ignited excitement among the spectators. Asked the referee. A lean young man observed Shermu's arrival, his eyes initially brightened, only to be swiftly shadowed by a hint of coldness. "I shall see whether your swordplay surpasses my whip technique." Ruanji, seemingly aware of Shermu's reputation, scrutinized him closely before a flicker of seriousness crossed his features. With that, Ruanji narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharpening. "Begin." With the referee's command, Shermu shot forward, closing the distance in an instant. His steel blade shimmered as 9 striking images lunged toward Ruanji. A flicker of surprise crossed Ruanji's face, clearly unprepared for Shermu's speed. Yet, having stood among the top 10 newcomers for so long, he was no ordinary opponent. He let out a low shout, channeling his energy into the whip, which then unfurled into 9 striking shadows. Ensnaring Shermu's 9 blade images, the 2 forces collided, erupting into a tempestuous wave of energy. That moment, a sharp whoosh echoed through the air. The black whip, akin to a venomous serpent, darted through the dissipating energy waves, striking at Shermu's chest with an incredible angle, resembling an exceedingly long sword, its force astonishing. Faced with the onslaught of the whip, Shermu seemed to have anticipated its path, deftly sidestepping to the left, allowing the whip to pass by. Simultaneously, his steel blade unwound once more, conjuring 10 blade phantoms that descended upon Ruanji's left side with a fierce roar. Ruanji's expression shifted again, but he reacted swiftly. His arm flicking as the black whip spun back, weaving into a spiderweb-like barrier before him, a dark wall shielding him from the attack. Shermu let out a cold laugh, his movements unceasing, with a thunderous crash. The 10-blade images struck the whip net, causing it to tremble violently. Yet the blade phantoms shattered instantly. Shermu's eyes gleamed with intensity as he surged his energy into the steel blade, which vibrated with a resonant hum, emanating a faint white glow. Ha! Shermu bellowed, wielding his blade with both hands, delivering a powerful strike. Beside the brilliant steel blade, another 10 blade phantoms flickered into existence, all descending in unison. In a single breath, 11 strikes. This youth had indeed concealed his true strength, explaining why Sushiti had fallen to him. The referee, a lean-faced disciple, observed with a hint of astonishment. Ruanji's face paled in shock. He was now thoroughly overwhelmed by Shermu's relentless momentum, desperately wielding his whip in a futile attempt to defend himself. Unable to find any opportunity for a counterattack, beads of sweat forming on his brow. With a thunderous crash, the black whip net was finally cleaved apart, and Ruanji's whip shattered into countless fragments, leaving only a short piece in his hand. Before he could react, 11 brilliant blade phantoms descended once more, poised to slice him into pieces. At that moment, a tall figure surged forward, blocking Ruanji's path. A lean-faced disciple who had been officiating the match. With a swift motion, he produced a silver short gun seemingly from nowhere. Meeting the blade phantoms, with a flick of the gun's muzzle, a wave of invisible energy erupted, resonating with a dull thud as the 11 blade images shattered. Shermu's expression shifted in surprise, a tremendous force transmitting through his blade, causing a tumultuous sensation within him. However, he managed to withstand it, retreating only a half step before regaining his stance, though his complexion grew slightly pale. You should consider whether your actions may violate the sect's rules regarding harm to others. The lean-faced youth remarked coldly, his eyes flashing with intrigue. Previously, Sumu Bai, who had been defeated by Shermu, had connections to him. He had hoped to enter the top 10 but was ousted due to Shermu's prowess, which had left him somewhat displeased. Now, he seized the opportunity to intervene, expecting to catch Shermu off guard. Yet he was taken aback by Shermu's resilience. I apologize if my actions were perceived as excessive. Shermu replied, his gaze flickering as he sheathed his blade and clasped his hands in respect. The lean-faced youth regarded Shermu with a cold glare, saying nothing further as he stepped aside. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, he could not afford to take any further action. Ruanji cast a deep glance at Shermu, discarding the remaining piece of whip in his hand before hastily departing the platform. The victor is Shermu. The crowd surrounding the arena erupted into cheers, as they had just awakened from a dream. Shermu's performance was nothing short of spectacular, his victory swift and decisive, exuding an aura of lethal intent that left the audience in awe, perfectly embodying the ethos of the black magic sect. Perhaps due to the impression left by this battle, no one dared to challenge him for quite some time. Shermu himself chose not to pursue further challenges, recognizing that the rewards for the top 10 newcomers were relatively similar. Drawing too much attention was not necessarily advantageous. As the event drew to a close, he faced 2 more challenges, both of which he won effortlessly, solidifying his position at 9th among the newcomers. Among those he knew, Lan Feng had remarkably secured 5th place, while Bai Shi ranked 7th. As for Xiao Ming, he demonstrated commendable talent as a sorcerer. And given the inherent disadvantages martial practitioners faced against sorcerers, he managed to achieve 27th place among newcomers, entering the top 10%. On the second day, as dawn broke, Shermu, steel blade in hand, made his way to the circular plaza for the competition with ease. To his surprise, Bai Shi and Lan Feng had already arrived, surrounded by eager crowds, clearly delineated on either side of the massive black stone tablet displaying rankings. Bai Shi was engaged in discussion with Xiao Ming and others. Brother Shi, you're here. You truly astonished us yesterday, Bai Shi exclaimed, grinning broadly upon spotting Shermu, while Hua Mao and Xiao Ming offered him smiles of camaraderie. You flatter me, brother, but I merely possess a modicum of brute strength. I am far inferior to you, Shermu replied with a light chuckle, waving his hand dismissively. At that moment, Hua Mao, clad in training gear, approached the group. Brother Hua, will you be participating in the competition today? Shermu and the others turned their attention to Hua Mao, who had unsheathed a broad, double-bladed axe slung across his back. Indeed. Should you wish to challenge me, do not blame me for lacking compassion. Huang Mao grinned, raising his axe playfully. The three exchanged glances before Bai Shi burst into laughter, shifting the conversation back to yesterday's competition. The top 5 contenders had delivered remarkable performances. Aside from Lan Feng, most were newcomers who had joined the sect slightly before them. As they bantered, the crowd in the plaza steadily grew, evidently surpassing the previous day's attendance. This surge was due to the arrival of all the Tier C disciples within the sect. Following the fierce contest of the previous day, merely over 200 newcomers remained, with only those ranked within the top 30 posing a potential challenge to the senior disciples. After all, senior disciples had trained for at least a year longer than the newcomers. It was clear that those newcomers who did not even rank in the top 30 would be foolish to attempt to challenge the seniors, as it would only lead to humiliation. Yet, there were always a few who dared to defy convention, eager to test their mettle. According to Huang Mao, based on the outcomes of previous competitions, even the top 10 newcomers often found themselves at a disadvantage when challenging senior disciples. Regardless of the circumstances, the second day of the competition, which was purportedly open for new disciples to challenge their senior counterparts, did not witness a significant number of contests throughout the day. It was far less intense than the first and third days. Before long, the sun ascended to its zenith. With the resounding clang of a few crisp gongs, the once boisterous square fell silent for a few breaths.